Vegetable menstruums. The first kind. Simple vegetable menstruums made of philosophical wine only. First, the heaven, essence, or spirit of wine of Loli, described. Can. Firstest. I. Lib. De Quinto Essentia. 1. Take wine red or white, the best that may be had, or at least take wine that is not anyway eager, neither too little nor too much, thereof, and distill an aqua ardens, as the custom is, through brass pipes, and then rectify 4 times for better purification. But I tell you, it is enough to rectify it 3 times and stop it close, that the burning spirit may not exhale, because herein have many men erred, thinking it ought to be 7 times rectified. But, my son, it is an infallible sign to you when you shall have seen that sugar, steeped in it, and being put to the flame burneth away as aqua ardens. Now, having the water thus prepared, you have the matter out of which the quintessence is to be made, which is one principal thing we intend to treat of in this book. Take therefore that, and put it in a circulating vessel, or in a pelican, which is called the vessel of Hermes, and stop. The whole very close with olibanum or mastic being soft, or quick lime mixed with the white of eggs, and put it in. Dung, which is naturally most hot, or the remainings of a wine press, in which no heat must be by accident diminished, which you may do, my son, if you put a great quantity of which you please of those things at a corner of the house, which quantity must be about 30 load. This ought to be that the vessel may not want heat, because should heat be wanting, the circulation of the water would be impaired, and that which we seek for unaffected. But if a continual heat be administered to it by continual circulation, our quintessence will be separated. In the color of heaven, which may be seen by a diametrical line which divides the upper part, that is the quintessence, from the lower, namely from the feces, which are of a muddy color. Circulation being continued many days together in a circulating vessel, or in the vessel of Hermes, the hole, which you stopped, with the said matter, must be opened, and if a wonderful scent go out, so as that no fragrancy of the world can be compared to it, insomuch as putting the vessel to a corner of the house, it can, by an invisible miracle, draw all that pass in to it, or the vessel being put upon a tower, draws all birds within reach of its scent, so as to cause them to stand about it. Then will you have, my son, our quintessence, which is otherwise called vegetable mercury, at your will to apply in the magistry of the transmutation of metals. But if you find not the influx of attraction, stop the vessel again as before, and put it in a place before appointed, and there let it stand till you attain to the aforesaid sign. But this quintessence thus glorified will not have that scent, except a body be dissolved in it, nor have that heat in your mouth as aqua ardens. This indeed by the philosophers called the key of the whole art of philosophy, and as well heaven, as our quintessence, which arrives to so great a sublimity that either with it, by itself alone, or with the earthly stars, metals, the operator of this work may do miracles upon the earth. Annotations. The 24 following kinds of menstruums will prove that amongst the dissolvents of the adepts, no one is made without the vegetable mercury, or spirit of philosophical wine for it, is the foundation, beginning and end of them all, yea, it is according to the various and distinct degrees of its strength, sometimes the least, sometimes the greatest of all the menstruums. It is the least and weakest, when it doth by its simple unctuosity dissolve only the unctuous, or oily parts of vegetables, but either reject or leave untouched the remainder being less oily, and heterogeneous to itself. It becomes the strongest when we temper its unctuosity with arids, that is, dry things, not oily, for so it is made homogeneous to things dry oily, and to things merely dry. In respect of which homogeneity, the menstruums of the adepts differ from the common, because they do so by reason of the said homogeneity, remain with the things dissolved inseparably, yea, are augmented by them, but not with the least saturation, transmuted and melted into a third substance, and so cannot part without the diminution or destruction of their former virtues. The permanent homogeneity of menstruums with things to be dissolved is the reason why essences are made with simple vegetable menstruums, but magisteries with the same compounded, and so these operate more strongly, those more weakly. This is it, to comprehend all in a word, which shows us the various kinds of menstruums distinct one from another in so many several degrees, now to be described and illustrated by our annotations. But that you may more easily understand the following receipts, and me also, I thought it necessary to pre-admonish some certain things concerning the nature and property of this spirit of wine, lest you should judge amiss of a thing not sufficiently understood. First, you are not to take the spirit of common wine, though never so much rectified, for the philosophical spirit of wine, for so the following receipts of all menstruums would be erroneous and seducing. Having occasion, saith Zacharias, for a most excellent aqua vitae, for the dissolving of a mark, or half a pound, of gold, we bought a large vessel of the best wine, out of which we did by a pelican obtain great plenty of aqua vitae, which was often rectified in many glass vessels bought for that end. Then we put 1 mark of our gold, being before calcined a whole month, and 4 marks of aqua vitae into 2 glass vessels, 1 retort. Entering into the other, being sealed, and both placed in 2 great round furnaces, we bought also coals to, the value of 30 crowns at one time, to continue the fire under it for the space indeed of a whole year. We might have kept fire forever before any congelation would have been. Made in the bottom of the vessels, as the receipt promised, no solution. Preceding, for we did not operate upon a due matter, nor was that the true water, of solution which ought to dissolve our gold, as appeared by experience, Pag. 783. Vol. I Theatrum Chemicum. Ripley admonisheth us of the same thing, who saith, some think that this fiery spirit of philosophical wine, is drawn from wine according to the common way, and that it is rectified by distillations often repeated, till its watery phlegm, which impedes the power of its igneity, be wholly taken from it. But when such a sort of water, which fools call pure spirit, though 100 times rectified, be cast upon the calxes of any body, be it never so well prepared, we do nevertheless see that it is found weak and insufficient as to the act of dissolving a body, with the preservation of its form and species. Cap. 2. Sui medul. Phil. Common wine, saith he a little lower, is hot, but there is another sort much hotter, whose whole substance is by reason of its arity most easily kindled by fire, and the tartar of this unctuous humor is thick, for so saith Raymond, that tartar is blacker than the tartar from the black grapes of Catalonia, whereupon it is called nigrum nigrius nigro, that is, black blacker than black. And this humidity, being unctuous, doth therefore better agree with the unctuosity of metals than the spirit extracted from common wine, because by its liquefactive virtue metals are dissolved into water, which operation the spirit of common wine cannot perform, which, how strong soever, is nothing else but clear water mixed with a kind of phlegmatic water, where, on the contrary, in this our unctuous spirit distilled, there is no phlegmatic aquosity found at all. But this thing being rare in our parts, as well as other countries, Guido Montanor, therefore the Grecian philosopher, found out another unctuous humidity, which swims upon other liquors, which humidity proceeds from wine. To the knowledge hereof attained Raymond, Arnold, and some other philosophers, but how it might be obtained, said not.
O tortas adiomentes, asuetaque saliartisicum variorum per inania dructu pector. Cum duris quid mori vina metallis, apta epolis, arci, apta bibi, suavissima vina, hic tamen expressam proelis torquentibus uam accipit, and fiele postrema, in parte reponit, cujus in extrema rostrum connectitur, etc.
Thus facetiously sings the poet and adept Augarellus, lib. 2. Chrysopia. Pag. 206. Vol. 3. Theatrum Chemicum. 2. 2. That you take not any oil, though 100 times rectified, instead of the spirit of philosophical wine for all oily matters, whether distilled or expressed, natural or artificial, alone, but much more mixed with other things, as alkalis, acids, etc., do by distilling, digesting, etc., in bath, dung, vapor, etc., become thick, pitchy, yea, at length dry, insipid, black as coal, and sometimes like a type, capable of being made red hot, which is a manifest sign that they want rather a dissolvent than are themselves dissolvents. 3. It is necessary to observe that the spirit of philosophical wine appears in 2 forms, either like an oil swimming upon all liquors, or like the spirit of common wine, to the nature of which it comes sometimes nearer, and therefore doth, from the analogy, borrow its name, not swimming upon watery liquors, but mixable with them and its own phlegm, yet separable by simple distillation, it easily by this means leaving its phlegm behind it, but if being rectified and kindled, it burns wholly away, it affords, as the common sign of perfect rectification of the common spirit. But however, they are not 2, but one only spirit, differing in degree of purity and subtlety, which to prove is not necessary, examples being obvious to us in almost every description of the vegetable menstruums. 4. Lastly, distinction must be made between the first and second spirit of philosophical wine, father and son. The first doth, in its preparation, require laborum Sophiae, the most secret, difficult, and dangerous work of all true chemistry. The second is easily made with the former spirit according to the rule of perfect chemistry. An essence makes an essence, a magistry a magistry. Differ they do in order, not in nature, and they are both of one virtue, though of different preparation. For this, as hath been lately said, is of a more easy, that of a more difficult preparation. Essences they are both, the former artificial, the other natural, in medicine therefore unequal, though alike in chemistry as menstruums, but they are easily distinguished one from the other by their epithets. The first hath these more general names in the Latin tongue: essentia vini, alcool vini, mercurius, vini, vinum vitae, vinum salutis, aqua vitae, aqua ardens, vinum adustum, vinum sublimatum, etc. Examples of which you will have in these and the like receipts. Take beaten, gold, and let it be resolved into liquor by the essence of wine, Paracels. In descript, Ari diaphoret, lib. 3. Demale coratis, take flints, and dissolve them in the essence of wine, as salt and water, etc. Paracelsus in descript. Essentiae filicum, cap. Osmnact. De morbis tartar. Pag. 327. Take the crocus of Sol, and the alcohol of wine, corrected, etc. Paracelsus in tinct, croci solis, lib. De preparat. Pag. 81. The alcohol of wine execated or corrected is, saith Paracelsus, when the superfluity of the wine is taken away. And the vinum ardens remains dry and deflemmed, without fatness, leaving no feces in the vessel, Pag. 507. But as to this, you will have many more examples, especially in the following book of medicines. The second spirit of philosophical wine hath its surnames annexed to these more general names, indicating the radix of its original, of which the following receipts may be for examples. Take the leaves of Sol 4 scruples of the alcohol of wine drawn from a pine, from balm, anna, equal parts, etc. Paracelsus in descript. Balsamis solis, Pag. 90. Chirurgica major. The extraction of mummy is made by mixing it with the essence of wine drawn from celandine, mercury of Saturn, etc. Paracelsus lib. Octe capozanta, de tumoribus, pustulis, etc. Pag. 138. Chirurgica major. In these and the like receipts, he does by the alcohol of wine, drawn from the pine, balm, celandine, etc., mean the second spirit of philosophical wine, or the essence of those things made, with the former spirit, which also is proved out of the 5th chapter of the 3rd. Book of Long Life, Pag. 693, where Paracelsus calls the essences of herbs the elixir of life, or the wine of health, made from this or that herb, which, he saith, will be manifested in the example of balm. Digest balm, with the first spirit of philosophical wine, a philosophical month in an athanor, then separate, so as that the duplicated elements may appear apart, and the quintessence, which is the elixir of life, will presently show itself in nepenthe sharp in lolium, lotium, equal to stale urine, yellow, in tinsium blackish, in lupulus thin and white, in cuscuta, harsh, in others, likewise to be judged according to the prescriptive experience. Moreover, that spirit being extracted and separated from the other, behold the wine of health, essence of balm, in which the pseudo-philosophers have earnestly labored some ages, yet never acquired anything, and a good part of them that followed Raymond, intending to follow him according to the letter, understanding wine red or white, emptied some butts of wine in extracting the quintessence of wine, but found nothing at all but burnt wine, which they unhappily used for the spirit of wine, sufficient. It is to have thus admonished the spagurist, which way the quintessence may be had in herbs. This twofold, the first as well as second spirit of wine, may be made not only out of the vegetable, but the animal kingdom also. So it is read of the aqua vitae and phlegm of the wine of urine in the 16th. Experiment of Lully, and in Paramiro Paracelsi, Pag. 57. Many have diligently labored to find in man his own health, aqua vitae, lapis philosophorum, arcanum, balsamum, aurum potabiel, and the like, which they did rightly, for all those things are in him, as also in the external world. So also hath he a description of the liquor of flesh, Pag. 505. Take of the liquor of flesh, 6 ounces, of mummy, etc. Here, by liquor, he means the wine of flesh, which is proved by Paracelsus himself, saying where, and according to this, it is to be noted that the wine of balm is a secret in an asthma here. Also it is to be observed that by pulmonaria, not the herb, but the liquor, that is, the wine of, it hath place in this cure, in which words the liquor and wine of pulmonaria are synonymous. So in lib. 8. De tumoribus, cap. 3. By the liquor of hermodactyls, and cap. 9. By the liquor of balm, and lib. 9. Cap. 4. By the liquor Parthenian, and cap. 5. By the liquor of bdellium, etc. The wines or essences of them all ought to be understood, though neither the first nor second spirit can be produced out of the dry kingdom of. Minerals, there are indeed some purely oily, as oleum petrae, naphthae, carbonum, fossilium, succini, agathis, etc., which are reputed members of this kingdom, the oleosity of which, notwithstanding, differs so little from the unctuosity of vegetables and animals that scarce deserve to be called subjects thereof, yet for the same reason that the essences and liquors of vegetables are called wines, is an essence of the mineral kingdom, sometimes also called the liquor and wine of minerals. So, the liquor or essence of vitriol or copper is called wine of the first metal cap. Devact. Lib. 2. De vita longa, pag. 65.4. Being now instructed by the light of these premises, let us come nearer to the spirit of wine of Lully, which we shall find like an oil swimming upon its phlegms, deduced, not from the common, but philosophical aqua vitae by circulation, but all other essences, being made by the help of some certain essence, this first essence of wine, alone must by its own virtues emerge itself out of its own faculencies and impurities. In this respect, the making of philosophical wine, red or white, renders the work of all the most secret chemistry most difficult and abstruse, of which we shall, by the blessing of God, clearly and truly treat in a particular book, namely our fifth. Our purpose at present is to prosecute the use of this wine in the making of menstruums, where we find aqua vitae the first, and weakest of all menstruums, which, being by circulation alone reduced into an oil, is made much more excellent than before. Lully's receipt is clear enough, yet however we thought it advisable to confirm at least, if not illustrate it with the receipts of other adepts. Johannes de Rupecissa, a scholar of Lully V, had so great an esteem for the first distinction of his master's Book of Essence, that he made it his own with a little alteration. He hath described the spirit of philosophical wine after this manner. 2. The essence, soul, or spirit of wine of Johannes de Rupecissa, described chap. 5. Of his book De Quintessentia. Repute me not a liar in calling aqua ardens a quintessence and saying that none of the modern philosophers and physicians have attained to it, aqua ardens being commonly found everywhere, for I spoke true of a certain, for the magistry of a quintessence is a thing occult, and I have not seen above one, and him a most approved divine, that understood anything of the secret and magistry of it, and I affirm for a truth that the quintessence is aqua ardens, and is aqua ardens. And may the God of heaven put prudence in the heart of evangelical men, for whom I compose this book, not to communicate this venerable secret of God to the reprobates. Behold, now I open the truth to you. Take not wine too watery, nor wine that is black, earthy, insipid, but noble, pleasant, savory, and odoriferous wine, the best that can be found, and distill it through cooling pipes. So oft, till you have made the best aqua ardens you can, that is, you distill it from 3 to 7 times, and this is the aqua ardens which the modern physicians have not acquired. This water is the matter out of which the quintessence which we intend principally in this book is extracted, because when you have your noble water, you must cause such a distillatory to be made in a glassmaker's furnace, all entire of one piece, with one only hole above, by which the water must be put in and drawn out, for then you shall see the instrument, so completely formed, that which by the virtue of fire ascends, and is distilled into the vessel through the pipes, may be again carried back in order to ascend again, and again descend continually day and night, till the aqua ardens be, by the will of God above, converted into a quintessence. And the understanding of the operation is in this, because the best aqua ardens that can be made hath yet a material mixture of the 4 elements, therefore it is by God ordained, that the quintessence which we seek for should be by continual ascensions and descensions, separated from the corruptible composition of the 4 elements, and this is done, because that which is a second time, or oftener sublimed, is more pure and glorified, and separated from the corruption of the 4 elements, than when it ascends only 1 time, and so to 1,000 times, and that which is by continual ascent and descent sublimed comes at length to so great an altitude of glorification as to be almost an incorruptible compound, as heaven itself, and of the nature of heaven it is therefore called quintessence, because it is, in reference to our bodies, the heavens, in respect to the whole world almost after the same manner, so far as art can imitate nature, in a near and connatural similitude. Circular distillation, therefore, being for many days made in a vessel of circulation, you must open the hole which is in the head of the vessel, which is indeed supposed to have been sealed with a seal made of lutum sapientiae, compounded of the finest flour and the white, of an egg, and of wet paper most carefully picked and mixed, to prevent the least exhaling. And having opened the hole, if the odor, which ought to be superadmirable, above all the fragrances of the world, which shall seem to have descended, as it were from the sublime throne of the most glorious God, be so great, that setting, the vessel in a corner of a house, it shall by an invisible force with the fragrancy of the quintessence, which is wonderful and highly miraculous, attract to itself all people that enter in. Then have you the quintessence which you heard of, to which none of the modern philosophers and physicians except him, that I exempted before, have so far as I have been able to understand, attained. But if you find not the odor and influence of attracting men, as I said, seal the vessel as before, and bring it to the heat above described in order to compass your desire by sublimations and circulations, namely, in finding out this quintessence, so glorified, into an odor of inestimable fragrancy and favor glorified, to a wonder and the influx of attraction before expressed, and not only so as to yield a wonderful scent, but also to raise itself more fully to a kind of incorruptibility. It hath not that heat in your mouth which aqua ardens hath, nor that moistness, that is such an equity flowing, because the acute heat of the aqua ardens and its watery moistness is by sublimations and circulations wholly consumed, and the terreity will remain apart in the bottom. And the heaven as well as stars, of which this is our quintessence, is compounded both as to matter and form, are not as that which is compounded of the four elements, but there is but little of it glorified so much even, to the highest, filled with so noble a form, that the power of matter cannot aspire to any other form, and so remains uncorrupted, till the composition be destroyed by command of the Creator, nor is the quintessence which we seek altogether reduced to the incorruption of heaven, as neither is art equal to nature, yet notwithstanding it is incorruptible in respect of the composition made of the four elements, because should it be altogether incorruptible, as heaven, it would absolutely perpetuate our body, which the author of nature, the Lord Jesus Christ, forbids. Now have I opened to you much of the secret, to the glory of the immortal God. Paracelsus extracts his essence of philosophical wine, not out of aqua ardens, but out of philosophical wine itself, thus. 3. The spirit of wine of Paracelsus described, chap. 9, of the third book of Long Life, Pag. 64.6. Your wine being poured into a pelican, digest in horse dung, and at the space of 2 months continually, you will see it so thin and pure that a fatness, which is the spirit of wine, will of itself appear in the superficies. Whatsoever is under this is phlegm, without any nature of wine, but the fatness alone being put into a phial and digested by itself, is a most excellent energy for long life. Guido used the following method, little differing from the Paracelsian. 4. The essence of wine. According to Guido described, Pag. I Thesaur. Chim 7. Take white or red wine, which is better, distill by Balneo till the matter remain in. The consistence of honey, which being divided into 2 parts in a duplicated cucurbit, mixed with the distilled liquor, and joined together again, and after the digestion of 6 weeks, a green oil will swim upon the matter, which separate through a funnel. From the receipts, we think these things following worthy of observation. 1. That the wine, red or white, is not common, but philosophical. N. That is the only thing that is obscure in these 4 books, to be understood, not according to the letter, but by analogy, but aqua ardens, aqua vitae. Spirit or essence of a philosophical wine are the proper names of it. 2. That the aqua ardens of philosophical wine doth in some things agree with the properties of common spirit. Of wine, namely, it goes before its phlegm in distillation, it is rectified as the common from its phlegm. Lastly, being rectified, it is known by burning linen, sugar, etc. 3. That this aqua ardens doth by circulation daily lose its moisture and sharpness, and is at length converted into a swimming oil, the essence and spirit of philosophical wine. But who ever reduced common spirit of wine, or aqua vitis, by bare circulation into an oil? Who, I say, hath by continual circulation brought that oil to dryness, so as to be sublimable as a volatile salt, and that, not but by a strong fire, as Isaacus affirms himself to have experienced in the description of his vegetable stone? 8. Of which, lower in the 3rd book. 4. That the oil or essence of wine may be divers ways made out of philosophical wine. 5. That not only the time, but also the scent, color, etc. of the essence are varied according to the variety of method. The essence of Loli is like heaven, that is, of a sky color. The oil of Guido is green. 6. That it hath not a scent so fragrant, unless it hath a body, especially a metallic or mineral, dissolved in it. 7. That this heaven, the first of all menstruums, is also a medicine, and is called the essence or specific to a long life. 8. That it is called heaven for several reasons by Lully. First, because it works contraries, like heaven. Our vegetable menstruum, saith Lully, the celestial animal, which is called quintessence, preserves flesh from corruption, comforts things elemented, restores former youth, vivifies the spirit, digests the crude, hardeneth the soft, rarefies the hard, fattens the lean, wasteth the fat, cools the hot, heats the cold, dries the moist, moistens also the dry. One and the same thing can do contrary operations. The act of one thing is diversified according to the nature of the receiver, as the heat of the sun, which hath contrary operations, as in drying clay and melting wax, yet the act of the sun is one in itself, and not contrary to itself. Secondly, because like heaven it receives the forms of all things, as the universal form, the macrocosmical heaven, hath an appetite to every form. So the quintessence of philosophical wine, to every complexion, whereby it is evidently manifest that the quintessence of things is said to be of that complexion. to which it is adjoined, if joined to hot, hot, if to cold, cold, etc. This, therefore, the philosophers called heaven, because as heaven affords us sometimes heat, sometimes moisture, etc. So the quintessence in men's bodies at the artist's pleasure, etc. Distinct. I lib. Essentiae. To this heaven, we apply its stars, which are plants, stones, and metals, to communicate to us life and health, ibid. Thirdly, because like heaven, it moveth all things from power to act. Therefore heaven, or our Mercury, is the cause and principle moving sea, metals, from power to act. And in this point knows the understanding of an artist, that D, our heaven, hath action upon sea, and sea ruling and governing, and reducing it into action, as heaven brings that which is in elemental things, by its own motion, into action, etc. For we call it heaven, by reason of its motion, because as the upper heaven moves the universal, form, and first matter, and elements, and senses, to compound elemented individuals, so D moves C, and the four elements to M, the sulfur of nature, or philosophical mercury, or to Q, the tincture. Distinct. 3. De quarto principio libri essentiae. 4. Because like heaven, it is incorruptible. Aqua vitae is the soul and life of bodies, by which our stone is vivified. Therefore we call it heaven, and quintessence, and incombustible. Oil, and by its infinite other names, because it is incorruptible, almost as heaven, in the continual circulation of its motion, pag. 145. Elucid. Testum. 5. Because it is of the color and clarity of heaven. Heaven, or our Mercury, is the fourth principle in this art, and is signified by D, of an azure color and line, and is signified by that color, because it is celestial, and of a celestial nature, as we said before in the description of it, distinct. Lib. Essentia. This essence, Johannes de Rupesisa calls humane heaven, for the following reasons. We ought to seek that thing which is to the four qualities of which our body is, compounded as is heaven in respect of the four elements, now the philosophers, called heaven quintessence in respect of the four elements, because heaven is, in itself, incorruptible and immutable and not receiving strange impressions. But by the command of God, so also the thing which we seek is in respect of the four qualities of our body, a quintessence, in itself incorruptible, so made, not hot dry with fire, nor moist cold with water, nor hot moist with air, nor cold dry with earth, but it is a quintessence able to work. Contraries, as the incorruptible heaven, which, when it is necessary, infuseth a moist quality, sometimes a hot, sometimes a cold, sometimes a dry such. A radix of life is the quintessence, which the Most High created in nature, with power to supply the necessity of the body to the utmost term which God hath appointed to our life. And I said that the Most High created the quintessence, which is by the art of man extracted from the body of nature, created by God, and I will name it by its three names attributed to it by the philosophers. It is called aqua ardens, anima, or spiritus vini, and aqua vitae. And when you have a mind to conceal it, call it quintessence, because this is its nature, and this is its name, the greatest. Philosophers have been willing to disclose to no man, but cause the truth to be buried with them, and that is not moist as the element of water, is demonstrated, because it burns, which is a thing repugnant to elementary water. That it is not hot and moist as air is declared, because dry air may be corrupted with everything, as appears in the generation of spiders, but that remains always uncorrupt, if it to be kept from expiring. That it is not dry and cold as earth is expressly manifest, because it is exceeding sharp, and heats extremely, and that is not hot and dry as fire, is apparent to the eye, because it infrigidates hot things, and wastes and eradicates hot diseases. That it conduceth to incorruptibility, and preserves from corruptibility, I will demonstrate by an experiment. For if any bird whatever, or piece of flesh, or fish be put into it, it will not be corrupted so long as it shall continue therein. How much more will it therefore keep the animated and living flesh of our body from all corruption? This quintessence is the humane heaven, which the Most High created for the preservation of the four qualities of man's body as heaven, for the preservation of the whole universe. And know of a certain that the modern philosopher and physicians are altogether ignorant of this quintessence, and of the truth and virtue thereof, but by the help of God I will hereafter declare to you the magistery of it. And hitherto I have taught you a secret, the quintessence, that is, the humane heaven, cap. 2. Lib. Essentiae. 9. Lastly, that many receipts more obscure and otherwise intelligible by no man are by these illustrated. The second kind, simple vegetable menstruums made of the spirit of philosophical wine, and the hottest vegetables, herbs, flowers, roots, etc., being oily. 5. The enema metallica, or Lunaria coelica of Lully, described in Compendium Animae Transmutationis. Pag. 193. Vol. 4 Theatrum Chemicum. 9. First you must know that the matter or stone, or of all the stones of the philosophers, together with precious stones, which are generated or compounded by art, is this metallic soul, and our menstruum rectify, and actuated, or the lunaria kalesh, which among the philosophers is called vegetable mercury, produced from wine red or white, as is clearly manifest, being revealed to us by God in our figure individuorum, distinct. 3. Libri quint, essent, etc. But first, it is expedient to draw our menstruum by art from death, that is, the impurities, and phlegm of wine by the office of an alembic, and to actuate it in distillation with pertinent vegetables, such as are apium sylvestre, squilla solatrum, carduus, oleandrum, piper nigrum, euphorbium, viticella or flammula, and pyrethrum, an equal quantity of all, and pulverized. Then the menstruum must be circulated continually for the space of 10 days in hot dung, or balneo maria. Annotations. The unctuous spirit of philosophical wine attracts none but the unctuous natural. Essences of vegetables, as we shall observe below in the Book of Medicines. Essences being thus extracted, as also all other oily things, crude or expressed, and all, distilled of both kingdoms, animal and vegetable, this spirit of wine doth by simple digestion divide into 2 distinct parts, 2 oils or fats, whereof one is the essence of the thing, the other the body. The essence so made we name the second spirit of wine. Both essences, this by division, and that by extraction prepared, are by longer digestion made one with the aforesaid spirit of wine. For those things which are of one and the same purity, and of a symbolical nature, are easily mixed together, and that inseparably, and so an essence made by an essence is joined to that essence. And if we protract digestion further, one of the fats, namely the body less oily, and therefore left hitherto, is at length received also into a symbolical nature by reason, of which mixtion not only is the spirit multiplied, but also made fitter for the dissolutions of dry things, because the particles of this body less oily incline to dryness, concerning which way we treat in this receipt, in the prescription of which the oil drawn out of oily vegetables is by distillation together with the spirit of philosophical wine circulated into a magistry or double essence, natural and artificial, of which lower in its place, by which the spirit of wine is multiplied and made more homogeneous to dry bodies. There is some menstruum, but a little otherwise described in his natural magic. Pag. 358. Thus, take nigrum nigrius nigro, and distill 10 or 8 parts of the same in a glass vessel, and in the first distillation you must receive only 1/2. This again distill, and hereof take a 4th part, and the 3rd distillation you must take in a manner all, and so distill that part 8 or 9 times, and it will be perfect, but not rectified under 1 and 20 distillations. Take of this water 1/4 pound, and actuate the same by distilling it with vegetables, which are apium sylvestre, and so of the rest, of which was spoken above in Anima Transmutationis, in the chapter which begins, First you must know, etc. And then put it into a vessel of circulation in hot dung, or in the remains of a winepress with the preservation of the species, which water is also one of the things without which nothing can be effected in the magistry of this art. That menstruum which ought to be drawn from the death of wine by the office of an alembic, actuated with the said vegetables, and at length circulated, it is the spirit of philosophical wine, which it is by these degrees so exalted as to be by Lully deservedly called the matter of all the stones of the philosophers, and virtuous stones, that is, precious stones, anima metallica, and lunaria coelica, which also is called vegetable mercury, deduced from wine red or white. The matter of which this menstruum is made is called wine in the former receipt, but in the latter it is called nigrum nigrius nigro. To these 2 Lully adds a 3rd synonymous, pag. 1. Test. Novus imitin take red wine, which we call the liquor of lunaria, and nigrum nigrius nigro, by which synonymous terms none but a fool can understand common wine, for the common spirit herefrom distilled is altogether insufficient to perform such and so great things. Yea, all the arcanums of the more secret chimie, which are solicitous to describe, would be prostituted to all men, were this one only word literally understood. By wine, therefore, is meant a philosophical secret hidden from all the unexpert. It is expedient to draw from the death of wine by the office of an alembic, that is, we must rectify so often till it become most pure, without the feces and phlegm of wine, which is by Lully called the death of the spirit. It is, saith he, purged from all its superfluity and phlegmatic corruptible matter, which is its death, and which mortifies its spirit, which hath the power of vivifying its earth. Let therefore the corruptible phlegm be purged and separated from it by a subtle method, which I will tell you. For what reason? because if it be not well purged, its earth will never become white, nor will matrimony be made between the body and spirit, and so that spirit is called the spirit of the stone in Apertoria. The method of rectification omitted in the former receipt is described in the latter, as also in Epistola Accuratoria. This rectification of philosophical wine Sendivogius understood not, as appears by the 6th of his epistles, Brux 25, Marti 1646, where thus the second article, my companion of the Pagesian work, endeavors to repeat the mysterious way of extracting and preparing mercury more than needed, the authority of Lully being misunderstood, and the precepts of other philosophers ill applied, he commanding the 10th part of his magnesia first ascending by distillation to be saved, as the only useful and truly mercurial substance, but the other 9 parts proceeding by continuance of distillation, to be cast away as of no use, to this end, that the said 10th part reserved might at length be restored to the earth, remaining after complete distillation, which earth is foolishly supposed to be the salt and sulfur of mercury, and by repeated cohobations, inhumations, digestions, and sublimations described by him, united, but it is a grievous error, for that which authors declare concerning the 10th part concerning the spirit and of inhumations, in its own earth is otherwise referred than to the extraction and preparation of mercury, as shall be elsewhere in time demonstrated, nor for the said extraction and preparation. Of mercury, is there any rule to be used besides the bare distilling of magnesia, whereby the spirit and oil are together elevated to a siccity even of the feces, and separation of the spirit from the oil, and rectification of the same spirit oftentimes repeated? But these things we will in their proper place more amply treat of in the method of operating. Paracenus, a disciple of Lully, will correct Sendivogius, who learnt of Lully to rectify his spirit of philosophical wine after this manner. Take a chaos, our vegetable mercury, in which the 4 elements are to be found confused, Pag 271, Vol Sext, Theatrum Chemicum 11, and put it in a vessel to be distilled through Y Balneo Pag 276, and in this temperate distillation gather its celestial ardent spirit Pag 269. Continue that distillation this way and method till you attain to the signs declared in our Apertorial, until you know that the said B is dissolved and separated from its elemental nature, continuing this magistry even to the 4th revolution. Then put this celestial fiery matter into a pure vessel, and distill slowly with ordinary fire, and take only a 10th part, and in the 2nd distillation take half, and in the 3rd 2 parts of 3, and in the 4th take 4 parts of 5 and more. Then take that last celestial water, and distill it 3 or 4 times by the rule above said, taking the whole without any separation appointed. This observe and admire the necessity of this mystery and foundation, and you will understand the reason why dull and ignorant men make the worst bread with the finest and purest flour, because they mix the coarse part with the fine. The same thing happens to presumptuous artists, who persuade themselves that they are able to find out the beauty of our quintessence with the exuberated spirit negligently purified, without an exact separation of the pure from the impure, in a lucid Pag 230, Vol 6, Theatrum Chimicum, which way notwithstanding of rectification so exactly to observe, there seems to me to be no necessity rectification of the spirit being good enough, which way soever done, either with fewer or more cohobations, provided it be separated from the impurities of the wine, which way you will know, saith Lully, when it burns a piece of linen by reason of its vehement heat, that is, as elsewhere more clearly, till a linen cloth moistened with the spirit and kindled be wholly consumed. This rectified spirit is in distilling, sharpened with the oily vegetables nominated in the receipt, the oils of which, being nearest to it, it easily carrieth with it, and is impregnated with the same, and actuated by the aridity contained in them. Yet are we not obliged to use these vegetables only, and no other, or is it necessary to mix all of them together, as if 1 or 2 would suffice? The oil of any, or drawn out of a vegetable with the help of the spirit of philosophical wine, or already made, and added to the spirit of philosophical wine, will here satisfy us. I will give one form or other in confirmation of this kind of menstruums, of which sort is 6. The aqua vitae of Paracelsus Pag, 508. Tom, Erste. Take of the alcohol of wine execated 3 pound, of the flowers, of rosemary, macis, lavender, of each 1/2 ounce, of cubebs, cloves, cinnamon, of each 2 ounces, of mastic, 1/2 ounce, of both sorts of storax, 1/2 dram each, of doronicum, 3 ounces, and cohobate 7 times. The following use, besides the alcohol of wine execated, testifies that this water is made with the spirit of philosophical wine. Take of the leaves of gold, num, 20, of pearls not perforated, granites, rubies, of each 1/2 drachm, digest for a month, then Take of this oil 3 or 4 grains with Malago wine, or the water marjoram, or sage. This menstruum is vinum essatum, or essentificatum, or spirit of philosophical, wine impregnated with the essences of the oily ingredients, with which Paracelsus dissolves gold and precious stones into a most noble oil or elixir, which he says is a secret against the superfluity of women's menstruums. The description of this water being clear requires no other light. I will therefore propose another receipt more obscure. 7th, another aqua vitae of Paracelsus, Pag 115. Chirurgica min. Take of the waters of melissa, roses, chirus, sage, balsamus, of each 1 pound, of all the peppers, cubebs, ginger, cinnamon, mastic, red myrrh, mace, cloves, of each 2 ounces, of the juice, of honey, 1/2 pound, of rectified aqua vitae, 5 pound, let them be all digested together, for the space of 9 days, and after that separated, and distilled in a pelican into a spirit. Then to this liquor add an apple roasted and broken, and let them be digested together with the following spices upon ashes for 3 days, of which take 5 grains every day. The spices are these: take of cinnamon, cloves, mace, of each 2 ounces, of chirus, anthos, of each 1/2 ounce, of amber, 2 drachms, of musk, 5 grains, of zibeth, 1/2 drachm, of amomus, 2 drachms, of zedouari, 2 ounces and 1/2, of grains of paradise, 1 ounce and 1/2. After digestion of them all, separate and keep the matter in glass vessels very close stopped. From the dose itself of this prescription, it is manifest that the operation is merely philosophical, for if by aqua vitae he would have understood the common spirit of wine, it would be altogether ridiculous to give only 5 grains for a dose. We meet with many more menstruums of this kind, which little differing from the pristine nature of the spirit of philosophical wine were less observed by some adepts, wherefore Christophorus Paracenus, a noble Sicilian, doth not very much commend this accuation of the spirit of philosophical wine. Some, saith he, have made the aforesaid spirit acute with vitriol, which way is very good, some with nitre, some with cinnabar, some with these 2, some with all 3, some with their earth, which way displeaseth me, because a thick unctuosity and ponderosity was hereby introduced. Some use vegetables as herbs, roots, flowers, and seeds known to you, which have strong vegetable mercuries in them. Wherefore they that handled it after this manner augmented rather its vegetable form, unctuosity, than that they made it more soluble. Paracenus in Elucidario, Pag 231, of all 6 Theatrum Chemicum 12. For this reason, Ripley, following the same master as Paracenus, believed these things to be covered with a mantle of philosophy, for so he writes in his Medulla Philosophiae. Raymond saith, it ought to be drawn out from the death and feces of wine, for the space of 120 days, by continued rotation, in balneo of the hottest dung, and that it must be actuated with hot vegetable things, as piper nigrum, euphorbium, pyrethrum, anacardius, squills, solatrum, apium sylvestra, and such like, for without the virtue of these things, as he saith, it is not sufficient to dissolve metals, except in a long time, but that nothing of doubt or ambiguity may appear, I say, that all these things are covered and shrouded with a philosophical mantle, for his meaning is, that in this spirit may be had another resolvable menstruum, because without such a resolutive menstruum solution can never be made, and that resolvable menstruum is generated only from the metallic kind, and is by our resolutive menstruum produced into act. Ripley, Pag 1 and 68, Medull, Philos 13. Ripley did by the resolvable menstruum produced into act by the menstruum resolutive, that is, the spirit of philosophical wine, mean a certain mercurial water, of the preparation of which lower, where likewise it will appear that by the aforesaid vegetables Ripley thought Lully intended running mercury, yet nevertheless his following menstruum proves that these vegetables have been sometimes also taken by him literally. 8. The aqua vitae of Ripley, Pag 338, Viatici. The menstruum being distilled from the first feces, circulate it with the hottest species, such as are black pepper, euphorbium, pyrethrum, anacardius, grains of paradise, and the like, for the space of 100 days in balneo, and after that distill only half of it, and make your putrefaction with it, etc. It is here manifest that Ripley took these vegetables not argent vive, because circulation being finished, he distilled only 1/2 of the spirit as the most subtle part of the vegetables, in which case that metal, mercury, though dissolved, would remain at the bottom. But whereas Lully actuates the spirit by distillation and then circulates, Ripley does this by circulating and after that distills. To this aqua vitae he sometimes adds oils or essences either of metals or vegetables, as followeth. 9. The compounded aqua vitae of Ripley, Pag 343, Viatici. circulate the strongest red wine with known vegetables for the space of 120 days with continual rotation in Balneo, and then draw only the purest spirit by distillation, to which put the oil of the purest luna, made without a corrosive, and let them be circulated together 100 days more, and then is the water of the nature of the basilisk, because as a basilisk kills a man at an instant by the aspect alone, so this water being put upon argent vive does without any other fire, suddenly in a manner congeal it into the purest silver. And note, if the fire, oil, or essence of celandine be put in, or the fire of the flowers of thyme, after the first circulation, and they circulate together without the oil of luna, that argent vive will be much better congealed, etc. But that which begets the greater scruple is the paraphrase of Lully himself upon this place. We, saith he, would not have you ignorant that you may extract our argent vive, veget, from its mine another. The way, my son, is to take the herb which is called portulaca marina, apium, squills, etc., distill the feces which remain, calcine, draw off the salt with the distilled water, and abstract the water from it, purify the salt by often dissolving and coagulating, and you will have the salt of the actuating vegetable herbs. These, saith he, I meant when I said actuate with actuating vegetables, that is, the salts, not the simple herbs. Wherefore, you might say it follows that this receipt of the metallic soul hath not at all been described so as to be understood according to the literal sense, but I have my answer ready, namely, that Lully actuated the spirit of wine with crude vegetables also. It is easily proved by the third distinction of his book of essences in Figura Individuorum, alleged by him, where he rehearseth the nearest individuals actuating the spirit of philosophical wine, as are red wine, new honey, celandine, flowers of rosemary, herb mercury, red lily, tartar, man's blood, and white wine. Why he chose these, not others, and these only, it is not my business to answer. That which we learn from thence is that he commended two of those individuals to us before the rest, tartar and honey, of which thus: there are some individuals in which mercury, vegetable, hath a free act in some respect. In tartar it hath one free operation only, and in honey too, and this an artist ought to know, that he may be certified in this art, and the first truth thereof. He prefers tartar, not for the sake of the tartar, but the alkali made from thence, and that he resolves as the best of alkalis per delicium, and circulates it being purified, with the spirit of philosophical wine, according to the doctrine prescribed, in prima tabula individuorum, in the second experiment, and in other places. The alkali of tartar may be supplied with the alkalis of honey, celandine, and the rest of the individuals, named by Lully, with which the adepts did also sometimes actuate their spirit of wine, as shall be declared below in the fifth kind of menstruums. But these things make also against the literal sense of our receipt, and do prove that the salts of the vegetables, not the crude vegetables themselves, were taken in the receipt. But though he made choice of tartar, because of the strongest alkali, to be from thence prepared, yet did he not for the same reason intimate that celandine, the flowers of rosemary, herb mercury, red lily, and man's blood were better than the rest, because with these he proceeds another way, for he separates the elements from them, with the spirit of philosophical wine, from which he takes only the fire or oil which he circulates with the spirit, and so actuates it, as is clearly enough evident in Secunda Tabula Individuorum. But because honey surpasseth not only its own collateral individuals, but also the tartar itself, for he saith that the spirit of wine and tartar hath one, but in honey too free operations, and therefore attributes his peculiar process to honey, namely, by distilling the whole comb, the honey, together with the wax, with the spirit of philosophical wine through an alembic. Now between both processes of honey and the rest of the individuals our receipt keeps a middle station. If honey be volatilized, as to the whole substances, it becomes thereby a magistry, which, being joined to the spirit of philosophical wine, yields us a menstruum of the third kind. But the fires or oils of celandine, of the flowers of rosemary, common white and red wine, etc., are by separation of the elements made with the spirit of philosophical wine essences, which being added to the said spirit of wine do not alter, but multiply it rather, because an essence is added to an essence, that is, the second to the first spirit of philosophical wine. But if celandine, the flowers of rosemary, as also the vegetables of our receipt, be distilled with the spirit of philosophical wine, it does extract and elevate all their unctuosity with itself, rejecting the aridity of them, being more simple, subtle, volatile, and less loaded with dry particles than the unctuosity of crude honey, and so by being circulated with the spirit of philosophical wine, it is made indeed a magistry, yet more inclining to the nature of an essence, and therefore less dry, and less altering the spirit of wine than that of honey, and so being now deservedly united with the aforesaid spirit, it makes a menstruum different from the menstruums of the third kind. So the literal sense of our receipt does hitherto stand unmoved. But not to derogate from the authority of the author and his own commentator Lully, it is necessary to suppose that the spirit of philosophical wine being distilled upon the aforesaid vegetables, he did sometimes out of the remainder prepare an alkali by calcination, and actuate his spirit with it, and so make a menstruum of the fifth kind. From these and the like receipts, we observe 1. That wine, lunaria, nigrum nigrius nigro, the matter of the menstruum of vegetable mercury or soul of metals, is not common, but philosophical wine, nor that the spirit of this wine is the common, but the philosophical aqua ardens. 2. That a menstruum of this kind is the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine, actuated, that is, tempered with the common unctuosity of vegetable oils. Mix, digest, and distill any common distilled oil with the spirit of philosophical wine, and you will obtain a menstruum of the second kind much sooner. Yea, you will make the same in a moment, if you mix the essence, spirit, of philosophical wine with the magistry of an oily vegetable. 3. That one oily vegetable, saffron or maces of so many, is sufficient for the actuation of the spirit of philosophical wine, nor yet will you err if you take treacle, which spirit of treacle made with this spirit of wine will be a menstruum of this kind. 4. That these menstruums are medicines. 5th, that these menstruums made out of mere vegetables are properly called vegetable menstruums, though some which are called vegetable menstruums compounded are by reason of the addition of metals or minerals, sometimes by the adepts called mineral menstruums. So Lully in the 34th. Experiment calls his circulatum majus, made of gold and silver, the true mineral menstruum. But we distinguish them from the mineral menstruums because they are corrosive, being prepared with the acidity of mineral salts. But these are most sweet, without any corrosive, and do kindly dissolve things that are to be dissolved. 6. That a menstruum is called the soul of metals. Soul is diversely taken among the adepts. First, for perfect metal, gold or silver. So Arnold in Flore Florum. Philosophers call the soul a ferment, because as the body of man can do nothing without its ferment, or soul, so is it the thing propounded, for ferment is a substance which converts other things into its own nature. And you must know, there is no ferment, except Sol and Luna, that is, gold and silver appropriated to those planets, etc. Ferment, therefore, must be introduced into the body, because it is the soul thereof. This is that which Morianus said, except you cleanse the unclean body and make it white, and infuse a soul into it, you conduce nothing to this magistry. Secondly, for metals and other things, volatilized with a philosophical menstruum. So Lully calls gold and silver volatilized in the preparation of his circulatum, majus, menstruum, or animated spirit. Take, saith he, the animated spirit of Sol and the animated spirit of Luna, join them together, etc. So the tinctures of gold and silver volatilized by a menstruum, as also of imperfect metals, are by him called souls. So in the 20th, experiment he hath the animal water of Saturn. In the 21st, experiment the soul of Mars. 14th, yea, separating the elements from all things, he calls the tinged distilled liquors souls or animated spirits, because by them is the dead, dry and fixed earth again revivified, volatilized, and reduced into a sal harmoniac. See the revivification of the salt of tartar by its own water in the volatilization of it, given in the second experiment. Thirdly, for menstruums themselves. For menstruums are the souls of metals, by which the metals otherwise dead are animated and revivified. So Lully of this are menstruum, the soul of metals. Pag 195. Compendium anime transmutationis. Otherwise, saith he, metals cannot be dissolved, unless they be animated with a vegetable. Menstruum, by the power of which resolution is made in things resoluble, and in illucid. Testum. Pag 40516. Aqua vitae is the soul and life of bodies, by which our stone is vivified. So also Ripley in Libro Mercurii, Pag 118, saith, the sperm of metals is also called metallic aqua vitae, because it administereth life and health to metals, being sick, dead, etc. Fourthly, for the unctuosity as well of the metal as menstruum. Of both, saith Ripley, Pag 150, medullae phil. There is some certain similitude of the Trinity to be perceived in the body, soul, and spirit of our work. The body is the substance of the stone, the spirit is the virtue, that is, the quintessence which excites natures from death, and the soul is to be taken for the ferment, which cannot be had but out of the most perfect body, gold, in sulfur, of gold. There is a terrestriety for the body, and in Mercury, menstruum, an aerial serenity for the spirit, and in both a natural unctuosity for the soul, for they are all fermentable in the unctuosity of the body, being mixed and inseparably united with it throughout its most minute parts, by which soul is the stone formed, because no thing can be any way formed without it. 7. That this menstruum is called vegetable mercury, produced from red or white wine. The adepts have many mercuries. The first is common argent vive, running or sublimed. The second is the running mercury of bodies, extracted out of metals by the spirit of philosophical wine. A third is any salt alkali, especially fixed with the spirit of philosophical wine. Lully calcine celandine, and from thence extracts a salt, of which thus repeat this magistry so often, till you have extracted all the salt, which is the mercurial part of that individual celandine. These things therefore being done, take all these dissolutions, lixivias, and transmit them through a filter, or linen cloth, that they may be purged from terrestriety, then distilled by balneo, congeal, and the moisture being gone over, in the bottom of the vessel will remain a mercury, or salt, of a white color, and by this means you will have extracted out of this matter a mercury, which hath almost innumerable virtues of actuating the vegetable spirit, drawn from philosophical wine, so as to have the power of dissolving all metals with the conservation of the vegetative and germinative form. In Magia Naturali, he calls tartar calcined, and impregnated with the vegetable menstruum by being 4 times distilled, then resolved per deliquium, and coagulated by the name of mercury. And saith he, Pag 379, you will have the salt of the art, or testamentary mercury, without which is nothing done. Sometimes the salt, or caput mortuum, in the separation of the elements, called exanimated earth, he calls mercury. So, in exp. 6, the inanimated earth of urine dissolved in water, filtered and coagulated, he calls mercury. Then saith he, keep our fixed sal ammoniac, our animal sulfur, our fixed animal mercury. Lay a little of which upon a fire-hot plate, and if it melt as wax without fume, it is a sign you have argent vive fixed and perfectly depurated, wherewith you will be able to produce many experiments. This is that mercury, which hath afforded us most convenient relief. The fourth mercury is either vegetable or animal, of which saith Ripley in Pupilla, Pag 300. There are more mercuries than the 2 above said mineral, the red and green lion, namely the vegetable, and animal mercury, because both may be extracted out of some liquors, as out of blood and eggs, lowly distinct. Libri Essentiae in Figuris and Tabulis Individuorum describes the vegetables and animals in which are found these mercuries most readily. There is, saith he, lastly, this other secret of nature, for the artist of this art to know, and really have the knowledge of the individuals in which our mercury is found most easily. Wherefore let the artist of this art know that our mercury is found in every elemented body, yet in some so remote as to anticipate the life of man, before the artist of this art can possess it, being extracted as is expedient. Wherefore we do in that place reveal those things which contain it most nearly. Of this mercury, saith Lully, Libro Mercuriorum, Pag 8. When we say common mercury, we speak of that which the philosophers understand, and when we say vulgar, we speak of that which the rustic understands and which is sold in shops, which Ripley in the 326th Pag of his concordance thus expresseth, when I speak of mercury, understand mercury more common than common. The fifth is the spirit of philosophical wine, which Lully in exp. 3 calls vegetable mercury. So, saith he, will you have a vegetable salt extracted from this individual honey, which salt is most precious, and hath the power of actuating the vegetable mercury, and dissolving the 2. Luminaries, etc., in exp. 5. Salts he prepares out of portulaca, apium, squilla, etc., with all which, saith he, you may actuate the vegetable mercury extracted out of wine, either jointly or severally, of which lower in the 5th kind of menstruums. The 6th is the philosophical menstruum itself, for our present menstruum, is called vegetable mercury, produced from white or red wine. The 7th is the animated spirit or air of every body in the separation of the elements, which mercury, being of fire or oil, is called sulfur in almost all receipts. The 8th is sal ammoniac vegetable, animal or mineral, the sulfur of nature, which is also called our mercury, mercury sublimate, and philosopher's mercury. Necessary it is we should observe these things in the following descriptions of menstruums, except we would sometimes confound the things themselves with the names. The 3rd kind, simple vegetable menstruums made of the spirit of philosophical wine, and oily or middle salts, such as can neither be called fixed nor volatile, hitherto called essential salts, such as our sugar, honey, tartar of common wine, and other vegetables. Deset, the mellifluous heaven of Pyrenees, in Practica Elucid. P. 231. Vol. 6. Theatrum chemicum. The way of actuating this celestial and burning bee, spirit of philosophical wine, is to take of the substances declared. To you what quantity you will, but we take the substances of flowers united, that is, the substance of new honey, Pag 269, which we put in a vessel to distill all the aquosity through Y. Balneo Maria. Pag. 270. Then we pour in 3 parts and more of B. Celestial ardent spirit. Vegetable mercury rectified. Upon that substance prepared after this manner, shutting the vessel with its cover, called antinotorium, and put it in putrefaction for the space of 1 natural day, then with 3 distillations by Z, fire of ashes, Pegi. 270. We distill till we obtain all the mercurial part with the whole juice of the blessed substance by that method, then repeat the aforesaid magistry with new substance of flowers, and making this regiment 4 times, at the end of which you have reduced B solutive from power into act by virtue of the manna of the flowers united. Now take a strong glass vessel, able to hold as much water as a common pitcher with a neck 1 span and a half long, to which another glass vessel, containing a 4th part only of the pitcher, must be joined and well luted. Into this vessel put 4 pounds of C, the said menstruum made of honey, to circulate in balneo or horse dung the space of 30 or 40 days, at the expiration of which time you will have C converted into D, into the quintessence in its perfection, drawn from excellent wine, which is the form of the universal body reduced into B, and B into C, and then circulation is to be made. This quintessence is vegetable, because all the rest of the sharp waters destroying metals, this alone doth by its virtue vegetate, augment, and multiply them. Wherefore this water is the mystery of art, because it is burning, calcines, and dissolves bodies, if it be perfectly rectified. Pag. 269. But the sign of knowing whether this conversion be made will be a sediment in the bottom of the vessel, like that which appears in the urine of a sound man. When the glorious body draws nigh, after 30 days in the end of perfection, then will you see D, or the quintessence, in greater clarity and splendor than any diamond, the clarity whereof surpasses all precious things, so as that it is difficult to judge whether that divine liquor be in or out of the vessel. Then you must separate our heaven from its sediment or hypostasis with industry, keeping it in a vessel well luted in a cold place, that nothing may from thence expire. This quintessence is by the philosophers called spiritus vivus, because it gives life to humane bodies and metals, as also aqua argenti, vivi, aqua vitae, aqua coelestis, aqua divina, stella diana, anima, spiritus mercurii nostri vegetabilis, fumus, coelum nostrum. To conclude, infinite names have been given it, which, notwithstanding, signifies one and the same thing. Annotations. The antecedent acquisition of the spirit of philosophical wine with oily vegetables did not so well please Christopher Pyrenees, and therefore instead thereof he substituted this, which he found better than the other. The great mystery and treasure, saith he, which we teach you in this chapter is, how you ought to make B, the celestial and ardent, spirit acute, which we signify by C, wherefore give ear, for I know not how I ought to propound this doctrine, lest this secret should be prostituted to all men, for all the philosophers that ever have been have absconded this secret under divers figures. Because without all doubt, this is the thing, which is the principal, or one of the principal keys of this admirable science. This I would have you certainly believe, that B hath no solutive nature, actually, but only potentially, for if B were no actuated by the way and means manifested to you, it would have no power of dissolving. Some made it acute with vitriol, which way is good enough, some with nitre, some with cinnabar, some with these 2, and some with all 3, some with their earth, which way displeaseth me, because this way thick unctuosity and ponderosity was introduced. Some have used vegetables as herbs, roots, flowers, and seeds known to you, which have powerful mercuries in them. For this reason it is that they which handled it this way augmented rather its vegetable form than made it solutive. Some used flowers united for acquisition, which is the principal way, and of our intention, which is found the alphabetum apertoriale. Some, not knowing the true way of actuating this B, spent much time in preparing divers waters before they could put any body into B, as happened to us in the beginning, seeking that practice which is now manifested to you by the practice of our Sameta, which though it hath succeeded well, yet with very great labor. The mystery of this dissolutive part is difficult and tedious, and therefore I will undertake the repetition of it, for having made B acute by this method, which we now manifest concerning the solution of bodies, to be perfected without trouble in a little time, you will be certain. But I confess, when I was with you at that time, wherein we made the first beginning of dissolving, we did not understand Raymond Lully in this dissolutive part. But having read him over again, returning to our studies, practicing, praying, and fasting, a perfect illumination of mind came to us. This way, therefore, will I manifest under the seal of silence. Pag. 231. Vol. 6. Theatrum chemicum. Pyrenees doth by these words make us more assured that the spirit of philosophical wine hath no power of dissolving any but oily things, because it is oil itself. But in order to dissolve dry things also, it is necessary for it to be actuated, that is, so tempered as to be made. Homogeneous also to dry things, and so dissolves them, which to be a work difficult and tedious, his own experience proveth, out of many actuators. Therefore of the adepts he chooseth honey before the rest, whose principal, actuating faculty, he calls the great mystery and treasure of the art. For according to Lully, the spirit of philosophical wine in honey hath 2 free operations, that is, this unctuous spirit is easily united to the unctuosity of honey, and by the same means also easily united to the unctuosity of honey, and by the same means also easily tempered with the aridity of honey. In a word, there are other indeed, yea, all the following menstruums stronger than this, but none more easy to be prepared, and better for a young beginner. Lully made the same menstruum after this manner. Jedinact. The spirit of honey of Lully. Cap. 19. Lib. Mercur. Take of aqua vitae, and put into this vegetable humidity a third part of a honeycomb, with all its substance, wax and honey together, ferment, or digest it in a gentle heat for 3 hours, and the longer it stands, the better it is. Then let it be distilled in balneo, and repeat the distillation and fermentation 9 times, renewing the comb every second distillation. Pyrenees. It seems to me learnt not only the spirit of philosophical wine, but also the preparation itself of this menstruum from his master Lully, though the preparation be corrected a little. Pyrenees digests 1 pound of honey inspissated with 3 or 4 pounds of the spirit of philosophical wine for a day in balneo, then distilling 3 times mixeth them together. The work he repeats 3 times, so as at these times to have joined 4 of honey together with so many pounds of spirit, and circulates both each time. Lully digests the honeycomb 3 hours with 3 parts of spirit, and in 2 distillations. Joins both together, he repeats the work 4 times, so as in 8 distillations to have united 4 parts of honey with 3 of spirit. The menstruum now joined together, he distills once more, that is 9 times, or cohobations, he makes his spirit of honey. Pyrenees made choice of 3 ingredients for his medicine. The Most High Creator created 3 minds among minerals, 1, and that is of Sol and Luna, among vegetables, the wine, among animals, the bee, Pag, 22. Elucid. Lully of these 3 thus, cap. 46. Lib. Mercurier. Amongst all minerals, vegetables, and animals, fixed gold is chosen for the making of medicines, and above all the virtues. Among vegetables and animals are the virtues of the juice or broth of lunaria, and the fly of Basena, which makes honey. Pyrenees in his Alphabetum Apertoriale hath indeed the same way of actuating the spirit of wine, but he in the same place superadding the salt of honey, extracted out of the caput mortuum calcined to the menstruum. This actuation is referred not to this, but to another kind. But the honey seems to have this special privilege, as if menstruums of this third kind could be made of it alone. Yet you must know that all oily salts, as are sugar crystallized, manna crystallized, crude tartar of common wine, etc., do, on one side, prove their affinity with oily things, but on the other side, with dry, and so do, by their oleosity, introduce their own aridity into the oily spirit of philosophical wine, but by their aridity temper the oleosity of that spirit. Wherefore the same things are to be understood of sugar and manna as have been spoken of honey. 1 example or 2 we will add of crude tartar, being drier than the thing aforesaid. Devact. The spirit of crude tartar of Guido. Pag. 51. The sore. 17. Take of crude tartar 2 pounds, of spirit of wine 3 pounds, distill and cohobate 10 times upon its own caput mortuum. Paracelsus prepared this spirit of tartar after this manner. Trinact. The spirit of crude tartar of Paracelsus. Lib. 8. Paragraph. Pag. 505. Take crude tartar, beat and digest it 7 or 8 times in the alcohol of wine, and distill it into a liquor in which is no alkali. Out of the receipts we observe the things following. 1. That the spirit of philosophical wine hath in dry things no dissolving faculty without acquisition. 2. That this acquisition is the mystery of the art, being difficult and tedious. 3. That it is best made with crude honey, white sugar candy, and mannas purified. 4. That such menstruums as these are somewhat hard to be made with crude tartar. 5. That Lully by aqua vitae, Pyrenees by the celestial and ardent spirit, Guido by spirit of wine, and Paracelsus by the alcohol of wine, meant not common aqua ardens, which if a man try an experiment with the spirit of common wine, he will by his own experience find the truth of the matter confirmed. 6. That menstruums of this kind are the magistracy of honey, manna, sugar, crude tartar, mixed with spirit of philosophical wine, they are made extempore. Thus, take of the essence of philosophical wine and the magistery of honey or sugar, equal parts each, mix. 7. That these menstruums are medicaments. 8. That not only the spirit of philosophical wine, but also the menstruums themselves have been circulated, by reason of which circulation the menstruums are called circulatums, and though it be not always expressly declared in receipts that they should be circulated, yet it ought to be understood in all, for this circulation is the purification and melioration of the menstruum. By F. saith Pyrenees in Alphabeto Semeta Pag 9. We mean aqua vitae, circulated 30 days at least, in which operation it is purified from its terra strati, so as to raise itself to the celestial virtue of a quintessence, which is called our heaven, influencing upon the elements such effects as you may deservedly call miraculous. We therefore name it quintessence and aqua vitae, because it vivifies bodies. Without this F, no alteration can be made in bodies, which caution may serve you for a general rule. It is otherwise called vegetable water, whereof we have more than often made mention in several places of our Semeta, which we sent you, affirming the difference between F and D to be greater than between a clear day and a dark night, as will appear in the operation of it in particulars as well as generals, which virtue proceeds notwithstanding from our circulation. The fourth kind, simple vegetable menstruums made of spirit of philosophical wine and volatile salts, such as common sal armoniac, salt of blood, urine, soot, etc. Ctrnact, the spirit of sal armoniac of Trismosinus, intract, aquil, nig, pag, trinact, orveller, germ. Take of sal armoniac 1 pound, of common salt melted 1 pound and a half, being very well pulverized and mixed, sublime them, the matter sublime again with new salt, and that to be repeated so oft, till the sal armoniac be made like an impalpable spirit, powder, then imbibe with the spirit of philosophical wine, and the vessel being very close, set it in balneo to be dissolved, being dissolved, decant, and putrefy with new spirit of wine, added the space of 8 days in balneo, then distill gently 1/2 in balneo, and being distilled, pour it again to the remainder, and distill again, but with a stronger fire, that all may ascend through the alembic, being distilled, rectify it so often till it be without feces. Annotations. Hitherto of things oily actuating the spirit of philosophical wine, now follow those things, which are less oily, volatile salts, which, though they seem not to be oily, yet that are so, is easily demonstrated by the following preparations of salts, harmonious, whose earths, otherwise, most fixed and flowing like wax, are by the unctuosity alone of the menstruums made. Volatile, but this will not be our inquiry, it sufficeth us to use crude and common sal armoniac, salt of urine, blood, etc. For the acquisition of the spirit of philosophical wine, which salts do by their aridity alter the unctuosity of this spirit more than the aforesaid oily matters, and consequently make the vegetable menstruum stronger. The same receipt hath Trismosinus libro novem tincturarum in tinctura quarta, pag. 59. As also in tinctura Pitrumonsonis Philosophiae Angli, pag. 90. Of the aforesaid book. Trismosinus sublimes crude sal armoniac several times upon salt fused, to be actuated by the acidity of this salt, and then the better dissolved by the spirit of philosophical wine. Geber Dei investigat. Magist, pag. 284. Sublimes sal armoniac with an equal proportion of salt. Aristotle the chymist perfected this sublimation after this manner. Pag. 74. Volum. 3. Theatrum chimicum. Take of sal armoniac 1 pound, of spumamaris 6 ounces, of sal gem, of common salt and alum, of each 2 ounces, grind them all together, and sift through a thick hair sieve. Then put the matter into an aludel, and sublime, and the sublimation repeat. The sal armoniac, being thus sublimed, is impregnated with the spirit of wine, not common, for then would the process not succeed, but philosophical wine, and then dissolved per deliquium, for the unctuosity of the spirit cannot dissolve the substance of sal armoniac, being heterogeneous to it, but successively, and by slow degrees, whereof this dissolution will better succeed, according to the method of Lully. Dissolve, saith he, sal armoniac in the phlegm of vinum of Lotium, philosophical wine made of urine, pass it through a filter, and remove. The water by balneo, and the salt will remain coagulated and white. Dissolve again with the phlegm, and distill it away by balneo. Then take such a quantity of aqua vitae, spirit of philosophical wine, as you have of phlegm, and pour them together upon the same salt, and the vessel being covered with its antinatorium, blind alembic. Set it in balneo 24 hours, the antinatorium being taken. a whey, and an alembic put on, distill by balneo with a most gentle fire. When the salt is coagulated, congeal it again, repeat the same magistry, dissolving by turns after this manner, and congealing 3 times, and so have you reduced the said salt into a vegetable virtue, by the help of the vegetative spirit, by which you dissolved and congealed it. Lully in exp. Cesnact. Sal ammoniac is easily dissolved in the phlegm of philosophical wine, and so is by this means sooner joined with the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine than if it were immediately cast into this spirit. That Trismosinus knew also this method and sometimes made use of it appears by the following menstruum. Patnact, another water of sal ammoniac of Trismosinus, in Tinctura Geraton, Pag. 98, or Vel. German. Take of sal ammoniac, crude 2 pounds, let it be dissolved in wine, philosophical, crystallize it. Let the crystals be dissolved per deliquium, the solution divided, into 2 parts, one of which distill into the other with a fire sufficiently strong. Rectify the parts being joined together into a strong water of sal ammoniac. The sal ammoniac therefore being dissolved either in the phlegm of philosophical wine, that is, aqua ardens not rectified, or philosophical wine itself, or with the addition of new spirit of wine, distilled into a water of sal ammoniac. This kind of menstruums is made not of sal ammoniac only, but also of the rest of the volatile salts. Thus, Cesnact, the gelative sulfur of Lully, in exp. 8.1. 8. Take of the aforesaid animated spirit of urine 1 part, and of aqua vitae, perfectly rectified 4 parts, which pour upon the animated spirit, and, forthwith, stop the vessel, that it may not respire, which vessel must be a large bottle, which shake and move with your hands, so in the twinkling of an eye or moment you will see all the water converted into salt. But if any part of the phlegm be in the philosophical aqua vitae, it will be immediately separated from the salt in the form of water. The aqua vitae, therefore, ought to be very well purged from all phlegm, that, when the work is done, no matter may remain with the salt, but be wholly converted, which will be better and more useful, and by this means you will have the animal and vegetable salt, which we will call coagulative and gelative sulfur, because it hath the property and virtue of dissolving the 2 luminaries, and reducing them from power to act, their vegetative and germinative form being preserved. Lully sometimes sublimed this offa or pap of urine in the 9th experiment following thus: there is, saith he, besides, another way of copulating the aforesaid animal spirit with the vegetable spirit, namely, thus take of the animated spirit, rectified as above, what quantity you will, and pour it upon 3 parts of our philosophical aqua vitae perfectly rectified, which copulation ought to be made in a body large and high, to which an alembic may be suddenly fitted, the said copulation. Therefore, being made, you must have presently ready some cotton wool dipped in oil and very well squeezed, wherewith the mouth of the distilling vessel must be forthwith stopped, and it must be let in within the neck downward, a hand's breadth, fastened with a strong flannel thread, that upon occasion you may draw out the said cotton wool, then put to it an alembic with a receiver, very close, stopped, and set it in a furnace of ashes, giving it at first a gentle, but then by degrees increasing the fire, till it be sublimed, which sublimation you must keep in a vessel firmly stopped, because with this salt and other means you will be able to do wonders. Paracenus, in his Apertorium, Pag. 15. Mrs. May doth by this salt of urine actuate his sea, or spirit of philosophical wine, which being actuated, he then circulates by the way used, and before described in the circulation of his columelium. Lully hath also sometimes used the volatile salt of blood for the making of these menstruums, as in his 12th experiment. Take blood ground, blood drawn from sound and choleric men, dried on a clean table, that the phlegm may be separated from it, and then pulverized. XP. 11. Put it in a glass body with a long neck, and having fitted an alembic to it with a receiver, distill first with a gentle fire, till the moisture exhale, then increase the fire, till the salt be sublimed, which will be very white. Gather it warily, and keep it, for it is of very great virtue and efficacy. You have, my dearest son, all the medicines, salts, which have properties with the 2 luminaries, as also with the other imperfect metals, without which this art of transmutation cannot obtain its desired end. The things which I observe from the receipts are: 1. That by wine, spirit of wine, and aqua vitae common, is not meant aqua ardens, with which it is impossible to reduce or distill common sal ammoniac into a liquid substance, and, though it might, yet that menstruum would be common, not philosophical, being made without the spirit of philosophical wine. 2. That these menstruums are made of all volatile salts. 3. that the menstruums of this kind are the magisteries of volatile salts. Mix the essence of philosophical wine with the magistery of any volatile salt, and you will, in a moment, make a menstruum of this fourth kind. 4. That these menstruums may be also made by Pyrenees his way of coelum melium, namely by circulation, and therefore called circulatums, common sal armoniac circulated, salt of urine, blood, hartshorn, etc., circulated, or the water of sal armoniac circulated, the water of the salt of blood circulated, etc. 5. That it is very uncertain what philosophical menstruum trismasinus meant by spirit of wine. For divers, menstruums have been by the adepts signified by the same name of spirit of wine. For the most part, they meant the simple spirit of philosophical wine, sometimes. The same actuated after a different manner, that is, the simple vegetable menstruum. So Basil, in his book of conclusions, prepares the oils of metals with spirit of wine, by which he declares himself to meant not the simple spirit, but a simple vegetable menstruum in the preparation of the oil of mercury, he commanding this open metal to be by the spirit of wine, rectified first with salt of tartar, which menstruum we shall have in the following kinds, reduced into an oil, which the rest of the metals being more compact, do more require sometimes. Also they did by the spirit of wine intend vegetable menstruums compounded, so Lully, among the other names of circulata majus, reckons up also aqua vitae. This menstruum, saith he, the wise men called by almost innumerable names, the acetum exerimum, which converts gold into a spirit. This is aqua sicca, aqua solis, aqua vitae in exp. 25. Yea, mineral menstruums also the adepts more than often call by the name of aqua vitae. So Albertus in suo composito de compositis, pag 939, volume 4, Theatrum Chemicum, distills a mercurial mineral water, of which thus, behold, this is the aqua vitae, the acetum, philosophorum, and lac virginis, by which bodies are resolved into the first matter. Though therefore it be uncertain to divine what spirit of wine out of such a vast number of menstruums Trismosinus intended, yet shall we not much err from the truth if we take any menstruum whatsoever, either simple, or compounded, vegetable, or mineral, instead of this spirit, for we may, with all promiscuously perfect, the same philosophical work, differing only in degrees as being stronger or weaker, which common spirit of wine makes, altogether impossible and fallacious, yet notwithstanding directions there are, which may in this ambiguity make us more certain, as 1. Any ambiguous or unknown name of any menstruum is easily known by its synonymas, if there be any in the same book or other writings of the same adept, as for example, if in the description of the balsamum samch of Paracelsus, you know not what the circulatum minus is, the synonymas produced by Paracelsus himself, lib 10. Arch, in the description of the circulatum majus, where it is called primum ensalis and arcanum, salis, denoting moreover the nature, yea, and preparation of the menstruum delivered here. Perhaps less clearly, quatinus menstruum, but elsewhere more plainly under the title of essence or primum annis, do put it out of all doubt, that is the arcanum of common salt. But I said, synonymas in the writings of the same, not another adept, because oftentimes others intended another thing by these names, yea, that name, which hath in one book the same signification with the rest, hath commonly. In another, though of the same author, a signification different from them, and therefore that synonymum must, if possible, be had out of the same book, which must then be compared both with other writings of the same author, and also with the writings of other adepts, to confirm the meaning of the author about the identity of the synonymum, which was doubted of. 2. But if there be no synonymas in books of the same author, it is not convenient for this unknown name to be explicated by the writings of other adepts, because the adepts themselves have sometimes also erred in giving an explication either better than was fitting, or altogether contrary to an obscure name and place, yet is it not only lawful, but necessary also to observe what they say, especially the scholars or followers of the same author, for though they show not the author's meaning, yet do they their own as to that matter. 3. But if synonymas cannot discover the name, some expression used in the receipt will perhaps explain it more easily, provided it be rightly examined by an industrious observer of those receipts, as 1. If it be not known whether the adept means a mineral, acid, or vegetable menstruum, it must be inquired by the particulars following. First, whether that menstruum dissolves bodies with force or heat, for then it must be mineral, this sign betraying the acidity of minerals, salts, because vegetable menstruums dissolve bodies always sweetly and slowly. Secondly, whether the dissolution digested for a time be converted into a black color, or black powder swimming upon the menstruum, for that signifies a vegetable menstruum, because the dissolutions of mineral menstruums do contain bodies twice dissolved, once with the spirit of philosophical wine, wherewith they become black, then with the corrosive or acid. Spirits of salts, therefore the black powder and color are signs of a vegetable dissolution, whereto is added a milky. Opacity, common indeed to both menstruums, for all weak or weakened menstruums, containing, as it were, their aridity less. Dissolved and precipitated, as also vegetable dissolutions longer digested after blackness, do become opaque and milky, and so continue, till they are made diaphanous and most clear, by drawing the phlegm, the acid part, or the spirit of philosophical wine, being better concentrated. Yet these three signs we never observe in the use of mineral menstruums. Thirdly, whether the adepts admonish the operator to beware of air or fume in operation, or poison in the use of the thing already prepared, for that is a sign that his menstruum is or was mineral, because poisons derive themselves originally from acidity, for pearls and corals, gold and all other arids though otherwise most innocent, do, by being prepared with a mineral menstruum, become the worst of poisons. Lastly, if you see mineral bodies distinguished into two oils, swimming distinctly and severally upon the menstruum, say, that also was mineral menstruum, because this cannot be done by any vegetable menstruum, though never so strong. 2. If it be not known whether either a simple or compounded vegetable menstruum is to be taken, we observe the things following as to the use of them. First, if in the dissolution of a metallic or mineral body, a white body, or some residue be left, then may you know it to be a simple vegetable menstruum, because it extracts only the tinctures or essences of things, dissolving the oleosity, but not the aridity of things. On the contrary, vegetable menstruums compounded, as also mineral menstruums, which are stronger than the simple, do dissolve the whole body, not leaving any feces. Secondly, if the whole body of a thing dissolved be turned into oil swimming upon, the menstruum that was a vegetable menstruum compounded, that only is able to do this. The simple vegetable menstruums are not strong enough, but mineral menstruums are too strong. Those therefore dissolve not the whole body, but these dissolve not only the whole body, but reduce it, being dissolved into oil, not one only, but twofold. So the temperatum of Paracelsus, a menstruum otherwise sufficiently unknown, is by use known to be the circulatum majus, or a vegetable menstruum, compounded, because it reduceth metals by it into a swimming oil, or magistry. Thirdly, if in the dissolution or digestion of the thing dissolved, you see it made black, or cast forth a black powder, say it was a simple vegetable menstruum, because vegetable menstruums compounded, and mineral, as being stronger, do better retain their body dissolved in them. 3. But the doubt whether the simple vegetable menstruum, or spirit of philosophical wine is to be taken, length of time alone resolveth. For the sooner essences are made in the mineral kingdom, the stronger are the menstruums, and on the contrary, but in the animal and vegetable kingdom, it is difficult, if not altogether impossible, to discern by the length of time alone the dissolutions of the bodies as being more opened, of which sort are oils, salts, as also the open metal mercury, especially sublimed, being more amply opened by the acidity of salts. The 5th kind, simple vegetable menstruums made of the spirit of philosophical wine, and the fixed salts of vegetables and minerals not tinging. 17. The coelum vegetable of Lully, made of the salt of tartar. In the 34th experiment, Manget Vol. P. 846a, take the best aqua vitae, rectified so as to burn a linen cloth, as you have seen operating with me, and therefore no need of amplifying to you the magistry of this water. Take therefore aqua vitae 4 pounds, and put it in a glass urinal cucurbit, which is very sound. Then take of the vegetable salt sublimed of the 2nd experiment, volatile salt of tartar, 1 pound, grind very well, and put it in the aqua vitae lute, the vessel with its antinatorium, blind alembic, firmly with wax gummed, that nothing may respire, then putrefy 2 natural days. After that take away the antinatorium, and put an alembic with its receiver, the joints being very close, and distill upon hot ashes. Take notice that the receiver must be very large and sound, that it may not be broken by the force of the aqua vitae, and thus continue your distillation with a slow fire till all be distilled through the alembic, but is any part of the salt remain in the bottom of the vessel. Pour it again upon the water now lately distilled, and distill as before, making the joints as close as may be. The distillation repeat in this order till all the salt be passed through the alembic in the form of clear water. Then put the aforesaid salt 1 other pound into an urinal, and pour the same distilled water to it. Cover the vessel with its antinatorium as before, putrefy as before, then distill as before, and when all the salt is passed over with the water, take again as before of new vegetable salt 1 pound, and pass it all through an alembic again, as before, with the distilled water, and by this means you will have those 4 pounds of aqua vitae united with 3 pounds of the vegetable salt, which hath the power of dissolving the 2 luminaries, gold and silver, and all the other metals, with the preservation of the vegetable form. But now we intend to reduce this simple menstruum into a celestial form. Take therefore this simple menstruum and put it in a sound glass vessel, a circulatory, 4 parts of which must be empty, but the 5th full. Stop the vessel so as not to evaporate, and circulate in dung, or balneo 60 natural days, and by this method will you have a clarified menstruum, in which you will see a sediment. Wherefore empty the celestial water into another vessel, and have a care that no sediment pass over with the water, which you must keep very close in balneo. Annotations. As to the facility of preparation, the colum melium of Pyrenees is better than the rest of the menstruums, but this of Lully hath preference. Among simple vegetable menstruums, for is the sapo sapientum, compounded of fixed alkalis, and the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine. Fixed alkalis are not easily joined with the spirit of philosophical wine, but when they are thoroughly mixed together, they are easily sublimed into sal ammoniac, sulfurs of nature, or philosophers' mercuries, the chief instruments of the more secret chimie. Lully, having prescribed several actuators of the spirit of philosophical wine, speaks at length of actuating this spirit with these salts philosophically. Volatilized, let saith he our menstruum, which is the quintessence of wine, be depurated from all phlegm, and actuated with the philosopher's ammoniac, because it cannot otherwise dissolve gold, nor precious stones. But let the philosopher's sal ammoniac be well purified, that is, sublimated, and cleansed from all terrestriety and uncleanness, according to the manner of the philosophers, of which philosophical sal ammoniac we have indeed treated largely in our book De Intentione Alchemistarum, dedicated to the most illustrious King Robert, in the chapter De Salibus Ammoniac, etc., and in Clausura Testamenti, otherwise called Vade Mecum, in the chapter which begins Partus Vere Terre. There you may read from first to last the mastery of making and purifying, together with the virtues and energies of this salt. And know, my son, that whatsoever we write in that chapter, we mean that salt and nothing else. Read and peruse that chapter, because nothing can be done in the mastery without that salt, for that is the thing with which we actuate our menstruum to dissolve gold and precious stones and pearls, as well for humane medicines, for a metallic and lipidic mastery, and to make pearls and precious stones, in which receipt of Lully we have the volatile salt of tartar given us freely, hitherto sought in vain, with very great pains and cost, of which the theoretical philosophers have in their theories exhibited nothing but what is most obscure. I speak, saith Sandivogius, all things openly, the extraction only of our sal. Ammoniac, or philosophical mercury, I have not so openly revealed. Send. In Epilogo 12, Tract, Pag 337. Now, out of his second experiment alleged, we have the following description of sal ammoniac, or volatile salt of tartar. Thus, the volatile salt of tartar of Lully. Out of the second experiment, take the best tartar, pulverized, and put it in an earthen vessel not glazed, to calcine the space of 3 days, or till it be white, which being done, dissolve it in the aqua vitae, first distilled, in the spirit of philosophical wine, not yet rectified. Thus, namely, put this individual, being calcined and white, into an urinal, and pour in the aqua vitae so as to be 7 fingers above it, and cover the vessel with its antinatorium. Blind alembic, and set it on a furnace of ashes to simper 2 hours. Then pour that which is dissolved into another vessel carefully, but that which remains undissolved, dry. Then again pour in new aqua vitae, and again boil it upon ashes, empty the dissolution again, as before, and keep it with the other former dissolution, the matter remaining, in the vessel, dry again, and take it out of the vessel, because it must be again calcined to be the more easily dissolved, which being calcined, dissolve again with new aqua vitae, and boil it upon ashes. This dissolution keep with the other, as above, and repeat this mastery so oft, till all this individual be calcined and dissolved. Then put all the dissolutions in urinal, fitting an alembic with a receiver to it, and closing the joints very fast, distill by balneo till the matter be congealed, or till no more will distill by that degree of heat. Then remove the receiver and stop it to prevent respiring, and then set the urinal upon ashes, and if any corruptible part, phlegm and unprofitable earth remain with the matter, let it be burnt, and the vessel, having remained 2 or 3 hours in fire somewhat remiss, and not anything more distilling through the beak of the alembic, let the vessel cool, and then pour the same water, aqua vitae, or spirit of philosophical wine, which you kept before stopped in the receiver upon the matter again. This matter therefore being dissolved, distill the water again in balneo, as before, which having taken away the receiver, you must keep well stopped from respiring. Then set the urinal in ashes, and dry the matter. Being dried, dissolve it again with the water, which you kept in the receiver, and if you see the dissolution is not clear and diaphanous, you must transmit it so often through a filter, or linen cloth, and so oft dissolve and congeal it by turns as before, till it be free from all terrestrati and appear clear and splendid. Then may you be assured that the impure and corruptible part is separated, and you will see the whole matter transmuted into an oil. But now, most dear son, you must proceed to the composition of our mercury, and sal armoniac the powers, and virtues whereof are so many and so great, as scarce to be comprehended within the expression of man. The way of which operation is thus: you must know the weight of the salt, or oil, which you beheld in the bottom of the vessel depurated, and pour to it so much of our spirit, that is aqua vitae rectified so as to burn a cloth steeped in it, as will be 4 fingers above it, or let there be 6 parts more of the weight of the aqua vitae, than is the salt or oil, the whole being mixed together, put into an urinal with a cover or antinatorium well luted, that it respire not, putrefy in balneo the space of 2 natural days, then take off the antinatorium, and put on an alembic with a receiver, close the joints well, and distill in a furnace of ashes with a slow fire, which distillation must be continued till the beak or head discover no veins, but suddenly after the veins disappear, lay aside the receiver with the distilled water, spirit of philosophical wine, and stop it close. For now comes the animated spirit of wine impregnated with the essence of tartar, which hath the power of vivifying its body, or caput mortuum. Then continue the same distillation, in the end augmenting the fire, that if any part of phlegm remain, it may exhale and be removed by that degree of heat. Lastly, the vessel being cold, take out the matter and grind it, know the weight of the matter, and pour to it 4 parts of aqua vitae more than is the earth, caput mortuum, and covering the vessel close with its antinatorium, putrefy as before. Then, putting an alembic to it with a receiver well luted, distill as before in a furnace of ashes, the soul being with its spirit gone over with the same signs of veins as before appearing, repeat the same magistry 3 times, for then will you have the spirit perfectly animated, and the body exanimated and calcined. This spirit with the soul of tartar is, indeed, capable of disposing every physical operation, but in this place we will use it for the vivifying of the calcined earth. Take, therefore, the aforesaid earth out of its vessel, and grind it, then put a little of it upon a red-hot plate, which if it melt like wax without fume, it is a sign of perfect exanimation. If this sign appear not, this magistry must be reiterated till you have obtained that sign. Then know the weight of the earth, upon which pour a 4th part of the animated spirit, and the vessel being covered close with its antinatorium, set it in balneo 2 or 3 days to be congealed, or till it be congealed, which done, remove the antinatorium, putting on a head, and distill in a furnace of ashes without a receiver, that if there be any part of phlegm, it may be from thence removed. For that which comes out from this distillation will be insipid, of no savor or esteem, in the form of rainwater. Then again pour on a 4th part of the animated spirit, as before, and congeal in balneo, as before. Then distill the phlegmatic moisture by ashes, as before, and thus repeat the aforesaid magistry, till the earth hath drunk up and attracted to it all its animated spirit, and attained to such a sign, that if you put a small quantity of it upon a fire-hot plate, the major part will fume away, which will be a sign that the matter is disposed for the subliming of our most precious mercury, which hath the power of dissolving any metal whatsoever with the preservation of its vegetive and germinative form. Take therefore the aforesaid pregnant earth, and put it into a bolt head, sublimatory, with a long neck, which you must lute very well with lutum sapiente, and the luting being dried, set it with the matter into a distilling furnace, administering in the beginning a gentle fire, till the bolt head grow hot, whose mouth must be stopped with cotton wool, and continue that gentle heat the space of 6 hours. Then augment the fire somewhat 6 hours more, but if it begins not by that degree of fire to sublime, increase the fire gradually to a more violent degree, till it begin to sublime, which fire continue the space of 24 hours, at the expiration of which time, the vessel being cold, take from thence our sulfur sublimed, the vegetable sulfur of nature, our mercury, vegetable, our heaven, dry, our sal armoniac, vegetable, our stone not yet fermented, and called by many more other names, whose faculty is to actuate its spirit, of philosophical wine, as shall be made appear by the experiments hereafter following. This volatilization of the salt of tartar is sufficiently tedious, yet easy and clear, according to the tenor of the receipt. In the following kind of menstruums, we shall have divers examples of making such sal harmoniacs, wherefore we will thither reserve those things which are to be admonished about this way of making the volatile salt of tartar. Lully mixeth 3 pounds of this volatile salt with 4 of the spirit of philosophical wine successively, by various distillations, and reduceth the mixture by circulating 60 days into the vegetable heaven. But here we are to be advised that the sal ammoniac of tartar in its own dry form is a vegetable menstruum, and so according to the prescribed method of the receipt, it is not always necessary to reduce that into a liquid substance, for that and the menstruum made from thence are there indifferent, because in the making of heaven, the unctuosity of the spirit of philosophical wine being superadded, and now prevalent, hath absorbed and dissolved the aridity of the sal ammoniac, but this being this way too, much diluted in a greater quantity of that oleosum, loseth much of its strength, and becomes less fit for the dissolutions of dry bodies. But now, if the volatile salt of tartar be a menstruum in a dry form, some have unadvisedly said it serves instead of a philosophical menstruum, which notwithstanding is rightly and very well said, if a corrosive menstruum, which we call mineral, be understood, whose place the volatile salt of tartar, or vegetable menstruum, may upon several occasions supply. Now, as this sal ammoniac, reduced into a liquid substance by the spirit of philosophical wine, makes our vegetable heaven, so being dissolved with the spirit of common wine, it makes the spirit of wine of Basilius dissolved with vinegar, our vinegar, dissolved with aqua fortis, the philosopher's aqua regis, and so of many others. At present, the aforesaid spirit of Basilius hath its place. Osmnacht, the spirit of wine of Basilius, in fine libri revelat. Take generous white wine, common, and distill after the usual manner, to make a strong aqua vitae thereof in a copper, which rectify in a phial and separate the phlegm. This aqua vitae is thus proved, if it burn all away, and leave no aquosity behind it, being kindled in a glazed vessel, but if any remain, distill yet once or twice, the joints being very close, that the volatile spirit of the wine may not exhale, the aqua vitae being thus distilled and exactly rectified, but have a care that in the time of distilling, you put not a candle to it, lest it hurt you. Join 3 ounces of tartar perfectly sublimed, with a quantity of this aqua vitae in another phial, so as that the phial be half full. Put an alembic to it, with a receiver large enough, and distill in balneo. Maria most gently, because of the volatile spirits, a little of the aqua vitae being left in the bottom, and, as you distill, cool the alembic with wet cloths. Thus is the spirit sooner resolved, and passeth into the receiver. This is that spirit of wine which Basilius used in several places, especially in his conclusions, where by the spirit of wine he reduceth as well metallic as mineral bodies into oil. Whosoever hath imagined to himself another spirit instead thereof must have a care lest he prove the truth of this saying to his own detriment. There is yet indeed another description of that spirit of wine in Appendices Elucidationis, which, notwithstanding, differs not from the former, except that in the former description it was read the volatile salt of tartar, but here it is read sal ammoniac, perfectly sublimated, but that they are synonymous is even now manifest. By the receipt of Lully, for whatsoever salt, either fixed or volatile, is joined with the spirit of philosophical wine and sublimed, is called our volatile salt, our sulfur of nature, and our sublimed mercury, which may be used promiscuously as salt philosophically sublimed, for both those salts of tartar and sal ammoniac, whereby Basilius made perhaps out of one and the same matter, but this his menstruum is not so strong as the coillum vegetabile of Lully, though prepared out of the same salt of tartar, just as that, for Basilius diminisheth the virtue of this salt, by adding the spirit of common wine. Lully accomplisheth the same work, but with the spirit of philosophical wine, yet Basilius sometimes also made his menstruum stronger than the coillum vegetable of Lully, by separating the spirit of common wine from the philosophical sal ammoniac, which indeed he performed 2 ways. First, by kindling the menstruum in a copper vessel designed for this use, to burn away the spirit of common wine, but leave the vegetable sal ammoniac by itself, reduced into a liquid substance. The way is this: devatinact the fiery spirit of wine of Basilius, in the place as above. Take the antecedent spirit of wine, being fit for this preparation of the fiery spirit, make an instrument of copper, which may be taken up in the middle, below and above the holes, as also above the middle of the vessel. Put on an alembic. With a pipe, let them be all of copper, except the receiver, which must be of glass, which put in a wooden vessel into water, and cover it above with wet cloths. In the wooden vessel let there be a passage, by which the water, when hot, may flow out, and cold be poured on. All things being thus prepared, the spirit of wine prepared is put in through the lower holes, so as to touch the holes. Then is it kindled, and the mercury is driven upwards through the middle holes, and resolved by the coldness of the water, and passeth out of the alembic into the receiver. Thus is the true spirit of wine prepared. But in the work never cease from refrigerating, and pour on new aqua vitae, lest it burn too low. In the addition or appendix of manual operations, Basilius describes this spirit thus: take wine burned, rather wine to be burned, made of the sal ammoniac of tartar, and spirit of common wine, which put in a strong vessel that can endure the flame of fire, and kindle it with a match of sulfur, and forthwith apply an alembic of iron or copper with a large receiver. And the true fiery spirit of wine is resolved and distilled into a liquor. This is the true airy and fiery spirit of wine. Secondly, he impregnates calx vive, or quick lime, with the menstruum described in num. Osomnecht, from which he distills a menstruum yet stronger, called spirit of calx vive. Calx vive, saith he, is strengthened and made more fiery by the pure and not sophisticated spirit of wine made of sal armagnac, and spirit of common wine very often cohobated, to which calx add the sal alkali of tartar, the dried feces of the same salt being also added, from which, being thoroughly mixed, distill the true spiritus Gehennaeus, or spirit of hell, in which are great mysteries hidden. The method of acquiring this spirit I have told you, which observe, keep, and accept for a farewell gift. Basilius, in repet. Lapidis, in cap. De calc viva manget vol 2nd p. 422 and herm. Mus, vol I p. 352. Mark, saith he, in the end of this book, de medicinis supernaturalibus. I told you of the virtues and qualities of precious stones, but there are also found many stones despicable and ignoble, yet of great virtue, as experience testifies, though the ignorant and unskillful will scarce give credit to these sayings, and cannot conceive those things with their dull brains, yet will I demonstrate it by an example of calx vive, which calx is according to the judgment of the vulgar, of little value, and contemptible in obscurity, yet nevertheless there is a powerful virtue in it, which appears in the application of it against most grievous diseases, but its triumphant and transcendent efficacy, being in a manner unknown to most men, for the sake thereof, of those that inquire into natural and supernatural mysteries. Do I discover the secrets of this book, as a farewell also will I reveal the mystery of calx vive, and declare first the way of distilling the spirit of it, which work does indeed require an expert artist, well informed before, in this preparation. Devacet, the spirit of calx vive, of Basilius, in fine lib. Demed, supernatter. Take of calx vive what quantity you will, grind and prepare it on a marble into an impalpable powder, where to pour of the spirit, of wine, menstruum, and num, so much as the pulverized calx is able to imbibe, no spirit swimming upon the calx. Then apply an alembic, lute well, and put a receiver to it. Abstract the spirit from it in a most gentle balneo. This abstraction must be repeated 8 or 10 times. This spirit strengthens much the spirit of the calx, which is thereby made more fiery. Take the remaining calx out of the cucurbit, grind it very well, and add to it or the salt of tartar. Alkali, a 10th part, and as much as all of the earth of the salt of tartar, or matter left in. Extracting the salt of tartar and well dried, distill them all, being well mixed out of a retort well luted. 3 parts of which must be empty, in a receiver large and firm. Take notice that the receiver into which the beak of the retort is put must have a pipe 1 finger's breadth, to which another receiver is to be applied, in which must be a little quantity of spirit of wine, menstruum, and num. 18. Then distill with a soft fire, and the phlegm will ascend into the first receiver. The phlegm, being distilled, increase the fire, and then will come a white spirit, distilled, from vitriol, philosophical, which will not descend into the phlegm, but through the aforesaid pipe into the other receiver. There, joining itself with the spirit of wine, even as fire is easily joined with fire. Take notice, if this spirit of calx be not rightly prepared or impregnated with the like spirit of wine by the aforesaid cohobations, it is in distilling mixed with its phlegm, extinguished, and loseth its virtue. So difficult a thing it is to dive deeply into nature, she reserving many things to herself. This spirit being now mixed with the spirit of wine, take away the receiver, pour out the phlegm, and keep the spirits of the calx and wine wearily. Observe, both these spirits are separated not without difficulty, for they embrace one another, and in distillation ascend together. Wherefore, if you kindle the spirits being mixed and united in a glass vessel, the spirit of wine is burned, but the spirit of the calx remains in the glass, which keep diligently. This is a great arcanum. Few spirits do exceed its efficacy, if you know the use of it. Its qualities can scarce be described by way of compendium. This spirit dissolves crab's eyes and the hardest crystals. These 3 distilled together through an alembic, and many times cohobated, make a liquor, 3 drops of which taken in warm wine do break and dissolve the gravel and stone in man's body. This liquor expels the very root or cause of that disease without any pain to the patient. This spirit of calx at the beginning is of a sky color, but being gently rectified appears white, transparent, and clear, leaving some few feces behind it. This spirit dissolves the most fixed jewels and precious stones, and on the contrary fixeth all volatile spirits by its transcendent heat. This spirit overcomes all symptoms whatsoever of the podagra, though never so knotty and tartarous, all which it dissolves and radically expels. If spirit of wine, actuated with vegetable sal harmoniac, be kindled, The spirit of common wine is burned, but the sal harmoniac, being incombustible, ascends in the form of a liquor, and is called the fiery spirit of wine of Basilius, but the same spirit of wine joined with the sal harmoniac, being absorbed by the calx vive, and then distilled into itself, and then, kindled, the spirit of common wine is indeed consumed by the flame, as before, but the spirit of the calx, or rather the vegetable sal harmoniac, ascends not as before, but remains in the bottom of the glass, because more digested and made more fixed, but for the greatest elucidation of these spirits, we thought good to add another description of the spirit of calx. 21. The simple spirit of calx vive Basilius, in manualibus operationibus. Take pure calx vive, burn it in a potter's furnace with a most strong fire, to reduce it to an exact maturity, grind it very fine upon a marble, and put it in a cucurbit, pour to it spirit of wine made of philosophical tartar, as I shall teach in my method of making aurum potabile, that the calx may be made like thin pap. This being done, distill from thence the phlegm, till the calx be dry, pour on new spirit of wine, and draw off, repeat it 6 times, then grind the matter very curiously, and put it in a cellar, to be dissolved per deliquium, and within a few days a liquor will run from it, which being gathered and distilled by a retort in sand, first send forth a phlegm to be kept by itself, after that a spiritus liquor, which also keep apart. Now take crystals pulverized, mix them with the same weight of vive or mineral sulfur, burn this matter, continually stirring it, till all the sulfur be burned away, then reverberate in an open fire the space of 3 hours. This done, pour the aforesaid liquor to this matter. Take also crab's eyes, to which also pour the same liquor of quick lime in another glass. Let them be digested 14 days in a heat strong enough, and from both will ascend in humidity upon the superficies, which decant finely into a little glass, and rectify in balneo, and a liquor will remain in the bottom, 3 grains of which administered in wine have produced very great and admirable effects. This medicine cures also radically the stone of the bladder and kidneys, as well in men as women. This spirit of wine made of philosophical tartar, which Basilius promised to give in his method of making aurum potabile, confirm all the aforesaid menstruums of Basilius, for these are made of sal harmoniac, or the volatile salt of tartar, being diverse ways prepared, but this spirit of philosophical wine is actuated with the salt of tartar, not indeed the common alkali, but that being reduced together with the spirit of philosophical wine into a liquid substance. For we are to be admonished that it is not always necessary to make the coelum or heaven of Lully, and the rest of the menstruums of this kind with the salt of tartar, as being philosophically volatilized, but that sometimes also the same menstruum may be made of the salt of tartar without the sublimation or reduction of it into the vegetable sulfur of nature, by cohobating only the spirit of philosophical wine upon salt of tartar, till it ascend by distillation in the form of a milky liquor. It is thus done. 22. The tartarified spirit of wine of Basilius, in manual operation. Last Will and Testament, 5th pg, 283. The first thing to be known is that the philosopher's tartar, wherewith the lock is opened, is not like common tartar as most men imagine, but is another salt. Though springing from the same fountain, this salt is the only key to open and dissolve metals, if prepared as followeth. Take the ashes of a fruitful wine, and draw a lee or lixivium, as strong as may be out of them with hot water, which evaporate by boiling it to a dryness, that the matter may remain reddish, which reverberate in a reverberating furnace 3 days or thereabouts with an open fire, till it become white. Then dissolve it in spring water, suffer it to settle, decant the clear, filter to separate. The feces, being filtered, coagulate, and you will have the white salt of tartar, from which the true spirit is distilled after. This manner takes spirit of wine rectified to the highest degree, and altogether void of phlegm, described in Num. 19, and pour it to the salt of tartar in a phial with a long neck, so as to be 3 fingers above it, lute an alembic to the phial, fit a receiver to it, and digest with a gentle heat. Then draw off the phlegm most softly, and the spirit of tartar is opened by virtue of the spirit of wine, and by reason of reciprocal and admirable love they both ascend together, the feces remaining, if any be, as also the phlegm must, be cast away. Thus will you have the true spirit of wine, wherewith aurum potabile is made. This truly is a most noble menstruum, so as for its excellency to deserve a higher place than this among the simple vegetable menstruums, whereas it ought to have been more rightly transferred to the 7th kind of menstruums, but it very much at present illustrating the menstruums of Basilius, and so of greater utility here than there. We will not remove it from thence, yet will we add some examples more clear of such sort of menstruums. Thus it is done. Treoctivende, the vegetable acetum axerumum, or ignis adepti of Ripley, made of tartar, calcined. Pag. 331, Concord. rame, and gid. Take the tartar of wine and calcine it to whiteness. Take of this calcined tartar 1 pound, and being pulverized, put in a great glass cucurbit, and pour to it half a cup or a little more of the strongest spirit of philosophical wine. Stop the mouth very close and let them stand in cold water 24 hours, then put a receiver to it, and distill in balneo with an easy fire, yet so as to be distilled, which easy distillation must be continued, till the phlegm ascend, which must be known by the taste, then let it cool, and again put new spirit of wine to the aforesaid tartar, the same quantity as before doing. All these things as before, which work you must repeat 15 times, but when the vessel is opened in every imbibation. Above all things have a care of the sudden fume of this ignis adepti, this work being in 15 times complete. Lay aside 3 ounces of this fire tartar for a part, to multiply the mercurial oil, as lower will appear. Take the other part of this fire tartar, and distill it in sand with a most strong fire, which fire being so distilled hath a white color, and is our naturae. Ignita, our mercury, our aqua vitae, lastly the key of our science. This menstruum is the same, as to the ingredients and virtue, with the vegetable heaven of Lully, but it must be circulated. Like that heaven, in order to lose its milky and duskish color, and acquire the diaphaneity and clearness of this. This receipt hath also Johannes de Rupesissa, which it is convenient to compare with this, especially he varying somewhat in circumstances by dissolving per delicium tartar, impregnated with the spirit of philosophical wine before the distilling of it. 24. The aqua fortissima and virtuosa of Johannes de Rupesissa. Cap. 43. Lib. Essentiae. The most blessed God, the creator of secrets, hath made so many wonderful things in nature that neither can our understanding perceive, some, few accepted, nor tongue express the wonderful things of God without stammering. And among the secrets, I will reveal to you a water of divine action, and the majesty of it is to take the best white tartar calcined, and put it in an earthen or glass vessel, and pour to it the best philosophical aqua ardens you can get, put on an alembic, and distill the aqua ardens very weak, then take it away, being little, or nothing worth, except for washing of the eyes or other parts. Then take, you tartar, and you will find it twice as strong, and this you may prove each time by your tongue. Put other aqua ardens to it again many times more, because it will be every time strengthened above measure. And you may bring it to so great a degree of strength that no created action can be compared to it. But if you would make it 100 times stronger, grind it, and put it upon a porphyry or marble to be converted into water, which then must be distilled through an alembic. There is yet another way of preparing this vegetable heaven, not by sublimation of the alkali, nor cohobation, but simple circulation, namely, by digesting the alkali of tartar in the spirit of philosophical wine, till it swims upon the spirit of wine like an oil. It is thus done. 25. Vegetable mercury actuated with salt of tartar of Lully, in prima camera individuorum dist. 3. Lib. Essen. In the first chamber is signified that our mercury is in the power of H, crude tartar, and, in order to draw it out, the artist must put the said H into E, that is, in a glassmaker's furnace, 3 natural days, and there must be a great quantity of it, because but little will be made from thence, which H, tartar now calcined, you must grind subtly, and put it into H of arboris, philosophical, into dissolution per deliquium, upon a marble in a very cold place, and covered because of dust, and H will be converted into T, oleum per delicium, which T must the artist distill through a filter in a glass vessel, and the artist, having separated T from H, will be able to extract our mercury out of the said 2 ways. First, by the magistracy of the chapter beginning, non reputes me, etc. By circulation like the essence or spirit of wine of Lully. Second, by the magistracy of the chapter, non praetermitem, by the separation of the elements, of which not in this place. Lully sometimes used the salt of tartar depurated instead of the oil of tartar per delicium, as in the first experiment. You have, saith he, another sign more certain of the purification of this individual, the salt of tartar, namely, when this most precious salt will remain in the vessel upon fire in the form of an oil, but being removed from the fire will suddenly be congealed. But, dearest son, let not the prolixity of time be irksome to you in dissolving and congealing this matter so often to take away corruption, which remaining it can never be, joined with its spirit extracted from the most precious and its nearest individual, which is the best wine, freed from all manner of humidity and corruption. Then circulate it in a circulating vessel, and so reduce it into a quintessence, and it will forthwith embrace its spirit. This circulation we performed at first in 30 days, but afterwards completed the same in 40 days, which circulation was much better than the first, because the longer it is circulated, the More is it purified and adapted for any of our physical operations, which order when need requires you also must observe. Menstruums of this kind may be divers ways made not only out of the alkali of tartar, but other fixed alkalis may be also taken instead of that, as proves the following menstruum. 26. The simple vegetable menstruum produced from the 3 individuals of Lully, in experim. 25. Take aquavitae so acute as to burn a linen cloth, which transmit again through an alembic, that it may be perfectly rectified. Then take the salt of celandine, salt of man's blood, salt extracted from honey, as you have them above in their experiments, all which salts put together in an urinal, cucurbit, and upon every ounce of those salts pour 4 ounces of the aforesaid aquavitae. Cover it with its antinatorium, blind head, then, having a little time digested, put on an alembic, with a receiver annexed, lute the joints well, and distill in ashes, suffering the salts to go over. Together with the water, if anything remain, pour to it again its distilled water, and when all is come over, pour in new salt again, to wit, 1 ounce, and pass it through the alembic as before. Thirdly, add again another ounce, or salt, as above, and distill, repeating this magistry 3 times, every time adding new salt, these things. Being done, circulate this water in a vessel deep and narrow the space of 50 natural days, but observe that the vessel respire not. Circulation being finished, you will in the bottom of the vessel see a sediment, like the urine, of a sound man, which will be white. Empty the water warily into another clean vessel, and be careful that the sediment pass not over with the water, but remain in the bottom of the vessel. Stop the vessel of the circulated water so as not to respire, and keep it in balneo. The preparation of the salt of celandine is in the 4th experiment, Manget vol I, p. 828. Then take the ashes of celandine, gathered in the month of May at full moon, with its roots and flowers, and put them in a glass vessel, and thereto pour the water of celandine distilled, in balneo, that you may from thence extract a salt, and let the matter boil 2 hours in a most soft fire of ashes. Empty the dissolution into another vessel, but dry the undissolved earth, and when the vessel is cold, grind it, pouring again new water upon the ashes as before. This magistry repeat till you have extracted all the salt, which is the mercurial part of that individual. Then take all those dissolutions and filter them, that they may be purged from terrestriti. Then distilling by balneo, congeal for the liquor. Being gone over, in the bottom of the vessel will remain a mercury or salt of a white color, which salt you must dissolve and by turns congeal 3 times, and by this means you will have extracted the mercury out of this matter, which hath virtues almost innumerable in actuating the vegetable spirit drawn from wine, and hath the power of dissolving all metals with the preservation of their vegetative and germinative form. The fixed salt of man's blood is thus prepared in the 11th experiment, Manget vol I, p. 831. Take blood drawn from sound and choleric men, and put it upon a clean table, and so let it dry that the phlegm may be separated from it. Then take the blood, grind it very well, and put it into a glass body, and with a slow fire distill the water, which being distilled keep apart. And having augmented the fire a little, but not too intensely, lest the salt perhaps should sublime, let only the moisture and superfluous oil exhale till it will distill no more. Then the vessel being cold, take the burned earth, put it into a vessel stopped close to keep it from respiring, for in respiring it would vanish away into smoke. Set the vessel in a reverberating furnace, but the heat must be exceeding temperate, that the salt of the matter which is volatile and not fixed may not exhale, and that the vessel may not by the violence of the fire be broken, as hath happened to us, and let the matter stand in that degree of heat the space of 2 days, and it will be calcined, which done, let the vessel cool, and being cold, open it, and upon the calcined matter pour its own phlegm, that is the water which you distilled. At first let it boil upon ashes 2 hours, that some part may be dissolved, and that which is dissolved decant into another vessel, and again with new water. Do as before, and thus repeat till you have extracted all the salt. Then draw off the water by distillation in balneo, and in the vessel will remain the salt as white as snow, of a great many virtues, and if you actuate the vegetable fire with it, it will without doubt dissolve the 2 luminaries with the conservation of their vegetative form, and with it may be made a most excellent aurum potable, to preserve the radical moisture in men and expel many diseases. The 3rd experiment, Manget vol I, p. 828, teacheth the preparation of the salt of honey. After this manner, take new white honey together with the comb, put it in a glass vessel to putrefy the space of 40 days, then distill, etc. Then take the earth, caput mortuum, which remained in the urinal, and being perfectly ground, put it in an earthen vessel, made of Valentinian chalk, or of that which crucibles are made of, or if you cannot have this vessel, put the same earth between 2 crucibles, one joined. to the other, and very well luted, then set them in a reverberating or glassmaker's furnace, and there let them stay 4 or 5 days. So will the earth be white? But if you do this work in a reverberating furnace, have a care that the fire be not too violent, for so would the earth evaporate, and if the fire be too weak, it will never be calcined. A moderate heat, therefore, is requisite. Thus, no such error can happen, as we have met with. For when we began this work, we lost all the earth by the violence of the fire, but to the purpose, this earth being calcined, as aforesaid, and the vessel cold, take it out and grind it. Then pour the water which you distilled by balneo to it, and let the matter boil 2 hours upon ashes, and empty the water into another vessel from the earth, which earth you must dry with a gentle fire. Upon the same ashes pour new phlegm, and let it boil, as before. Decant by emptying and keeping, as before, the dissolution of the body, and thus repeat the magistery till you have evacuated all the most precious salt out of it, and converted it into water. Then take all those dissolutions and filter them through a clean linen cloth, which water you must distill by balneo. At length in the bottom of the vessel will you have a most precious salt, or vegetable mercury, which done, know the weight of the said congelation, or salt, and pour to it a third part of the water which you kept before, and which you rectified 7 times in ashes, the acid water of honey, and stop the vessel with its antinatorium, and set it in balneo 5 days. Then having taken away the antinatorium and put on an alembic, you must with a temperate fire by distillation exhale all the moisture that will distill and that will be insipid, for the earth hath received, and in itself retained the virtue and acetosity of the water. And so by the help of the living God will you truly have the vegetable salt drawn from this individual, which salt is most precious, and hath the power of actuating the vegetable mercury, and dissolving the 2 luminaries, and all the other imperfect metals. And with this may metals be reduced into their first matter. To these salts requisite for this menstruum of Lowly, I will add the 5th experiment, which teacheth to prepare alkalis from Portulaca marina, Apium sylvestra, Squilla, Euphorbium pyrethrum, Rosmarinus, herb mercury, Solatrum, Oleandrum, etc., with all which you may actuate the vegetable mercury drawn from wine, either jointly or severally. This sort of menstruums is made not only out of alkalis of vegetables, but also out of mineral salts, such as common salt, sal gemme, alum, etc. Thus it is made. 27. The circulatum minus or water of salt circulated of Paracelsus lib. 10. Archidoxes. 19. Take the true element of water, or instead thereof another salt which hath not been as yet boiled to plain dryness, or also sal gemme putrefied, pour 2 parts of the water mixed with a little juice of raphanus to it, putrefy. In accurate digestion, the longer the better, let it afterward congeal, and putrefy again for a month, then distill in a retort, the remainder urge with a strong fire, that it may melt. Reverberate in a retort, with a continual fire, dissolve upon a marble the water flowing from hence, pour to it, and putrefy again, distill again, even to an oleosity, join it with the spirit of philosophical wine, and that which is impure will fall down, which separate, but let the pure be crystallized in a cold place. Pour on again that which is distilled, and coabate so oft, till a fixed oil remains in the bottom, and nothing sweet goes over. Digest moreover for a month, then distill till the arcanum of salt. Pass over through the alembic, nor let long labor grieve you, for this is the 3rd part of all the arcanums, which are hidden in metals and minerals, and without which nothing can be made useful or perfect. The same circulatum hath Paracelsus described in his treatise of reducing metals into their first matter, or running mercury, which is the 4th. Treatise in Rosario Novo Olympico Benedicti Figuli, which description we thought good to compare with this, that they may illustrate one another. Take, saith he, sal gemme, most finely pulverized, put it in a strong crucible, and increase the fire by degrees, melt. The salt, being melted, keep it so for the space of 3 hours. The salt being cold, pulverize it again, and melt it in a new crucible according to the aforesaid method, and so proceed 5 or 6 times. Then to the pulverized salt, pour so much of the hot juice of raphanus, radish juice, that it may be dissolved. Mix the salt, and squeeze it with a little of the juice, with a wooden spoon, in a wooden vessel, being dissolved, strain it through a sleeve, and set it apart. Add again a little of the juice, and repeat till all the salt be dissolved. Coagulate or draw off the water by an alembic. Reduce the salt into powder, putrefy. In balneo 6 days, then distill with an open fire, like aqua regis, observing the degrees of fire till nothing more ascends. Force it with a most strong fire for an hour, that it may be thoroughly calcined. Pulverize the salt, being yet hot, very small on a marble, and let it be dissolved. In balneo 3 days, then distill gradually by the rule of art all the liquor through an alembic in sand. The remaining body being well pulverized, dissolve on a marble, putrefy, and distill as before. Repeat this 3 times. The remainder reduce into powder, and put in a cucurbit, to which pour these 3 distilled waters, putrefy 5 days, and again distill in sand. Thus, putrefying and distilling, all the salt will at length ascend through the alembic, except a little caput mortuum to be cast away. But the water distilled from the substance of the salt, putrefy for a day and a night, and rectify twice or thrice, and you will have the water of salt. This menstruum made of sea salt, or sal gemme, Paracelsus made choice of before the rest of the simple vegetable. Menstruums as the best, because according to his doctrine, it is the matrix or center of metals and minerals. Because saith he, being instructed by experiments, and having in other books also made mention, that the primum ens, or fifth essence of the element of water, is the center of metals and minerals, and having elsewhere also added, that every product ought to die in that in which it received life. In a German manuscript, these words are thus read: Das ein eigentliche Frucht in seiner Mutter, darinnen ist das Leben überkommen, sterben muss. That is, every fruit ought to die in the same matrix in which it attains its life, that afterwards it may receive a new life better, and so, by the deposition of the old body, be reduced into the primum ens, or first being, the way therefore of extracting the center of water, in which metals ought to depose their body, will I here add. This menstruum we will explain by its branches, whereof the first is oil of salt dissolved per deliquium. In the first process he dissolves sea salt, or sal gemme, in water mixed with the juice of raffinus, radish, putrefies, and with a stronger fire distills, but the caput mortuum, the remaining salt rather, he dissolves on a marble per deliquium. In the second receipt, he dissolves sal gemme, being first 5 or 6 times melted, in an equal quantity of the juice of raffinus made hot, then coagulates, putrefies, and distills like common aqua fortis, the remaining salt reduced. Into a powder, being as yet hot, he dissolves per deliquium in a moist place. Sometimes he does without this stinking juice of raffinus more compendiously. Prepare that oil of salt per deliquium, and that is from salt calcined. With nitre, the receipt is to take of common salt, and the salt of urine, equal parts, to be by the rule of alchemy calcined 2 hours then, resolved in a cellar after the usual manner, etc. From this calcined salt is distilled a spirit, which resolveth gold into oil, but if it be again extracted, and to the highest degree prepared, a most excellent aurum potabile will be had, but without that extraction. Distillation, the gold is only resolved, then is it a most pure art for goldsmiths in gilding, and for ironsmiths, a constant and precious treasure to gild with, yet they that prepare it ought to be skillful alchemists. Libro de rebus nat, cap. 4. De Celepag, 190 denti. The Paracelsus by the salt of urine, intended nitre, is easily proved by what follows. In what place soever, saith he, the urine of man or beast is poured forth, at the same succeeding time is sal nitre produced, for urine gathered and prepared into another salt is called sal nitre, ibidem. But the same receipt, tract, de sal, pag, 171 puts it out of all doubt, being thus described. Take salt and sal nitre in equal proportions, let them be calcined by themselves till they melt, then resolve them into a liquor. The second is the oil or essence of salt. In the first process he takes the oil of salt per deliquium, and cohobates it so oft with the spirit of philosophical wine, till the salt remains at the bottom in a form of an oil, and no phlegm ascends. But if, instead of the spirit of philosophical wine any, vegetable menstruum be taken, as for example, the menstruum which we treat now of, being already prepared, or salt circulated, there is no necessity for the salt to be dissolved per deliquium, but is with less pains reduced into an oil or natural essence. Though, saith he, there are more ways to extract the ens primum of salt, yet this is most commodious and most expeditious. And after this there is that other way which we mentioned, speaking of the elixir of salt, namely, that the new salt mixed well with the dissolving water, which is the distilled spirit of salt, the circulatum minus made of salt, the water of salt circulated, the arcanum of salt, the menstruum which is now in hand, must be putrefied and distilled, so long till the substance of the salt be dissolved, and reduced into a perpetual oleosity, the body in the form of phlegm being abstracted from it. The place alleged is in Lib. 8. Archid de Elixirius Pag 30122. Take salt well prepared, most white and pure, put it into a pelican, with 6 times the weight of the dissolving water. By the dissolving water is our water of salt, circulated, to be understood. Lib. 10. Archid. pg. 38. Digest them a month together in horse dung, and pour it on again, and separate. As before, and that so oft, till the salt be converted into oil. This way of making the essence of salt with the circulation minus is much better, and more exquisite than that former preparation performed by the spirit of philosophical wine. Though Paracelsus affirms the former method to be more useful, and more expeditious than the latter, which is to be understood of the use of both, not the preparation for the essence of salt is both sooner and better prepared with some circulatum minus than with the simple spirit of philosophical wine, from which essence of the salt, which way soever made, is prepared the arcanum of salt, which reason will have more commodious and more expeditious in extracting the essence of things than the oil of salt, not yet so graduated. In the second process, Paracelsus commands, indeed, the oil of salt made per delicium to be putrefied. But as to the means of putrefaction, whether with the spirit of philosophical wine or some simple, vegetable menstruum makes no mention, without which notwithstanding the salt would not ascend in the alembic, and if it were distilled, yet would it be of no use in extracting essences, he putrefied. Therefore the oil of salt per deliquium for some time with the spirit of philosophical wine, then being putrefied, distilled it with a stronger fire, the residue of the salt he again dissolved on a marble, and being dissolved, putrefied and distilled it with new spirit of philosophical wine, or some simple vegetable menstruum so often, till he had distilled the whole into spiritual water of salt. The third branch consists in the reduction of the essence of salt into the arcanum of the same. For the natural, that is, saline, essence of salt, doth by being cohobated sometimes with the spirit of philosophical wine, ascend together with it to come sweet, and is transmuted into the arcanum of salt, or artificial essence, of which arcanums more in the second book of medicines. Common salt, therefore distilled with the spirit of philosophical wine through. An alembic is the circulatum minus of Paracelsus, the aqua salis circulari, the primum and salis, the arcanum salis, the aqua solvens, the spirus, salis distillatus, the matrix and center of metals and minerals, etc. It is called circulatum by reason of the circulation or digestion of the essence of salt for a month, with the spirit of philosophical wine, or which is more probable, because of the common circulation, of all the vegetable menstruums for the space of 30, 40, or 60 days after the menstruum, was already made, so that this circulation, though omitted in our receipt, must be understood in. These circulatums of Paracelsus, it is not therefore called circulatum minus, as if common salt had less virtues in dissolving than the other salts, but because it hath those only, and not the quality, of tinging superadded as the greater circulatums, after the same manner as salt is made a circulatum. May also vitriol be made a circulatum, alum a circulatum, tartar a circulatum, etc. This way also, saith Paracelsus, is the arcanum or magistry to be made of vitriol, as also of all other salts, lib. Deset. Arch, cap, 3. Pag, 38. Weight vol 2 bot pg. 86. Lastly, as the saline essence of salt loseth its saltness, and becomes sweet by being digested and cohobated in the spirit of philosophical wine, so the common spirit of salt, well mixed and digested with the spirit of wine, becomes a sweet menstruum. It is thus done. 28. The sweet spirit of salt of Basilius, lib. Partic, sub sulfur solis, and rep 12. Clav, Manget vol, 2nd pg, 422, also Herm. Museum vol I, pg, 352 to 357, take of the spirit of salt, wholly deflemmed one part of the best spirit, of wine free from all phlegm, or the sulphur of wine, made as I shall tell. You lower, the description of which we lately had in the precedent pages, 1/2 part, fit and alembic well luted, and distill strongly, so as that nothing remains. To the distillation add 1 other 1/2 part of spirit of wine, and distill, and that repeat 3 times, putrefy 15 days, or till it becomes sweet, which must be done in a gentle balneo. Thus will you have the spirit of salt and wine without any corrosion for extractions. But though this menstruum may deserve its praises, yet it can scarce be reckoned amongst menstruums of this kind, where we discourse not of acid spirits, but fixed salts. It must therefore be considered as an appendix of the circulated salt, to the illustration of which it will not a little conduce. From the receipts we observe, 1. That by aqua vitae, or spirit of wine, the adepts did not in the least intend common, but philosophical. Aqua ardens, for common aqua ardens will never perform that which is desired in these receipts, and it being granted that it seems to perform, yet menstruums so made cannot be menstruums of the adepts, but common, of no efficacy or esteem in the more secret chyme. 2. That Basilius has indeed sometimes used common aqua ardens for his menstruums, but never by itself, but mixed with vegetable sal ammoniac, or philosophical salt of tartar, that is, with the spirit of philosophical wine, volatilized, which salt, being brought into a liquid substance by virtue of this spirit, is his menstruum, for he separates again from thence the spirit of common wine, either by flame or by quick lime. 3. That the greater quantity of sal ammoniac is joined with the spirit of philosophical wine, the stronger are these menstruums made. Wherefore Basilius his menstruums of this kind, from which all the common aqua ardens is separated, are to be reputed among the best. 4. That these menstruums are the magistracy of fixed salts, by Paracelsus called the les circulatums, or arcanum of the alkali of tartar, beans, wormwood, as also common salt, alum, nitra, etc. 5. And therefore that these menstruums are medicines. 6. That these menstruums may be made several ways, as these out of the sal armoniac, of Lully, by the method of Paracelsus's circulatums, and so on. The contrary, provided the alkalis or fixed salts be volatilized and distilled, together with a spirit of philosophical wine through an alembic. 7. That the spirit of philosophical wine is not easily mixed with these salts, but by certain degrees, first he extracts the tincture or soul from them, that is, the more unctuous parts, which being more volatile than the rest, are then easily distilled into a volatile tincture, or, to use Lully's phrase, into the animated spirit, then the remaining earth being now fixed. By the same means is again volatilized by absorbing the said animated spirit by degrees and sublimed into sal armoniac. 8. That these sal ammoniacs are sublimed with a very strong fire. 9. That these salts are called harmoniac, by reason of the harmony or perfection of their miction. So have you, saith Lully, the formal harmoniac miction of all the elements, wherefore wonder not if we call it sal armoniac, for so it is called, because of its exalted and sublime property, the pure and first matter of nature. Lib. Mercur. Pag. 155. Disset. That the volatile salt of tartar, the volatile salt of wormwood, Carduus benedictus, etc. Common volatile salt, by Paracelsus called sal anixum, are rightly termed sal, harmoniacs, philosophical vegetable mercuries, and sulfurs of nature, etc. Jednact. That the spirit of salt, nitra, vitriol, aquafortis, etc., are by being cohobated with the spirit of philosophical wine made sweet. The 6th kind. Simple vegetable menstruums made of the spirit and tartar of philosophical wine. 29. The coelum venusum of Pyrenees, made of the salt of philosophical wine. In Appendices, Luke. Pag. 271. Vol. 6. Theatrum chemicum. Take the philosopher's first matter, called chaos, vegetable mercury. The philosopher's wine, distill its spirit, ardent and watery element. Phlegm, in its convenient vessel, as we shall teach in its proper place, till its body remain in the bottom like melted pitch, which by 2 distillations wash with its watery element, then pour its spirit to it, 4 fingers above it, mixing the matter well, till it be well united, and set the vessel to distill in balneo with an easy heat, then put it into putrefaction 6 days in a convenient vessel, and distill in ashes the animated spirit. Then take other spirit, ardens, and that being poured to it, put it again into putrefaction 6 days, and so repeat this magistracy, till you see that the spirit has imbibed and extracted the soul out of the body, an infallible sign of which will be when you see its earth hard and dry, for then may you be assured that the body is, for its health's sake, dead, which you may vivify and make incorruptible, and it will no more fear death, nor corruption in this world. Now, take the aforesaid body, first weigh it, then put it in a convenient vessel, and pour to it an 8th part of its spirit, animated spirit, which extracted its soul. Then put your vessel in a fire of digestion, which we shall speak of afterwards, and continue the fire till you see that the earth hath imbibed its liquor. Then open the vessel, put on an alembic, and gather that little sweat, which will have the taste of hot water. Imbibe now your matter for a 2nd time with a 7th part of the aforesaid spirit, which contains the soul, and proceed in the methodizing of the aforesaid magistracy. Now for a 3rd time imbibe with a 6th part, for a 4th time imbibe with a 5th part, for a 5th time imbibe with a 4th part, and do not multiply the weight of the aforesaid spirit, but continue it so, observing the aforesaid method, till the matter, which hath drunk up its spirit, and is again united with its soul, be white. Take now the aforesaid earth, and put it in convenient sublimation, the lower part of the vessel being luted below the matter, and make the pure part sublime from the impure, and so will you have our mercury, which is clear and shining as a diamond. This is that which the philosophers do, by divers metaphors, call the first vegetable matter, sal armoniac, our mercury, our sulfur of nature, whereas notwithstanding it is one and the same thing. Take the other simple spirit, which you first extracted out of your chaos, that which hath not extracted its soul, and make it more pure, and subtle, by the way following, take of the vegetable first matter, sal armoniac, which you made before, 1 pound, and put it in a convenient vessel in balneo, till the matter dissolve itself per delicium. Then, putting to an alembic, distill the superfluous water, then pour on 3 pounds of the aforesaid simple spirit, ardens, and the vessel, being conveniently stopped, as will be manifested below, put it into putrefaction for 1 natural day, after the manner following. Get you a brass vessel about 1 span and a half broad, and 3 spans, and a half long, which towards the orifice must have a copper bottom pierced, with many holes, the cover whereof, which is to go into the vessel, and stop it well, must have 1 or 2 holes, but the glass vessels, which you would put to that copper vessel, ought to be conveniently covered in the lower part of those copper vessels put upon a furnace, making a moderate fire under, by the strength of which the fume, or vapor of the water will ascend, and heat the vessels in which your matter is. The whole work of our supreme magistery will be matured and prepared by this method, then distill conveniently, in ashes with a heat, scarce unlike to the heat of the sun, till you have drawn all the juice from it, then dissolve the matter by pouring to it of the aforesaid simple spirit. 3 parts, in respect of the matter, which remained in the vessel after the aforesaid juice was abstracted from it. Repeat the magistery a 4th time, proceeding and observing all things, exactly as above, so you will have the spirit of your chaos, which is by the philosophers called fire depurated, reduced from power into act with the virtue of the vegetable matter. Take therefore a glass vessel, strong, able to contain the measure of a common urine, pure and long, whose neck must be strong, and 2 spans and a half long, whose cover must be another glass, called antinatorium, with a neck turned downward, containing the 4th part of a common urine, to be put into the aforesaid vessel. Into this circulating vessel put 4 pounds, and no more of the depurated spirit, which you brought from power to action by virtue of the vegetable matter, as I taught you before. Circulate in balneo or dung the space of 60 days. And when conversion is made of the spirit deduced from power to action by the first vegetable matter, then this you will thereby know, that in the bottom of the vessel will be a sediment, like the urine of a sound man. Then will you see a quintessence brighter and clearer than a diamond, which exceeds the stars in splendor, so as to be doubted, whether it be contained in the glass, or not, which you must dexterously separate from its sediment, and keep in a vessel close stopped, in a cold place. This is that virtue which the envious have hidden, and obscured by innumerable metaphors, calling it spiritus vivus, aqua argenti vivi, aqua vitae, aqua coelestis, aqua dian, anima menstrui vegetabilis, fumus, ventus, our heaven, menstrual blood, urine sublimed, menstruum, our water of sulfur, our blessed stone, giving it infinite other names, which we mention not here, but have by experience seen and known them to be one and the same thing. Annotations. Most of the adepts knew no other but this way of actuating the spirit of philosophical wine, for they believed there was one only thing, and one only method. But this is not the last amongst the difficult methods, nor much different from the colellum vegetable of Loli made of the alkali of tartar. The tartar of this wine is less oily than common tartar, and therefore adjoined to this as a higher kind. But that we may the better understand the receipt, it is convenient to compare it with its original, taken out of the last testament of Loli. 30. The colum vinosum of Loli, intestum, novis. 23. Take red wine, which we call the liquor of lunaria, and nigrum nigrius nigro, and distill an aqua ardens in balneo, and rectify it, till it be without phlegm, which you will know, when it burns a piece of linen cloth, by reason of its heat, which you will make it do in 7 times, sometimes in 3, and having such a sign, divide it into 2 parts, and keep 1 part for the making of the menstruum, and with the other part abstract the soul from the earth, a pitchy mass, by the way which I shall tell you. The way, my son, is to distill the phlegm, till it remain in the form of a liquid pitch. Then put to it of the water, ardens, which you rectified so much as to swim 3 fingers above the matter. And the vessel being very close, set it in dung or balneo 6 days to digest, after that distill all the water, in which is the soul, upon hot ashes, then increase the fire a little, and take out the oil, which keep, then pour in the other water, ardens, or spirit of philosophical wine, as before, and put it in putrefaction 6 days, as before, and then distill in ashes, first the water, then the oil, and thus continue the magistery the same way, till you have extracted all the soul. From the earth, keep it, because it is the animated water, and keep the oil for the tincture. Then take the earth being dry and hardened, calcine till it grow white, being white, give the soul in the water reserved to it. My son, the way is this: take the earth being white and depurated, salt and know the weight, put it in a vessel of glass, and pour upon it 1/8 part of the animated water, the vessel being very close, and place it in the balneo 3 days, till you see the ardent spirit condensed in the balneo, and rectify it till it be without phlegm. Then, having put on an alembic, draw off the liquor without taste, because the soul hath embraced the spirit which is in that part, and imbibe a 2nd time with the 7th part of the animated water, and digest as before, and distill away the moisture. A 3rd time imbibe with a 6th part, digest and distill away the water. A 4th time pour on a 5th part of the animated water. As before, the 5th time give a 4th part, always digesting and drawing of the liquor, till our earth be pregnant and white, Then take the earth being pregnant, and put it in a subliming vessel luted and very close, in a fire of the 3rd degree, the space of 24 hours, and sublime, the pure from the impure, and thus, my son, will you have the vegetable, mercury sublimed, clear, resplendent, in the form of a wonderful salt. Know you must, my son, that the philosophers, and we do call it properly vegetable sulfur, sal, our ammoniac, our sulfur, the sulfur of nature, and many other names we also give it. Take, my son, of this vegetable sulfur, which you made 1 ounce, put it in a glass vessel, and pour upon it 3 ounces of the water, aqua ardens, rectified to the highest, revealed to you before, and the vessel being covered close, put it in balneo 1 natural day, then distill in ashes, and thus do 3 times its weight of the aforesaid aqua ardens, and put it in our balneo, the space of 1 natural day, then distill in ashes, and thus do 3 times. Then is all the vegetable salt come over the helm with its own water, and mixture is made, and the water clear, which we call simple menstruum. My son, take a glass vessel, which must be white glass and sound, and it must be a large vessel, and put into it 4 pounds, or 6 at most, of this menstruum, thus simply dissolved, and the vessel being well shut and sealed, put it in balneo or dung the space of 60 days, and it will in that time be converted into a quintessence exceeding glorious and odoriferous, which you will know when you see in the bottom of the vessel a sediment, like that in the urine of a well. Complexion youth, and it will be clear and resplendent as a star of heaven. Keep it in a hot and moist place, as is a balneo, separating it first from its sediment, and sealing the vessel well as may be. Both receipts agree in all things, except that lully calcines the dead earth, and by dissolving in common water and calcining, purifies it. Pyrenees not so, this earth notwithstanding seeming by this way, of purifying to be made fitter for the reception of its spirit. The receipts consist of these 2 parts, the preparation of the vegetable, sal, ammoniac, and the reduction of the same salt into a liquid substance or menstruum. The preparation of the sal ammoniac is effected by 2 operations. In the first, the soul is extracted out of the body by virtue of the spirit to exanimate and fix the earth and make it melt like wax on a red-hot plate. In the second, the soul is restored to this fixed earth by times, and this variously to make it volatile. In both receipts as well of lully as Pyrenees, the animated spirit is restored to the earth so exanimated, in an 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th part of its weight, till it wholly evaporates. Upon a fiery hot plate, this method of impregnation, or revivifying the dead body, will be confirmed and illustrated by the vegetable sal ammoniac of Pyrenees in apertorio cap, F and L, and parte secunda sidera vel violeta, and cap 5, elucid, pag 235, vol 6, theatrum chemicum. Our vegetable mercury is that principle to be admired above all other things of this art, which consists in the preparation and ablution of its most precious earth, which is of so great virtue as not to be comprehended by the wit of any men, those only excepted, who have attained to the miraculous effects of it. Our purpose is to take this matter remaining in the distillation of philosophical wine, like melted pitch, to which pour of its death, phlegm, the height of 4 fingers above it, agitate, that the tincture, or unctuous superfluous part of it may be dissolved. Let the matter settle, decant the tincture, to the remaining matter pour new phlegm, agitating and decanting so oft, till no more tincture ascends, and the earth remains, white, sparkling like a diamond, which dry in the sun or some such heat, being dried and pulverized, pour to it of sea, that is, its ardent spirit, so much as will swim upon it the space of 4 fingers, digest in a blind head 3 natural days, then distill with a slender heat of ashes, till the veins disappear, take away the receiver, stop it well put. Another 2, distill away all the phlegm, with a fire somewhat stronger, cool the vessel, take out the matter being hardened, pulverize, and putting it in the same vessel, pour to it of sea the breadth of 3 fingers, lute, and putrefy 3 days, take away the blind head. Distill through an alembic, till the veins ascend, then change the receiver as before. Repeat these operations till the earth remain white, and fume not upon a hot plate. Now take a phial, put the aforesaid earth into it, lute well the neck of the phial, and set it to digest, or calcine rather in ashes, and you will have your most precious earth, now fit to receive its spirit, animated, or soul, with the conservation of its radical moisture. Take this earth, put it in a round vessel, a hand's breadth deep, broad about the orifice, and imbibe it with its soul, or animated spirit, as we shall declare, cap. L. Thus have you so full an instruction of this matter, that it is impossible for you to err, if you be a faithful Christian. I promised, he goes on cap. L. To give you full direction for the making of all sorts of sulfurs. For our magistry, that is, mineral, vegetable, and animal sulfur, wonder not that I did first sublime and vivify the mineral sulfur of nature. I doing this, to give them in order, and that you might the better attend your practice and theory, though I know you are not ignorant that no dissolution can be made without either vegetable or animal sulfur. Now to our purpose. Take the vegetable earth prepared, as I taught you cap. F. Imbibe it with its animated spirit, giving an eighth part of it in respect of the earth. Cover the vessel with a blind head. Digest 8 days in balneo. Then lay aside this head and draw off all the insipid moisture in a gentle heat of ashes or of the sun. Then imbibe with a seventh part. Digest it in balneo and distilling in ashes as before. Then imbibe with a sixth. Then a fifth. Lastly a fourth part. And with this quantity repeat the rest of the imbibations, till the earth hath drank up 2 parts and more of its weight. Then take the earth out of the vessel, pulverize, and put a little of it upon a red hot plate, if the greatest part of it fume. Away, put the powder into a sublimatory, and sublime the philosopher's sal ammoniac, giving the beginning of vegetation to both the terrestrial luminaries, gold and silver, without which neither the vegetable nor animal work, yea, nothing at all can be done in this magistry. This volatilization of the fixed earth the adepts performed other ways also, not always observing the order of the aforesaid weights of the animated spirit in the resuscitation or impregnation of the dead body, for sometimes they imbibed this examinated earth with an eighth part of its animated spirit so oft till it became animated again and was made volatile. Thus Lully made his the vegetable sal ammoniac of Lully, Libro de Materia Vegetabili in Practica Quarta. Take excellent wine, either red or white, distilled by the rule of art, and ardent spirit, burning cotton, evaporate the phlegm till the matter remain, thick as melted pitch, to which pour of the ardent spirit so much as to swim 4 fingers above it, digest for a week in balneo, then distill the animated spirit by ashes, to the earth pour new ardent spirit, repeating so, oft, till the earth remain dry, and in the form of powder. Moreover, you must from the earth distill an oil and ashes with a fire sufficiently strong, so as that the earth being laid on a red-hot plate cast forth no fume. That oil, as also the phlegm, are of no value in the present work. Calcine, or reverberate the said earth in a close vessel, to which pour of the animated ardent spirit an eighth part in an alembic. Digest in balneo 3 days, then gently draw off the superfluous moisture, being insipid as common water, imbibe as before, and continue so oft, till the earth be made volatile, which you will know, if a little of it be put on a red hot plate be almost wholly evaporated. This impregnated earth sublime with a subliming fire the space of 24 hours, the volatile and sublimed salt sublime by itself yet twice, which is to be with the ardent spirit dissolved, distilled, and 40 or 50 days circulated into an odoriferous liquor. Sometimes they impregnated the earth from the beginning to the complete saturation of it with a fourth part of the animated spirit. Thus, the vegetable sal ammoniac of Lully. In apertorio suo, take of the best juice of lunaria that you can find, 1 pound or 2, and put it into a vessel with an alembic, the seams being well jointed and luted. Set it in a little furnace, and underneath make a fire of 1 wick, and with such a gentle heat let the aforesaid spirits be distilled, and so long till it begin to make veins. When therefore the phlegm begins to shew veins, then is it a sign that the spirit is distilled, which contains in it all the perfection of life. And then take that distilled spirit and keep it very choicely in a glass well stopped with white wax, then put another receiver under the alembic, and receive the second water, because it retains yet something of the aforesaid spirit, though not so strong as the first. Distill from that second water so long till nothing else comes but phlegm, which is no otherwise than as common water, tasting a little. If it has yet any virtue, then may you distill yet more, but if it be as the other water pure in taste, then lay aside the receiver with that second water, and put another glass to receive all the phlegm, distilling so long till nothing more distills, and then let all the phlegm be poured away, because it is that which brings death to our precious stone, and this the vulgar knows not, but we know. Now you have he earth, which remained in the bottom of the vessel black like melted pitch, for that calcination of the earth cannot be done with a strong fire, as sophisters believe, but it is done by its own spirit, which keeps it from burning, because its spirit draws the soul from its body, and repels its superfluous phlegm, and mortifies the earth, and then vivifies it. Now therefore calcine the aforesaid earth in this manner. Take the second distilled water, aqua, ardens mixed with phlegm, and pour it upon the black earth, pitch in its vessel, and mix well till it be dissolved, because the earth is presently dissolved. Then put on an alembic, and lute well, and distill the spirit with 1 wick, as I told you before, till you see veins. Then again separate the receiver of the alembic with the spirits, and set it apart, and put another receiver to, and distill on, looking if there be yet any spirit there. If not, then the water, which is distilled, hath a taste like hot common spring water, which put away. Again, because such water is phlegmatic, which causeth death to our stone, and after the whole distillation, take the vessel with all the matter, which you will, then find more hard than before, and this is the reason, because that spirit hath attracted the aerial soul to it from its body, it being the place in which the soul is contained, that operation repeated so oft, till you see your matter, calcined in the bottom in the form of a black powder, or even so long till you see no more phlegm arise, so as the last water to be as great virtue, strength, smell, and taste as the first, and you must not be ignorant, that in the third distillation, those two spirits, ill and well rectified, are to be mixed together upon their earth so long, till the earth and spirits have those signs aforesaid, namely, the earth be calcined, and the spirits yield no phlegm. Then take the earth, and with it a fourth part of its weight of the spirit, and put the matter into your vessel, which we call retentorium, and place it in a furnace, continuing in easy heat so long, till the spirit be altogether coagulated in the earth. Know, son, that the body, which was dead, puts on white garments, as, if God please, you shall see, when you try the things aforesaid. Son, this must you repeat with new spirit so long, till you see the earth altogether white as snow, and then is the earth, big and impregnated with eternal clarity, which will bring forth an infant. According to this way, when the earth is very white, then, son, take it out its vessel, and grind it into a most fine powder, and this do upon a glass plate, then again put it into a vessel, luting the joints of it well, and set it on a little furnace, and kindle a fire, continuing it for 30 hours, and in the corners and sides of the vessel you will find our infant born and resuscitated in the likeness of a powder, most white, most fair, and in such clearness as the body of silver. Keep it therefore in high esteem, because it is your terra foliata, and it is called the spirit of sublimated. Bodies converted into terra foliata, sow into the same the soul, etc. Sometimes they impregnated this earth without observing any weight, as thus, another vegetable sal armoniac of Lully, in loose mercuriorium. Take wine red or white, putrefy it in balneo 20 days at least, that the parts of it may be disunited, and the better separated. Then by distillation of balneo, with a most gentle fire draw off the aqua ardens, which put in rectification so oft, till nothing of the phlegm remains. Then draw off the phlegm by distillation with a fire of ashes, till a certain matter remains in the bottom of the vessel like liquid pitch, and the said phlegm put apart. Then take the said matter, and pour to it of the phlegm so much, as to swim 4 fingers above it, and put it for 2 days in balneo, then 1 day in a fire of ashes, that it may boil leisurely, and you will find the phlegm much colored, which empty into another vessel, and thus proceed till the phlegm be no more colored. And if phlegm be wanting, then take the colored phlegm, and by distillation draw off 1/2 or a 1/3 part of it by balneo, and operate with it, as before. But when that phlegm is no more colored, then will there remain in the bottom of the vessel an earth almost white, the phlegm having abstracted all the oil out of it. If you would separate them asunder, put them in distillation of balneo, then the phlegm only riseth, and the oil will remain in the bottom of the vessel most red. Take this earth, and pour to the same of mercury, vegetable, or aqua ardens, so as to swim 2 fingers above it, and put it in a fire of ashes for 1 natural day, so as to boil gently. Then draw off, distill the earth by a fire of ashes as before, and put it apart. And of new aqua ardens pour to the said earth so much as to swim 2 fingers above it, and set it in ashes for a natural day. Then draw it off by distilling in ashes, as before, and thus proceed till there be no more spirit, elsewhere called soul, remaining in the earth, but all passed over with the aqua ardens, which you may know by the earth remaining in a most impalpable powder, and putting it on a fire hot plate, it will yield no smoke, which will be a sign that it is without spirit, soul, which earth put then into digestion in an athanor, and there let it stand 10 days in a continued fire. Then take of the aqua ardens, in which the spirit, soul, is, and pour it upon the said earth, swimming 1 finger above it, and put it in an athanor for 1 natural day. Then set it in balneo, and by distillation draw off the aqua ardens without the spirit, soul, the spirit remaining in the earth. Then pour on other aqua ardens, and thus reiterate till the earth hath drank up all its spirit, which you will know by putting the earth upon a red hot plate, because the greatest part of it will turn into smoke, which earth digest for 6 natural days in an athanor. Then put it in ashes, increasing the fire, till by the sublimation the vegetable mercury riseth at the sides of the vessel, and in the bottom remains the terra damnata, which is not an ingredient to our work, which mercury gathers speedily, and whilst it is new after its rising. Mix it with its water for 2 days, and it becomes a water, which hath wherewithal to dissolve all metals with the preservation of their form, and this water we call vegetable menstruum. Animal sal ammoniac may also be made the same way as vegetable sal ammoniacs thus is made. The animal sal ammoniac of Lully. Intestum. Novissimo. Sun. There is another way of this animal sulfur of nature in which there is most accurate knowledge, as in vegetables, which you must perform by the method which we shall teach you. And sun. The way is to take the urine of young men of good complexion and put it in a glass vessel 40 days, till it be putrefied. Then take a cucurbit, and putting on an alembic in balneo for the space of 40 hours, distill a clear water, and the spirit will remain in the earth. The soul is pitch, dry it being well luted, and rectify the water 7 times, and the white salt, volatile, which it made in every distillation gather warily, that it may not feel the air, and put it in its water, spirit. The put the earth and water, pitch and spirit, together in balneo or dung for 4 days, then distill in the same balneo, and put it again upon the earth, digest and distill again as before 4 days, then take the water by itself, and put in dung the space of 2 natural days, and distill in balneo, and again putrefy in dung, and continue this order 5 times. Then is the water, spirit, perfectly rectified and clear. This work being ended, restore the water to the earth, pitch, and set it in dung, then distill in balneo, and dry up the earth, and the alembic being taken off, and another cover put on, sublime for the space of 24 hours. The animal sulfur of nature, then gather it together, and upon the earth which remained pour its animated water, and put it in dung, and distill in balneo, dry and sublime as before, repeating, till all the sulfur be sublimed. Sun! We have revealed to you every way of knowing our vegetable sulfurs, and also the animal sulfur, with a declaration of the whole magistry. Now, with the help of God, we shew you that there is one way and means in the animal and in the vegetable, without any variation, this receipt being less clear, in making no mention of the spirit of philosophical wine, and yet of no worth without it. I will therefore add his 6th experiment of the rational animal, where thus, experimentum de animali rationali sextum, very great certainly, and incomprehensible gifts hath the most high God vouchsafed to us, in the acknowledgement of which our duty is both day and night, to love, worship, and revere him with our whole heart, and everywhere extol his name with all our might. For besides his creating us out of nothing, and redeeming us with his most precious blood, he hath also made man partaker of all the blessings contained in the greater world, and for this reason is called microcosm, for it has by divine inspiration been revealed to us that all virtues, as well animal and vegetable as mineral, are in man himself. And this very thing I will prove to be true by this wonderful experiment. Take the urine of boys, which must be from the 8th to the 12th year, and no more, which urine gather from those boys in the morning, rising out of bed, a great quantity of which it is convenient for you to have, which must be very well putrefied in a glass vessel, the vessel being stopped, not to respire, 2 parts of which vessel must be full, the other empty, and thus ought it to be placed in horse dung to putrefy till the urine grows black, which commonly happens within 40 or 50 days, but that urine may putrefy and grow black in a shorter space of time, this we have had for a secret, and proved it by true experiment, that mixing and joining a cup of aqua vitae, philosophical but first highly rectified with the aforesaid urine, will accelerate putrefaction. Being done, put the urine in an urinal, cucurbit, with an alembic and receiver carefully stopped, 2 parts of which vessel must be full, but the 3rd empty, and distill in balneo with a gentle fire 1 part of 3, or till it produceth veins. In the head, which veins being vanished and gone, remove the receiver, and being very close stopped, keep it with the distilled water, which is the mercury, spirit of it, in a place as cold as you can. Then continue the distillation, increasing the fire. And its phlegm will be distilled, which requires a stronger fire to go over the helm, and thus continue distilling till the body appears in the likeness of honey, or melted pitch. Then let the vessel cool, and keep the phlegm, which shall distill. Then take the first mercury, or first spirit, which you distilled in the beginning, and rectify it thus. Put it into a large cucurbit 1.5 arms high, then put into the mouth of the said vessel cotton, enough to stop the mouth of it, which cotton must be first moistened with oil, and pressed out, and tied to a hempen thread, that, when you have a mind, you may draw it out of the neck of the vessel, and that the cotton may not fall into the cucurbit. Then put an alembic to the cucurbit with a receiver, the joints being very close, besmeared with wheat flour and linen swaths, that is, pasted with the pap of flour bound fast to the neck of the cucurbit, to keep the vessels from respiring, which paste, chemical lute, being dried, put the cucurbit to a fire of balneo, boiling gently, and the matter will be sublimed into a most precious salt. Yet, son, take notice of this, that the beak of the alembic must be large and wide, lest the salt, rising and subliming out of the cucurbit, should stop the mouth of the beak of the alembic when it flows over into the receiver, for if so, the vessels would be broken, as it hath also happened to us, when we brought this experiment to practice. When you see all the salt gone over by distillation, there will remain in the cucurbit a certain phlegmatic water, which throw away as nothing worth, but the salt empty with care. And keep it in a glass vessel very close stopped, which salt will be volatile, and we will use it either for the dissolving of bodies or for the making of medicines. There is also another way of rectifying or purging the aforesaid animal, spirit, or mercury. Take therefore that animal spirit and distill by balneo, and half the liquor being gone over, remove the receiver, and throw away that which remains in the vessel, that which is distilled. Distill again, taking 2 parts of it, what remains in the vessel. Throw away again as before, and what has gone over, distill again, a 3rd time, and take little less than all of it, and thus will you have the animal spirit or mercury perfectly rectified, wherewith you may exanimate your earth, which you had before remaining in the likeness of liquid pitch. Take therefore that liquid pitch, or rather earth, dissolved, and pour upon it so much of the aforesaid animal spirit, as to rise 4 fingers above it, the vessel with its antinatorium, lute with wax gummed, that it exhale not. Then shake the vessel, or urinal very well, that the spirit may be incorporated, and the earth, being well joined with the spirit dissolved, put it in putrefaction for 2 natural days, then take away the antinatorium, and immediately put on an alembic with a receiver, lute well to prevent respiring, and distill. By ashes, have a care of the fumes when you open the vessel, for they are exceeding strong. All the spirit therefore being by distillation gone over, increase the fire, that the soul may be imprinted into the distilled water, and lastly again increase the fire thus gradually, till some other salt or sulfur be sublimed, when no more will sublime. Cool the vessel, and gather the sublimation, and lay it with the animated spirit lately distilled. Then take out the hard, and burn matter remaining in the vessel, and grind it, and pour again to it of new spirit as above, cover the vessel with its antinatorium again as above, and putrefy, then take away the antinatorium, and putting on an alembic with a receiver well stopped. Distill the animated spirit by ashes, which being distilled again as before, increase the fire at last, that some part of the oil may be forced over, and the other part of the sulfur be sublimed, but when you see nothing more will distill, nor anything sublime, suffer the vessel to cool, and keep the animated spirit last distilled with the other distilled before. So also, if any part of the salt ascends by sublimation, mix it together with the aforesaid spirit as before, and keep them in a vessel close stopped, then again pour new spirit upon the earth, so as to rise 3 fingers above it, and joining an antinatorium to it, putrefy as before, and then distill in ashes as before, but when nothing more will distill, increase the fire as much as possible by adding fuel, that the earth may be calcined, and in this 3rd operation converted into a barytine or ash color, then the vessel being cold, and the receiver with the animated spirit taken away, keep it with the rest of the animated spirit, but put the earth into a vessel of earth or chalk, which must be found, and able to endure fire, covered with the like vessel, giving it as strong a heat as can be made with wood, and continue 2 days. Then by that time you will have calcined the earth, the vessel being cold, draw out the said earth, which will be almost white, or of an ash color, clear and bright, pour so much of its phlegm upon it as will swim 4 fingers above it, and let it boil in ashes 4 hours, and then decant the liquor warily into another vessel, and keep it, dry the remaining earth, and pour to it again of new phlegm as before. Then make it boil as before, then decant as before, and dry the earth. Thus repeat the magistry till all the earth is dissolved, or the most part of it imprinted into that phlegm, which probably will happen in the 3rd or 4th dissolution. If anything remains undissolved, throw it away, for it is an empty earth of no virtue, but the earth which was dissolved in the phlegm passed through a filter, and then again through a most fine linen cloth, which done, congeal the dissolution in a most gentle fire of ashes in a glass urinal, to which must be put an alembic with its receiver, which, being congealed, dissolve again in the same water lately filtered, then pass it through a cloth again, and lastly congeal it as before. But this magistry you must reiterate, till it yield no more terra strati. In the filter, then keep our physical sal ammoniac, our animal sulfur, our fixed animal mercury, whereof lay a little upon a hot plate, and if it melt as wax without smoke, it is a sign you have the argent vive, fixed and perfectly depurated, wherewith you will be able to accomplish many experiments. This is that mercury, which hath afforded us most seasonable succor, as shall be manifested in the following experiments. To this exanimated earth restore the animated spirit by various imbibations, according to the ways described in the preparations of vegetable sal ammoniacs, because, saith Lully, there is but one way, and method in the animal as in the vegetable, nothing varying. But the ways of making these salts being very tedious, we will for a conclusion add Lully's way of abbreviation. The vegetable sal ammoniac made by the accretation of Lully in testum novus. This sulfur of nature may, my son, with the help of God be wonderfully abbreviated, and the way is this: to take our liquid pitch after the phlegm is drawn off and put it into a cucurbit in a fire of the 3rd degree and extract the oil till the earth remains dry and burned. My son, calcine as I have taught you, and purify the earth, and so separate the salt. From it and upon it pour a 4th part of the spirit, which is in the 2nd water, distilled out of the pitch, and digest. As above, then drawing off the liquor, superfluous, insipid, and to be cast away, pour again a 4th part, digest, and dry as before till the earth be pregnant. The sign will be that nothing more of the aforesaid phlegm or liquor will distill, sublime, and you will have the vegetable sulfur clean and pure, and of the same virtue with the first. I charge you, my son, with the fear of God, not to reveal this most excellent way of abbreviation to any man. Pyrenees, in his way of making vegetable sal ammoniac, declares the oil, extracted out of the pitch of philosophical wine, to be superfluous, and inconsonant, separate, saith he, all the superfluous unctuosities, which do burn the perfect and precious elements mixed and latent in that vegetable matter, and are repugnant to that composition, and a little after the separation of the superfluous unctuosity, an aerial substance, which blacks and burns the other precious elements of this composition, pour to it its ardent and celestial spirit. Yea, Lully himself has in some experiments before declared that oil, as also the phlegm of this wine, to be of no virtue in the present work. Nevertheless, in this accretation of sal ammoniac, he not only useth the said oil, and indeed, which you may wonder at, for the abbreviation of a most tedious labor, but also affirms that sal ammoniac thus prepared is of the same virtue with the rest. Sometimes he used also the water or animated spirit together with the oil for present abbreviations, thus another vegetable sal ammoniac by the accretation of Lully. Lib. De materia vegetabili in practica septima. Take the best red wine, distill the ardent spirit according to art, so as to burn cotton. After that, the phlegm upon the matter remaining in the bottom of the alembic, being thick as liquid pitch, pour the phlegm 1/2 foot. Above it, let it boil 3 hours. Decant the tinged phlegm. Pour on other, repeating so oft, till no more will be tinged, if you have not phlegm enough. You must draw off the tinged phlegms in balneo, which being evaporated, a vegetable oil will remain in the bottom of the glass, the tincture. Being drawn out of the phlegm, the matter will remain like a dry earth. Upon this dry earth, pour of the ardent spirit the height of 4 fingers. Let it boil 2 hours, that which is in the meantime distilled pour. Again to the earth, let it settle 2 hours, then decant the animated spirit from the spirit or soul of the earth, pour again to the earth, doing as before 3 times. The earth being black and calcined, put into a glass with a long neck, and pour the vegetable oil, aforesaid, to it. Digest in ashes 10 days, then decant, and put it into an alembic, to which add a 4th part of the ardent spirit animated, digest in a vaporous balneo for 24 hours, then continue the superaddition of the other 3 parts of the animated spirit every 24 hours, then distill away the superfluous, insipid, and useless liquor gently by ashes, and, augmenting the fire by degrees, sublime the volatile salt, etc. Hitherto, of the various preparations of vegetable sal ammoniac. We will now proceed to the other part of the coelum vinosum, namely, the several ways of reducing these salts into a liquid substance. The Adepts did, for the most part, distill through an alembic 1 part of vegetable sal ammoniac with 3 parts of the aqua ardens, to which liquor they added again 1 part of the aforesaid salt, and distilled, and that they repeated 3, and sometimes 4 times, to make the weight of the salt and water equal, for the greater the quantity of the same salt, the stronger is the quality of the menstruum. Then, lastly, they circulated the menstruum, thereby to make it more pure and excellent. But though this method was more in use among the Adepts, yet either their curiosity or sedulity found out also other ways. So instead of the aqua ardens, wherewith they prepared the vegetable sal ammoniac, as well as the menstruum, they sometimes took aqua ardens circulated, or the heaven or essence of philosophical wine, described in number 1. It is thus done. 31. Coelum vegetabile of Lully circulated. Lib. De materia vegetabili in practica quinta. Take the best white wine, distill the ardent spirit till it burns cotton, put this spirit into a circulatory, 2/3 empty, strengthen the mouth with wax, and bury it in hot dung with its mouth downward. For the spirit to be circulated and digested the space of 45 days, or till it swims above more. Pure and clear, in the form of an oil, see the heaven, or essence of philosophical wine in num. 1. Having seen this sign, take out the glass warily, and with a needle, perforate the wax, that the impure may flow out, then suddenly turn up. The circulatory, that the pure or more fine may remain, which we call the ardent spirit circulated, which is of a most delicious scent. Now take the residue, from which the spirit of wine was drawn, and distill the phlegm, and upon the matter remaining like melted pitch, pour the said phlegm, so as to swim 4 fingers above it. Digest 2 days in balneo. Decant the tinged phlegm, and pour on other, and that repeat so often, till the phlegm will be no more be tinged, which is a thing useless in this operation. Now the earth calcine in a reverberatory. Pulverize, put it in an alembic, and imbibe with an 1/8 part of the ardent spirit circulated. Digest in balneo, and distill some certain superfluous moisture by ashes. Continue this imbibation, digestion, and distillation, till the earth be impregnated with the dry spirit which was in the ardent spirit circulated, of which the sign will be, if it doth almost all evaporate, being a little of it cast upon a red-hot plate, this impregnated earth being put into a sublimatory sublime, according to art into a volatile salt, which digest in balneo 2 days and more, with 6 parts of the ardent spirit, circulated, decant the dissolution gently, and if anything remain undissolved, proceed with it as before this dissolution. Circulate 30 days, and it will be a quintessence to be compared in virtue with the aurum potabile of the ancients, as these menstruums are made either weaker or stronger according to the variety of weight, so also are they more or less pure by longer or shorter or altogether neglected circulation. For some menstruums there are of this kind, which the adepts circulated not. For an example, take the following. 32. The less vegetable menstruum of Lully, lib. De materia vegetabili in practica prima. Take the best wine, red is the best, 2 pounds of it, put into a cucurbit with a blind head, and luting the joints well. Put it in balneo, to putrefy kindly the space of 45 days, then fit an alembic to it, and augment the heat, that the ardent spirit may be distilled, which rectify thrice by itself, or till it is free from all phlegm, and burns. Cotton, keep this ardent spirit well stopped in a cold place. Take the matter remaining in the first distillation, and draw off the phlegm, till it remain thick like liquid pitch, upon which pour of the spirit is ardent so much, as to be the space of 4 fingers above it. Digest 3 days in balneo, then distill gently by ashes 3 days. And by virtue of a stronger fire, the ardent spirit will carry over the soul with it, which it could not do in balneo. Keep the distillation, to the remaining matter pour new spirit, doing so often, till all the soul become over, and that you will know. If it be projected in a small quantity upon a red-hot plate, it yields no smoke, because the matter is now deprived of its soul, which we call dry earth, which imbibe with an 1/8 part of the animated ardent spirit. Digest for 3 days in balneo, then distill gently in ashes the superfluous liquor, being insipid as common water. Make the second imbibation with a 7th part, and so continue doing as before, till the earth be made heavier by a 4th part of its weight, and it will be disposed to a reduction into a volatile salt by the way of sublimation. This earth, therefore, being well pulverized, put into a sublimatory, administering fire according to art. And that which you find sublimed white as snow is the volatile salt, which keep in a vessel well stopped. Take of the volatile salt, 1 part of the ardent spirit, 6 parts, digest in ashes, and the dissolution is the vegetable. Quintessence to dissolve the perfect bodies of Sol and Luna, to make an elixir, and other medicines precious and grateful. Vegetable sal armoniac dissolve in aqua ardens, 1 part of the salt to 6 of the spirit makes the present menstruums, but the following is prepared from sal armoniac resolved per delicium. 33. The vegetable menstruum per deliquium of Lully, lib. De materia vegetabili in practica secunda. Take the best white wine, putrefy it in balneo 20 days, or longer, then distill the spiritus ardens according to art, till it burns. Cotton, then draw off the phlegm, till matter remains in the bottom of the vessel thick as liquid pitch, to which matter pour so much of the phlegm as will swim 4 fingers above it. Digest in balneo 2 days, and in ashes 1 day. Decant the tinged phlegm, pour new phlegm to the matter, doing as before, till no more will be tinged, and the matter remains at the bottom of the vessel like a white earth. Upon this earth pour the height of 2 fingers of the ardent spirit. Digest for a day in ashes, and the soul which is in the earth will enter into the ardent spirit. Decant the ardent spirit being animated, pour off the ardent spirit again upon the earth, doing it so oft as before, till the spirit draws out no more soul, and the earth remains in the form of a most fine powder, being despoiled of all its soul, which you will know, if it smokes not upon a fiery plate. This earth digest 10 days in ashes, then put it in balneo, and pour of the tinged phlegm so much as will swim 2 fingers over it. Distill in balneo, cast away the distillation as a thing of no virtue, then again pour the tinged phlegm upon the earth, repeating as before, till no phlegm remains, and the earth is impregnated with all the tincture that was in the phlegm. This done, imbibe the earth with The animated ardent spirit digest with an easy heat in balneo, till the earth is well dried, then again imbibe, and so oft, as before, till the animated ardent spirit is absorbed by the earth, and is made volatile, which you will know, if a little of it cast upon. A burning plate fumes away, for the most part, then put this matter into a sublimatory, and sublime with a subliming fire, and that which is sublimed is the volatile salt of the vegetable matter. Put that volatile salt into a phial, digest in balneo for a day, and it will be reduced into a water, which we call vegetable menstruum, which is a wonderful dissolvent for the radical dissolving of the two luminaries. These menstruums the adepts made sometimes not of vegetable sal armagnac, but by the way following. 34. The vegetable mercury of Lully. Lib. De mat vegetabili in practica sexta. Take the best odoriferous wine, put it in a circulatory large enough, stop the said vessel very well with sulfur melted, and putrefy in balneo 12 or 15 days. Then distill the spirit in phlegm according to art, till the spirit burns. Cotton. Upon the matter remaining like liquid pitch, pour 6 parts of the phlegm, digest 2 days in ashes, shaking the vessel now and then. Decant the phlegm being tinged, pour on other, and doing as before, till it hath extracted all the tincture, and a black earth remains at the bottom of the alembic. Put the tinged phlegm in an alembic, and distill in balneo. And that which remains at the bottom of the vessel will be the vegetable oil. Pour the ardent spirit to the height of 4 fingers upon the black earth, distill by ashes, and that which is distilled will be the ardent spirit impregnated. To the matter pour new ardent spirit, repeating as before 3 times, and in the last increasing the fire about the end. Calcine the earth with a fire of reverberation into whiteness, out of which extract the fixed salt with a little of the phlegm. The fixed salt being pulverized, put in an alembic, pour to it the animated ardent spirit about 2 fingers, distill gently in balneo the insipid and useless moisture, repeat as before, till the animated spirit ascends without diminution of its virtue, and then will you have the fixed salt actuated, which put in an alembic, and pour to it the vegetable oil 3 fingers high, digest in ashes for a day, increase the fire, and distill whatsoever can ascend. The distillation keep warily, because it is the vegetable mercury, but if any of the salt remains in the alembic, you must repeat the same operations, till at length all the vegetable mercury passeth through the alembic, which will extract the tincture of gold, being calcined with common mercury and salt, and lastly with sulfur, which is an excellent aurum potabile. Sometimes they prepared these menstruums by cobation alone, without any imbibition, for example. 35. The rectified aqua vitae of Lully, in Poste Dividiarum. 26. Take wine, separate the spirit warily, as soon and as purely as you can, because you will never separate it so warily. But it will contain some of the purest part of this phlegmatic substance, or water, this spirit being once separated, is called mercury, that is, aqua ardens, the sign of which is, that if you dip a linen cloth in it, it will turn into a flame if first kindled, and not be burned. But if you separate oftentimes, rectify, it is called lunaria. Rectified, that is, aqua ardens rectified, whereof the sign is, that a linen cloth dipped in it burns all away separate. Now all the superfluous phlegm, till none at all remains, and at the bottom will reside a pitch, then mix the lunaria, that is, the aqua ardens rectified, with that substance made like soft pitch, shaking it well, till it be incorporated, and set it to distill, and that which goes over is called man's blood rectified, which alchemists seek for. That blood is also called air or wind, and of this thing spake the philosopher, when he said wind carried him in its belly. From the remainder, separate the superfluous oil, called above vegetable, by distilling it through a glass alembic, till nothing remains, which oil keep apart, till I shall tell you, but the residue will be a substance black and dry, which reduce to a fine powder, and mix by little and little with the rectified man's blood, and let them stand together for the space of 3 hours, and then distill. And then this water is called aqua ignea rectificata, or fiery water rectified, then calcine. The caput mortuum in a furnace of reverberation, till it be made like lime, and this calx or lime mixed with the fiery water rectified, and distill 7 times, and then is it called aqua vitae rectified. The same menstruum hath Paracelsus in his book De Elixir Vitae, and the author of the appendix of the 3rd volume of Theatrum Chemicum. These menstruums differ not from the aforesaid made of sal armoniac, but only in preparation. In those the whole earth of the philosophical wine is by its own spirit, reduced into a liquid substance, with which is performed the same work, but after. Another manner, hitherto ought to be referred the menstruum of Guido, made thus. 36. The circulatum minus of Guido, in Thesauro Chemiatrico. Take of the spirit of philosophical wine 1 pound, of the salt of the same, wine 4 ounces, mix, the joints being well luted, Distill through an alembic in balneo. Pour back the distillation and cohobate 4 times, and it will be prepared. Lowly reduceth his sal ammoniacs with some difficulty into a liquid substance. But Guido distills the salt of philosophical wine by 4 cohobations into the same menstruums. The cause of abbreviation is to be sought in the preparation. Of that salt, which is twofold, common or secret, of that common, saith Guido. Thus, the ardent spirit of wine being distilled, draw off the phlegm, till the matter remains in the substance of the thinner sort of honey, which will in a cold cellar yield crystals like nitre, which are called the salt of wine, which take out and keep, the remainder evaporate a little while, and take more, etc. Of the secret way of making this salt, saith Guido also, Pag 8, viz. Take of the salt of wine and spirit of wine of each 4 ounces, digest the space of 8 or 10 days, draw off gently in balneo, and the phlegm only will ascend, and you will have 6 ounces of the salt of wine, to which salt add again an equal quantity of its spirit, and digest again 10 days, and draw off the phlegm, pour new spirit to the remaining salt, and proceed as above, and thus may you increase the salt of wine as you please. This latter way of making the salt of wine is not only the multiplication and addition as well of the quantity as quality of it, but moreover is also the volatilization of it. It is no wonder, therefore, that the salt, whose half part was spirit of philosophical wine, should so easily ascend with the same spirit. Yet is it to be well observed, lest we temper the aridity of the salt of wine too much with too great an addition of unctuosity, and, instead of a menstruum of this kind, make a weaker of the second kind. What has been declared of vegetable menstruums is also to be understood of animal menstruums. For an example we will instance. 37. The animal heaven of Pyrenees, in Apertorio. Take the urine of children between 8 and 12 years of age, of good disposition and health, get that, which is good, and a good quantity, and put it in many glass vessels, which you must not fill above 2/3, that it may the better circulate to every 10 measures of urine mix of our C. philosophical. Aqua ardens, half a measure, which must be without any phlegm, the vessels being very well sealed with wax. Let them putrefy 15 days, and then you will find the matter black and separated from its terra strati. And you must know, the longer it remains in putrefaction, the more perfect will be the work. Every 5 days the dung must be changed. Then pour it out of the vessel, which we describe in the vegetable. Work, and the joints being well luted, distill till you see the sign, which we spoke of in chap. B, but for a more certain sign, distill only 2 parts, then take away the receiver, and put another 2, continuing the distillation, till it remains like syrup or melted pitch. Then take these 2 parts reserved, and distill by the same balneo, receiving 3 parts of 4, the remaining 4th cast away, but distill half of these 3, and again distill 3 parts of 4. Parts of this half, which distill twice by themselves, and thus will you have your flour rectified, with which we extract acetum axarimum out of its own earth. Take therefore this earth, being in the form of syrup, to which pour the flour, spirit, the height of 3 fingers, cover the vessel with a blind head, and lute the joints with gummed wax, put it in putrefaction 3 natural days, and shake the matter in the luted vessel now and then, as is convenient, that the saline parts may the better be dissolved. Then take away the blind head, and put on a common alembic, but have a care in this changing, lest the sharpness of the salts offend your eyes. Then distill gently in ashes, and when you have by such a heat extracted all the water, increase the fire, that the oil or soul of it may ascend also together with the distilled water, whereof 1 part will be sublimed, the other part will stick to the superficies of the earth in the form of a white powder. Let the vessel cool, gather the sublimation, being gathered, put it in its water, make the vessel very close, because it contains the animated flour, spirit. Then take out the dry earth remaining, reduce it into powder upon a porphyry stone, pour to it the flour or spirit, the breadth of 3 fingers, putrefy 3 days, distill in ashes, increasing the fire with wood as above, repeat the magistry till the earth remains of an ash color. Then calcine it in a reverberatory, as we taught you in the mineral work in chap 2, and so you will have the animal earth prepared, abounding with so great virtue as not to be expressed. O absolute power, upon which all other powers depend, into what thing hast thou infused such virtue? No man will comprehend so great a secret, none will believe, unless he himself hath seen by experience as we have seen. Take the animated flour, rectify it 3 times in ashes, always casting away the earth's terrestrial feces, then distill in balneo 3 parts from 4, the remainder throw away. This repeat yet once, then distill the whole, so will you have the animated flour rectified. Take now a large vessel, a cucurbit, and put in the rectified flour, stop the mouth of the vessel with cotton, put on an alembic with a receiver, and with a gentle heat of ashes or the greatest part, will be sublimed in the form of a most precious salt, with which, if you will, you may actuate our sea, which then you must circulate according to the chap, dd, wherewith you may perfect all your operations, which we taught in the precedent chapters, which you will sooner complete by this menstruum. But if you desire the animal sulfur of nature, it is necessary for you to sublime presently after you have rectified the desired flour, namely, by imbibing the earth according to the method and order, which we declared in the vegetable work, that is, with an 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th part, sublime and used to do as in the vegetable work. Now, son, you see how I love you, having repeated such things over and over and with such pains, lest you should have occasion to complain of me, and that you should be expert in everything, in which I persuaded myself you might err. Therefore have we in this chapter repeated and described that, which no philosopher ever did in his great volume, and I may easily believe that no philosopher has presumed to describe so long and ample practice as this of ours, all which proceeds from my paternal affection towards you, by which I would oblige you under the pain of God's wrath, not to reveal it to anyone, but rather burn it, as soon as you have reduced it into use, as you have more than often promised us. My farther advice is, that you would strenuously endeavor to live according to the triumphant gospel of grace and peace, reject and avoid evil societies and actions, as we have often admonished you, but if you do otherwise, you will not please him, who is the donor of this famous knowledge of every good thing and grace itself. From the receipts we note, 1. That those things which were noted in the 5th precedent kind may hitherto also be referred. The menstruums of this kind, differing only in matter from the antecedent, these were made of philosophical wine only, those of the fixed salts of divers things, but as to the way of subliming, or the way of making vegetable sal ammoniacs, they both agree in all things. 2. That these sal ammoniacs are called sulfurs of nature. In the preparation of philosophical wine, there is an earth found, which is called sulfur, existent in the vegetable mercury, coagulating its own mercury, for the sake of which earth they called every other exanimated and fixed earth. Sulfur, but the animated spirit, essence, tincture, etc., they termed mercury, to be coagulated by this sulfur, but both of them being reduced into one body and sublimed, they called sulfur of nature, not more fixed, but sublimed. 3. These salts are called sulfurs of nature, to distinguish them from sulfur against nature, that is, of every acid. Fire, saith Ripley, differs many ways. For one is a natural fire, another unnatural, another elemental, another contra naturam. Natural fire is that which proceeds from the sun, moon, and stars, from which are produced the spirits of burning waters, the essential vapors of minerals, as also the natural virtues of living things. The unnatural is an occasional fire, which is called a moist fire. Made artificially by philosophers, it is also called a fire of the 1st degree, which is for the mere temperance of heat called balneo, stove, or dunghill. In this fire is made the putrefaction of our stone. Elemental fire is that which fixeth calcines, and burneth, and is nourished by things combustible. Fire against, or contrary to, nature, dissolves, violently breaks, kills, and destroys the governing power of the form of the stone, for it dissolves the stone into water of a cloud with the destruction of the specific form. But it is termed fire contrary to nature, because the operation of it is contrary to all natural operations, as Raymond asserts. For all things that nature hath made, this fire destroys, and brings to corruption, unless the fire of nature be added to it, etc. Med. Phil. Pag. 135. Wherefore also there are 4 fires in our art, namely, the natural, which is the menstruum; Sericonis, the unnatural, that is, horse dung, or vindemia, and the like; the elemental, viz., maintained by wood and other combustible things; and the fire contrary to nature, that is, all corrosive waters, made of vitriol, salt, and such like things. Viatic. Pag. 342. But of these in other place, namely, the 5th book. 4. That these salts are to be used presently after the sublimation of them. 5. That philosophical aqua vitae, though never better rectified, yet contains in it some certain superfluous moisture, which it expels either by being circulated by itself, as in the preparation of Lully's heaven, or imbibed in things fixed, as in the ways of making the said salts. 6. That a menstruum made of Lully's heaven, with the essence or oil of philosophical wine, is no stronger than the rest, as to the preparation of the sal ammoniac, though it may be sooner made with this oil than simple aqua ardens, but as the sal ammoniac already made is mixed, and again circulated not with the thin philosophical water, but with the oil or aqua vitae circulated. 7. That the divers ways of subliming these salts do most clearly discover to us as well the nature of that spirit of wine, as of these menstruums, and moreover commends the incomparable experience of lully in these things. 8. Animal menstruums, though extracted out of urine and other parts of man, are nevertheless not properly so called, so long as the matter of that spirit of philosophical. Wine was vegetable, and only actuated with an animal thing, yea, the very spirit of philosophical wine made also out of the animal kingdom, as also actuated, would, notwithstanding differ not from the simple vegetable menstruum in the properties of dissolving, because it would together with the said simple vegetable menstruums very much vary from the tinging faculty of the compounded vegetable menstruums, from which it ought to be distinguished, whereas otherwise it might be ranked among the vegetable menstruums, the 7th kind. Vegetable menstruums compounded of the aforesaid simple menstruums. 38. The circulatum majus of Guido, Pag. 4. Thesauri, Kim. 27. Take of the spirit of philosophical wine 6 ounces, of the salt of the same wine 4 ounces, the vessel being well stopped. Distill the spirit in balneo, which pour back upon the salt of wine, and again distill, and this ought to be done 12 times. Then distill for a month in balneo rurido, putrefaction being done, take out the matter and distill in a cucurbit with an alembic of 2 heads or beaks in balneo, and the spirit of wine will ascend through the upper beak into its receiver, but the phlegm through the lower into its vessel. Take out the salt of wine, pour 1/2 of the spirit of wine to it, and distill with a retort into the other part of the wine. Distill yet once upon the remainder, and all the salt will ascend into a strong menstruum. But if you desire a weaker, add 6 other ounces of the spirit of wine, and if you would have it very weak, pour to it a greater quantity of spirit, but according to the aforesaid weight, it is made of our great vegetable menstruum, or circulatum majus. Annotations. Hitherto of simple vegetable menstruums, now follow those which are said to be compounded, not as if they are compounded of more ingredients, but because they are stronger than the simple, as well in their qualities of dissolving as tinging. The menstruums of this kind differ not from the former in matter, nor in the method of preparing, but in weight only, for the more aridity you add to the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine, the stronger are the menstruums made. Guido made his less circulatum of 1 part of the salt of wine, and 4 parts of the spirit of wine, but the greater circulatum he makes of 2 parts of the salt of wine, and 3 parts of the spirit of wine. The greater quantity of the salt, the stronger is the circulatum. The less circulatums do extract the essences or tinctures of things, but the greater circulatums do dissolve the whole body into a magistery, as will appear in the 2nd book. Vegetable menstruums compounded are made also, if the simple vegetable menstruums be taken, instead of the spirit of philosophical wine, in the description of them all, as thus. 39. The menstruum acutum of Guido, Pag. 8. Thesauri Kim. Take of the vegetable menstruum, circulatum minus, described in num. 36. 1 pound of sal orniac, common, 12 ounces, distill, by a retort first with a weak fire, then a stronger, and the sal ammoniac. Will in part ascend, pour it back, and distill yet once, then again add 12 ounces of new sal ammoniac. Distill strongly in ashes, pour back, and cohobate yet twice, and you will have our acute menstruum. Sal ammoniac, reduced into a liquid substance by the spirit of philosophical wine, is a menstruum of the 4th kind, but the same salt distilled with. The circulatum minus of Guido is made not a simple but compound menstruum, and the better for adding so great a quantity of new sal ammoniac. Pyrenees in the 3rd kind of menstruums actuates the spirit of philosophical wine with crude honey, by which way is made a simple menstruum of that kind, but if mixed with its fixed salt and distilled through an alembic, it is made a compound menstruum. 40. The colum majus of Pyrenees in apertorio. Take B, that is, red wine putrefied, as you know how, put it in a glass cucurbit with its alembic, and receiver well luted, and set it in balneo, wherein must be so much water as to swim. 2 fingers above the said lunaria, and distill gently, and forthwith you will see veins appear. In the alembic, continue the distillation so long as they appear, and these veins will be like tears clear as crystal, and when death, phlegm, comes, which kills the spirit, the said veins or tears will cease, and appear round as pearls, then take away the receiver, stop it, that the spirit may not evaporate, and set it in a cold place, and so have you separated the soul spirit of it, though it contains a little of its death yet in it, and thus continue. The distillation, the receiver being now changed, till all the odoriferous phlegm is ascended, and the matter remains like melted pitch, black and thick, which observe not to dry overmuch, but according to the said signs only, and thus will you have 2 ferments from our B. Beware of revealing to anyone this practice, which we communicate to you under the peril of your soul. For you would be the cause of much evil in this world, to be committed by the sons of iniquity. Put it therefore into the hands of Almighty God, who knows the will of those that live according to his will, and the triumphant gospel, for the glory of which you have extracted the form out of B, and the same way you may extract from all individuals, animal and vegetable. Cap. Secundum significatum, per se. Take the soul, spirit of it reserved in the cold place, and distill half of it in balneo, or till the previous veins cease from ascending. Rectify yet twice, observing the same rules, but the third and fourth time, so soon as the veins appear, leave off distilling, and try whether it will burn a linen cloth. If not, repeat the distillation till it doth, then cohobate by itself 4 or 6 times in balneo. And thus have you acquired a way fit for the rectifying of the said matter or soul, spirit, which is of so great virtue as not to be expressed by any tongue, or the secrets which the eternal God hath vouchsafed to it, recited, as when we were at Venice, that famous city, we both saw some experiments of it, and so keep it well in a cold place. Cap. Tertium significatum per D&D, having declared the method of rectifying and separating our ardent spirit from its death, depraving its virtue and power, you must now know that it is not able to dissolve the 2 luminaries and reduce them into action, except it be first actuated. As I shall tell you, though this preparation is to be taught in general in Cap F, yet to prevent the loss of time, so soon as you have rectified your ardent spirit, otherwise called the first flower, I had rather have you forthwith put it into practice, which we have in this chapter signified by these 2 letters, dd, whereof one denotes the actuation of it, the other its royal actuator, that is, salt extracted out of honey, by the way, which we have oftentimes showed you, that is, with its most precious water of honey, or the menstruum described. In the third kind, num. 10, and though this water be good enough, yet this water, being actuated with its most precious salt, of which you will be more certain, will recompense your labor, and abundantly sustain you, till you attain to the end of your labor, the great medicine. Now to the purpose, take white honey of young bees, put it in putrefaction in large cucurbits, with their alembics in balneo, and make it boil continually. For an hour, the rest of the time let it remain in a temperate heat, and this do for the space of 15 natural days, then pour to the matter so much of C as to swim the breadth of 4 fingers above it, covering the vessels with the blind heads, and putting them in putrefaction 3 natural days, then put on the alembics with their receivers, and the joints, being well luted, distill in balneo, and when 7 parts of 8 are distilled, or, which is a more certain sign, when you see round tears or drops, ascend, lay aside the receivers closed, stopped, that nothing may evaporate. Keep them in a cool place for the actuation of the matter. Then continue the distillations in the same degree of heat, till nothing more ascends. But if necessity requires a greater fire, have a care of making it to strong. And when nothing will ascend by the said rule, take away also these receivers and keep them, because they contain the second water or phlegm. For the extraction of the most precious salt, now put your matter in ashes, and distill with a great heat of the 3rd degree. The oil being distilled, suffer the matter to cool, which being pulverized, reverberate in an earthen dish in a reverberatory for 8 days, or till it be calcined enough, the sign will be, when you find it of an ash color, then pour of the reserved phlegm to it, so much as to cover it the breadth of 2 fingers. The vessel being covered with a blind head, keep it in balneo 2 or 3 days, decant the liquor, and pouring on new phlegm, repeat so oft, till you have extracted all the salt, which will exceed snow in whiteness, and this is that salt, wherewith we actuate our simple C, the ardent spirit for a menstruum of the 5th kind. This is that which gives the beginning of vegetation to both the luminaries, reducing them into the nature of a quintessence, and with the same may you also actuate and augment its own water of honey or menstruum of the 3rd kind, which hath the power of vegetating all minerals. With this alone will you support yourself in your necessity, so as to be in duty bound, my son, to give thanks to the absolute power. Be careful not to disclose so great a secret to any man, for we have now declared it so plainly that it is impossible to add anything more. Now take your decantations, which you drew off in balneo, that the salt may remain most white, which you must dissolve, filter, and congeal 3 times, and it will be fit for all your operations. Now let us descend to the practice of actuation. Take of the salt aforesaid 1 ounce, to which being well pulverized, pour 4 parts of C, that is the first spirit, ardent, but because a menstruum of the 5th, and not of this kind, would be made by this spirit, therefore is C, being actuated with honey, or the mellifluous heaven of Pyrenees, a menstruum of the 3rd kind to be taken, in a blind head, and the joints well luted, putrefy the space of 2 natural days, then put on an alembic with a receiver, and distill in ashes, distillation being ended. Take a pound of the salt remaining in the retort, and add to it 4 times the quantity of C, putrefying and distilling in ashes as before, and the magistracy so often repeat, till all the salt ascends together with its celestial spirit, or C, and by this way may you actuate and multiply as you please. But remember that 1 part of salt requires 4 parts of sea. In this place, the coelum mellifluum of Pyrenees, and you must know, I tell you no fabulous stories, but very distinctly declare to you the order of true practice, yet with this proviso, that when first you have brought it into action, you would altogether conceal it, considering with how great obscurity the ancient philosophers delivered theirs, which notwithstanding they had not done, but to restrain the ignorant from. Being too arrogant, for the same reason also do we desire that, as we have more than often admonished you, you would keep secret and inconvenient. Time and place work for yourself and the poor of Jesus Christ. Cap. Quorum significatum per e. We ought to return infinite thanks to the goodness of the eternal God in teaching us so bountifully the way of preparing our heaven, and making us partakers of so admirable and inestimable a favor. Certain it is, when I had completed this most secret science and seen real transmutation the first time, I was in a manner astonished, and often lifting up my eyes to heaven, fell prostrate upon the earth, giving thanks to Almighty God. Now, to the purpose, take a large glass of such a size, as I showed you one at Merarium, into which put 2 or 3 pounds of that menstruum, stop it well, and circulate in balneo or horse dung, but have a care lest in changing the dung you impede the circulation, and so let it circulate the space of 40 natural days, and then you will find your matter clear as crystal, with a sediment in the bottom like silk, which decant warily into another glass. Keep it very close in balneo, and you will have a simple vegetable. Menstruum, if made of the ardent spirit and salt of honey, but a compound, if prepared with the coelum mellifluum of Pyrenees and salt of honey, our heaven is in virtue beyond expression. Herewith do we truly calcine and dissolve the luminaries with the preservation of their radical moisture. This is that which will reduce imperfect, as well as perfect metals from power into action. And though I may seem not to have delineated to you the form of the glass, yet I know, and do remember, that I left some of them at your house, and many other of our cucurbits, which are every one good. Govern yourself according to your discretion, we having sufficiently manifested to you the way of truth in this chapter. From the receipts we observe. 1. That the menstruums of the 7th kind differ from the former simple menstruums, not in matters nor in ways of making, but in the weights and use of the ingredients. 2. That these menstruums tinge not their dissolutions, which is the property of compound menstruums. Every vegetable mercury contains indeed its own tinging sulfur in its bowels, sufficient both for itself and others, as will be demonstrated in the 3rd book, but especially in the 5th. Nevertheless, we affirm that every spirit of philosophical wine wants tincture, as being not actuated with things more tinging. The 8th kind, vegetable menstruums compounded of simple vegetable menstruums and common argent vive or other metals. 41. The ignis gehenna of Trismecinus, made of the spirit of philosophical wine, and mercury sublimed. Pag. 7. Ore valeris germ. Take of alum calcined, nitre, of each 2 parts, of salt decrepitated, 1 part, mix. Take of this mixture and mercury sublimed, of each 1 pound. Sublime by the law of art, mix the sublimation with new mixture of salts, and sublime, and that repeat 3 times to this mercury thus sublimed. And pulverized, pour the spirit of philosophical wine and draw it off in balneo to an oleity, cohobate sometimes, and the 4th time will ascend. The mercury together with the spirit of wine rectify the distillation, till it leaves no feces, and it will be a water burning like hellfire. This water rectify again in ashes, till it ascends without leaving. Any sediment, lastly, distill through a paper 7 times double, in balneo, and you will have a water truly spiritual, which keep in a vessel close stopped, by reason it is very volatile. Annotations. The kind immediately antecedent is indeed computed in the number of the greater circulatums, or vegetable menstruums, compounded, because the menstruums of that kind do in power of dissolving excel the other simple menstruums, but not in tincture, which that as well as those do want, but we will now offer. Those which shall be better, they will not only dissolve, but in dissolving moreover, tinge the things dissolved in them, and so make them better. They will not only extract the essences of things, but transmute whole bodies into magisteries. Amongst these, the vegetable mercurial waters, made of common argent vive and simple vegetable menstruums, have priority, for many of the adepts, being so taught by experience, have called common argent vive the open metal, for it is sooner dissolved than the other metals, and does, by its aridity, more temper the unctuosity of the spirit of philosophical wine than the individuals hitherto used in the antecedent kinds of menstruums. As concerning this matter, here the philosophers, and above the rest the great Paracelsus Prince, without question, of all the adepts, who saith, if you intend to convert metals into magistry, and tinge the whole body altogether into an essence, you must take the chief and open metal, to which all the rest have affinity in nature, and putrefy it in its own matrix, which, is situated in water and is called the mother of all metals. Paracelsus, his circulatum. Minus, made of common salt, purge it from superfluities, and reduce it into its liquid. First being, that is, the metallic acetum axerumum, the primum ens of mercury. Lib. Disset. Arch. Cap. 3. Pag. 37. 2. 8. As a temperate essence, he goes on, is drawn out of herbs, as out of a vine, for example, by which very essence, the like essence may be extracted out of all sorts of herbs and roots, so as that the mercury of wine shows not its own nature, but the nature of that which it is essentiated, for the like reason out of metals and minerals, the like mercury or spirit is extracted out of the open and middle metal mercury. Lib Zante. Arch. Pag. Trentinov. Ventinov. Mercury vive is the mother of all 7 metals, and ought deservedly to be called the mother of metals, for it is an open metal. Libro de rebus naturalibus Pag. 87. Wherefore call to mind those things which have been said before of half-perfect natural things, among which mercury, vive, is one, which is brought into compaction. But, left in liquidity, besides, you must know that every generated thing which is open as argent vive is like an open house, into which every man that will may enter, for so lies mercury open, that every physician may take what he will from it, but it is not so with gold, silver, tin, etc. For that gate is shut by coagulation, till, opened, dissolved, and reduced into the first matter by art, which metals have indeed many impediments, such as are not in mercury, for it is open, and wants nothing but the direction of preparation. Tract. 2. Lib. 2. De morbis metallicis. 723. Basilius agrees with Paracelsus, saying, in the beginning of generation, the first of all is argent vive, being open and loosely coagulated, because it hath little salt communicated to it, and therefore is more spiritual than corporeal, the rest of the metals, being derived from its essence, having more salt, and therefore are made more corporeal. Lib. De rebus natural. And supernat. Cap. 2.30. Chortelaceus affirms the same, saying, argent vive is of divers colors, white, skyish, ash, blackish, one slow, another swift, yet in itself an open metal, and hath a body easily transmutable. 1. In searching for sulfur, despair not, saith Sendivogius, I tell you by all that. Sacred, it is in gold and silver most perfect, but in argent, vive most easy. Pag. 213. Lib. De sulfure. Of 32 of the ancient philosophers, I will add Arnold, who in Lib I, Cap. 7, Rosari saith, the medicine is as well in metallic bodies, as also in argent vive, as to nature, because they are found to be of one nature, but indeed in these bodies harder. In the argent vive nearer, but not more perfectly. In argent vive alone it is found more easily and more nearly, not more perfectly, it being the father of both those luminaries and all things fusible, for they are derived from it, and therefore are they all resolved into it, because nature embraceth its own. Nature more amicably, and rejoiceth with it more than with that which is heterogeneous, for in it is the facility of extracting that subtle substance. Among the metals there is none that sooner mixeth with the spirit of philosophical wine, and is more easily altered, than argent vive, wherefore the Adepts esteemed it as an open metal. All other metals and mineral bodies are with very great difficulty dissolved by the spirit of philosophical wine, but being once co-united with this spirit, they are as well as mercury, converted into a third substance, never to be divided into their constitutives. That is, metal and spirit, this open metal, they made more open sometimes, by the acidity of salts, so Trismecinus did sometimes sublime common. Mercury for his hellfire, yet principal care must be taken, that such menstruums as these made of mercury sublimate, be by being dulcified with longer than ordinary circulation, or repeated coabations, freed from all the acidity of the salts, but this operation being full of danger, yet contrary to the rule of vegetable menstruums, which excludes every acid whatsoever, we have therefore thought good to advise young beginners to use crude mercury as safer than sublimate. Instead of these, we will therefore commend the menstruums made of crude argent vive. 42. The alchemical mercury of Ripley, in Concord, Rame, and Guidon. Take of crude mercury well purged 1 ounce of our fiery tartar or former vegetable salt reserved in the 5th kind in num. 23. 3 ounces. Grind both together very fine upon a marble till they be incorporated, then put the matter in a warm balneo, and let it be all dissolved into a kind of white milk. Put it all upon a pound of crude mercury, and let it be all dissolved into the like milk, and thus do in infinitum. This mercury being dissolved putrefy in balneo, then distill in ashes, first with a gentle fire, and an insipid water will ascend, which must be thrown away. Then the fire being more increased, Another water will ascend more thick, which water indeed dissolves all bodies, petrifies, cleanseth, and fixeth them at the end with a more vehement. Fire will an oil ascend of a golden color, which must be preserved, for the dissolving of the red ferment, and for the multiplying of the red elixir, for it is our peculiar gold, not yet fixed by nature. Elsewhere, instead of tartar fired, that is, the spirit of philosophical wine, dried in the salt of tartar, or vegetable sal armagnac made of the salt of tartar, but not yet sublimed. Ripley sometimes used some simple vegetable. Menstruum, with which he made the exalted water of mercury, as followeth. 43. The exalted water of mercury of Ripley. Cap. Devenact. Philorchi. Take nigrum nigrius nigro, and distill in aqua ardens, and fortify it with pepper, squilla, pyrethrum, euphorbium, solatrum, anacardius, grains of paradise, Staphylis agria, and the like in acuity. But this is a great secret. Take the water of the fifth fortification, and distill. Pour it upon mercury so as to swim too. Or 3 fingers above it, stop the vessel to prevent exhaling. Put the mercury in balneo to dissolve for a month, that which is dissolved of it empty into another vessel, and keep, pour new. Water upon the mercury not dissolved, and proceed as before, thus continuing, till you have 1 pound of mercury dissolved, then put the dissolution together in balneo the space of 15 days, and after that distill, and that which ascends keep apart in a vessel, not to respire. And upon the remaining feces pour new water, and proceed by balneo as above, and this work continue, till all the mercury is exalted. But this is not the work of idle and slothful men. Now this water thus exalted is by the philosophers called by many names, for islac virginis, aqua roris mai, and aqua mercurii, nigrum nigrius nigro, and philosophical wine, we have proved before by Lully to be synonymous. The fortification or acuition of that water or spirit, with pepper, squilla, etc. We taught in the second kind. Mercury, though an open metal, is yet hard enough to be dissolved in the aforesaid menstruum of the second kind, but the stronger the simple vegetable menstruums are, the sooner also is it dissolved. An example you will have in the following glorious water of Lully, where mercury is in the space of 6 days dissolved in the colinum vinusum of Lully by a menstruum of the sixth kind. 44. The glorious water of argent vive of Lully in testamento novissimo. Take of common argent vive 1 pound, put it in a glass vessel, and pour upon it of the vegetable menstruum, above described in the sixth kind in num. 30. So much as to swim 4 fingers above it, set it in balneo, or dung 6 days, and it will be all dissolved into a glorious water. Elevate the menstruum gently by balneo, and at the bottom of the vessel will remain the light of pearls and soul of metals. This we meant in the chapter which begins, O portate nos cum eo incipere, and cum eo finire. Then take of this glorious water of argent vive 1 pound, and mix it with 2 pounds of the vegetable menstruum, collificated of colilum vinusum in num. 30. And it will become one water with which you will dissolve all bodies, as well perfect as imperfect, for the production of our sulfur. The same way almost he prepares that which he calls the incalcinated menstruum. 45. The incalcinated menstruum of Lully. In experim. 34. Take common mercury, brought out of Spain in skins sealed with a Spanish seal, to prevent sophistication, force it through a fine skin, then take the mercurial water, extracted from mercury by the magistrate, as we taught you in the experiment of 3 vessels, as you know, and so dissolve the mercury, being all dissolved. Draw the water from it by balneo, and in the bottom of the vessel will the mercury remain in the form of an oil. This, therefore, we will use to be circulated rather, into our heaven, or our coalificated menstruum, the vegetable heaven described in the fifth kind in num. 17, and 1 pound of the aforesaid mercury reduced into oil, and join them together. Then will you have at length the incalcinated menstruums, with which you will dissolve the 2 luminaries, preserving their form, and not only preserving it, but also propagating it in infinitum. The receipt of this menstruum is plain, yet must we declare what he means by the mercurial water, extracted by the magistrate of 3 vessels, the description of which menstruum we read thus. 46. The mercurial water by 3 vessels of Lully. In experim. 12.3. 3. Take Spanish mercury, which is brought in bladders with the seal of Spain, that it may not be adulterated. Sublime it thus. Take vitriol dried from all phlegm, and common salt prepared and decrepitated, or first burned in fire. Join the mercury with these 2, grinding very well, then sublime in a vessel. At first in a gentle fire, then increase the fire till it be perfectly sublimed, the vessel. Being cold, gather the sublimation carefully, and beware of the fumes. Being venomous, imbibe the sublimation very well with the oil of tartar, perdilicium, and quick lime, Then put the matter into a retort and administer fire till mercury vive is gone over into the receiver sublime again. As before, with the same new matters, then as before vivify by a retort. Thus repeat the magistery 4 times. Then take this mercury thus prepared, and make it boil with philosophical aqua vitae. Being dried, press it through a goat's skin, then take this mercury and put it in vessels. 3. Aludels, which must be firmly and strongly joined together, and covered on all sides with strong ludum. Sapientiae. Then prepare a furnace in which these vessels may be fitly placed, so as that they may all have equal heat, but the receiver must by no means feel the fire, so also the beak of the first vessel, through which the mercury is to pass, must be out of the furnace. Then give fire to the said vessels, so as to be red hot, both within and without, then put in the mercury through the pipe, on the outside of the furnace, and presently stop the mouth of the pipe with cotton, and by the sharpness of the fire, part of the mercury will in a short time distill into the receiver, but one part in the likeness of water. Separate the water from the mercury, and keep it, but that which remains quick, cast again into the said vessel as before, so oft, till it be through the sharpness of the fire all converted into water. Empty the receiver every time into another vessel, and keep it well stopped. Then take of this water 4 ounces, and of the oil or salt of the first experiment. Salt of tartar impregnated with the spirit of philosophical wine, 1 ounce, make it go over together with the said salt. Distilling that water in ashes with a most gentle heat at first, then in the end increasing the fire, till more will not distill, then take new salt or oil of the same first experiment, and join it with that water a little before distilled, and make it go over again, distilling by ashes as before. But this magistery you must repeat 5 times, mixing 1 ounce of the said salt or oil of the first experiment every time with 3 ounces of the said water, distilling as before in ashes with the same degree of fire and the same weight as before, as well of the water as of the salt or oil. And by this means will you, by the help of God, have a mineral and vegetable water united together, which hath the power of dissolving mercury and all metals, especially the 2 luminaries. For the multiplication of this water you must proceed thus: take 1 ounce of mercury purged, and 5 ounces of the said sharp water, now prepared, join these 2 together in a small cucurbit. Luted well, then will the mercury be forthwith dissolved, which dissolution put in a little urinal with an alembic, and receiver, the joints well luted distilling in ashes, and it will all come over into a water, some terrestrati of no moment being left in the bottom of the vessel. Then may you this way multiply the said water as much as you will, viz. by taking 5 parts of it, and 1 of the mercury purged, dissolving first, and distilling through an alembic as before. He revives mercury sublimate, to be purged after the common way, by the oil of tartar and quick lime, being now purged, he digests it in aqua vitae. That is, philosophical, for common spirit of wine would be here of no effect. Wherein this digested with a philosophical aqua vitae, much of the permanent unctuosity sticks to the argent vive, altering it exceedingly. Then he puts it into divers aludels, joined together, and to the receiver, and made red hot, in order to be converted into a mercurial water, the way of distilling by vessels red hot, I find in many places to have been much in use among the adepts, but whether they contrive this way for the abbreviating, or more exquisite way of operating, or for whatever cause, I know not. Basilius, lib, particularium, in particle, solis, distills not mercury, but gold often extinguished, in the philosophical aqua vitae, through a hot vessel into a red liquor. Take of aurum fulminans, saith he, 1 part, of the flowers of sulphur 3 parts, calcine, with a gentle fire till the sulphur be consumed, the red hot matter extinguished in the spirit of wine, actuated with some drops of the spirit of tartar, the vegetable menstruum made of the salt of tartar, decant the spirit and the powder dry at the fire, to which being dried, add again 3 parts of the flowers of sulphur, calcine, and quench as before. This work repeat 6 times, that the powder of the gold may be made, like butter soft and fat, which must be carefully dried, because it melts with a little fire. This powder being a little heated, put into a retort with a pipe, and made red hot, and the pipe being presently stopped, distill the red drops falling to good spirit of wine put before into the receiver. If the gold being divers times extinguished in the spirit of philosophical wine is made soft and fat, why might not this be also done in common mercury, digested according to the receipt, in the same spirit of wine? But suppose Lilly propose it only to himself, to reduce argent vive into a common acid liquor, yet does he out of this, with the addition of the salt of tartar of the first experiment, make a vegetable menstruum of the 5th kind, with which he dissolves common argent vive, and reduceth it into a mercurial water. Then he dissolves common mercury by this mercurial water, and draws it off so as to remain in the form of an oil, which oil of mercury being dissolved in the vegetable heaven, he circulates, and being circulated, calls it the incalcinated menstruum. If instead of the oil of mercury you take crude mercury reduced into a true first matter of mercury, and actuate the vegetable heaven with this mercurial sal armagnac, you will make the same, yea, a much better encalcinated menstruum. The way of making the sulfur of nature of common argent vive is the following. The mercurial sal ammoniac, or mercury of the mercury of Lully, in experem, 18.3.4. Take mercury being twice sublimed with vitriol and salt. Put the sublimate upon an iron plate being first very well pulverized. Add to it 2 ounces of tin calcined, then set it in a moist place, and it will be dissolved, sublime again, and lay it upon an iron plate as before, and it will be all dissolved. And thus may you dissolve as much mercury as you please. Then take this water and rectify it 7 times in ashes, or till it will yield no more terra strati. Then distill it in balneo with an easy heat, and distill 1 part of 10, which is of no use, being phlegm, which it contracted in the moist place. Then know the weight of the water remaining in the bottom, and to every 4 ounces put 1 ounce of the vegetable salt of the first or second experiment, being both of the same strength. Then distill in hot ashes with an alembic and receiver well luted, which being all distilled, add new salt to it again, observing the same weight as before, and this same way distill 4 times, to every distillation adding new salt as before, and distilling in ashes. And so will you have a mercurial water fit for all physical operations. Then take common mercury, wash with vinegar and salt, and strain through a goat skin, put it in a vessel. And if there be 1 ounce of mercury, add 4 ounces of the aforesaid mineral water, and having put on a blind head in ashes, let it boil gently, and it will in a short time be all dissolved. Empty the dissolution into another vessel warily, that if any terra strati be left in the bottom, it may be separated from the said dissolution, as a thing of no effect. You may this way dissolve as much mercury as you will. Then take the aforesaid mercury dissolved, and putrefy 30 days in balneo or hot dung, which must be changed every 10 days that the heat may endure, and not be extinguished. Having putrefied, remove the vessel, and putting on an alembic too with an urinal and receiver well luted, distill all the water in balneo, and the mercury will remain in the vessel white as snow. Then pour too it so much of this water which you now distilled, as to be 4 fingers above it. The rest of the water keep in its vessel, well stopped, in a cold place. Then putting a blind head upon its vessel, and sealing the joints, putrefy a natural day. Then taking away the blind head, and putting on an alembic with a receiver close luted, distill in ashes, and increase the fire, that the soul may pass over into its distilled water. Lastly, distillation ceasing, let the vessel cool, take away the receiver, and keep it well stopped, for that which is distilled therein is the animated spirit, but to the matter remaining in the vessel, that is, the urinal, pour again of the distilled water so much, as will swim 4 fingers above it, and having put on a blind head by turns, and putting on an alembic with its receiver, wherein you kept the other part of the animated spirit, the joints being well luted, distill again by ashes, and lastly increase the fire, for the soul to go over into the distilled water as before. Then the vessel being cold, keep the animated spirit in the receiver as before, well stopped, and to the matter remaining in the bottom pour again new water as before, and putrefy as before, distilling in ashes. Pour the spirit into the same receiver where you kept the other. Thus repeat the magistery till the body remains dead, black, and void of all moisture, which you will prove by this sign. Take a little of this black body or earth, and lay it upon a hot plate, and if it fumes not nor flies away from fire, then take that earth and put into a little glass globe well luted, and the mouth well stopped, set in a reverberating fire the space of 24 hours. Then remove the calcined earth, and put it in hot ashes very well stopped to prevent the attraction of any moisture. Then take the animated water, and rectify it 7 times in ashes, which animated and vivified water divide into 2 parts, whereof 1 we will use for the vivifying of the earth, the other for the dissolving of the sol and luna. Then take 1 part of the said water, and know the weight of the earth reserved before. Grind first, put it in an urinal, then pour upon it of the aforesaid water a 4th part of its weight, and joining a blind head to it well luted, set the vessel in balneo, not to touch the water of the balneo, but for the matter to be heated by the vapor only, and so let it remain 4 days. Then having taken away the blind head, and put on an alembic, distill in ashes with a gentle heat like that of the sun, and an insipid liquor will flow over, which cast away as nothing worth. Then again imbibe with a 4th part of the animated spirit as above, digesting as above, and distilling the liquor by ashes as above. This magistery thus repeat, till the whole body hath reassumed its liquor or soul, and remains white as snow, which body take out, dry, and grind, being ground. Put it into a small cucurbit, strongly luted with lutum sapientiae, and the mouth of the cucurbit stop with cotton, and set the vessel in a furnace of ashes. But take notice, if the fire be too violent, the matter will turn into oil and cannot be sublimed. Besides, there is danger of breaking the vessel, as has happened to us, and therefore we are willing to advise you to continue in easy heat till a matter be sublimed. This also observe that this way of subliming may also be done in the fire of an athanor, but then the matter will not be sublimed in less than the space of 3 or 4 days, which sublimation will indeed be most white as the scales of fish, or as talc. Then warily take out the magnesia, the first matter of our common mercury, our sal ammoniac, our sulfur, which keep in a small cucurbit, well stopped in ashes, warm as the sun, but that which remains in the bottom, and cannot be sublimed, cast away because of no efficacy, its precious seed being vacuated. Here he dissolves mercury with calcined Jupiter upon an iron plate per deliquium, with which he cohobates the vegetable salt of the first or second experiment, salt of tartar impregnated with the spirit of philosophical wine, or sublimed into a vegetable sal ammoniac, in equal weight, yet by degrees. Through an alembic, instead of this menstruum, may be taken the vegetable heaven of Lully, with this menstruum be dissolved common argent vive, and reduceth it into a white oil, out of which oil he draws the animated spirit, repeating the work, till the earth of the mercury remains black, fixed, and, without fume on a hot plate, this exanimated and reverberated earth he revivifies by imbibing it with a fourth part of the animated spirit, 7 times rectified, till it becomes white and volatile, which then he sublimes into a mercurial sal ammoniac, the making of which differs not from the antecedent descriptions of the sal ammoniacs, but if it be mixed with 4 parts of Lully's vegetable heaven, that which is called the incalcinated menstruum is made from thence, and so much the stronger, as the sal ammoniac is stronger than the oil of mercury. But if this first matter of mercury be circulated according to its time, you will make a menstruum deserving the name of mercurial heaven. Guido prepares the incalcinated menstruum not from common mercury, but the mercury of metals, Sol or Luna. 47. The menstruums of Guido for precious stones. Pag. 92. Thesauri. Kim. Take of the vegetable menstruum actuated, described in the 7th kind in Num. 38. Or Num. 39. 4 parts of the oil of mercury of Sol or Luna, 1 part, mix. He elsewhere, page 84, describes the oil of the mercury of metals. Thus, take of the mercury of Sol, a description of which we shall have lower in the 3rd book, 3 pounds of the red lion, gold sublimed, of the preparation of which in its place in the 2nd book, 12 ounces. Or, equal weight, mix very well, put it in a cucurbit with its alembic, lute well, and increasing the fire by degrees, sublime, and the mercury will ascend partly quick, partly in the form of a white or ash-colored sublimate, and about the lower part of the glass of a citrine color. Mix the quick mercury again with the sublimate, and again sublime, and that so oft till all the mercury is sublimed, which being so sublimed, put into phials of a large bottom, and in every 1 8 ounces to putrefy in balneo 6 weeks, and then 6 weeks in balneo rorido, and the sublimed mercury of Sol will be resolved into a black oil, which rectify through an alembic, first with a weak fire, then a stronger, lastly most strong. So will you have the oil of the mercury of Sol. But besides mercury, that open metal, menstruums of this kind may be also made of the other metals, though more compact, an example of which we have in the lunar menstruum of Lully. 48. The lunar menstruum of Lully, in Experimento 24. Take common mercury and wash it with vinegar. When the terrestrati of it is taken away, let it run through a goat's skin, then put it into those your vessels, of which you had a form before, in Num. 46. Put the mercury in those vessels and distill with repetition till it turns all into water, as I taught you above. Then take 4 ounces of this mercurial water, and therein dissolve 1 ounce of the vegetable mercury of the 2nd experiment, salt of tartar sublimed, or vegetable sal ammoniac made of the salt of tartar. Pass it through an alembic together with the aforesaid mercurial water, then in every 4 ounces of the water dissolve 1 ounce of mercury as before. Prepared, that is vegetable, putrefy 8 days, then distill by ashes, increase the fire at last, that so it may pass into that which was distilled, in which dissolve 1/2 ounce of silver cupellated, then putrefy 3 days, then distill in ashes, and lastly increase the fire a little, that all the clearness or whiteness of the Luna may go over by an airy resolution in this distillation. He extracts not the whole silver, but the more volatile part of it, called, in the ways of making, sal ammoniac, animated spirit, by the menstruum of 3 vessels already described in Num. 26. With the description of it there declared, you may explain those things which are more obscure in the present receipt. He sometimes joins the animated spirit of Luna and the animated spirit of Sol together, and by circulation reduceth them into an admirable menstruum after this manner. 49. The circulatum majus or acetum exerrimum of Lully, in Experimento 25. Take the simple vegetable menstruum of 3 individuals, described before in num. 26. Then take Luna, calcine it with mercury, then take principal care to remove all the mercury from the calcined Luna. In the same way calcine Sol with mercury, then let all the mercury be taken wholly from it, these 2 bodies put into glass, dishes each by itself apart, and to them each by itself apart pour clarifying honey, mixing the calxes of the 2 bodies very well with honey upon ashes so as to boil, then take the honey from the calxes, by washing them in hot distilled water, and the calxes will remain in the bottom of the vessel. Then mix the calxes with the honey again, boiling as before, and mixing with a spoon as before, and thus repeat your work 3 times as well in the calx of Luna as Sol. Then take these 2 bodies being calcined and washed, and put them into a vessel of solution severally, and pour upon them of the former coalificated menstruum. Of the 3 individuals, so much as will swim 3 fingers above it, cover the vessel with a blind head, luting the joints. Well, with wax gummed, that it may no way respire, set it in balneo for a natural day, so as to boil gently, then for 2 other days put it upon ashes, and let it boil gently as before, then empty that part of Sol, which was dissolved into another vessel. By itself, which solution will be of a yellow color, so also take out the dissolution of Luna by itself apart, and pour it into another vessel, each of which dissolutions keep in each vessel as before in balneo, but the dissolution of Luna will be of a sea or green color, the undissolved earth as well of Sol as Luna dry upon ashes, which done, pour again to each of the new circulated menstruums, and the vessel being covered with a blind head as before, set it in balneo, and make it boil gently as before, and continue the same boiling upon ashes. Lastly, decant the dissolution of each body as before into its vessel, wherein the other dissolutions above were kept by themselves apart. But this magistry you must repeat, till all the Sol and all the Luna are dissolved. These dissolutions putrefy by themselves apart the space of 40 days, after putrefaction put the dissolution severally into 2 urinals, with alembics and receivers stopped, and the joints being well luted. Distill first the whole menstruum in balneo, but the bodies will remain in the form of an oil, then again pour upon them so much of their water lately distilled as to swim 3 fingers above the matter, cover the vessel with a blind head, and putrefy 24 hours, then take away the blind head, and put on an alembic with a receiver, and luting the joints, distill with a gentle fire and ashes. Lastly, increase the fire somewhat, that the air, the animated spirit, may pass over into the water. Last of all, likewise force it with a stronger degree of heat, till the fire, the soul, being more viscous, ascends over into the air, the vessels being cold. Pour again the new reserved water to the remaining matter, the animated spirit of each body being first luted to its receiver. To prevent respiring, cover the urinal again with a blind head, putrefying as before, and lastly distill in ashes as before. Last of all, as before, increase the fire, thus repeat the magistry till both the bodies of Sol and Luna are by an airy revolution transmitted, severally through the alembic. But if these bodies will not entirely come over by distillation, a little indeed will remain, which keep for the rest of the experiments, then take the animated spirit of Sol, rectify it oftentimes, by itself in ashes, but be sure not to take away any of the terrestrates, which will every rectification remain in the bottom of the vessel, but rather pour back the distilled water always to the same feces till you have performed the work 7 times complete, and observe the same order in rectifying the water of animated Luna reserved before. This done, join these 2 waters together, which conjunction is called the conjunction of father and mother, male and female, man and woman, and thus will you have the menstruum majus, the animal, vegetable, and mineral being joined together, and these 3 reduced into 1 substance. You must circulate 60 days in a vessel so luted as not to respire. Circulation being completed, you will have the menstruum majus brought to action, the power of which is so great as not to be related. This, therefore, is that admirable menstruum which dissolves all bodies with the preservation of their vegetative and transmutative form. This, I say, is that menstruum containing in it such odor and fragrancy that nothing can be compared to it. This, lastly, is the resoluble menstruum, which is by the wise called by almost innumerable names, the acidum axarimum, which converts gold into spirit. This is the aqua sicca, aqua solis, and aqua vitae. Pyrenees made this menstruum, which he otherwise calls the greater mercury, or compounded menstruum, by this method. 50. The circulatum majus of Pyrenees in apertorio. Cap. G. Take of the best calcined Luna 3 ounces, of Sol also calcined according to chapter H, in which the calcinations of metals are after the common way described. 2 ounces to each, being put by itself in its glass, pour of circulated, or the simple quintessence, actuated with honey, or the coelum mellifluum described in num. 10. The height of 4 fingers, the vessels with their blind heads put in balneo 2 days, and in ashes 2 more. When you see the waters in some measure tinged, decant them, and the dissolutions keep by themselves in balneo, well stopped. To the undissolved calxes pour again of E, digesting, decanting, and repeating so often, till the bodies of Sol and Luna be reduced into a liquid substance, then distill the dissolution of Sol and the composition of Luna in balneo, and the bodies will remain in the bottom of the glass like an oil, but to the waters drawn from. The said luminaries in balneo put vegetable sulfur according to the weights of the Sol and Luna, and it will in the space of 2 days be dissolved in balneo. So soon as the said sulfur is dissolved in every of its vessels, pour every one to its metallic oil. But to avoid error, you must know that your dissolved sulfur is that which we taught the preparation of in chapter L, namely, that which is extracted out of philosophical wine, otherwise called sal ammoniac. Put the vessels in putrefaction 8 days, then draw off the waters in balneo, every one by itself. Then pour of new water, the height of 2 fingers, cover the vessels with blind heads, and digest for a day in balneo, then put on common alembics and distill the waters gently in ashes, then increase the fire, that the air may also ascend into the waters, the vessels being cold, pour new water to each remainder, cover them with blind heads, digest in balneo for a night, then distill in ashes, and this repeat as before, till you have extracted all the liquor of the 2 luminaries. Keep the earths, and if a little of it be cast upon a hot plate and burns not, it is an infallible sign, because the said earth is deprived of its soul. Keep these 2 earths mixed together in digestion of ashes, for the receiving of their mercuries, the distilled airs or essences, as we shall teach in chapter L. In the way of making the mineral sal ammoniacs, or metallic of gold and silver, now take the liquors of both the said luminaries, that is, their souls or mercuries, already passed through an alembic. In ashes, if any slimy earth remains, add it to the former earths reserved, and this do 6 times, always, removing the slimy earth. Take a large vessel or cucurbit with an alembic made all the piece, in which pour your compounded menstruum, stopping the mouth with a glass stopple, luted with the white of an egg, quick lime, and coarse paper, which being dried, lute them with our bitumen, made of an equal quantity of pitch, wax, and mastic, and circulate in a sophical balneo, as we showed you at Mr. Angelo's house in the famous city of Venice, when we made the simple circulated menstruum, and let it be circulated 40 natural days, which being expired, you will see our menstruum or mercury clearer than crystal, and more odoriferous than any perfume. This menstruum, my son, hath the power of dissolving the 2 luminaries and reducing them from power to action. And you must know that by this alone, yet with the addition of its red or white ferment, you will by circulation make particulars of great projection. This is that which our Captain Raymond Lully, in his Epistola Accurtatoria, spoke of, saying, having dissolved Sol and drawn the water from it in balneo, then know the gold is made spiritual and irreducible into its former body, to which if you add 100 parts of common mercury, it will congeal it into true gold. Moreover, my son, if the said gold congealed into a gum be dissolved in some water, and given to a patient of what infirmity soever, he will in a very few days return to his good temperament. It removes whiteness of hair and all other signs of old age, restores former youth, and preserves health even to the time prefixed by the eternal God. Know also, that should I describe all the miracles, and indeed they may well be called miracles, and all the effects performed by this mercury, which, as I remember, I sufficiently declared to you by word of mouth, and explained the various sayings of our captain in the book of Quintessence then, etc. From the receipts we observe, 1. That these menstruums are stronger than all the antecedent, as being actuated with better arids, or dry things, and therefore do not extract the essences, but dissolve the whole body into a magistry. 2. That these menstruums are the magisteries of metals and minerals, and therefore medicines. 3. That they are made several ways now known to us. 4. That the sal ammoniacs of metals are made the same ways as vegetable sal ammoniacs. 5. That every one of them is properly called philosopher's mercury, or mercury of the mercury of gold, silver, iron, etc. Sublimed, the mercury of antimony, common sulfur, etc. Sublimed, because like common mercury sublimed, it is most easily resuscitated by hot water or vinegar into the running mercury of gold, silver, iron, antimony, etc., as we shall be better assured by examples of the following books. 6. That simple vegetable menstruums do, as being permanent waters, continue also with things metallic, and stick most perfectly to them, not for medicines only, but also for the making of precious stones, yea tinctures, as well particular as universal, as to the simple vegetable. Menstruums extract the essences of vegetables, and the same compounded that they do make. Magisteries for medicinal use we shall easily agree, but for the unctuous and most inflammable, spirit of philosophical wine, made of combustible vegetables and animals, to be a constitutive to any chemical tincture, seems to be an assertion altogether paradoxical, for which cause are we to be admonished that the adepts rejected every combustible vegetable and animal as a thing useless for their tinctures, but never despised the purified elements of vegetables and animals made incombustible, or acquiring incombustibility in the process itself, though they have declared them to be without the ferment. Of the stone, insufficient, as also metals alone without these menstruums, being therefore mixed with metals. Witness Ripley, saying, if you have a mind to make gold and silver by the philosophical art, you must for that purpose take neither eggs nor blood, but gold and silver, which are naturally and prudently, and not manually calcined, for they produce a new generation increasing their kind, as all other natural things. But suppose a man might with benefit effect it in things not metallic, in which are colors found in aspect pleasant, as in blood, urine, eggs, and wine, or in half minerals taken out of mines, yet wood. It be necessary for the elements of them to be first putrefied, and joined in matrimony with the elements of perfect bodies. Libro, Divanact, Porter, Portu. 1. The elixir, he proceeds, is not to be made of wine, as wine, nor of eggs, hair, or blood, as merely eggs, hair, or blood, but of the elements only, and therefore we are to seek. In order to obtain the elements in the excellency of their simplicity and rectification, for the elements, says the philosopher Bacon in his Speculum, are the roots and mothers of all things living, but the elements of the things aforesaid are not ingredients to the making of elixirs, but by the virtue and commixtion with the elements of spirits, whereof he recites 4, argent 5, sulfur, arsenic, and common sal ammoniac, and metallic bodies. And so, as Roger Bacon says, they are ingredients, and do make the great elixir. Mid, Phil, Kim, Cap, Re. We, saith he further, take neither of the first principles, they being too simple, nor of the last, they being too gross and feculent, but only the middle, in which is the tincture and true oil, separated from any unclean terrestriety and phlegmatic water. Therefore, saith Raymond, thus the unctuous liquor is the near matter of our physical argent vive, and though those bodies in which those mercuries are hidden be sold openly by apothecaries at a low price, yet if you understand not the art of separating the elements according to the doctrine of Aristotle, in his Epistle to Alexander, in the book of the Secrets of Secrets, where he saith, separate the subtle from the gross, the thin from the thick, and when you have drawn water out of air, air out of fire, and fire out of earth, then have you the full art, except, I say, you understand this, you will do little or nothing in my work. Pupilla Alchim, Pag, 298. It appertains not to this place to prove these things by more examples. It is enough to have instanced these few, by way of extirpation, the following books treating more copiously of this truth. 7. That the name, hellfire, the menstruum of Trismosinus, is the proper and common name of mercurial menstruums, for most of the adepts do affirm mercury to be of a most hot, yea, fiery nature. Some few deny, accounting it the coldest metal. Amongst the affirmers was the great Paracelsus, saying, we find mercury to be inwardly of the greatest heat, and no way to be coagulated but by the greatest cold. Libro 6. Archid. Magic. Whoever think mercury to be of a moist and cold nature are convinced of an open error, it being of its nature most hot and moist by reason, of which it always and perpetually floweth. For if it was of a moist and cold nature, it would be like frozen water, and be always hard and solid, and it would be necessary to melt it by the heat of fire, as other metals, which indeed it requires not, having a natural equation, and flux through its own heat, which keeps it in a perpetual fluxion, and makes it quick, that it can neither die nor be congealed. Coelum Phil, Sect, Decalor Merc, Pag, 124. No name can be found for this liquefaction, fluxion of argent vive, much less the original of it by which it may be called, and no heat being so vehement as to be equivalent to it, hell fire ought to be compared to it. Coelum. Phil, can, no, Assentaventuno. Basilius taught the same, saying, the fiery spirit of sulfur being invisibly incorporated. In mercury, therefore, it prefers itself in fluxion, not to be coagulated, etc. For mercury is a mere fire, and therefore cannot be burned by any fire. No fire toucheth it so as to destroy it for either, etc. Curus Triumph. Antimony, Pag, 40. And Sendivogius, I mercury am fire, etc. My spirit and the spirit of fire love one another, and so far as able, one accompanies the other, etc. If any man knows the fire of my heart, he sees fire as my food, and the longer the spirit of any heart eats fire, the fatter it will be, the death of which is afterward the life of all things, etc. I am fire within. Fire is my food. Dialogue. Mercury Pag, 515. Volume 4. Theatrum Chemicum. Ripley did by the most hot things of Lully, actuating the vegetable menstruum, without the virtue of which things it would not be able to dissolve metals, but in a long time understand mercury. I am, saith he, forced to say that all these things which Raymond speaks of, things most hot, are covered with a philosophical veil, for his saying is that dissolution must be made with spirit of wine, but his intention also is that in this spirit of philosophical wine may be had another resoluble menstruum, which is only of the metallic kind. Metal. Phil. Pag. 168. For that is Raymond's water, which Mary the prophetess speaks of, saying, make your water as a running water, by divine inspiration, extracted out of the two mineral and vegetable zyboth mercuries that is circulated together into a crystalline water, etc. Because, as saith Raymond, there being in mercury a point of igniety, by the power, of which is dissolution made, it is requisite to animate it with the water of vegetable mercury, otherwise it can dissolve nothing, and this is the water containing all those things which you want, and by virtue thereof are pearls made. And this vegetable water being compounded, doth by virtue of the mercury, mineral, presently, dissolve all bodies, and by reason of its vegetability, vegetable menstruum, revivify every body, and by its attractive virtue, symbolical nature, produce an oil. From every body, and mercury draws to itself its like, that is, the mercury of a body. Of this water, saith Raymond, in Compendium Anime Transmutationis ad Regium Robertum 35, most serene prince, that our stone is made of nothing but argent vive, alone, that is, compounded of vegetable and mineral, and therefore said the ancient philosophers, the stone is made of one thing only, that is argent vive, viatic, pag. 345. Mercurial waters are called ignes Gehenna. By reason of this fiery nature of argent vive, the corrosive specific was because of the mercurial water called by Paracelsus ignis Gehenna. Libro D. Specif. Pag. 29. The circulata majus, prepared from mercury, he calls a living fire, most extreme fire, and celestial fire. If you would bring into action, saith he, the life of antimony hidden in its regulus, you must resuscitate that life with its like living fire or metallic vinegar, with which fire many of the philosophers proceeded several ways, but agreeing in the foundation they all hit the intended mark, etc. Yet that fire, or corporal life in common mercury, is found much more perfect and sublime, which manifestly proves by its flowing that there is a most absolute fire and celestial life hidden in it. Wherefore, whoever desires to graduate his metallic heaven, the arcanum lapidis or antimony, to the highest, and reduce it to action, he must first extract the first liquid, being, as the celestial fire, quintessence, and metallic acetum exaerimum out of the corporal life, common mercury, etc. Libro, Disset, Archidoxes, Cap 6, Pag, 39.36. Amongst the deniers, who judge mercury to be of a cold nature, is, first Bernhard, illustrious for learning as well as lineage, saying, whereas mercury is compounded of the four elements, they therefore, being heated by the common and general causes, the natural heat, is excited by its own motion, by such motion as this are the fire, and air in mercury moved likewise, and by little and little elevated. These elements being more worthy than the water and earth of mercury. Nevertheless, moistness and coldness are predominant, etc. Lib. Alchem. Pag. 766. Volum. 1. Theatrum Chemicum 37. Argent vive being most cold, may in a short time be made most hot, and may the same way be made temperate with things temperate by the ingenuity of an artist. Epist. Ad Tomum. Pag. 57. Art. Orif. Arnoldus de Villanova, in the book called Rosarium 38, is observed to have declared that crude mercury, that is argent vive, which is by its nature cold and moist, may by sublimation be made hot and dry then, by revivification made hot and moist like the complexion of men, etc. The said Arnold, though a reverend doctor, and ingenious in other sciences, yet perhaps handled experiments in this art without the doctrine of causes, but he saith, that in the first purgation the crude spirit argent vive is sublimed with the less minerals and salts, and that mercury itself, which is in its nature cold and moist, may be made a powder by nature hot and dry, as he saith. This is indeed of no benefit to our philosophical work, but suppose a man may make such a powder as he speaks of out of mercury, namely dry and hot by sublimation with saline things, yet these purgations are vain and impurities. Of mercury, the said Arnold dried it by sublimation, so also, as you say, Thomas, moistened it by revivification, and made the mercury hot and moist, suitable to his own humane body in nature. This indeed impedes not, my reverend doctor, nor impugns the truth of the philosophical art. Yea, rather, the error appears in this natural art. For, as is clear, Arnold teacheth, if you regard the sound of words, that mercury being thus dried by hot water, into which it is cast, is revivified, and he saith, made hot and moist, whereas when it is sublimed, it was hot and dry. But what philosopher can truly say that mercury, or any other metal, is by simple water, though never so hot and boiling, changed as to its internal quality and nature, acquires moistness natural to itself, and so is revivified? In this revivification, therefore, mercury requires nothing, forasmuch as common. Water decocts not, nor alters it, because everything to be altered must first be mixed. Some superficial impurities of mercury, such water, may indeed wash away from it, but cannot infuse a new quality into it, for such a nature as mercury had when reduced into powder and mortified. By sublimations, such a nature exactly will it keep being revivified. By water, this I am willing to say with reverence and honor to the said Arnold, but I consider and defend the truth of nature and experiment. About the end of his epistle to Thomas. But be it what it will, it consists not with our prudence to adhere to any opinions of what authority soever, but to truth alone, in which respect we say argent vive is neither cold nor hot. Yet, that being of easier dissolution than the rest of the metals, it is most fit for this kind of menstruums, and that the mercurial waters prepared from it may by chemical liberty be called hellfires, though besides these waters, the adepts call also other menstruums infernal fire, of which sort is the acetum exerimum of Ripley in the 5th kind. But the following arguments, taken out of the text itself, do prove that Arnold, Lully's master, was as to his reducing of argent vive into the first matter or essence, not sufficiently understood and misobserved. By Bernhard, taking aqua fervens for common boiling water, Arnold divided the 2nd book of his rosary into 4 principal works, which are solution, ablution, reduction, and fiction, as appears by the 1st chapter of the aforesaid book of the 1st work, namely the dissolution of the stone. In the 2nd chapter, thus you must dissolve the stone, gold or silver, being dry and thick, into argent vive, that it may be reduced into its first matter, and all this is done by argent vive only, it alone having the power of converting sol and luna into their first matter, but argent vive having a terrestrial and adducible feculency in it without inflammation and substance of equity. You must of necessity take away that which is superfluous, and supply what is wanting, if you desire a complete medicine, but the earthly feculency is to be wholly taken away by sublimation, etc. This sublimation or depuration of mercury he describes in the 3rd chapter following, the craft. Way, therefore, of removing the earthy superfluous substance from it, is to sublime it once or twice with vitrum, vitriol formerly so called, and salt, till the substance of it becomes most white. Having ascended most white, cast it into aqua fervens, till it returns into argent vive, then take the water from it, and work with it, because it is not good to operate with it, except it be first purified this way. And therefore saith Avicen, the first thing to begin with is the sublimation of mercury, after that, the solution of it, that it may return into its first matter, and sublime it wholly, then put clean bodies in the same, wade into this clean mercury, etc. If we respect the sound of the words, Bernard in his long argumentation corrected Arnold deservedly. But if the sense of the words, here is nothing deserving correction. Aqua fervens, the name of Arnold's menstruum, is the chief and almost only thing concealed by Arnold in the whole practice of his book, which had he manifested, he would have prostituted, all the more secret chimey, but that he meant not common boiling water is proved by the following consideration. 1. Gold or silver must be dissolved into argent vive, or the first matter, first being, essence, etc. By argent vive, not common, but philosophically prepared, nothing reduceth gold into a first matter, but a first matter, as here the first matter of common mercury, clean mercury, or the mercury of mercury. The adepts have a rule that a first matter prepares a first matter, therefore as mercury prepares mercury, an essence, a magistry, so the philosopher's mercury, or primum ens, essence, etc., of sol or luna, cannot be prepared but by the philosopher's mercury, primum ens, or some essence, whereby by aqua. Fervens in this receipt, we understand the essence of mercury, but not in the least common boiling water. 2. Clean argent vive, or the first matter of mercury, made of argent vive sublimed by aqua. Fervens cannot be running mercury, because it is in the form of a liquor, for, first, the dissolution of gold made with this clean mercury is to be filtered, grind time after time, and imbibe, and boil in balneo, then distill through a filter till it, meaning the metal dissolved in the menstruum, chap 3, goes through. Secondly, in the dissolution of gold, the tincture only is extracted, the body being left. Be patient, saith he, and extract not the tincture hastily, nor seek to have things perfect hastily or swiftly, for the first error in this art is haste, etc. Bodies dissolved are reduced to the nature of a spirit, and are never separated, as neither separated as neither water mixed with water, and that because nature rejoiceth in nature, as the spouse is joined with the bridegroom, but those things which are not dissolved have not pure parts, except they be mollified. Therefore, my dearest, you want wherewith to operate in the dissolution of the stone, that is, you must separate their purer parts from them, that the work may be effected with lighter, the heavier parts being cast away. Cap. 3. Thirdly, mercury, or the first matter of gold prepared with clean mercury, is also liquid. Chap. 3. The beginning of our work is to dissolve our stone, gold or silver, into mercury, or into a mercurial water. Chap. 4. No wonder, therefore, if mercury prepared by aqua fervens be called water, it is, saith he, expedient to dissolve bodies by water, that is, by argent vive. Cap. 3. Fourthly, because it extracts an oil from everything. Put, saith he, of the purest mercury so much as to swim 4 fingers, or more, which is better, upon the substance of the body, from which you would extract an oil, then kindle a gentle fire under it till you see the oil, that is, the air of it, by little, and little ascend or be elevated upon the mercury, gather it warily and keep it apart, etc. Cap. Deset. 3. This process of Arnold is ordinary, and called by the adepts the way of separating the elements, which cannot be done without either a vegetable or mineral menstruum. 4. Aqua fervens among the adepts is the usual name of menstruum. Dissolve, saith Lully, the purest sol in its own aqua fervens, then separate the phlegm, and the sol will remain below, etc. Codicil. Cap. 43. Pag. 203.3. 9. That fire burns gold more than elemental fire, because it contains heat of a terrestrial nature, and resolves without any fortitude, force, effervescence, or corrosion, which common fire cannot do. We therefore enjoin you to make the magistracy of the hottest things you can get, and you will have an aqua calida, which resolves every strong thing. Vade mecum. Pag. 272.40. Which form of speech Bernhard himself knew out of Moriana, saying, know that our latin is red, but of no benefit to us till it be made white. Know also that aqua tepida, calida, and fervens synonyma is of one. Menstruum penetrates and whitens, even as itself is white, and a moist vaporous fire affects all things. Again, Bendigid, Johannes Mahungus, and Haley, you that seeking day and night, spend your money, waste your wealth and time, tormenting your wits in vain about the subtleties of books. I admonish you out of charity, through compassion, as a father moved toward his son, that you would, I say, whiten the red laton by a white odoriferous aqua tepida, but tear so many sophistical books, so many methods, and leave such great subtleties, believe me, that it may be well with you. Lib. Alchem. 770. Vol. 1 Theatrum Chemicum. 5. It is by the blackness of the dissolution proved that Arnold's aqua fervens was a simple vegetable. Menstruum, the black appearing above, saith he, gather apart, because that is the oil, and the true sign of dissolution, because this which is dissolved attains to the end of sublimity, and is therefore separated from the lower parts, ascending upwards and aspiring to higher places. Cap. 3. Rosari. These things we are willing to say, not impeaching the reverence and honor of Bernhard, but we contemplate and defend the truth and experiment of Arnold. The 9th kind. Vegetable compounded menstruums made of simple vegetable menstruums, and things tinging being first fixed. 51. The circulatum majus, or metallic acetum axarimum of Paracelsus. Lib. Deset. Arch. Pag. 38.41. If common mercury ought to be reduced into the first liquid being, then is it first to be mortified and deprived of its form, and that is done by several sublimations with vitriol and common salt, that at last it may be made like fixed crystal, then dissolve it in its matrix, namely, in the primum ens of salt, the circulatum minus made of salt, or the water of salt, circulated, described above in num. 27. Putrefy a month, add to it new arcanum of salt, circulatum minus, that the impure may be precipitated to the bottom, but the pure turned into crystals, sublime the same in a close reverberatory, being sublimed, turn it up, continually till it comes to a redness, this sublimation extract with the spirit of wine rectified to the highest philosophical wine, separate the spirit of wine. By distillation, the remainder, the dry tincture or crocus of mercury, dissolve upon a marble, per delicium, and digest for a month, pour new spirit of wine to it, digest for a time, and distill, then will the arcanum of the primum ens, or first being of mercury, rise over in a liquid substance, which is by the philosophers called metallic acetum axarimum, and in our orthodoxies circulatum majus, and the same is to be understood of antimony, gems, and all other metals. Annotations. There is a great difference between this and the precedent kind, though they both treat of mercurial. Waters, the antecedent, were made of crude mercury. This circulatum of Paracelsus is, indeed, made of mercury, but first fixed, the precedent were most clear. These greater circulatums are, indeed, most clear, but also most red, and so much better in their tinctures than the precedent. The receipt we will consider as divided into its parts, in the first, of which Paracelsus sublimes argent vive so often, till it be made, like fixed crystal, that is, like mineral or common crystal, clear and transparent, as this part is common, so it less needs explaining. In his book, De Renovat and Restore, he takes only mineral gold or antimony for the same work, which bodies notwithstanding are more bound up than the open metal, mercury, and for this reason it may seem to be fit enough for dissolution in circulated salt without sublimation. For the illustration of the receipt, we will add the description of the said book. Take of mineral gold or antimony, most finely ground 1 pound, of salt circulated 4 pounds, being mixed, digest them together in horse dung for a month. From thence will spring a water, wherefore the pure must be separated from the impure, coagulate it into a stone, which calcine with wine linificated, and separate again, and dissolve upon a marble. Let this water be putrefied for a month. From it will be produced a liquor, wherein are all such signs as in the primum, ends of gold or antimony, wherefore we deservedly call it the primum ends of those things. It is no otherwise to be understood of mercury, and other things also. In the second part, he dissolves mercury being so sublimed, in salt circulated, the primum, ends of salt, the arcanum of salt, the water of salt circulated, synonymas of Paracelsus, his circulatum minus, petrifies or digests, precipitates with new circulated salt, filters, and lastly reduceth it into crystals or philosophical vitriol. In the receipt of Lib. de Renoff, he adds the weights of things. Take, saith he, of mineral gold or antimony 1 pound of salt circulated 4 pounds, and then digest, and separates the impure from the pure, and coagulates into crystals. Sometimes he dissolves bodies by some mineral menstruum, which he draws off 2 or 3 times from them, and sweetens them again by taking away all the acidity so far as he is able with common water. Thus he dissolves common sulfur in the strongest aquafortis. Paracelsus is aqua regis, to be described in the 18th kind. Cohobates 3 times into a black matter, which he sweetens with distilled water, libro de morte rerum. For it is much at one, whether gold or antimony be dissolved by the circulatum minus only, and reduced into a philosophical vitriol, or whether argent vive, for the abbreviation of time, be in the sublimation of it first impregnated with the acidity of salts, and so made more open for the work, and then mixed with the circulatum minus, purified by digestion and precipitation, and lastly reduced into a philosophical vitriol, or whether to make the time yet shorter, sulfur be mixed with a mineral menstruum, that is, an acid, and the circulatum minus mixed together, and then freed from the acid, so as with the circulatum minus to be made the same philosophical vitriol. For which way soever philosophical vitriol is made, it comes to one and the same effect, but of these vitriols hereafter in the receipts of mineral menstruums. In the third part, he sublimes the stones or crystals of the mercury in a close reverberatory, that is, a philosophical egg, always turning it up, till the vitriol of the mercury is at length fixed into a most red precipitate. This part of the sublimations of sulfur and antimony in a close reverberatory will illustrate the strongest aquafortis being often drawn off from the sulfur, the remaining matter being made, thereby black and then sweetened. He reverberates, that is, sublimes in a close reverberatory, and being sublimed, turns up the close reverberatory or philosophical egg so oft and continually, till it comes to a redness, as antimony, saith he, which will become first white, sublimate, then yellow, thirdly red, precipitate, as cinnabar, which being obtained, you ought to rejoice, for it is the beginning of your riches. This reverberated sulfur gives a most deep tincture to any luna, reducing it into a most excellent gold, and preserves a man's body in most perfect health. This reverberated fixed sulfur, observe, is of so great virtue, as is not fitting to declare. Libro de morte rerum, pag. 95. The reverberation of antimony is in page 67. Chirurgica majoribus. Take of antimony reduced into a most fine alcohol 42, into philosophical vitriol, with the circulatum minus by the way of mercury in the circulatum majus, or again into a black and sweetened matter by way of sulfur, what quantity you will. Let it be reverberated in a close reverberatory for the space of 1 month, continually turning up the reverberatory, till the matter will be no more sublimed, and will be volatile and light, first white, then yellow, then red, lastly of a purple or violet color, the antimony being thus fixed by sublimation. He extracts the tincture by the spirit of philosophical wine, which tincture he calls the most noble, most precious, and only not divine essence of lily. In the fourth part, he dissolves mercury being precipitated and extracted by the spirit of philosophical wine, protoliquium, and digests with new spirit of philosophical wine, and cohobates, till it ascends through the alembic into the primum ens, or essence. Of mercury, mercury circulated, the circulatum, majus prepared for mercury, etc. In the receipt we observe, 1. That argent vive, antimony, sulfur, yea gold, silver, and all the other metals, being dissolved in some simple vegetable menstruum, then reverberated, or by sublimation fixed, dissolved per deliquium, and distilled into a liquid. Substance are argent vive, antimony, sulfur, gold, silver, etc., circulated, or the circulatum majus made of mercury, antimony, sulfur, etc. 2. That these menstruums are called circulatums, because they were by the ancient philosophers circulated for the space of 30 or 40, sometimes 60 days. 3. That these are called the greater circulatums, to be distinguished from the less circulatums being less excellent, the greater having greater strength, and communicating tincture to things that are dissolved in them. 4. That these circulatums are the first beings, or graduated essences of metals and minerals, and amongst things volatile, nothing can be more excellent than they being exalted from a fixed essence or astrum into a much more noble essence called an arcanum. 5. That these circulatums are medicines, or medicinal arcanums. 6. That these circulatums are most red, sublime the stones, saith Paracelsus, till they come to redness. He extracts the tincture of lily out of antimony reverberated to a purple, or violet color, but makes the soul of metals out of sulfur reverberated, of which thus what Hermes said, that the soul alone is the means of joining. The spirit to the body was not impertinently spoken, for sulfur being that soul, and maturing and excocting all things as fire, it will be also able to bind the spirit with the body, and incorporate and unite them together, so as from thence to produce a very noble body, the vulgar combustible. Sulfur is not to be reputed the soul of metals, but the soul is something more than a combustible and corruptible body, and therefore cannot be burned by any fire, being all fire itself, and indeed it is nothing else but the quintessence of sulfur, which is extracted out of sulfur, reverberated by the spirit of philosophical wine, and is of a red color, and clear as a ruby, which is indeed a great and notable arcanum to transmute white bodies, and to coagulate running mercury into fixed and tested gold. Accept this as commended to you to make you rich, and you have reason to be content with this only secret for the transmutation of metals. Lib. Ide gener. Rerum. Nat. Pag. 87. If mercury, antimony, and sulfur are fixed by reverberation, and the spirit of philosophical wine do become more red. From hence we observe that the menstruums of Diana are of divers colors, sometimes white, milky, and opaque, sometimes most clear, sometimes again most red and most transparent, so that these arguments of Bernhard denying the diaphaneity of menstruums may be easily resolved, where fools, saith he, do out of the less minerals extract corrosive waters, into which they put any force of metals, and corrode them, for they think that therefore they are dissolved by a natural solution, which solution indeed requires permanence together, that is, of the dissolvent and the dissolved, that from both, as from the masculine and feminine seed, a new species may result. I tell you truly, no water dissolves a metallic species by natural reduction, but that which remains with it in matter and form, and which the dissolved metals are able to recongeal, which happens not in any sort of aqua fortis, but is rather a defiling of the compositions, that is, the body that is to be dissolved, nor is that water pertinent to bodies in solution, which remains not with them in congelations. Mercury is of this sort, and not aqua fortis, or that which fools esteem mercurial water, clear and diaphanous. For if they divide and obstruct the homogeneity of mercury, how will the first proportion of the feminine seed stand and be preserved? Pag. 60. Epist. Ad tomen. The elixir and azoth, he goes on, that is, the vital spirit, spirit of life, philosophical aqua vitae, and fugitive soul. Animated spirit are not diaphanous, nor transparent, nor clear as the tear of one's eye, nor any dissolving spirit. Pag. 94. Egio westi. Epist. Which cannot be done in a diaphanous, clear, and transparent liquor, because if the aforesaid elixir and azoth, that is, spirit and soul, had or could shew any diaphaneity, the earth would now in proportion have dismissed the water and separated itself from it, whereas otherwise it would have inspissated, and coagulated the parts of it, caused an opacity in the elixir and azoth, and made the metallic form to stand congelable, for in restringing fixed metallic species, the restringer must of necessity act upon the restringable, and the congealer upon the congelable, which cannot be done in the aforesaid diaphanous and clear water. Otherwise it is in vegetables, in which a simple and Diaphanous water is by decoction inspissated in those vegetables, which notwithstanding vanisheth, and evaporates at length by the trial of fire, because it is not permanent and fixed in the composition, not having an earth naturally homogeneous to it in composition with it, as argent vive has, which earth is indeed the cause of permanent fiction in things homogeneous, wherefore simple water cannot buy. Condylation be fixed with vegetables, as mercury with metals, if therefore mercury hath received diaphaneity in the philosopher's work, it will remain in the quality of the irrestringible substance, and will not be congealed upon latent as to a metallic form, species, and proportion, which carries the congelation of itself neither with it nor in it, as water does earth, which earth, as aforesaid, is indeed mercurial, and the first cause of inspissation, coagulation, and fixation. If, therefore, that water remains not in metallic proportion, how can the like species be produced from this composition? They therefore that think so to extract a clear transparent water out of mercury, and work many wonders by it, are in error. For suppose they can make such a water, yet would it be of no advantage to the work, nor to the nature and proportion of it, nor could it restore or erect a perfect metallic species, for so soon as mercury is altered from its first nature, so soon it is excluded from being an ingredient to our philosophical work, because it hath lost its spermatic and metallic nature. By these things therefore it is known what truth our opinion contains, and wherein it is contrary and absurd, you asserting it to be necessary, in order to perfect the great elixir, to have a gum, in which are all things necessary to it, containing the four elements, and is a most clear water as the tear of the eye, made spiritual, which causeth gold to be a mere spirit. For one body penetrates not another, but a pure spiritual substance congealed is that which penetrates and tingeth a body. Be it as you say, my honored doctor, that natures are not joined without a gum, or oily matter, etc. Had Bernhard disputed only against every mercurial water not permanent, made diaphanous with aquafortis or any other vulgar menstruum, and not also against the most clear mercurial water of Thomas de Bologna, then the arguments aforesaid had been of great strength, but now the objections against the limpidity of menstruums as well of this as other adepts are of no validity. The same earth, while being less than well dissolved, is the cause of opacity. In Bernhard's permanent menstruum, the very same exactly dissolved is the cause of limpidity with Thomas, inspissating and coagulating the water as well, if not better, than if it had been less dissolved. The diaphaneity of menstruums is defended by Lully, Pyrenees, and most of the adepts. Lully proclaims his coelum venosum to be clear, bright, and resplendent as the stars of heaven. In test, Novus, Pog, Otto, of which very menstruum Pyrenees is thus, in appendices elucidari, Pog 2, vol 6, Theatrum Chemicum. Then will you see a quintessence brighter and clearer than a diamond, which exceeds the splendor of the stars, so as to be doubted whether it be contained in the glass or no. The 10th kind, vegetable menstruums compounded, made of vegetable menstruums compounded, and metallic bodies. 52. The Neapolitan menstruum of Lully 43, in Exper. 13.4. 4. Take luna and calcine with common argent vive, that is, by amalgaming, and then grinding the amalgam with common salt prepared, then evaporate the mercury with a most gentle fire, then take away the salt with hot water distilled, and so you will have luna calcined. Take the calcined luna, and pour to it 4 parts of the mercurial water, described by the 3 hot vessels before in Num. 46. And the vessel being covered with its antinatorium set upon ashes, so as to boil gently, and you will perceive a green or sea-green color, which liquor pour warily into another vessel, so that the feces be not disturbed, the matter remaining at the bottom dry, with an easy fire, like the heat of the sun. Then know the weight of the said calx, and pour again 4 parts of the said mercurial water upon 1 part of the said calx, and the vessel being covered with its antinatorium, as above, let it boil again gently, the dissolution. Pour into another vessel as before, and join it with the first dissolution, but remember to keep the said dissolved matter continually in balneo, till the whole work of dissolution is completed, repeating the magistery so oft till the whole body of luna be fully dissolved and decanted over, which has indeed happened to us at the second time, and set it in putrefaction 14 days. Then put it in an urinal with its receiver and alembic very well luted, and distill in a furnace of ashes, then increase the fire, that the soul of the body may ascend into its water, the vessel being cold. Examine the weight of the earth of luna remaining in the bottom, for I believe of 1 whole ounce there will not remain above 2/8 drachms of the body not dissolved. The rest will be perfectly dissolved, that is, distilled, but if more of the undissolved earth remains, then pour to it so much of its water lately distilled as to be 3 fingers above it, and the vessel being covered with an antinatorium put it in balneo for a natural day, then taking away the antinatorium, and putting on an alembic with the receiver very close, distill. By ashes, at the end of the distillation, increase the fire as before. This repeat, till the whole body of Luna be passed through. The alembic by an airy revolution, and thus will you by the help of God have a menstruum, with which you may dissolve Sol. Annotations. Hitherto we have by argent vive actuated either the spirit of philosophical wine or menstruums made with the spirit which had so good a faculty of dissolving, that most of the adepts being content with these mercurial waters desisted from inquiring after stronger menstruums. The mercurial water, which Lully terms glorious, he saith, is sufficient, yea, a proper menstruum, to make the philosopher's mercury, or metallic sal ammoniac, out of all metals and minerals. You must know, saith he, my son, that in the truth and faith of God, no sulfur of nature of any metal can be sublimed without this water of common argent vive. Test. Novus. Pag. 12.45. But in this 10th kind of menstruums, the adepts made yet other menstruums, adding moreover divers bodies, according to the intended several uses to the aforesaid mercurial waters, Lully, to make a more noble menstruum for the dissolution of gold, added silver to the mercurial menstruum, if perhaps he wanted a menstruum. For pearls, he joined pearls with the mercurial menstruum. If he had a mind to make aurum potabile, he prepared a menstruum out of gold and silver, as more suitable to this purpose, yet with some mercurial menstruum, and so of others, as you will observe in the following examples. 53. The precious menstruum for pearls of Lully, in Compendium Animae Transmutationis, Vol. 4, Theatrum Chemicum, 4.6. Take the liquor of lunaria of the third or second rectification, philosophical aqua ardens rectified, pour it upon argent vive, so as to swim 3 fingers above it, and putrefy 3 natural days, and a great part of it will be dissolved with the water of lunaria, which decant and pour fresh liquor upon the feces, putrefy in dung or balneo, and repeat till all the mercury is reduced into water, then join all the distillations together, and draw off in balneo, and when you see it in a manner thick, so as to be half a pound of water of mercury and argent vive, vegetable and mineral, putrefy 6 natural days, then put in pearls, and they will within 10 hours be dissolved, then exuberate them by the way, which I taught in the exuberation of metals, till they be converted into a sal harmoniac, or sulfur naturae of pearls, whereof dissolve 1 ounce in a pound of its menstruum aforesaid, and distill 4 times. Then put in pearls, and they will in half a quarter of an hour be dissolved by reason of the greater subtlety of the menstruum. As silver is joined to the mercurial menstruum made by the 3 fire-hot vessels for the Neapolitan menstruum, which may be so called because it was revealed to Lully at Neapolis by Arnold de Villanova, so this menstruum for pearls is made of the sal ammoniac of pearls, and the mercurial menstruum, or glorious water, of mercury, which, if they be circulated together at convenient time, you will make thereof a coelum perlatum. 54. The mercurial compounded menstruum of Lully, in experim. 34. Take 3 ounces of luna, and 3 ounces of sol, calcine them severally with mercury, as in the former experiments, in the Neapolitan menstruum, then evaporate it. From the said metals being calcined, put them severally in distinct solutory vessels, and put upon them so much of the incalcined menstruum described before in Num. 45. As will swim 4 fingers above it, cover the vessel with an antinatorium, putrefy in balneo 2 days, and 2 days more in ashes with a heat like that of the sun, decant the dissolution, and dry the remainder. Being dried, pour upon them of the incalcinated menstruum again as before, putrefying in a close vessel in balneo then, upon ashes, and emptying the several dissolutions of gold and silver into their several vessels as before, if anything remains, undissolved, dry and dissolve as before, till all the remainder be fully dissolved. Then putrefy both dissolutions. 20 natural days being putrefied, take the dissolutions, and put them severally into their urinals with their receivers, and having luted the joints well, distill the waters of both metals in balneo. In the bottom of the vessels will remain the bodies like melted honey, or oil, pour upon those oils, again of their own waters. The menstruums now drained from the oils, distilled, only by balneo, so as to swim 3 fingers above the matter, cover both vessels with their antinatoriums, and putrefy for a natural day, then take away the antinatoriums, and put on alembics, lute well, and distill upon ashes. Lastly increase the fire, that the soul or element of air may pass over into both their distilled waters. And last of all, increase the fire to the highest degree, that the element of fire may pass into the air. But to the composition of luna, this redness or fire is not necessary. Distillation being completed, let the vessels cool. Take the receivers from them, and keep them very well stopped, that they may not respire, and put distinct schedules or inscriptions upon them, that when you have occasion, you may not take one for the other. Then again to the earths of gold and silver, left in distillation, pour their waters, distilled by balneo as before, and having put an antenatorium to it, putrefy. As before, then distill by ashes, each vessel having its own receiver, wherein you kept the souls of those bodies, and thus repeat the magistry till the earths are exanimated and destitute of radical moisture. Then take those earths, grind well, and join them together. Then put them in a glass egg and keep them in hot ashes till I tell you what to do with them. Then take the animated spirit of Luna and rectify it 7 times in ashes. Then take the animated spirit of Sol, and after the same manner rectify it 7 times in ashes, the Lamosides, remaining earth, which the spirit of Sol will in every rectification eject, keep very close, being the element of fire in the form of an earth. Having rectified, take the animated spirit of Sol and the animated spirit of Luna, and join them together. Then circulate in a large vessel, as that wherein we circulated the simple menstruum, continue the circulation 60 days, in which time you will have a true mineral menstruum, not acid, but made of minerals as mercury, gold, and silver, by which you may operate innumerable experiments. Hereto ought to be referred the menstruum, which is called by Basilius. 55. The sweet spirit of mercury of Basilius. Cap. 3. Libri de rebus nat, and supernat. Take of natural cinnabar, or ore of mercury, and of the best ore of gold equal parts, to which being pulverized and mixed, pour the oil of mercury made of mercury, sublimed and putrefied, that is, oil of mercury sublimed alone, no other ingredients, being added, except the spirit of philosophical wine or some vegetable, menstruum, without which it cannot be made. Digest them for a month, and you will have a celestial rather than terrestrial extraction. Draw off the extraction in balneo, and the phlegm being taken away, in the bottom will remain a ponderous oil, dissolving all metals in a moment, to which add of the spirit of wine, philosophical, or fiery spirit of wine of Basilius, 3 parts, circulate in a pelican, to a blood redness and incomparable sweetness, being circulated, pour it upon tartar calcined to whiteness, and distill the spirit of mercury, with a strong fire, the spirit of wine remaining with the tartar. We must distinguish between this spirit and another of the same name, lest one be taken for the other, for Basilius prepared also a spirit of mercury from the white spirit of vitriol, of which you may read in several places in the book De Particularibus, especially in the particular of Luna, a description of which spirit is lower among the mineral menstruums, because it is an acid, but the other, namely, this, our spirit of mercury, is most sweet and fragrant, which you have also in the particular of Luna, as also in the 7th chapter of the book De Rebus Nat and Supernat, where he dissolves the crocus of Luna in the white spirit of vitriol, as also in the most fragrant spirit of mercury. Pyrenees, for alchemical tinctures, made a mercurial compounded menstruum of his circulatum majus, and the first or middle substance of common argent vive, thus 56. The incalcinated menstruum of Pyrenees. Cap. G. Apertoris. Take of the circulatum majus, described before in num. 50. 1 pound of mercury prepared, as we shall teach in the 10th chapter. 2 ounces, mix and observe that true putrefaction be made with this menstruum. But when first it is incalcinated, that is, mixed with such mercury, it is no more used for men's bodies, but only as medicines for metals. Now the said 10th chapter is this, as followeth, of reducing common mercury into the first matter or middle substance. Now we will give you full instruction and demonstration of decocting and reducing common argent vive into its first matter or middle substance. And as in the foregoing chapters, we declared the way of reincrudating the 2 luminaries, so now we will demonstrate the ways and means of decocting the said mercury. First, we will teach the way of distinguishing good mercury from bad, sophisticated, and corrupted, which way it is, to take common mercury, brought out of Spain in skins sealed, or if you cannot have this, take any other, and put a little of it in a silver spoon heated so as to make the mercury evaporate, and if the remainder of it be of a white or citrine color, it is good, but if of another color, bad and not at all. Fit for our work, because sophisticated, then take of Roman vitriol 2 pounds, melted in a glazed vessel, being melted, add 1 pound of mercury, and as much of common salt prepared, stir and shake till they be all mixed, evaporating the moisture with such a heat as that of the sun, then take out the matter, grind, and put it in a sublimatory, and sublime the mercury by the usual degree of fire, the vessels being cold. Take out the sublimation, to which being put into a retort, pour of the vegetable water without phlegm, philosophical aqua vitae rectified. About 3 or fingers, let it boil in balneo 2 hours, then distill in ashes, that the vegetable water may ascend, then cover the retort. With ashes and increasing the fire, the mercury vive will ascend into. The aqua ardens decant the water from the mercury, which again sublime. With new matters, and that 6 times, always casting away the feces. But take notice that these 7 sublimations must always be transacted in aludels, because you will in no other way separate the addustible powder. Ascending in the aludels, and to instruct you that you may not err, I will more distinctly repeat the method of the said 7 sublimations. The way is this: to take a glass vessel like one of the narrower sort, of cucurbits, with its blind head perforated in the upper part of it, into this put 2 parts of vitriol very well pulverized, of mercury 1 part, and of salt prepared 1 part, mixing all well, the matter being now gently dried, put on a blind head, or rather an aludel, yet observing not to cover the cucurbit with ashes above 1/3, the moisture being evaporated by an easy heat. Stop the whole of the aludel with a little cotton, and increasing, sublime, all being cold, take out that which, if not yet cold, dissolve the feces with hot water, and so you will easily cleanse the said vessel for its use. Now mix new matters with your sublimation, and sublime as before, and this repeat 7 times. Then grind the sublimation into a most fine powder, put it in the aforesaid cucurbit with its blind head, or aludel, and also with its common alembic, because of the operation differing from the former, the sublimation being put into a cucurbit. Pour to it of the simple animal or vegetable menstruum, the animal menstruum described in num. 37, or vegetable in num. 29. But here above he ordered him to take vegetable water rectified, that is, aqua ardens, so much as to be 3 fingers above it, cover it with a blind head, put on a common alembic, and draw off the menstruum in balneo, lay aside the alembic again, and put on an aludel. Set the vessel in ashes so deep as to cover the matter in the glass. Give fire by degrees, till all the moisture is exhaled. The hole in the upper part of the aludel stop with cotton. Increase the fire, that the mercury may be sublimed, sublimation being ended, and the vessel being cold, take away the aludel, and what you find sublimed in it is not for our purpose, for it is that adust part, which is no ingredient to our magistry. Then gather the sublimation from the sides of the cucurbit, which will be clear as crystal, and have a care that it be not mixed with its feces. Grind, sift, and put it into the same vessel, being cleansed from the feces, and pour the menstruum. Drawn off in balneo to it, cover the vessel with an aludel, digest 12 hours as before, lay aside the aludel, put on a common alembic, distill. In balneo, lay aside this alembic, put on an aludel, and sublime in ashes. The feces, as also the adustive part being cast out of the aludel, gather the middle substance out of the cucurbit dexterously. With this method, you must sublime 7 times, or till it leaves no feces in the cucurbit. Having obtained this sign, take the said substance, grind, and put it in a glass vessel. Pour to it the simple, either animal or vegetable menstruum, the height of 3 fingers. Cover the vessel with a blind head, digest. Gently 2 days in ashes, then decant the dissolution into another vessel, and that which remains in the vessel dry with a temperate heat, like that of the sun, to which pour new menstruum, covering the vessel with a blind head as before, and repeat the same method, till all the dissolvable part is dissolved, and in the bottom of the glass will remain an indissolvable earth, to be cast away as nothing worth. Now take all the dissolution, that is, your decantations, and distill in balneo, and the menstruum being distilled, put on an aludel, and in ashes sublime the crystalline substance, which may truly be called the first matter of mercury. This is that middle substance with which we encalcinate our menstruum, circulatum majus, described in num. 50, and make infinite particulars, as we have taught you before. This also is called the mineral stone. Now, my son, will you be able to proceed by infinite ways, yet following these which I have showed you, and remember that mercury thus reduced is that which our captain Raymond speaks of, making mention of the mineral stone, as also in the last chapter of his book, named Vadid Mecum 47, and in many other places of his volumes. This is that mercury which Arnold de Villanova treats of in his Rosarium, and we declare to you, except mercury be reduced into the first matter with the said vegetable or animal water, it is altogether impossible to do any good with it, by reason of its great corruption, occasioned by the crudity of it. From the receipts of this kind we observe, 1. That menstruums may and ought to be made according to the design uses, for they are desired not only to dissolve bodies promiscuously, but rightly. Also, that the tinctures of things dissolved may not by any heterogeneous tinctures of the menstruums be inquinated, but rather illustrated. 2. That these menstruums being once compounded, the oftener the composition is repeated by adding new matter, are endowed with so much a greater virtue, whereas on the contrary, it is manifest that common menstruums are this way debilitated. 3. That these menstruums are most fragrant and of exceeding sweetness and redness, yet nevertheless called acetum axarimum, which dissolves gold into a spirit. 4. That these menstruums are the essences or magisteries of metals made by magisteries or essences and mixed together into compounded circulatums. 5. That these compounded circulatums may be made not only of gold and silver, but also imperfect metals and minerals. 6. That sal armoniac may be made of corals and other arids, as well as pearls. 7. That Pyrenees, his first matter of mercury, is an essence rather than a magistry. It is indeed sooner prepared than the mercurial sal armoniac of Lully, but is not of the same, but less virtue. 8. That Pyrenees defends Arnold de Villanova in his way of subliming mercury, described in the Rosarium against his consort Bernhard. 9. That this first matter of mercury is a poison, wherefore Pyrenees the author gives caution that it is not to be used for humane medicines, but metals only. Yet if this encalcinated menstruum be circulated as the rest, it becomes harmless and an excellent medicine. The 11th kind. Vegetable compounded menstruums graduated, made of the compounded vegetable. Menstruums, impregnated with the influences of heaven and earth. 57. The ethereal and terrestrial waters of metals of Lully for the making of precious stones. Canon. 43. Distinct. 1. Lib. Quint. Essen. Take the water of mercury, made, by the way, which we declared in our Novissimum Testamentum and in Libro Mercuriorum, the mercurial menstruum, or glorious water of common argent vive, described before in Num. 44. And in that water, son, you must dissolve 1/2 ounce of the purest luna after the filtered dissolution. Separate the water from the feces, distill the menstruum from the silver through an alembic in which the lumosity of the silver will ascend. This water, son, resolves all other bodies, and argent vive itself, by virtue of which, son, pearls are reformed by the way which I told you in our testamentum, and in the Compendium Supertestamentum and Codicillum Missum Regi Roberto. The second water is thus made. Take 1/2 ounce of lead, and of the aforesaid water as much as sufficeth. When you see the lead dissolved, separate the water by filtered distillation. Filter the dissolution of the lead, and throw out the feces as nothing worth. Then distill the water by balneo. Draw off the menstruum in balneo, and keep the feces, a dissolved lead, for occasion. The third water is thus made. Take of copper 1 ounce, and dissolve it in as much of the first water as you please, and let it rest in its vessel in a cold place for a natural day. Then separate the green water through a filter, and pour out the first feces. That which remains in the filter must be cast away. Then distill the water through an alembic, and keep the second feces. The fourth water is thus made. Take 1 ounce of the purest tin of Cornwall, which is pure, than any other, and dissolve it in a quantity of the first water, and distill through a filter that water, dissolution, with its lumosity, and the feces which remain cast away. Then distill the water through an alembic, and keep the residue or tin dissolved, the second feces. The fifth water is thus made. Take of the purest iron 1 ounce, and dissolve it in a sufficient quantity of the first water. Then distill through a filter, and cast away the feces. Distill the water through an alembic, and keep the second feces. The sixth water is thus made. Take of the purest gold 1 ounce, and dissolve it, as I told you in my testamentum, that is, with pure lunaria, the simple vegetable menstruum without argent vive and silver mixed with such a weight of the fifth water, now prepared from iron, and do as you did with the other. You may also, son, dissolve all those metals in this order, having made the first water. In it dissolve the metal, which we commanded you to dissolve after the second way, to wit, lead. Then do with it as we told you before. In this second water dissolve the third metal, copper, and in the water of the third metal dissolve the fourth metal, tin, and in the water of the fourth metal dissolve the fifth metal, iron, and in the water of the fifth metal dissolve the sixth metal, gold. Take which of those waters you like best to dissolve a metal. Son, these lumosities of metals are called quintessences, or mineral mercury, which the philosophers esteemed in the alchemical work, in alchemical tinctures, and the lapidisic, in the making of precious stones, and in the medicinal work, in the preparing of medicines. But, son, in the alchemical work, those quintessences ought to be more subtle, and to be done by dividing the elements, as we, in the third book of this volume, shall declare. But in making precious stones, the quintessence, aforesaid, are not so, in such a subtle matter, but in medicine either of them, this twofold way of preparing may be used. Having spoken of the quintessences of minerals, of metallic waters, how we are to make them, it is now convenient to speak of the division of them in general. And, my son, do thus, when your metals are dissolved You must divide every water, being first filtered and distilled from its remainder, and every divided water, now distilled, into 2 parts, and 1 part of every part you must put with its own feces, the remaining metal, which the water had left in distillation, into a glass alembic, and distill a limus 48 deserti, which is air made out of 2 bodies, or metals, in the furnace, which we designed you first with a gentle fire, shining with great mineral luster, and with great lumosity appropriated, to receive celestial virtues, and put every one of those waters into a glass vessel, with a long neck and round, and then stop the mouth of it with common wax, and after that with mastic, and every of those vessels put in the open air, so as that neither stone nor any other hurtful thing may touch the glass. Son, take the material feces, from which you dissolve the limus, which are the second. Feces left in the distillation of the waters which you put in the air. Take the caput mortuum from the distillation of every limus desertus, or the third feces, for the first remaining in the filter were cast away. From the second the limus desertus was distilled, now the feces. Of the limus desertus are those which he here calls the second, and put them in a glass vessel with a long neck, which may contain 2 hands' breadth, and put in part of its own water, which was reserved from that aforesaid limus substance, and stop the vessel with a stopple of wax, and with leather and mastic as you did to the other, and bury them, waters of metals, in a garden in an earth 1/2 yard deep, and put also something about the neck of the vessels which may appear above ground, for the preservation of them, and let them be there for 1 whole year, son. The waters which are put into the earth are of one nature, and those which are put in the air of another, for son. Those which are put into the earth have a hardening, coagulating, and fixing virtue and quality, and those which are in the air have the virtue and property of being hardened, coagulated, and fixed, the year being ended. You will have all that is desired in the world for this work, etc. Annotations. You will perhaps wonder that we have assigned this so high a place to these menstruums, they being inferior to many menstruums of the antecedent kinds, as to ingredients, as well as to the method of preparations. But though it be so, nevertheless these menstruums are by being exposed to the air for a year, or for so long a time committed to the earth, made better and more excellent than the aforesaid menstruums. As will appear hereafter by the use of them, we will at present explain the methods of making these waters. The waters of the first method he makes thus. He dissolves lead, copper, tin, iron, and gold in the glorious water of argent vive, actuated moreover with luna, filters every dissolution, casting away the feces, draws off the filtered dissolutions in balneo to dryness, divides the distilled waters into 2 parts, in one of which he dissolves its own metal left in the drawing off of the dissolution, which he then distills into a liquor, which he calls limus desertus, quintessence, or mineral mercury, and hangs it in the air for a year to be his ethereal water. The caput mortuum of the limus desertus he dissolves in the other part of the water reserved, and buries it in the earth for his terrestrial water. In Compendio Anime Transmutationis Pag, 208, Volum 4, Theatrum Chemicum 49, he adds also the waters of common mercury and silver to the rest. The mercury water is thus made: take of common mercury 1 ounce, and dissolve it in the dissolving water. Aforesaid, in the digestion of ashes, distill through a filter, regard not the feces, but keep the second, left in the bottom, after distilling through an alembic. The water of Luna is thus made: take 1 ounce of the purest silver, dissolve it in what quantity of the dissolving water you please. Distill through a filter and cast away the first feces. Then distill through an alembic in the digestion of balneo, and keep the second feces. You must keep the second feces of all the waters in their own vessels, every one by itself. Moreover, in Compendio Anime, he divides not the distilled waters into equal parts, as in Libro Essentiae, but draws off the dissolutions of metals by distilling 1/2 for the terrestrial water, and distills the other half for the ethereal water. You must indeed, saith he, be cautious in resolving the limus, because you are to make 2 waters, or parts of every limus, distilling 1/2 of the limus, which you must keep apart, because the terrestrial water is made of that first part, and you must likewise distill the other half part, which the aerial water is made of, which is hung in the air as aforesaid, for a year. Pag 209, Volum 4, Theatrum Chemicum. The waters made by the latter method are more compounded than those of the first. The first were prepared promiscuously with the lunar menstruum, the second not so, for the water of lead is made by the lunar menstruum, of which water of lead is made the water of copper, of this water of copper is made the water of tin, from the water of tin he prepares the water of iron, but the water of gold is made with the lunar menstruum, to which is added 1/2 of the water of iron. O wonderful mixture! I will not say confusion of metals. Yet doubtless, the most acute philosopher had reasons for it. This method is also in Lapidario, cap. 9. Sequendibus. From the receipts we observe, 1. That the ethereal waters are the essences of metals, exposed to the influences of the heavens for a year. 2. That the terrestrial waters are the bodies of essences, dissolved in their own menstruums and buried for a year. 3. That the essences of not only metals, but the whole mineral kingdoms do by such a method yield ethereal and terrestrial waters. 4. That these waters acquire their principal virtues by being impregnated with the stars of heaven. The adepts held divers opinions concerning the influences of the heavens. Some would have the situations, aspects, and determinate times of the planets to be highly necessary to this work, but others thought the contrary. Amongst the affirmers, let us hear Thomas Norton, an English adept, who thus in the 6th chapter of his Ordinal, Pag 99, of Theatrum Chemicum, Britannicum, the 5th concord is no wn, well of clerks, between the shiri of heaven and our subtle w irks, nothing in earth hath more simplicity than the elements of our stone will be, wherefore they being in work of generation, have most obedience to constellation. Va, riof co and cord, m, ost kindly and convenient, is a direct and d, fiery, ascendant. T, being sign common for this operation, for multitude of their iteration. Fortune your ascendant with his lord also, keeping the aspect of shrews them fro, and if the I musin let or need lie infect, cause the them to lo okay with a trine aspect. For the white work may fortunate the moon, for the lord of the 4th house. Likewise be it done, for that is the sorum abscond item of old clerks. So of the 6th house, for servants of the works, save all them well, from great impediments as it is in picture or like the same intents, unless then your nativity pretend infection, in contrariety to this election. The 5 ertu of the m, over of t orb, is faux rml, the 5 ertu. Of the e-ite sph air is here instrumental with her signs a nd figu. Res and p arts aspectual, the p lanets virtui is propar and special. The 5 ertu of the elements is here immaterial. The 5 ertu infused result of em all. The first is like to a workman's mind. The second like his hand ye shall find. The third is like a goody instrument. The remnant like a thing w wrought to your intent make. All the premises with other well accord, then shall your merits make you a great lord. Amongst the deniers is Lully himself, who thus, we say not, that it is the business of an artist to operate with the figures and images of heaven by the knowledge of their motions as many philosophers affirm. But it is enough for you to know the influence of the celestial heat, informed by the figure of the heaven and stars, by reason of which virtues are infused into. Matter being aptly appropriated, which receives them by the natural industry of an artist with resolution, which is done by art imitating nature, etc. And in this point, the philosophers have been mistaken in reprehending those men that knew that the celestial virtue is too common to every elemented nature, for by its great nobleness it takes determination at any time, because in things mixed it is influenced as well by art as by nature, and this is done by reason of the natural virtues which are the subject, and proper detainer of it in such a manner as that it receives such a virtue according to the properties of the matter and its kind, which afterwards effects such things by nature as are reputed for a miracle. In like manner, let every artist take notice that nature cannot operate, but by the succession of the least particles, nor also can it receive any virtues, but by the succession of its operation, nor can they also do all at once, nor can the constellations suffer the station of any time punctually in a certain virtue, which may not be immediately varied, and it being also granted that it might, the time of constellation is so small by reason of the circles of revolution, as that it may sooner pass from one virtue to another, etc. Lib. Essen. Dist, first Pag, Ozonact, an ingenious artist, saith Paracelsus, will by diligent animadversion be able to prepare metals, so that being guided by true reason, he may promote the perfection of transmuting metals by his own work or conduct better than by courses of the 12 celestial signs, and 7 planets, which therefore to observe will be superfluous, as also the aspects, the ill or good times, day or hour, the prosperous or unhappy state of this or another planet, which cannot help, much less hurt in the art of natural alchemy, if otherwise you have a true possible process, operate as you please. But if there be any defect in you or your operations and understanding, the planets and celestial constellations will fail you. Coelum. Phil. Pag 125.50. If they allege, saith Geber, that the perfecting of metals is from a certain situation of one or more stars, which we know not, we answer that we regard not this situation and motion, nor also is it necessarily requisite for us to know it, because there is not any species of things generable and corruptible, But generation and corruption may be daily and in every instant made from the individuals of it, and it is therefore manifest that such a position of the stars is every day good, and able to perfect, and simply to corrupt all the species whatever of individuals. It is not therefore necessarily expedient for an artist to expect the place of the stars, though it might be useful because it is sufficient for him only to dispose and administer the way of nature, that she, who is wife, may dispose the situations of those able bodies. Agreeing, for nature can perfect nothing without the motion and position of the planets. Wherefore, if you dispose and duly consider the artifice of nature, whatsoever may be the contingents of this magistry, it will be perfected under a due position, by nature agreeable to it, without the consideration of it. For when we see a worm produced from a putrefied dog or other animal, we do not presently consider the position of the stars, but the disposition of the ambient air and other causes conducing to putrefaction besides that position. And, from such a consideration, we know sufficiently that worms are produced according to nature, for nature finds convenient places for itself, though we may be ignorant of them. Summa perfect. Lib. 1 parte. 2. Cap. 11. Petrus Bonus of Feroria hath the same opinion of influences. As to the ninth reason, saith he, we say it is true, that forms are introduced into things below by the motion and the light of celestial bodies, and by their particular positions and aspects, but it is not necessary for us to know, nor can we know, them, but in a confused manner, as in some things by the sun, who is the cause of the 4 seasons of the year, sowing, reaping, and planting being done at certain seasons, and some animals, as horses, asses, and hawks, conjunctions are made in order to coition and generation at some certain periods of the sun. But in some these things are done at any time indifferently, as in man, pigeons, hens, etc. Wherefore, if we would generate a worm out of putrefying flesh, we do not consider any position of the stars, but only the disposition of the ambient air and other causes of putrefaction. Likewise, if we put eggs in dung, or such a like place for the production of chickens, the form will be given at any time in the place, and time predestinated by the celestial powers, without our consideration herein, after the same manner. In the generation of lime and vitriol, and gold and silver, or sulfur and ceruse and minium, and cinnabar, likewise in the composition of theriacle, and other confections, because these things may be done at any time and any hour, for the celestial virtue is very common to all things, which are the subject of it in things elemented and the elements themselves, because, as aforesaid, the celestial virtues do operate in the whole nature of things capable of generation and corruption continually, according to the disposition of the matter, either properly or commonly. Wherefore said Lilium, the work is not caused by the motion of the powers above, because it may be done at any time. And Rhasis in 70, in Libro Reprehensionis, time operates not anything in this, and adds, because, should time operate in it, it would be of no esteem amongst the people. If therefore all contingents in this magistry concur rightly in their time, their form will be introduced under a due position and aspect of the stars at the time, prefixed in the matter without any consideration herein, and therefore, said Plato, according to the merit of the matter, are the celestial virtue infused, etc. But as to those things in which an accidental, new, and hidden form is infused by the celestial powers, as is manifest, in arte imaginum celestium, it is necessary for us to know and observe the determined positions and aspects of the celestial bodies according to the time proposed, because such a form is imprinted by such alone, and at such a time, and no other, as appears in the books of astrology concerning the election of hours, images, and wars, buildings, journey, etc. Wherefore alchemy being no such art, therefore is it not expedient for a man to know these things. Margarita Pretiosa, Pag. 731, Vol. 5. Theatrum Chimicum. Vaughan, the 12th kind. Compounded vegetable menstruums most highly exalted, made of compounded vegetable menstruums graduated. 50 oito. The ethereal and celestial limes of Lully for the making of alchemical tinctures. In testum. Novissimo. Take the sulfur of gold, the philosopher's mercury made of gold, or sal ammoniac of Sol, put it in a glass vessel, and pour to it as much as it weighs of the celestial. Vegetable menstruum, the coelum venusum of Lilly described in Num, which you know already, put it in digestion of balneo 6 days, then distill. By balneo, then pour on new menstruum according to the weight of it, and digest in. Balneo 6 days, then set it in ashes 1 day, distilling all that can be distilled, and put it with the other distilled before, and again pour on new menstruum, and digest and distill as before, and continue the repetition of this royal magistry, till all the said earth or sulfur is emptied of its air, which is done in 2 and 20 times. If you know how to operate, then take all the distillations, and put them in balneo, and distill the whole menstruum, and see if all the air remains in the form of a liquor. Then will you know that the earth is emptied of its air, but if not, repeat with new menstruum in balneo, digesting and distilling, in ashes as before 3 times, and then will all our sulfur be freed from its air. Then take the air which you kept, and upon it put its whole menstruum, which is that with which you emptied the air, and pour it upon the earth of the sulfur of gold, and put it in digestion in balneo 8 days, then distill all the menstruum in the said balneo for 1 day, and another in ashes. Draw off all the air and fire as much as you can, namely, in another receiver, which you will know when the air begins to change the reddish color. Keep that fire apart, and again put the air with the menstruum drawn from it, or with the other, and put it to the earth in balneo, and digest 6 days, and in the said balneo distill all the menstruum for 1 day, and the fire in ashes, separating then every one by itself, as you did before, and keep the fire in balneo, and again put the air with the menstruum upon the earth, in which is the fire, and digest as before, and this magistry repeat, till the earth is well emptied of its fire, which is done in 40 times at repetitions. Then must you sublime the earth after this manner. Take that earth which remained after the separation of the air and fire, and put it in a glass vessel, and pour upon it of the vegetable menstruum according to the quantity of the earth, and set it in balneo for a natural day. Then another day distill in ashes, and again put of the said menstruum according to the weight of the earth, and digest in balneo the space of 1 day, and distill in ashes another day, and again repeat, digesting in balneo, and distilling in ashes, till all the earth is converted into an impalpable powder. Then take that, and put of the menstruum upon it according to its weight, and digest in balneo 2 days, then distill in ashes 1 day, and put the distillation in balneo. Then take the earth, and put again of other menstruum equal to its weight. Digest 2 days, and distill as before. Proceed in repeating the inhumations and distillations, till the earth has passed through the alembic together with the menstruum. That earth being thus mixed with the menstruum is called argent vive exuberated according to the intention of the alchemists. Put therefore those distillations wherein is that earth to be distilled by balneo, and draw off the menstruum, and the earth will remain dry and prepared in the bottom of the vessel, which keep. Thus, son, have you the elements of the sulfur of gold divided with the help of God? Then must you have the sulfur of silver, the philosopher's mercury prepared from silver, or the sal ammoniac of Luna, and separate the elements from it, separating the air with the menstrual, water, and the fire with the air and water, and the earth subliming with the menstruum, and cause it to pass through the alembic with the same menstruum. Thus have you, my son, the elements of the white sulfur and the elements of the red sulfur, separated and divided. Now take the menstruum, or water, with which you separated the elements of the sulfurs of gold and silver, and for every pound of the menstruum in which you dissolve the gold, dissolve 1 ounce of gold, and in the menstruum wherein you dissolve the silver, 1 ounce of silver, and put either of them by itself in a vessel of circulation in balneo or dung, the space of 15 days, and there it will be strengthened into its menstrual nature. This water, son, we call elemented menstruum, or water washed and drawn from the feces of the earth. Now take the 2 elements, namely the air and fire of the sulfur of gold, put them together into a glass distilling vessel, and distill in ashes with a most temperate heat, till you have 3 parts of 5 distilled in the receiver. Then let it cool, and that which is distilled receive by itself, and distill it 7 times, and keep it apart. Then distill that which you left. When you have distilled 3 parts of 5, continue distilling the 2 which remained, till you see the fire congealed at the sides of the vessel. Let it cool till the fire be congealed. He means that which ascends, as yet moist before the sublimation of the matter from these 2 parts left, is called the second air, and tincture, and we call it our secret, and our treasure, and the vapor of the elements. This, my son, you must rectify by 7 distillations or rectifications, and the earth, which after the distillation of the first and second air you drew out of the vessels in which you distilled the first and the second air, put in the fire to be congealed, and that earth is called fire. Now, son, prepare this fire after this manner. Put it in a distilling vessel, and upon it pour its own water, which is that wherewith you separated the elements of the sulfur of gold, when we commanded to reduce it to a 5th spirit in the vessel of Hermes, and said, take the water washed from the feces of the earth. Otherwise the elemented menstruum of Sol, 5 parts of its weight, that is, 5 ounces of the said water, elemented menstruum of gold, to 1 ounce of the said fire, and digest in balneo 8 days, then distill in ashes most gently, and again pour new water, namely 5 parts. Digest and distill as before, repeating this method 7 times, and so you have the fire and earth of the sulfur of gold, calcined by philosophical calcination, and they are the 2 elements of the red sulfur prepared for the desert limes. And take notice that you must put the earth of the white sulfur, which you calcined and prepared after the separation of the elements of the red sulfur with the earth, which you drew from the air mixed with the fire, and put both with the fire congealed. Now, son, take the earth of the sulfur of silver, which remained after the separation of the elements, and prepare it, as you did in calcining and preparing the earth of gold, after the separation of the elements sublimed together with the menstruum, and reduced into an impalpable powder, and carried through the alembic with the same menstruum. You may also prepare the earth of the sulfur of silver with the menstruum that you used is separating the elements of the sulfur of silver. Then have you the earths of the sulfur of gold and silver prepared by themselves, which you will know by the sign given you, that is, putting a little of it upon a red-hot plate of luna, the greater part will fume away. Then take those earths in equal weight in ounces, and put them in a preparing vessel. Then take the menstruum with which you prepared the elements of luna, and in 1 pound of it put 1 ounce of the vegetable sulfur, which we showed you how to make from the earth of wine, vegetable sal ammoniac made of the earth of philosophical wine, and distilling, make the whole pass through the alembic, and then will you have the menstruum, with which you extracted the elements of the sulfur of luna, animated and actuated. Then, son, you must mix and prepare the earths of the aforesaid sulfurs, that is of gold and silver, together, allowing of the said menstruum, now animated and actuated, a 4th part of their weight, digesting, and drying, as is done in the making of the sulfur of nature, or sal ammoniac, till they have drank up 4 parts of the said menstruum, and are disposed to sublimation, which you must sublime with a fire of the 4th degree, and observe that all those preparations and distillations of the earths are to be done in balneo, and thus, son, have you our sulfur, or matter, or vegetable and metallic earth in one kind united, for the making of the glorious, high, and virtuous stone, which will transform common argent vive into perfect sol or luna without the help of fire, but as the eye of a basilisk, which kills animals by sight alone. But it is your interest, son, to use great diligence and exquisite ingenuity in making the roots of this high and lofty tree, which roots we call desert, limes, in which the whole virtue of heaven and earth relating to this magistracy will be infused. And the way is this: take of the vegetable and mineral earth or sulfur, which you united in one kind by sublimation, which is that which you call the earth of sulfur in one kind united, put it in a glass vessel, and pour so much as it weighs of the menstruum, with which you separated the elements of the sulfur of luna, and prepared the said kind of earth, and put it in a philosophical balneo 3 natural days, and in that time it will be all dissolved. Which, being thus dissolved, put in a common balneo, and distill the menstruum, and the earth, united to its kind, will by sublimation remain as an oil, which we call the philosophers' ointment, and it is one of the secrets, which we take care to have concealed. Then take of that oil or ointment aforesaid 10 drachms, and of the rectified air, of the sulfur of luna 1 drachm, not 1 ounce, and of the air of the sulfur of sol 1 drachm, and distill in a fire of ashes, and that which is distilled, which is almost all, is called the terrestrial desert limes. Keep it. Take of the element of the fire sulfur of gold already prepared, and congealed 10 drachms, not 20, and of the element of air, sulfur, of luna 1 drachm, and of the element of the air of sulfur of gold another drachm, and put all in ashes, and distill that which is distilled. From it, which is almost all, is called the ethereal desert limes. Keep it for occasion. Take of the element of the fire of the sulfur of gold 1 drachm or 2, and rectify it. Again thus, pouring upon it 5 parts of its own menstruum, which is that with which you separated the elements of the same sulfur of gold, and put it to digest in balneo for 1 natural day, then distill in ashes what you can, and again pour the said menstruum upon it, digest and distill by ashes, and repeat, till it be all passed over by a fire of ashes. Then take its weight of the said vegetable earth, united and sublimed, together, prepared above, and you must unite them together with the distilled element of fire, and not distill, but so lay it aside, and it is called the terrestrial desert limes, of gold, not vaporized. Take of the said earth, in one kind united, 1 drachm, and of the oil, of the air, of the sulfur, of luna 1 drachm, mix them together, and you will make the same magistracy as you did with the precedent gold, and it is called the terrestrial desert limes lunificated, not vaporized. We do now think good to show the way of silicicating and preparing those limes in order to receive the virtues of heaven and earth, and the way is this: take brass or iron cages, and let them be like those wherein parrots whistle, but the twigs must be closer, so that no earth, neither celestial nor terrestrial, can enter, but only the vapor of heaven and earth, which you will have by influence. Take the limes above mentioned terrestrial desert, made of 10 drachms of the earth or sulfur, united, which is that which you united with the earth of the sulfur of silver, and reduced into an oil or ointment, and of 1 drachm of the air, of sulfur, of luna, and 1 drachm of the air, of sol, mixed, and that limes put in a glass vessel with a long neck exactly sealed with the seal of Hermes, and put it in the cage, and set it 1 arm or 2 deep, and let it stand a year and half, or at least a year, covering it well with earth, and keeping it from all dangers. And in that time will it be made a powerful water, with wonderful fixative virtues of the stone, and it hath admirable virtues acquired from heaven, which it attracted from the vapors of the earth. Son, depend upon this. Take the limes above declared ethereal desert, which you made of 10 drachms of the fire of the sulfur of gold, and of 1 drachm of the air the sulfur of Luna, and 1 drachm of the air the sulfur of Sol, and put it in another glass vessel with a long neck hermetically sealed, and put it in another cage, and hang it in the air on a tree or any private place, free from all wind, dust, and danger. Leave it a year and half or a whole year at least, as we said of the other, and so will be made a clear water endowed with the virtue of hardening, fixing, congealing, penetrating, and making the stone volatile, and is called the mercury of air of most acute penetration. Take the terrestrial desert, limes of gold, not vaporized nor coalificated, neither distilled through, alembic nor circulated, which is that you made by merely mixing of 1 drachm of the element of the fire of the sulfur of Sol, and of 1 drachm of the earth united in its kind, and that take also the terrestrial desert limes lunificated, not vaporized, which you made out of 1 drachm of the earth of sulfur united, and 1 drachm of the air of the sulfur of Luna, and put those limes every one by itself in a glass vessel sealed, as was said of the other, and put it in the earth the depth of 1 arm for a whole year in a cage, and in that time will be made a water of wonderful virtue in joining bodies, and content yourself with this. Take the limes which you made out of 10 drachms of the fire or air, and 1 of the earth, and take that which remains of the air of the sulfur of Luna, because you took but 3 drachms of it when you made the limes, and let it hang in the air in a glass vessel sealed, and in a cage, as you did with the other, and there will it receive the celestial virtues, which are the means of conjunction between the limes of the earth and the limes of the fire, and other limes also. Take the second air, the menstruum elemented, in which were dissolved the air and fire of the sulfur of gold, and gently drawn off, that is, 3 parts only from 5 of it, which is that which you drew from the fire congealed, which we called philosophical oil and philosophical treasure, not that which is also called the philosopher's ointment, made of the earth united in 1 kind, but that which was called the vapor of the elements, and put it by itself in another glass vessel well sealed, and put it in the air near the other, which you put for a whole year. Take the menstruum with which you separated the elements of the sulfur of Luna, and that menstruum wherewith you separated the elements of the sulfur of Sol, and put in every vessel wherein is menstruum of Luna and the menstruum of Sol 1 drachm of sulfur, or vegetable sal harmoniac, and set it in balneo, then in ashes, till you have made it all go over, with every menstruum by itself, then each menstruum being thus rectified or animated, put in a glass vessel sealed by themselves in their cages, and hang them in the air near the other for a year. Take the oleaginity of Luna, the first or first air, which is that which you drew from the earth of Luna when you prepared it for the making of the sulfur of Luna, which we commanded you to keep, and said it should be for the making of the sulfur of nature. Put it in a glass vessel sealed in the air, and there it will be made a flexible and virtuous water of wonderful penetration. And what we said of the white oil, we say also of the red inserative oil of Sol. And now, son, you have the stone, menstruum, divided into 8 parts, 3 in the earth and 5 in the air. Annotations. The 10 foregoing kinds of vegetable, as well simple as compounded menstruums, the adepts, made by tempering the unctuous spirits of philosophical wine with many sorts of dry bodies, and by such means produced menstruums adapted equally for every use and permanent, and inseparable, they being of the same nature with the things that were dissolved. In the kind immediately antecedent we showed you, that all the aforesaid menstruums, whether simple or compound, exalted with so great labor to the highest degree by tempering them with dry things, may be raised yet higher and augmented in their virtues. For what art cannot do, nature can. What earth cannot do, heaven can. For menstruums perfected by art do, by being exposed to the influences of the heavens, attain to very great and incredible virtues by nature. In the 11th precedent kind, we had menstruums for precious stones, made of the simple elements of metals. In this 12th, he takes the sulfur of nature, sal harmoniac, or mercury of the perfect metals, Sol and Luna, instead of crude gold and silver, and by exposing the elements of them to the heaven and earth, separates them much more nobly for the best of all alchemical tinctures. From the receipts we observe, 1. That limes in their compositions are indeed clear, but clouded with a wearisome multilocution, and disguised by so great a variety of operations, besides also in respect of time made most tedious on purpose to deter young and unadvised practitioners. 2. That these limes differ from the former ethereal and terrestrial waters in fineness of preparation. These elements are of the sal harmoniac or philosophical mercury of Sol and Luna, but those elements of a crude metal. 4, said Lully, limes for alchemical tinctures ought to be of a purer nature than those which are for precious stones. 3, that these limes are essences graduated, exposed to the influences of the heaven and earth, and consequently are medicines. 4, that the sulfurs naturae of imperfect metals do also by the same method yield limes, as strong in their kind as the sulfurs naturae of gold and silver in their kind. Hitherto have we treated of vegetable menstruums, now follow those which are called mineral, but before we proceed. Further, we are to take notice that by vegetable menstruums are meant also animal menstruums, for all the vegetable. Menstruums already alleged are not called vegetable in respect of ingredients, for besides vegetables, animals also and minerals were made use of in their preparations, but by reason of the spirit of philosophical wine, produced chiefly from a vegetable unctuosity, which spirit, if you knew how to extract out of some oily matter of the animal kingdom, as the adepts have more than often done, you might with this animal spirit transmute the aforesaid vegetable menstruums into animal menstruums, which nevertheless you cannot apply to mineral menstruums, for though there are also in this kingdom thin oils swimming upon waterish liquors, as oil of Petra, pit coals, etc., yet these are extraordinary oils of this kingdom, produced either by exorbitancy or defective nature. And therefore such oils as these the adepts refer to both the vegetable and animal kingdoms, for they are of one and the same nature, whereas the oils of minerals and metals are more dry and masculine than to produce our feminine seed or menstruum. Now to recite the parts of animals and the way of extracting this spirit of philosophical wine from them is not proper to this place, but belongs to a peculiar book, namely our 5th, treating more copiously of these things, to be published in due time, when God permits, wherefore not. Mentioning animal menstruums, we proceed to the mineral or acid menstruums. Of mineral menstruums, the 13th kind, simple mineral menstruums made of the matter of philosophical wine only. 59. The green lion of Ripley. Libro occurt. Pag. 323. Take the green lion without dissolution in vinegar, as sometimes the custom is, put it in a large earthen retort, which can endure the fire, and distill it the same way as you distill aquafortis pudding, a receiver under it, and luting the joints well, that it may not respire, then distill first with a gentle fire, till you see white fumes appear, then change the receiver, stopping it well, and distill with a great fire, so as aquafortis is distilled, thus continuing 24 hours, and if you continue the fire the space of 8 days, you will see the receiver always full of white fumes, and so you will have the blood of the green lion, which we call secret water, and acetum exerrimum, by which all bodies are reduced to their first matter, and the body of man preserved from all infirmities. This is our fire, burning continually in one form within the glass vessel, and not without, our dunghill, our aquavitae, our balneo, our vindemia, our horsebelly, which effects wonderful things in the works of nature, and is a sharp water, carrying fire in its belly, as a fiery water, for otherwise it would not have the power of dissolving bodies into their first matter. Behold, this is our mercury, our Sol and Luna, which we use in our work. Then will you find in the bottom of the vessel feces black as coals, which you must for the space of 8 days calcine with a gentle fire, etc. Annotations. Hitherto we have mixed or tempered the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine with things oily, dry, oily, oily, dry, and purely dry, and reduced them to divers kinds of vegetable menstruums, in which we have exhibited menstruums every way absolute and perfect, in smell, taste, and color incomparable, dissolving without, hissing or effervescence, and permanent with things dissolved, now follow in order. Those which are called mineral menstruums, which though they be of a stinking smell, of an acid or corrosive taste, and for the most part of a milky and opaque color, and dissolve bodies with very great violence and corrosion, yet nevertheless having the same spirit of philosophical wine as the vegetable menstruums, for their foundation are therefore as permanent as they, yea, better than they. As to the abbreviation of time, for the acidity of mineral salts, for which corrosive or acid menstruums are called mineral, cannot destroy the nature of the spirit of wine, nor the nature of the vegetable menstruum, but by corroding makes the particles of dry bodies more apt to unite themselves with the oily spirit of philosophical wine. But if that acidity be taken away, it becomes that which it was before, namely either the spirit of philosophical wine or a vegetable menstruum. The method which we use in the vegetable menstruums we will, as near as we can observe also in these mineral menstruums, in the vegetable. We extracted from the philosophical wine an aqua ardens, from which we did by circulation separate an oil or essence of wine, which is our spirit of wine, which then by actuating divers ways we reduced into the precedent kinds of vegetable menstruums. But in the mineral, we will begin with philosophical grapes, the matter itself of philosophical. Wine, which is elsewhere called green lion, a drop, etc., though the discourse of this matter appertains not to this place, yet if anything presents itself to us either, in the receipts themselves, or elsewhere, which may tend to a more clear manifestation of it, we will not conceal it, but on the contrary have determined to illustrate and explain things so as not, only to make you more assured of the use and necessity of this spirit promised to you, but moreover also, that you may have some certain notions beforehand of its conception, substance, nativity, etc. For the elucidation of this receipt, we will propound some other receipts of the same matter, that being compared together, they may be made the plainer. In the first place, we will propose a menstruum made indeed not of the green lion itself, but of the green lion dissolved with an acid and reduced into a certain gum. 60. A menstruum made of the gum adrop of Ripley, Libro Accertationum, Pag. 381. 52. Take adrop, that is, the green lion, which we spoke of before, and dissolve it in distilled vinegar for the space of 7 days, shaking well the vessel which the matter is in 3 times daily. Then empty the dissolved liquor, and distill through a filter 3 times from its feces till it be clear as crystal, and evaporate the vinegar with a gentle fire till it be thick as bird lime, which you cannot stir by reason of its viscosity. And being cold, take it out of the vessel, and keep it, and again make more of it. And this do, till you have 12 pounds of this green lion, or adrop, reduced to the form of a gum. Then have you the earth extracted from earth, and the brother of the earth. Then take a pound of that gum, and put it in a glass vessel of the bigness of a bottle, well luting, the joints of the alembic with glue made of the white of eggs and filings well mixed together. This receipt in the treatise of the philosophical adrop, which is in the 6th volume of Theatrum Chemicum, and inscribed to an anonymous disciple of the great Guido de Monte, but differs not from the books of Ripley, namely the present De Accortationibus, and from the Clavis Aurea Portae, the greatest part of which is ascribed to the famous Dunstan, Archbishop of Canterbury, is altogether the same as to sense, though these words run better in the translation thus: now take 3 pounds of the aforesaid gum, put it into a distillatory able to hold about 2 measures, and putting on an alembic, lute the joints with luting made of ale, the white of an egg, and wheat flour. Pag. 552. Volum. 6. Theatrum Chemicum, which is confirmed with the process or receipt of the Clavis Aurea Portae, where thus put 3 pounds of this milk, thickened or gummed, into a glass pag. 250. Clavis Aurea Portae, and distill in a sand furnace, and let the sand be the thickness of 2 fingers under the vessel, and so round, about even to the middle of the vessel, or till the matter be covered. Put a receiver to it, making at first a gentle fire, but not luting the receiver, till the phlegm be gone over, and this continue, till you see fumes appear in the receiver white, as milk. Then, increasing the fire, change the receiver, stopping it well, that it may not evaporate, and so continually augment the fire, and you will have an oil most red as blood, which is airy, gold, the menstruum, phaetons, the philosopher's soul, our tincture, aqua ardens, the blood of the green lion, our unctuous humor, which is the last consolation of man's body in this life, the philosopher's mercury, aqua solutiva, which dissolves gold with the preservation of its species, and it hath a great many other names. And when first the white fumes appear, continue your fire 12 hours, in which keep well stopped to prevent respiring. This menstruum differs from the precedent, forasmuch as in this the green lion is dissolved in vinegar, but in that it is all distilled alive, but they are both clearly enough described in themselves, yet the matter of the menstruum remaining more obscure and less intelligible. To the reader, we have found out 4 reasons in Ripley why it is called green lion. First, saith he, by green lion, the philosophers mean the sun, which by its attractive virtue makes things green, and governs the whole world. Tract. De Adrop. Phil. Pag. 547. Volum Sexti Theatrum Chemicum. And elsewhere, the green lion is that by which all things became green, and grow out of the bowels of the earth by its attractive virtue, elevated out of the winter caverns, whose sun is most acceptable to us, and sufficient for all the elixirs which are to be made of it, for from it may be, had the power of the white and red sulphur not burning, which is the best thing, saith Avicenne, that alchemists can take, thereby to make gold and silver. But these words may suffice a wife man to know and obtain the green lion. Medulla Phil. Pag. 139. Secondly, it is moreover also called green, because that matter is as yet sharp, and unripe, that is, not yet fixed or perfected by nature, as common gold. The philosopher's green lion, therefore, is green gold, gold vive, which is not as yet fixed, but less imperfect by nature, and for this reason hath it the virtue of reducing all bodies into their first matter, and making those bodies which are fixed spiritual and volatile. tract. Deadrop, pg 547. Thirdly, it may also be called lion, because as all other animals give place to a lion, so all bodies yield to the power of gold vive, which is our mercury. Tract, adrop, pag 548. Fourthly, this noble infant is called green lion, because when it is dissolved, it is clothed with a green garment. Yet out of the green lion of fools, vitriol is with a violent fire extracted, that which we call aqua fortis, in which the said lion out to be elixirated, medulla philos, pag 139. These things spoken of the green lion are also to be understood of adrop, being a synonymous term of the same matter. Take, saith Ripley, adrop, that is, the green lion. Now as to a drop he declared as followeth, adrop, saith he, is gold and silver in power, but not in sight, as Rhasis saith, and our gold and silver, according to the philosophers, is not common gold and silver, for our gold and silver are airy, which in order to be well fermented, ought to be joined with the beloved common gold, forasmuch as the philosophers saith, that a drop in its profundity is airy gold, and a drop itself is called leprous gold. And to these sayings seems to assent Guido, the Greek philosopher speaking, of the mercurial or menstrual spirit, the spirit or blood of the green lion, which is extracted out of the natural adrop by art, where, he writes, and that spirit is soul extracted out of the philosophers, solary water, arsenic, and luna, and in the same place presently adds, the body is the ferment of the spirit, and the spirit the ferment of the body, and the earth, wherein lies the fire, dries, imbibes, and fixeth, the water and the air, wherein lies the water, the air which lies in the water. It ought to be read according to the doctrine of separating. The elements washeth, tingeth, and perfecteth the earth and fire, and so Guido's saying that they tinge and perfect ought to be understood, that the stone, the menstruum drawn from adrop, or the green lion, is sufficient for the completing of itself into an elixir, and that no exotic or heterogeneous matter, as he affirms, is, or ought to be, introduced to it, but all the parts of it are coessential and concrete. Because the philosopher's meaning was to complete that work in a short space above the earth, which nature scarce perfecteth in 1,000 years under the earth, unskilfully, therefore, according to the opinion of the philosophers, as Guido saith do they proceed, that seek to obtain a ferment from common silver and gold for our select body, for that matter, in which is argent vive clean and pure, not, most, is ill, red, thoroughly brought to perfection by nature, is, as Guido affirms, after complete purification, 1,000 times better than the bodies of Sol and Luna, vulgarly decocted by the natural heat of the sun, conquered, Lully and Giedon. Pag 323. A certain philosopher saith, he goes on discoursing of the same adrop, a fume, white, is drawn from its own mines, which if rightly gathered, and again sprinkled upon its own mines, will there make a fixation, and so the true elixir will in a short space of time be produced from it, and certainly without those liquors or spirits, that is, the water and oil of mercury, menstruum, this alchemical body which is neutral or adrop is not purged, and that is the alchemical body which is called leprous body, that is black at the beginning of the work, in which, as saith Vincentius in his Speculum Naturale, are gold and silver in power, and not in aspect, which in the bowels of it is also airy gold, to which no man can attain, except the unclean body be first cleansed, which is without doubt after is complete dealbation, and then it is 1,000 times better than are the bodies of common. Gold and silver decocted by natural heat, the first matter of this leprous body, is a viscous water inspissated in the bowels of the earth, of this body, according to the judgment of Vincentius, is made the great elixir for the red and white, the name whereof is a drop, otherwise called the philosopher's black lead, out of which Raymond commands us to extract an oil of a golden color, or such like Raymond. Adds, but this oil is not necessary in the vegetable work, namely, for the insuration of the vegetable stone, because solutions and coagulations are there soon made, and if you can separate it from its phlegm, and after that, ingeniously, find out the secrets of it, you will in 30 days be able to perfect the philosopher's stone, for this oil makes medicines. Tinctures, penetrable, sociable, and amicable to all bodies, and in the world, there is not a greater secret. Medul, Phil, Kim, Pag, Cento Trentuno. Ripley hath here recited various synonymas of this adrop. We for a time will follow the green. Lion, by the way of philosophical lead, as we are directed by Ripley in these very words. First, understand, when Avicenne saith, that gold and silver are inled by power, and not by sight, and that they are left by nature crude and half-concocted, and therefore that ought to be perfectly supplied by art, which is left imperfect by nature, and by way of ferment. digesting and cocting that which is left crude. For a ferment, therefore take perfect. Gold, for a little, polulum, not polatim, of their fixed substance, those fixed bodies, will draw and convert much of bodies not fixed to the perfection of gold and silver. And thus will art help nature, that in a little space of time that may be done above the earth, which is not in 1,000 years, done under the earth, and by this means you will understand how lead contains in it the greatest secrets of this art. For it hath in it argent vive, clean, pure, odoriferous, not brought by nature to perfection, and this argent vive is the basis and groundwork of our precious medicine, as well for metallic as humane bodies, so as to be the elixir of life, curing all infirmities, which the philosophers meant, saying, there is in mercury, whatsoever wife men seek, from this are the soul, body, spirit, and tincture drawn. Moreover, also in this mercury is the philosopher's fire, always burning equally within the vessel and not without. It hath also a great attractive virtue and power in dissolving Sol and Luna, and reducing the same into their first matter. With this mercury are to be dissolved the calxes of the perfect bodies in congealing the aforesaid mercurial spirit, etc. Pupilla, Pag, 295. But have a care that you operate not with common Saturn, because commonly it is said, eat not of the sun, whose mother is corrupted, and believe that many men err in Saturn. Here, what Avicenne saith, Saturn will be always Saturn, yea, operate not with the earth of philosophical Saturn, which the spirit of it has despised and relinquished for the worse sulfur, operate only with the fume of it to congeal mercury, yet not as fools, but as the philosophers do, and you will have a very God work. Phil. Cap to Pag, Sentatantoto. The whole composition we call our lead, the quality of the splendor proceeds from Sol and Luna, and in short, these are our menstruums wherewith we calcine perfect bodies naturally, but no unclean body is. An ingredient, one accepted, which is by the philosophers commonly called green lion, which is the means of joining the tinctures between Sol and Luna with perfection, as Geber himself attests to Libro 42. Porter, Pag, Zwolf. To manifest this thing to you, you must know that it is one of those which are of the 7 days, planets, and the meanest of the same, out of whose body is artificially extracted blood, and a vaporous humor, which is called the blood of the green lion, from which is produced a water called white, of an egg, and aqua vitae, may do, and by many other names, which to avoid prolixity, we now omit. Phil, Cap, 3. Pag, 190. The method of extracting the blood of the green lion out of calcined lead or philosophical minium is this that followeth. 61. A menstruum made of the red lead of Ripley, in Pupilla Alchym. Pag, 303. Take of lead, calcined or rubified, or the best minium, that is, mineral antimony, prepared. What quantity you please, yet with this consideration that you must have so many quarts of distilled vinegar, as you have pounds of the aforesaid calcined lead. 2. This vinegar pour the aforesaid lead in a large earthen vessel well glazed. Then 4. The space of 3 days stir the matter strongly with a wooden spatula 6 or 7 times. A day cover it well from dust, and let it not be put to the fire by any means during all this time, after which separate all that is clear and crystalline by a filter into another vessel, then put it into a brass skillet to a gentle fire, that all the phlegmatic water may evaporate, till a very thick oil is left in the bottom of the vessel, which suffer to cool, which being done, the matter will become like gum, so as to be cut with a knife. Hereof put 4 pounds into a glass cucurbit with an alembic, the joint being well luted with a paste made of the scales of iron, flour, and the whites of eggs well beaten together. Put the vessel in a furnace of sand, and not in ashes, and let the vessel be buried in the sand, even to the middle of it, and let the sand be 2 fingers thick under the bottom of the vessel. Then put a receiver to it, but not luted, till you have drawn out all the phlegmatic water with a most gentle fire, which water throw away. When you see a white fume appear, then lute the receiver, which must be 2 foot long, which being drawn out strengthen the fire as much as you can, and continue it till you have distilled all that can be extracted in 12 hours, and so will you have the blood of the red lion, most red, as blood, which is our mercury, and our tincture now prepared to be poured upon its ferment, that is, upon the calxes of most pure gold, etc. But if you would use it for the white work, you must distill your mercury 3 times with a slow fire, always, reserving the feces apart in every distillation, and then will you have your mercury most white as milk. And this is our virgin's milk, whitened menstruum, and our argent vive philosophically exuberated with, which by circulation make an oil out of the calxes of Luna, and proceed in all things as you did with the red mercury upon calxes of gold, and you will have a white elixir, which will convert any metal into perfect Luna. But the golden oil ought to be perfected and tempered and well united with artificial balsam by the way of circulation, till out of them is made a most clear and resplendent golden liquor, which is the true aurum potabile, and elixir of life more precious for men's bodies than any other medicine of the world. The like Menstruum Ripley hath in his Medulla Philosophiae Chymicae. 62. The simple stinking menstruum of Ripley Medulla Phil, Kim, Pag. 170. Take the sharpest juice of grapes, and being distilled, dissolve into a clear crystalline water, the body being well calcined to a redness, which is by the philosophers called sericon, of which make a gum, which is like alum in taste, and is by Raymond called azoquean vitriol. Out of this gum, with a slow fire, is drawn first a weak water, which hath its taste, no sharpness, no more than spring water, and when a white fume begins to appear, then change the receiver, and lute strongly, that it may no way expire, and so you will have your aqua ardens, aqua vitae, and a resolvative menstruum, which before was resolvable. This is the potential vapor, able to dissolve, putrefy, and also purify bodies, divide the elements, and by its attractive virtue, exalt its own earth into a wonderful salt, and they that think there is any other water, besides this which we speak of, are mistaken in this work. This water hath a most sharp taste, and partly also a stinking smell, and therefore is called stinking menstruum. And it being a very airy water, it therefore ought to be put upon its calxes in less than an hour, after it is distilled or rectified. But when it is poured upon the aforesaid calxes, it begins to boil up, and then if the vessel be well stopped, it will not leave working, though no fire be administered to it from without, till it be dried up in the calx. Wherefore, you must apply no greater quantity of it than scarce to cover the calxes. Then proceed to the full completing of it, as in the work of the compounded water, and when the elixir is reduced to a purple color, let it be dissolved in the same menstruum, being first rectified into a thin oil, upon which fix the spirit of our water by circulation, and then hath it the power of converting all bodies into most pure gold, and to heal all infirmities of man's body, more than all the potions of Hippocrates and Galen, for this is the true aurum potabile, and no other, which is made of artificial gold elemented, turned about by the wheel of philosophy, etc. The same menstruum is had in the Vad Mecum of Ripley. 63. The menstruum of Sericon of Ripley, in Vade Mecum, commonly called the bosom book. Take of Sericon or antimony 30 pounds, out of which you will have 20 pounds or thereabout of gum, if the vinegar is good. Dissolve each pound of that Sericon in 2 measures, a gallon of vinegar twice distilled, and having stood a little while in digestion. Stir the matter often every day, the oftener the better, with a clean stick. Filter the liquor 3 times. Throw away the feces, to be taken away as superfluous, being no ingredient to the magistry, for it is the damned earth. Then evaporate the filtered liquors in balneo Maria with a temperate heat, and our Sericon will be coagulated into a green gum called our green lion. Dry that gum well, yet with care, lest you burn the flowers or destroy the greens of it. Then take the said gum, put it in a strong glass retort well luted, and with a moderate fire distill a weak water to be cast away. But when first you perceive a white fume ascending, put to it a glass receiver large and of sufficient capacity, whose mouth is exactly joined to the neck of the retort, which must be very well luted, lest any of the fume be lost or evaporate out of the receiver. Then increase the fire by degrees, till a red fume ascends, and continue a stronger fire, till bloody drops come, or no more. Fume appears, then abate the fire by degrees, and all being cold, take away the receiver, and forthwith stop it, that the spirits may not exhale, because this liquor is called our blessed liquor, to be kept in a glass vessel very close stopped. Then examine the neck of the retort, where you will find a white and hard ice in the form of a congealed vapor, or mercury sublimate, which gather carefully, and keep, because it contains great secrets, of which lower, then take the feces out of the retort, being black as soot, which are called our dragon, whereof calcine 1 pound, or more, if you please, in a potter's, glassmaker's, or philosophical furnace, into a white snowy calx, which keep pure by itself, it being called the basis and foundation of the work. Mars, our white fixed earth, or philosopher's iron. Now take the residue of the feces, or black dragon, and sift it on a marble, or any other stone, and at one of the ends light it with a live coal, and in the space of half an hour the fire will run over all the feces, which it will calcine into a very glorious citrine color. These citrine feces dissolve with distilled vinegar, after the aforesaid manner. Filter also 3 times as before, then evaporate the dissolution into a gum, and distill the menstruum, which is now called sanguis draconis, or dragon's blood, and repeat this work in all things as before, till you have reduced all, or the greater part of the feces, into our natural or blessed liquor. all of which liquors pour the first liquor or menstruum, called the blood. Of the green lion, the liquor being thus mixed, putrefy it in a glass vessel. The space of 14 days, then proceed to the separation of the elements, because in this blessed liquor you have now all the fire of the stone hidden. In the feces, which secret has been hitherto kept wonderfully close by the philosophers. Now take all the menstruums being putrefied, put it in a venice, glass of a fit size, put an alembic to it, and lute with linen rags dipped. In the white of eggs, the receiver must be very spacious to keep in the respiring spirit, and with a temperate heat separate the elements one from another. And the elements of air, which is the oil, ardent spirit containing. A little white oil at the top will first ascend, the first element being distilled. Rectify it in another vessel fit for it, that is, distill 7 times, till it burns a linen cloth, being dipped in it and kindled, then is it called. Our rectified aqua ardens, which keep very well stopped, for otherwise the most subtle spirit of it will vanish away in the rectifications of the aqua. Ardens, the air, will ascend in the form of a white oil, swimming upon the aqua ardens, and a citrine oil will remain, which is distilled with a stronger fire, mercury being sublimed and reduced into powder dissolved per deliquium. Upon iron plates in a cold place, pour a little of the aqua ardens to the liquor being filtered, and it will extract the mercury in the form of a green oil swimming atop, which separate and distill by a retort, and there will ascend first a water, and then a thick oil, which is the oil of mercury. Then distill the flood or water of the stone into another receiver. The liquor will be whitish, which draw off in balneo with a moderate heat. Till there remains in the bottom of the cucurbit a thick oily substance like melted pitch. Keep this water by itself in a glass well stopped. Take notice, when first the liquor riseth white, another receiver must be put to, because that element is wholly distilled. 2 or 3 drops of that black liquid oil being given in spirit of wine, do cure any poison. Now to this black and liquid matter pour our aqua ardens, mix them well together, and let the mixture settle. 3 hours, then decant and filter the liquor. Pour on new aqua ardens, and repeat the operation 3 times, then distill again in balneo with gentle heat, and this reiterate thrice, and it will come under the denomination of the rectified blood of man, which operators search for in the secrets of nature. Thus have you exalted the 2 elements, water and air, to the virtue of a quintessence. Keep this blood for occasion. Now to the black and liquid matter or earth, pour the flood or water of the stone, mix them well together, and distill the whole, till the earth remains very dry and black, which is the earth of the stone. Keep the oil with the water for occasion. Reduce the black earth to a powder, to which pour the aforesaid man's blood. Digest 3 hours, then distill. In ashes with a fire sufficiently strong, repeat this work 3 times, and it will be called the rectified water of fire. And so have you exalted the 3 elements, namely water, air, and fire, into the virtue of a quintessence. Then calcine the earth being black, and dry in the bottom of the reverberatory into a most white calx, with which mix the fiery water, and distill with a strong fire as before. The remaining earth calcine again, and distill with a strong fire as before. The remaining earth calcine again, and distill, and that 7 times, or till the whole substance of the calx be passed through the alembic, and then have you the rectified and truly spiritual water of life, and the 4 elements, exalted to the virtue of a quintessence. This water will dissolve all bodies, putrefy, and purge them. This is our mercury, our lunary, but whosoever thinks of any other water besides this is ignorant and foolish, never attaining to the desired effects. This menstruum is made of the same matter as the precedent menstruums. For green lion, adrop, philosophical lead, mineral antimony, airy gold, mercury, etc., are synonymas of one and the same matter, this matter being dissolved in distilled vinegar, and again inspissated into a gum, in taste like alum, is by Ripley in the description of the antecedent menstruum in Num. 62, called Lully's vitriol of Azoth, or vitriolum azoquum. Lully in Practica Testamenti Cap. 9, Pag. 159. Vol. 4, Theatrum Chemicum. Makes a menstruum of BCD by B. He meant the said green lion, or common argent. Vive, which he says elsewhere, is more common to men than vulgar argent vive. B saith he, Pag. 153. Of the said Practica signifies argent vive, which is a common substance consisting in every corruptible body, as appears by the property of it, etc. By C he intended common nitre. C saith he, signifies saltpeter, which hath a common acid nature, and like argent vive by the property of its strong acid nature. Pag. 154.4. Volum, aforesaid. By D he understood gummadrop, made of the green lion. D saith he, signifies azoquean vitriol, which corrupts and confounds all that is of the nature and being of common argent vive. In the same place, both C and D he calls the purer mediums. Cap. 58. Thier. Test. Pag. 96. You must know, son, saith he, our bath. You may wash the nature of, fill, argent vive so as nature could never do. That is, to make argent vive so as nature could never do. That is, to make argent vive a complete elixir. But fill, argent vive and metals being both in nature and in your work extremes, and extremes not being able to join themselves, without the virtue of a middle disposition, which is between the softness of argent vive and the hardness of metal, because there is by reason of that middle disposition a natural compliance, which is the cause of conjunction between body and spirit, as it is in everything generated or in capacity of being generated in nature, are many mediums, whereof two are more pure and more viscous, the green azoquean, vitriols, with the stony nature, which is the salt and nature of stones. By the help, my son, of this contemptible matter is our stone, which we have so much sought for, procreated, etc. With the other of these mediums, C, the stony nature, saltpeter, salt of peter, or niter, we have no business at present, but being solicitous. Of D gamma drop, or the azoquean vitriol of Lully, it will be worthwhile to consult Lully himself, of which the philosopher, Cap. Not Thier. Testamenti, thus, son, saith he, the azoquean lion, which is called azoquean vitriol, is by nature made of the peculiar substance of common argent vive, which is the natural root, from whence metal is procreated in its own mine. Common argent vive, he meant not the vulgar but philosophical argent vive, the natural root as well of metals as minerals. When we say common mercury, saith he, we speak of that which the philosophers understand, and when we name the vulgar, we speak of that which is known to the countrymen and sold in shops. Cap. 1. Lib. Mercuriorum, which the following synonyms of this mercury, namely chaos, nature, origo, green lion, argent vive, unguent, oil, pasture, and liquor of great value, do also testify in Cap. Bull, por 5. Thier. Test. Pag. 75. Vol. 4. Theatrum chimicum. 53. This common argent vive, or green lion, must be purged from its superfluities before the azoquean vitriol of Lully, or the gum adrop of Ripley, can be made of it. You must, saith he, my son, being a student of this science, be steadfast, and not search after this or that, because this art is not perfected with many things, and therefore we tell you there is but one only stone, that is sulfur, and one only medicine, namely the composition of sulfur, to which nothing is to be added, only the terrestrial and phlegmatic superfluities, taken away because they are and ought to be separated from our argent vive, which is more common to men than vulgar argent vive, and is of greater price, merit, and stronger union of nature, from which and the first forms of it is necessary to separate, by the known degrees of separation, all that belongs not to sal ammoniac of metals, etc. Cap. Osmnacht. Thier. Test. Pag. 33. Volume 4. Theatrum chemicum. We say there is but one only philosophical stone, volatile, not yet fixed, or matter of a menstruum, extracted from the things aforesaid by our magistracy. And therefore, when it comes newly into the world, you must not add any other powder or any other water, nor anything incongruous to it. More than that, which is born in it, which feeds and carried it, that is sulfur, which formed the stone in a celestial color, but before you extract, distill it, the stone, thoroughly purge and cleanse it from all its phlegmatic, terrestrial, and corruptible infirmities, which are contrary to its nature, because they are the death of it with which it is surrounded, which do mortify its vivificative spirit. Cap. 7. Thier. Test. Pag. 20. Of the said volume 55, it is to be diligently noted that one of the two aforesaid natural principles, sulfur and argent vive, is more truly natural in the whole, and through the whole substance of it, as well within as without, and that is, according to which the form of a metal pursues a pure effect, but the other, argent vive, is unnatural, that is inwardly natural, and outwardly against nature, but the internal natural part is made proper and also connatural to itself, because it comes by its own nature, but the external part is added to it by accident, and is to be naturally separated from it after the corruption, purification of it. Wherefore it is manifest that such argent vive is not in the whole substance of it natural in the first reception of it, nor is depurated to the full, unless it be depurated by the ingenuity of art. Cap. 5. Pedix. Codicilli. 56. As to this purification of argent vive, or the green lion, Ripley thus, wherefore saith he, this mercury, the corrosive spirit of common vitriol, is by Raymond called our fire against nature. Nevertheless, the same thing happens in some measure to this mercury. The acidity of vitriol, as also to the other, vegetable mercury, or green lion, which is our natural fire, for both of them are hidden in the middle or center of their bodies, that is, between the phlegmatic water on one side and terrestrial crassitude on the other side, nor are they obtained without the great industry of philosophy. And so those parts can avail us nothing, except only their middle substance, for saith Raymond, we take neither of the first principles, because they are too simple, nor of the last, because they are too gross and feculent, but only of the middle, wherein is the tincture and true oil, separated from unclean terrestriety. And phlegmatic water, therefore saith Raymond thus, the unctuous moisture, is the near matter of our physical argent vive, pag. 289, pupillae alcium. Argent vive, or the green lion, is purified by common vitriol, as thus, when the argent vive is put in a dry, vitriolated vapor, spirit of vitriol, which is a sharp water, it is presently dissolved by the incision, and penetration, caused by the sharpness, being manifestly strong and in dissolving, is converted into the nature of terrestrial vitriol, not taking a metallic, nor a clear celestial form, as appears after the evaporation of the said water, and the congelation of it in the form of yellow crystals, which yellowness proceeds from the sharp sulphurous terrestriety, which was beyond measure mixed in the said water by atoms, with an homogeneous universality and simplicity, which simplicity was taken and bound by the said terrestriety, with the alteration of the light, clarity, and lucidity into obscurity, etc. Cap. 89. Thier. Test. 141. Vol. 4. Theatrum chemicum. Sun. The thick vitriolated vapors from which vitriol is produced is very sharp and pontic, and therefore penetrates the parts of the sulfur, and argent, vive being, depurated and penetrating tingeth that purified matter, congealing it into the form of that vitriolated and yellow terrestrial vapor, which is mixed with them. Wherefore what we have said is manifest, that is, this is the great gate, namely, that the terrestrial virtues must not excel the celestial, but on the contrary, if you will have the thing desired. Cap. 85. Thier. Test. Pag. 137 of the same volume. 58. You may remember that you would put nothing with the menstrual, the matter of the menstruum, but that which proceeded from it at the beginning of its miction, for if you add an incongruous thing, it will presently be corrupted by the incongruous nature, nor will you ever have that which you would have. Gold and silver and mercury are dissolved in our menstrual, because it participates with them in proximity and vicinity of the first nature, and from hence will you extract a white fume, which is our sulfur, and the green lion, which is your unguent, and the stinking water, which is our argent vive, but it is requisite for the green lion to be thoroughly dissolved in the aquafetans, or stinking water, before you can have the said fume, which is our sulfur, which sulfur is indeed the same way dissolved from the body, congealing the spirit in the form of a dry water, which we call stone, and the highest medium of all our work, which is the connection and aggregation of both natures, that is, of body and spirit. Sun! This water is called aqua ignis, or if you had rather ignis aqua, that undeclinable word, because it burns gold and silver better than elementary fire can do, and because it contains in it heat of a terrestrial nature, which dissolves without violence, which common fire cannot do. Wherefore we enjoin you to make the magistry of the hottest things you can get in nature, and you will have a hot water which dissolveth all things. Cap. 59. Thier. Test. Pag. 98. Of the same volume. These sayings Ripley comprehends in short. Thus, these words, saith he, may serve a wise man in order to know and acquire the green lion, but this noble infant is called green lion, because being dissolved it is clothed in a green garment. Yet out of the green lion of fools, vitriol, is extracted by a violent fire, that water which we call aqua fortis, spirit of vitriol, in which the said yawn ought to be elixirated. For all alchemical gold is made of corrosives, etc. Pag. 139. Medulla fill, this argent vive, green lion, philosophers lead, etc., being purified with vitriol, must be further matured or calcined into a red color, minium, lead calcined, sericon, etc. E, that is vitriolated azoth. Pag. 15. Thier. Test. The fourth, medium or principle, is a substance produced from its mine, and in it, more near to the nature of metals, which is by some called calcanthus and azoth vitreous. Mercury vitriolated, or azoquean vitriol, which is the earth and mine of metals, and is, by another name called uricinus, of shining white and red within black and green openly, having the color of a venomous lizard, immediately generated out of argent vive, the matter aforesaid impregnated, with the said hot and dry sulphurous vapor of common vitriol in its resolution congealed, into a lizard, in which azoth vitriolated is the form and species of the stinking spirit in its mixtion, the mineral heat of which is multiplied, which is the life of metal, and is signified by E cap. 3. Thier. Testum. Pag. Devact. Volume 4. Theatrum chemicum. And a little after. 60. In the work of nature is argent vive, but not such as is found upon the earth, nor will be till it be first turned into an apostomated 61 and venomous blood. In the same place, you must know, son, that by art and nature, argent vive is congealed by an acute water, understand. Therefore, philosophically, because if it were not sharp and acute, it could not penetrate, which is the first action in dissolution, after which dissolution it is returned into an apostomated blood by the mutation of its own nature into another. Son, there are two things which ought to stick together by the agreement of contrariety, one pure, the other impure. The impure recedes, fire being an enemy, by reason of its corruption. The other remains in fire because of its purity, being transmuted into blood. And this is our argent vive and our whole secret, clothed with a tripartite garment, that is black, white, and red, and that alone we want for the purpose of our magistry. Argent vive containing all that is necessary for a quintessence. There is in mercury whatsoever wise men seek, for under the shadow of it lies a fifth substance, for the substance of it is pure and incombustible. And all of it is nothing else but gold and silver, not common metals, but airy, being in mercury, or the green lion, melted, and fused within and without by virtue of the fire, against nature, and afterwards purified and separated from all its original blemish. And pollution, for that gold which is incombustible, remains fused and liquid, and imparts its golden nature in the said mercury, etc. Cap. 62. Thier. Test. Pag. 103. Volume 4. Theatrum chemicum. 62. Out of this philosophical minium, calcined lid, or saracen only, the adepts, sometimes, distilled their menstruums, for example, the first of this kind in num. 59. Sometimes they dissolved this minium in distilled vinegar, which being drawn off, they reduced it into gum a drop, or Lully's azoquean vitriol, out of which they then distilled the stinking menstruum, or menstruum foetens, in num. 60. Sometimes they dissolved gum a drop per delicium first, and then distilled it. The 13th way of practicing, saith Ripley, as it here appears, is very curious, and that is in Saturn, philosophical, rubified in a glass vessel stopped, to prevent respiration, with a strong and continual fire till it becomes red. Take therefore that rubified Saturn, and pour a good quantity of distilled vinegar upon it, and shake it very often every day for a month, a week. Then separate the vinegar by a filter, and take only that which is clear without feces, and put it in balneo to distill, and after the separation of the vinegar, you will find at the bottom of the vessel a white or sky-colored water, which take, and being put in a bladder folded double, i.e., a double bladder sieve to keep out the water, dissolve it in balneo into a crystalline water, put that water in a distillatory, and if you will, separate the elements from it, or distill the dissolved water, which rectify in a circulatory, and the earth which remained in the bottom in the distillation calcine till it grows like a sponge, and then is it very fit to reassume its mercury separated from it, that a new generation may be made, and a son brought forth, which is called king of fire, and which is so great in the love of all the philosophers. Cap. 17. Pag. 220. Of this work Ripley made mention. Cap. 4 of the same book. Pag. 194, saying, there is moreover another work in gum produced by vinegar from red Saturn, out of which is the separation of the elements made after it is dissolved in bladders. The menstruums of gum adrop, which waysoever made were called stinking menstruums, because of the stinking smell. This water, saith Ripley, hath a most sharp taste, and partly also a stinking smell, and therefore is called stinking menstruum. Asafoetida also is so called from the smell which our mercury hath when it is newly extracted out of its polluted body, because that smell is like asafoetida, according to the philosopher, who saith that stink is worse before the preparation of this water, which after the circulating of it into a quintessence, and good preparation, it is pleasant, and very delectable, and becomes a medicine against the leprosy, and all other diseases, without which gold vive you can never make. The true potable gold, which is the elixir of life and metals, a drop. Phil. Pag. 548. Volum. 6. Theatrum chemicum. These menstruums they called white fume, because of their white and opaque color. It is also called white fume, saith Ripley, nor without cause, for in distillation a white fume goes out first, before the red tincture, which, ascending into the alembic, makes the glass white as milk, from whence it is also called lac virginis, or virgin's milk. In the same place, out of the red fume or red tincture, otherwise called the blood of the green lion. The adepts did by rectification alone prepare the two mercuries, namely red and white, upon this occasion, saith Ripley, I will teach you a general rule. If you would make the white elixir, you must, of necessity, divide your tincture, the blood of the green lion, into two parts, whereof one must be kept for the red work, but the other distilled with a gentle fire, and you will obtain a white water, which is our white tincture, our eagle, our mercury and virgin's milk. When you have these two tincture, or the white and red mercury, you will be able to practice upon their own earth, or upon the calx of metals, for the philosophers say, we need not care what substance the earth is of, etc. Phil, Adrop, p. 554. Vol. 6. Theatrum Chemicum. Roger Bacon made a twofold mercury thus. 64. The green lion of Roger Bacon, Raimundo Ganfrido, in Verbo Abbreviato de Leon Viripag. 264. Thesauri Chemici Baconis. The abbreviated, most true and approved word of hidden things being manifested, I have in a short discourse abbreviated to you in the work of Luna and Saul, in the first place earnestly, requiring the readers not to expose so noble a pearl to be trodden upon by dogs or swine. For this is the secret of all the philosophers' secrets, the garden of delights, spices, and all treasures, into which he that hath once entered will want no more. Now that word, not without cause desired by many men, was first declared by our eminent Dr. Roger Bacon. Afterwards, F. Friar Raymond Jeffrey, Minister General of the Order of the Friars Minors, took care to explain the word, with as much brevity as I could, to the sons of philosophy. In the name of Christ, then take a great quantity of the strongest vinegar, diligently distilled through an alembic, in which dissolve a good quantity. Of the green lion being dissolved, distill through a filter, and keep it in glass cucurbits well stopped. If any remarkable part of the lion remains undissolved, dissolve it with the aforesaid vinegar, and distill through a filter, and being dissolved, join it with the other waters. Before reserved in the cucurbits, then take the reserved waters, dissolutions, and distill them all in balneo Maria, applying alembics. To them well luted, that the cucurbits may not respire, put fire under, and receive all the waters, which will be distilled, but have a care, that the dissolved lion be not altogether congealed in the cucurbit, but that it may remain liquid or soft. Then take all the cucurbits, and put all that is in them into one cucurbit, which lute well with its alembic, and put it in a furnace of ashes, as is fitting, and put a gentle fire under, because of the temper of the glass, and because of the heterogeneous moisture, which is in the lion, to be rooted out, and take. Notice, that must be always done with a gentle fire. But when the heterogeneous moisture is gone over, strengthen the fire by little and little, and have an eye continually to the beak of the alembic if a red liquor begins to go over. But if it does not yet go over, continue the aforesaid fire till it doth. But when you see the red liquor distill, change the receiver forthwith, and lute it well to the beak of the alembic, and then strengthen the fire, and you will have the blood of the lion exceeding red, containing the four elements, very odoriferous and fragrant, after due putrefaction. Keep it therefore in a good phial well stopped. Then take the blood, and put it in a phial close, stopped to putrefy and digest in hot dung, changing the dung every 5 days, there to be digested for the space of 15 or 16 days, and this done, that the elementary parts may be dissolved, and be fitter to be divided into the four elements, and that by distillation. Being putrefied 15 or 16 days, take it out, and put it into a fit cucurbit to be distilled, with a gentle fire in balneo Maria. But it is enough for the water to boil with the fire. Take the water distilled, and the feces, which you find at the bottom of the cucurbit. Keep carefully the water which you distilled. Distill 7 times, always reserving the feces which it makes, with the other feces reserved, before, and so you will have a splendid water, clear and white as crystal, and very ponderous, which is said to be the philosopher's mercury, hidden by all the philosophers, and cleansed and purified from all its superfluities, most choice and most precious. Keep it therefore warily and wisely in a phial well stopped. Then take all the feces of the mercury, as I have said, before reserved, grind them well on a marble, with a phlegm of distilled vinegar, dry them in the sun, and grind again, from time to time imbibing them with the water of distilled vinegar upon the marble, and drying in the sun, and repeat the operations of grinding, imbibing, and drying, till all the blackness and superfluity is driven out of the feces, which you will know thus, if the feces be red or reddish, or citrine by the aforesaid imbibations. And ablutions, then it is well done, but if they be yet black, repeat the contritions, imbibations, and desiccations till you have the sign aforesaid, and then keep them. Then take a glass cucurbit herein, Put the aforesaid feces above prepared, with a good quantity of distilled vinegar, and set it in a furnace that is in Balneo Maria. Put fire under, and continue it in course, till the feces aforesaid be thoroughly dissolved by virtue of the vinegar. And fire, and being well dissolved, take the cucurbit from the fire, and being well dissolved, take the cucurbit from the fire, and distill them through a filter as is fitting, all that water, dissolution of the feces, being thus distilled. Filtered, put it in a new cucurbit, well stopped, but if any considerable part remains in the filter to be dissolved, take that part and set it again upon the fire, as you did the first feces in Balneo Maria, till it be dissolved, that you may dissolve those feces which remained with the vinegar. As you dissolve the first feces in Balneo with vinegar in a cucurbit, then distill through a filter as before, and put it with the other water distilled before, which you reserved. Then take that new cucurbit, in which you put the aforesaid feces dissolved and distilled before, and lute it well with its alembic, set it on a furnace in Balneo, give fire, and distill as it is sitting, but have a care that the feces be not thoroughly dried, but let them be moist or liquid. Then take down the cucurbit from the furnace, put it upon ashes sifted and well pressed, and give it a gentle fire for the tempering of the glass, and extracting the heterogeneous moisture which it hath from the vinegar, and see often to the beak of the alembic, if a golden or ruddy liquor distills. If not, continue the fire till it does, being distilled. Presently change the glass, being very clean, and lute it very well to the beak of the alembic, then strengthen the fire, receive the ruddy oil, and thus continue the fire till all the liquor be distilled, and save the feces, because they are the fire, but the oil aforesaid the philosophers used to call their occult sulfur, which you must rectify thus. Put it again in a cucurbit. Put on an alembic well luted, then set it on a furnace in ashes. Administer a gentle fire till it distills. Receive a liquor which distills in a bottle, well stopped with the beak of the alembic and the remaining feces. Save, because they are the fire. Join that fire with the other fire reserved, and so putrefy by distilling it 7 times, and reserving the feces it makes, as I said before, and so you will have your air or sulfur well depurated, clear, bright, and perfectly purified, and of a gold color, etc. The blood of the green lion being 15 days putrefied, bacon cohobated 7 times by Balneo, into a clear and ponderous water, which he called the philosophers mercury, out of the feces left in the rectification. Of this mercury, dissolved in distilled vinegar, he made a new gum, out of which he distilled a golden liquor, or ruddy oil, which after the 7th rectification he would have be the philosopher's air, or sulfur, well depurated, clear, and bright. But Ripley used 2 ways in rectifying the stinking menstruum, or green lion, for either he divided the fresh blood of the green lion into 2 parts, distilling only 1/2 the distilled part he called white mercury, white tincture, virgin's milk, etc. The other remaining part he calls the red mercury, red tincture, etc., as it may be seen in his book called Adrop Phil, in the place before alleged, or putrefied the whole menstruum, the blood together with the white. Fume the space of 14 days, which after that he divided into 3 substances, a burning water, a water thick and white, and an oil, of which at length he made a vegetable menstruum, which is described by Lully in Potestate Divitiarum, and by Ripley above in Num. 35 in his Vad Mecum. Concerning these 3 substances of the stinking menstruum, Ripley hath these following sayings in his book named Terra Terrae Philosophical, Pag 319. Where thus, when therefore you have extracted all the mercury out of the gum, know that in this mercury are contained 3 liquors, whereof the first is a burning aqua vitae, which is extracted by a most temperate Balneo. This water being kindled, flames immediately, as common aqua vitae, and is called our attractive mercury, with which is made a crystalline earth, with all metallic calxes also, of which I will say no more, because in this operation we want it not. After that there follows another water thick and white as milk, in a small quantity, which is the sperm of our stone, sought by many men, for the sperm is the original of men, and all living creatures, whereupon we do not undeservedly call it our mercury, because it is found in all things in all places, for without it no man whatsoever lives, and therefore it is said to be in everything. This liquor, which now you ought to esteem most dear, is that mercury, which we call vegetable, mineral, and animal, our argent vive, and virgin's milk, and our permanent water. With this mercurial water we wash away the original sin and pollution of our earth, till it becomes white as gum, soon flowing. But after the distillation of this aforesaid water will appear an oil, by a strong fire. With this oil we take a red gum, which is our tincture, and our sulfur vive, which is otherwise called the soul of Saturn, and living gold, our precious tincture, and our most beloved gold, of which never man spoke so plainly. God forgive me, therefore, if I have any way offended him, being constrained to gratify your will. Some great mystery of the art is here discovered by Ripley, for the revealing of which he fears the displeasure of not only the adepts, but of God himself. Lully and others have indeed plainly enough declared to their disciples, though perhaps it may not appear to us, being less instructed in the matter, what our green lion is, what common mercury, more common to us than common argent vive, what the azoquian vitriol is, and the menstruum made thereof. But Ripley affirms that no man ever spoke so plainly of the present secret. The adepts have indeed in their practice described the use of philosophical wine without any veil of philosophy, and amongst them Raymond and Arnold with some others have attained to the knowledge of the same, but, to use Ripley's expression in Medulla, how it might be obtained they said not, wherefore they being silent. Ripley the first, and indeed the only man of all, declares to us that the key of all the more secret chimey lies in the milk and blood of the green lion, that is, that the stinking menstruum, or the parts of it, mercury and sulfur, virgin's milk and the lion's blood, white and red wine of Lully, and other adepts, nor was he satisfied in declaring this freely to us, but adds strength and light to his words, in making a vegetable menstruum, the rectified aqua vitae, described by Lully in Potestate Divitiarum, and by us in Num. 31, of the said stinking and corrosive menstruum, by which one only example he was pleased to teach us, that all vegetable menstruums may be made of the said stinking menstruum. Lully's rectified aqua vitae is made by divers coabations upon its own caput mortuum. We may, if we please, proceed by another way or method, distill the menstruum fetens, being 14 days digested, and first will ascend the aqua ardens, then the phlegm, and in the bottom will remain a matter thick as melted pitch, which are the constitutive principles of all vegetable menstruums. Let us therefore desist from further pursuit of the said green lion, which we have pursued through the meads and forests of Diana, through the way of philosophical Saturn, even to the vineyards of philosophy. This most pleasant place is allowed the disciples of this art to recreate themselves here after so much pains and sweat, dangers of fortune and life, exercising the work of women and the sports of children, being content with the most red blood of the lion, and eating the white or red grapes of Diana, the wine of which, being purified, is the most secret of all the more secret chimey, as being the white or red wine of Lully, the nectar of the ancients, and their only desire, the peculiar refreshments of the adopted sons, but the heartbreaking and stumbling block of the scornful and ignorant. But before we depart hence, I will present you, Paracelsians, with another dish, and that not unsavory, which is that the virgins' milk, or white mercury, otherwise the white wine of Lully, extracted out of the green lion, is by Paracelsus that glue of the eagle or green lion so carefully sought for. For eagle and green lion are to the adepts synonymas of the same thing, for thus Ripley before you will obtain the white water, which is our white tincture, our eagle, our mercury, and virgin's milk. Consequently, therefore, red mercury, or the red wine of Lully, is the blood of the red or green lion, for the same lion is called sometimes green, in his youthful estate sometimes red, in his more grown estate, and therefore the blood is sometimes said to be the green lion, sometimes of the red. So Ripley, in the menstruum described in Num. 61, saith, take the blood of the red lion being most red, as blood, which is our mercury, and our tincture now prepared, to be poured upon its ferment, that is upon the calxes of the purest gold, also elsewhere, the blood of the lion of a rosy color. But let us hear Paracelsus himself. 65. The green lion of Paracelsus, Aureae Valeris germ, p. 41. Take distilled vinegar, wherein dissolve the green lion, putrefy, filter the solution, draw off the liquor. In balneo to an oiliness, this oil or residue put in a retort, distill away the moisture and sand with a gentle fire, then increase the fire, and the green lion, being compelled by the strength of the fire, will yield his glue or air to the caput mortuum, pour its phlegm, the moisture drawn off, putrefy in dung or balneo, and distill as before, and again will ascend the spirits, force it strongly, and there will come a tenacious oil of a citrine color. Upon the caput mortuum, pour again the first distilled water, putrefy, filter, and distill as before, lastly with a most strong open fire, and there will come over a bloody oil, which is otherwise called fire, the remaining earth reverberate into whiteness, etc. Hitherto we have had the stinking menstruums made of azoquian vitriol, only, yet sometimes the adepts have added common vitriol to it, thus. 66. The stinking menstruum made of the gumma drop and common vitriol of Ripley. Pag. 357. Vietici. Take and grind the gum made of sericon with distilled vinegar, and as much of vitriol evaporated, and first distill the water with a gentle fire, Then, with a strong, receive the oil, blood of the lion, which separate from the water, till you have the pure oil by itself. Sometimes instead of common vitriol, they added common niter to the azoquian, vitriol. Thus Lully, in Practica Testamenti, made his stinking menstruum. 67. The stinking menstruum made of azoquian vitriol and niter of Lully. Cap. 9. Pract. Testum. P. 159. Vol. 4. The. Kim. Take 1 part of D, signifies azoquian vitriol, which destroys and confounds. All that is of the nature and being of common argent vive, Pag. 154. And half a part of C, signifies saltpeter or niter, Pag. 150. 4 of the same volume, which being very well ground, sifted, and mixed together, put in a glass cucurbit, in a furnace, and putting on an alembic, in which the spirits are by resolution distilled and condensed. Lute the joints of the vessels with linen cloth, pasted and steeped in luting, made of wheat flour, and the whites of eggs, that the united properties of the 3 mercuries, namely saltish, vitriolic, and watery, being joined and united together, may be preserved, and observe that the said powders put into the cucurbit exceed not the weight of 8 ounces, and to abbreviate the time, put of a like powder into 2 other cucurbits, according to the weight of 8 ounces in every cucurbit, and place them upon little long furnaces, so as I shall declare in the chapter of furnaces, put not above 3 cucurbits upon 1 furnace. For the fire cannot administer equal heat to more, as the mixture of nature requires, and let the said cucurbits be. Place the distance of 5 or 6 fingers one from another, and let the bottoms of the cucurbits be luted with potters. Clay mixed well with hair, put fine ashes well sifted, and press the thickness of 5 fingers onto them, and to the beak of every alembic put a glass phial with a long neck at the end, because the receiver of those phials must not feel the heat of the furnace, nor the water of the phials flow back, nor the spirits recede or fly away. Then must you provide a good quantity of sawdust, whereof take 2 parts, and half a part of the husks of grapes, or the powder of dry fire, and mix it with the said sawdust, and with this composition fill your furnace, then light your fire at both ends, and let it burn. For you must make no other fire till you see 6, or 10, or 15, or 20 drops of water. Distill, and when 20 have distilled, make your fire with small wood dry, and so by little and little make the fire flame. Directly to the matter, and see when it distills, that the water be clear, and when it is at 15 points, and the water clear, and the fumes subtle, continue that fire equally, and if you see it return from 15 to 12 points or less, strengthen the fire and continue it according to the point of its distillation, and then thirdly, strengthen your fire 1 point further, and continue it till nothing more distills, and then let the fire go out, stop your furnace, and let the matter cool, and if the water be clear, without any disturbed color, or without muddiness, take and keep it, and stop the phial with warm wax, that nothing may respire, nor the air enter, because the spirits which are subtle would presently be corrupted by the air. Remember, when you begin to make the fire of dry wood, that your vessels must be covered with the aforesaid paste, and wrapped about with linen cloths, and the phials well luted to the beaks of the alembics, with the same luting, putting a quill between the beak of the alembic and the phial, for whilst the fire operates, the air will for the most part go out and respire, when it hath not a receiver to retain it, for it is hot, and the subject which retains it is not able to endure an exceeding heat, and therefore it requires some place wherein it may respire. When therefore you hear it blow, open the quill hole for it. O Father, how have you made the practice thus tedious? Son, that you may be acquainted with all things both small and great, and that you may have both a general and particular knowledge of fires and other operations, as also of all sorts of looting, because it is not our intention to speak any more of them, there being nothing difficult to the wise, circumspect, and intelligent, and that you may hereafter say that the stinking menstruum is at your command, which is a mean thing, by which all bodies are in a short time converted into their first nature, and is the pure and proper original of a wonderful and most commodious thing, but you must know how to apprehend it with a clear understanding, etc. The like menstruum hath Lully in his Magia Naturalis, which is called 68, the water calcining all bodies of Lully. Magia Naturalis, Pag. 359. Take of the earth, that is D, of azoquian vitriol, 5 ounces and a half, and of the water, that is C, of salt, Peter and niter, 2 ounces and a half, the sum of which is the weight of 8 ounces, and being all mixed, grind the matter fine upon a marble, then put it in a glass vessel with an alembic upon it, and distill the whole substance, first making a gentle fire of sawdust, taking 2 parts of it, and 1 part and a half of coals small, or ground, and a little dry bran, and light the fire, and let it kindle of itself, till it begins to distill from 1 point to 12, 20 points, and then you must begin to strengthen the fire with small wood, making the fire of the flame right under the matter. And so continue the fire till it be returned to 12 or 15 points, or also to fewer, and then continue the whole fire according to the points of its distillation, and after. That strengthen the fire 1 point further, and continue till the alembic loseth its color, or no more distills, then cease, and let it cool. Gather the water, keep it in a hot and moist place, and have a care that it respires not, and remember to have a quill in the luting the beak of the alembic and the neck of the receiver, that you may sometimes draw it out, that the receiver may have a vent, for the heat is there so quick, that the vessel containing the matter cannot endure it, wherefore it is requisite sometimes to be opened, and sometimes shut. Take notice that this water, though made of a contemptible thing, hath the power of converting bodies into their first matter, which being joined to the vegetable virtue is of much perfection, and must be put into practice presently, after it is distilled, that the spirit which is subtle and of a strange nature may not be lost by the air. The same menstruum is described in Lilly's Clavicula under this title. 69. The stinking menstruum for the dissolution of the calx of gold and silver, in order to the reducing them into argent vive. Cap. Patnact. Clav. Pag. 299. Vol. 3. Theatrum chemicum. Take of vitriol 2 pounds, of saltpeter 1 pound, of cinnabar 3 ounces. I do not understand by what error cinnabar has crept in among the other ingredients of this menstruum, for it is a constitutive not of this, but of the following menstruum, for the dissolving of the philosopher's stone, especially Lully himself, in cap. 20. Clavicula, speaking of the extracting of mercury from a perfect body, having made no mention of cinnabar, whereas notwithstanding, in the same place he gave a description of this menstruum in these few words, saying, put of our stinking, menstrual, made of 2 parts of red vitriol, and 1 of saltpeter, and let the aforesaid menstruum be first distilled 7 times, and well rectified. Let the vitriol be rubified and pulverized, then put in the saltpeter, and cinnabar, and grind all together, then put the matter in fit vessels, well luted to be distilled. Let it be distilled first with a gentle fire as the work requires, and as they know how that have done it, let this water be distilled very often, casting away the feces which remain at the bottom of the cucurbit, and so it will be your best distilled menstruum. Sometimes they added common vitriol to the azoquean vitriol and niter. It is thus done. 70. The stinking menstruum made of azoquean vitriol, common vitriol, and niter of Ripley. Cap. 1. Pag. 143. Medul. Phil. Kim. Take vitriol made of the sourest juice of grapes, with the fire of nature and sericon, azoquean, vitriol, joined together in one mass with natural, common, vitriol a little dried, together with the sol niter, and out of these distill a water, which will first be weak and phlegmatic, not coloring the vessel, which throw away, then will ascend a white fume, which will make the vessel look like milk, which must be gathered till it ceases, and the vessel is returned to its former color, for that water is the stinking menstruum, wherein is our quintessence, that is, the white fume, which is called the fire against nature, without which our natural fire could not subsist, whereof we will say more in its proper place, and these, namely, the mineral and vegetable water, being mixed together and made one water, do operate contraries, which is a thing to be admired, for this one dissolves and congeals, moisteneth and drieth, putrefies and purifies, dissipates and joins, separates and compounds, mortifies and vivifies, destroyeth and restoreth, attenuates and inspissates, makes black and white, burneth and cooleth, begins and ends. These are the 2 dragons fighting in the Gulf of Cythelia. This is the white and red fume, whereof one will devour the other, and here the dissolving vessels are not to be luted, but only stop slightly with a linen cloth and mastic, or common wax for this. Water is a fire and a bath within the vessel, and not without, which, if it feels any other strong fire, will be presently elevated to the top of the vessel, and if it finds no rest there, the vessel will be broken, and so the composition will be left frustrated. So much as this compounded water dissolves, so much it congeals and elevates, is congealed and elevated into a glorious earth. And so it is the secret dissolution of our stone, which is always done with the congelation of its own water, and because this fire of nature is added to the water against nature, so much thereof, as it lost of its form by the fire against nature, so much it recovers by the water of nature, that our work by the fire against nature may not be destroyed or annihilated. From the receipts we observe, 1. That the menstruums of this kind, being made of the very matter of philosophical wine, or philosophical grapes, are the first of all other menstruums, either minerals or vegetable. 2. That the milky liquor or spirit, virgin's milk, white mercury, the white, wine of Lully, and the glue of the green lion, called by Paracelsus the glue of the eagle, are terms synonymous, and that the red liquor, blood of the green lion, red mercury, the philosophers. Sulfur and the red wine of Lully, otherwise by Paracelsus, the blood of the red lion, are likewise synonymous. 3. That the acid mineral menstruums are by digestion or further elaboration transformed either into a simple vegetable menstruum or into the heaven or spirit of philosophical wine. 4. That these acid menstruums are to be distilled with very great caution by reason of the excessive effervescence of the azoquean vitriol, or rather spirit of philosophical wine, which is in this vitriol caused by the acids. 5. That mineral menstruums are the heaven or essence of philosophical wine dissolved in an acid, so that having acquired this spirit, you may make them ex tempore by simple dissolution. 6. That the menstruums even now prepared are presently to be used, lest they perish. 7. That menstruums are by dissolving bodies coagulated. 8. That metallic bodies are by these menstruums reduced into running mercury. 9. That these are called stinking menstruums because of their stinking smell. By the smell alone, we easily distinguish these from those fragrant menstruums called vegetable. Thus, the unsavory smell of the menstruum itself proves that Maurianus used the stinking menstruum. What is the smell of it, saith King Khaled by way of question, before and after the making of it? Maurianus answereth, before it is made, the scent of it is strong and unsavory. But after the preparation of it, it has a good scent, according to that. Which the wise man saith, this water resembles the unpleasant smell of a body dead and void of life, for the smell of it is ill, and not unlike to the smell of graves, he that can whiten the soul and cause it to ascend, again, and keep the body well, and take away all obscurity from it, and extract the ill savor out of it, will be able to infuse it into the body. And in the hour of conjunction exceeding miracles will appear, Maurian. De Trace, metal, p. 33. Geber also acknowledgeth himself to have operated with a mineral menstruum, cap. 25, summa perfect. The first natural principles, saith he, out of which metals are procreated, are the stinking, spirit, that is, sulfur, and water vive, which also we allow to be called dry water. And in another place, at the end of his book De Investigat, he goes on, we do by plain and open proof conclude our stone to be nothing else, but a stinking spirit and living water, which we also call dry water, being cleansed by natural decoction in true proportion with such an union, that nothing can be added for the abbreviation of the work, that is, a perfect body attenuated. Deset. That adrop, the name of the matter of these menstruums, signifies the philosopher's Saturn, or lead. The first matter of this leprous body, saith Ripley, is a viscous water inspissated in the bowels of the earth. The great elixir for the red and for the white, saith Vincentius, is made of this body, whose name is a drop, otherwise called philosophical lead, pag, 132. Metal. Phil. Kim. Our stone, saith Arnold, in Speculum Alchemiae, is called adrop, which is in Latin Saturnus, in English lead, and according to the Trojans dragon or topum, that is, poison, septima dispose. Speculi, pag, 596. Vol. 4. Theatrum, Chimicum, 63. I have showed that the philosophers gave in divers names because of the diversity of colors, but as to their intention, they had one peculiar name, that is, Roman gold, or adrop, or stone above all the stones of this world, quarti dispositio speculi, pag, 594% of the same volume 64. Leighton and Azoth are together, and never asunder, but remain always joined together, but because of the diversity of colors, the philosophers called them by many names. And as the colors are varied and changed, they impose so many names, because Azoth, among the Indians, is gold, among the Hermians silver, among the Alexandrians and Macedonians iron, with the Greeks mercury, with the Hebrews tin, with the Tartars brass, with the Arabians Saturn, and among the Latins, and especially among the Romans ognividon, by an anagram donagi vint, G signifying philosophical mercury or sulphuracium, but that none may err, I say, it hath one proper name, and is commonly called by men, and everyone knows the stone tertia dispose, speculi. PG. 593 of the same volume. Some of the adepts write not adrop, but atrop, by which name they have been pleased to signify the matter of these menstruums to be as it were the gate of all the most secret chimie, for atrop, by the inversion of the letters is read, porta, a gate. Thus, Robertus Valensis in Gloria Mundi, pag. 305. That you may attain, saith he, to the true foundation, I will once again repeat it to you, and call it the first hyle, that is, the beginning of all things. It is also called the only holy apprehend what elements are in it by those which are repugnant, the stone of the philosophers, of the sun, of metals, the fugitive servant, the airy, stone, the Thernian stone, magnesia, or the corporal stone, marcasite, the stone of Sal, gemme, the stone of children, the golden stone, the original of worldly things, isilis, also by inversion silex, a flint, sidar, by the same inversion radix, atrap, by inversion, porta, a gate, and it hath also as many other names, yet is but one only thing. To Robertus, Lully seems to incline, who has been pleased to call every alteration of the azoque and vitriol, or matter of the menstruums of this kind, the first porta or gate of the work. Thus he called the dissolution of the matter the first gate. In our whole magistry, saith he, there are three principal spirits necessary, which cannot without the consummation of their resolution be manifested, and they are otherwise called three argent vives. And because resolution is so often used for the first gate of our magistry, which we will declare, the said resolution is divided into three principal parts. The first is corporal, and is called, in the Latin tongue wreckage, that is anagrammatically facer G, but by G he means sulphuracium, capot 5, the test, pag 115, vol 4, theatrum chemicum, or our mercury cap, 20, pract test, pag 170, of the same volume. The second is spiritual, and called agazoth. The third is spiritual and corporal, and called ubridrugat, etc. When the matter in the resolution of it appears black, this blackness, for which some have called it lead, he would have to be a sign of the first gate. In the first resolution, saith he, lies all the danger, and therefore I give you notice that you must have the sulphurs of simple argent, vives destroyed by heat, in such manner and form, as that their active property may not be expelled by extraneous heat, and that it may not be separated from its moist subject, which appears holy, black, full of a noble spirit. That blackness demonstrates the sign of the first gate leading into our magistry, and without it can no thing be done, because it is the fire of nature, which is to create the stone, and which cannot be manifested without the corruption of its body. Cap. 28. Theer. Test. Pag. 51. Vol. 4. Theatrum chemicum. Lastly, he calls the distillation of this matter the first gate also. The way of preparing the stony and fermentable spirit is to take the juice of lunary and extract the sweat of it with a small and gentle fire, and you will have in your power one of our argent vives in liquor, in the form of a white water, which is the ablution and purgation of our stone, and its whole nature, and that is one of the most principal secrets, and is the first gate, as you may understand by the reasons aforesaid, etc. Cap. 9. Theer. Test. Pag. 21. Of the same volume. Being persuaded by these and the like quotations, I may affirm that atrop is to be written rather than adrop, because besides the blackness or philosophical lead, atrop signifies the beginning or first gate of the work, jednact, that in the adeptical chimie are many green lions, to be necessarily distinguished one from another. By the first, the adepts meant the celestial sun, governing the whole world. The second is argent vive, more common to us than common argent vive. The third is called argent vive, dissolved into a green color. The fourth is adrop, azoque and vitriol, philosopher's lead, etc. The fifth is the stinking menstruum, otherwise called the blood of the green lion. The sixth is the green lion of fools, Roman vitriol, verdigris, etc. The seventh is extraordinary, namely, common mercury sublimed. Divanact, that there are also many Saturns. The first is common lead, the impurest of metals, and consequently the most remote of all in our art, which to prove by the sentiments of the adepts is a thing superfluous, finding almost everywhere amongst the adepts as solemn. Caution for us to beware of this devourer of metals and minerals, Saturn. Have a care, saith Ripley, to bring one witness for all of operating with Saturn, because it is commonly said, eat not of the sun whose mother is defiled, and believe me, many men err in Saturn. Hear what Avicen saith, Saturn will be always Saturn. Yea, operate not with the earth of philosophical. Saturn, which the spirit of it has despised, and left for the worse sulphur, etc. Cap. 2. Philorchi. Pag. 188. The second is adrop, or azoquian vitriol, whereof before. A third is the first color or blackness of the first work, of which lower. The fourth is copper, the first of metals, of which Arnold in speculo alchem. Disp. 8. Pag. 6 cent cinque. Volum. 4. Theatrum chemicum. 6.5. Thus, there were, saith he, philosophers that placed our science in the 7 planets, and our first planet is called Venus, the second Saturn, the third Mercury, the fourth Mars, the fifth Jupiter, the sixth Luna, the seventh Sol, the generation of copper hath. The first place after, the universal, Mercury, saith Basilius, libro de rebus nat, and supernat. Cap. 4. Of all those things, saith Paracelsus, which proceed from salts, there is none more nearly allied to the mineral virtue than vitriol. The reason is because salts are minerals, and all minerals lie in one mass and aries. Now, vitriol in the separation of minerals is the last thing, to which is immediately subsequent the generation of metals, whereof Venus is the first. Lib. 4. Philos. De Element Aquae. Pag. 279. And a little after he saith, the Marcasites and Cachemes being thus separated from the first matter of metals, then follows the first generation, which is of Venus, etc. Ebsides. By the separation, whereby the nature of the Marcites and Cachemes are expelled, the generations of copper do immediately concur, imprint themselves, and are coagulated together, because it is the first metal after the separation of the Marcasites and Cachemes. In the same book, Pag. 281. The vitriol of Venus being the first of all things added or joined to the vegetable. Mercury in the making of adrop is called by Lully the first male. This fire, saith he, is that property of the mercury, which you must endeavor to preserve from burning, being the tincture of vitriol, with which the vegetable mercury ought to be sublimed, because it is the first male of it, and is the augmentation of our tincture, which is a great addition in virtue and power when it is joined with the tincture of soul. For if you know how to extract the property of mercury from vitriol and salt, and make them friendly, by conjunction, which is done by gentle sublimation, you will know one of the greatest secrets of nature, and the true principal perfection. Codicil. Cap. 92. Pag. 202. So, in many places of his Theoriae Testamenti Majoris, he means vitriol by his male. In these especially, the fire of our male, Pag. 50. The virtue of the male, Pag. 94. The virtue of the sperm of the male, Pag. 108. The heat of the male, Pag. 72. The female, Venus, is in this case the male, and is not so hot as the true second male gold Pag. 73. Vol. 4. Theatrum chemicum. This male also Espagnetus mentioneth in the making of his menstruum. Take, saith he, the winged virgin completely washed and cleansed, impregnated with the spiritual seed of the first male, etc. Sect. 58. Arcanum Hermeticae Philosophiae. Thought 6. Paracelsus, the better to express the masculine nature of Venus, calls it metallus, a noun of the masculine gender, as metallus primus. Take, saith he, the coralline liquor, I mean that which is very diaphanous, to which add a fifth part of the vitriol of Venus, digest them in balneo for a month, for by this means the wine of the first metal separates itself aloft, but the feculent part of this wine the vitriol of Venus retains. He means the residue left in the extraction of vitriol, and so that first metal, metallus primus, is made a perspicuous, diaphanous, and truly red wine, etc. Cap. Divanact. Lib. 2. De Vita Longa. Pag. 6567. As the Adepts called Venus the first metal, metallus primus, in the masculine gender, so also they changed Saturnus. Saturn, a noun of the masculine gender, into Saturna, a noun of the feminine gender, to signify, not common lead, but Venus, being a feminine noun of copper. I have, saith Ripley, a dear and beloved daughter, named Saturna, from which daughter are both the white and red elixirs. Assuredly procreated, if therefore you desire this science, you must extract a clear water from her, etc. Sometimes to describe by Saturn not only Venus, but also the philosophical preparation of copper, that is, to be performed. By a vegetable menstruum, they made it a vegetable or herb, that so they might distinguish that which was from that which was not prepared. Thus Flamel in his summary, some unskilled men and unlearned chymists take common gold, silver, and mercury, and handle them ill till they vanish away by fume, and thereby endeavor to make the philosophers mercury, but they do not attain to that, which is the first matter and true mind of the stone. But if they would attain to that, and reap any good, they must betake themselves to the seventh mountain, where there is no plain, and from the top downward behold the other six, which they will see at great distance. At the top of this mountain you will find a triumphant royal herb, which some philosophers call a mineral, some a vegetable, and if pure and clean, broth be made thereof, the better part of the work will be hereby accomplished. And this right and subtle philosophical mercury must you take. This place is thus read in Chortelaceus, Pag. 313, Vol. 6, Theatrum Chemicum. Ascend therefore the mountain, that you may see the vegetable, saturnine, plumbeous, and royal. Likewise also mineral root, or herb, take only the juice of it, and throw away the husks. The 14th kind, simple mineral menstruums, made of the acid or saline essences of salts. 71. The water or oil of salt of Paracelsus. Cap. 3. Lib. Deset. Arch. Pag. 38.6. 8. Though there be many ways of extracting the primum ends of salt, yet this method of making salt circulated, the circulatum minus of salt, the dissolving water, the water or spirit of salt circulated, described above in num. 27, is most commodious and expeditious, and after this is that other way which we mentioned, speaking of the elixir of salt, namely, that new salt being mixed well with the dissolving water, which is the distilled spirit of salt, circulated, must be putrefied, and so long distilled, till the whole substance of the salt is dissolved, and, reduced into a perpetual oleosity, the body of phlegm being drawn neatly from it. This way is also taught the preparation of the arcanum or magistry of vitriol and tartar, as of all other salts. Annotations. We take notice that the menstruums of the antecedent kind are made of the unctuous matter of philosophical wine, purged, dissolved, and volatilized with an acid in the present. We shall observe the contrary, namely, that the acid or saline essences of salts made with the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine are menstruums of this 14th kind. Paracelsus in the prescribed receipt reduced salts by cohobation alone, with the water of salt circulated into a liquid substance or oil, but the oil made of common salt by the method aforesaid he commends before the rest to his disciples for the extraction of metallic bodies. Certainly, saith he, there cannot be a more noble and better way than by the water or oil of salt, prepared as we have clearly described. In alchemia and in libris chirurgica, for this water fundamentally and radically extracts out of all metallic bodies their natural liquor or sulfur, and a most excellent crocus as well, for medicinal as chemical operations, it resolves and breaks any metal, whatever, converting it out of its own metallic nature into another, according to the various intention and industry of the operator. Manual de Lappe. Phil. Pag. 139. It will therefore be worthwhile to explain the way of making this oil of salt more clearly to you. First, for the illustration of the receipt, we will propose the description of the oil of salt alleged by the author himself in the 8th book of his Orthodoxies, which in the elixir of salt, Pag. 31, we read thus: take salt accurately prepared most white and most pure, put it into a pelican, with such a quantity of the dissolving water as to exceed the weight of it 6 times, digest them. In horse dung together the space of a month, then separate the dissolving water by distillation, pour it again to it, and separate as before, and that so oft, till the salt is converted into oil. By comparing the receipts, it appears that sea salt newly made is not to be understood by new salt, but the same exquisitely purified. Then it is clear that the weight of the water of the circulated salt omitted in the receipt of the 10th book ought to be so determined as to be 6 times more than the weight of the salt. Moreover, the time and place of putrefaction omitted in the former process are described in the other, that is, to be digested a month in horse dung. Besides, it is from the receipts observed that all the salt is not converted into oil, the body of the salt being drawn as a phlegm from the essence. Lastly, that the oils of vitriol and tartar may be also made by the method. The receipts being thus compared are not only without all obscurity, but do by the exuberance of their light give light also to other processes, being otherwise less intelligible. So this oil of salt, as the essence or primum ends of salt, explains that more obscure description of the essence of salts given in Libro 4, Orthodoxies Pag. 14.70. Take salts, and calcine them thoroughly, if they be volatile. Burn, sublime them, after that resolve them into a tenuity, per deliquium, and distill them into a water through a filter. This water putrefy not by itself, but, as the disciples of the art ought to understand and know, with the water of salt circulated for a month, and distill by balneo, and a sweet water will ascend the body of the salt by way of a phlegm, which cast away that which will not ascend, digest again, with new dissolving water, another month, and distill as before, and that so oft, till no more sweetness is perceived. By this way you have now the quintessence of salt in the bottom, like an oil, scarce 2 ounces out of a pound of the burned or calcined salt. 1 ounce of this salt, thus extracted if common, seasoneth meat more than half a pound of another, for the quintessence of it remains only, and the body is drawn from it by liquid solution. This way is the quintessence of all salts separated. This process, being thus enlightened by the rays of the antecedent, reflects no small light upon the said receipts, namely, that scarce 2 ounces are acquired from 1 pound of the salts. In Clavi Archidoxorum, lib. Deset. Pag. Paracelsus has described the essences of salts, has described the essences, the way of extracting the quintessence of salts, as vitriol, salt, nitre, tartar, etc. Is this cohobate with its own liquor or water very often, putrefy with the phlegm, and then draw off the body in the form of phlegm, even to the fixed spirit. The spirit dissolves in its own water, and by a strong heat separate the pure from the impure with the spirit of wine. This description is most obscure, but made clearer by those aforesaid. The meaning of Paracelsus is this: he putrefies the salts, and cohobates them so often with their own liquors or waters, that is, with their own circulatums, common salt with common salt, circulated, nitre with nitre circulated, vitriol with the water of vitriol circulated, alum with the water of alum circulated, the dissolving water of alum, the circulatum minus of alum, etc., till they remain at the bottom in the form of an oil, which oil being either acid or saline easily makes, an effervescence with the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine in its own circulatum, and in this, heat lets fall some of its impurities and so becomes purer, which thing is confirmed by the description itself of the water of salt circulated, where he putrefies salt being melted and resolved per delicium. With the spirit of philosophical wine, cohobates and draws it to an oleity. Join it, saith he, with the spirit of philosophical wine, and the impure will fall to the bottom, which separate, but let the pure be crystallized in a cold place. Pour the distillation to it again, and cohobate so oft, till a fixed oil remains at the bottom, and nothing sweet will more distill. Moreover, this oil of salt as a menstruum makes his process in chirurgica intelligible, which otherwise could not be understood. 72. The water of salt, by another description of Paracelsus. Cap. 2. Tract. 3. Part 2. Chirurgica. Major. Pag. 6672. Take salt without any addition of art, being most white by nature itself, sal. Gemme, which must be divers times melted, then being reduced into a most fine powder mixed with the juice of Raphena 73, stir them together after. Resolution distill the distillation with an equal quantity of the juice of sanguinea 5 times more. In this water, plates of Sol being purged, by antimony, easily resolved into powder, this powder being thus prepared, must be washed with sweet water distilled, till it hath no taste of salt, for the salt not entering into the substance of it is easily washed away. In this process, sal gemme being fused by the method of the water of salt circulated, is dissolved in the juice of Raphanus, evaporated and resolved per deliquium, then 6 times distilled with an equal proportion of the juice of sanguinea. In the antecedent description of this oil of salt, this fusion of the salt, dissolution in the juice of Raphanus, and resolution per deliquium is not necessary, because the water of salt circulated is sufficient of itself to separate the essence of salt from its phlegm, but where we use the spirit of philosophical wine in making the water of salt circulated, without the said previous preparation of the salt, we should have the work too tedious. In the meantime, both processes agree in weight of menstruum. For it is all one, whether the salt be cohobated into an oil with 6 times as much of the dissolving water, or distilled 6 times with the juice of sanguinea in equal weight. One thing that made the latter process inexplicable is the unknown juice of sanguinea, but however it is evident by what hath been said, that either the spirit of philosophical wine, or the water of salt circulated supplies its place. Basilius indeed resolved common salt with the spirit of philosophical wine, not into an oil, but reduced into it a green stone thus. Viride salis of Basilius. In Supplemento Libri de Conclusion. Take common salt, calcine it well, yet without fusion, reduce it to a powder, resolve per delicium in a cellar, or in Raphanus, made hollow, then distill in sand with a quick fire, and a water will ascend, the residue in the bottom pulverize, and dissolve it in its distilled water, and distill again, this repeat till all the salt has ascended, which will be in the 4th or 5th time, draw off the phlegm from the distilled water in balneo, the remainder put into a cellar in cold water, and you will have crystals, which take out and dissolve in the phlegm, then draw off 1/2, and you will find new crystals. Repeat the operation 4 times or more, for the oftener, the more fusible will be the crystals, which being dried and pulverized on a marble, pour to them the rectified spirit of philosophical wine, which cohobate from the salt so oft, till you perceive the oil of salt coagulated into a green transparent stone, which reserve. Paracelsus, in his receipts, appointed the calcination of salt to be done by the fusion of it, but in this process Basilius prohibits this liquefaction of salt, wherefore we conclude it to be little essential in the said depuration of salt, nor do we think it necessary for the salt being resolved per delicium to be distilled, thereby to be made a fusible salt, Paracelsus having taught how to make the same oil out of fused salt, which oil Paracelsus himself, besides Basilius, in many places affirms to be of a green color. Thus we read of the green oil of salt, Libro de Mel Curatis, Pag. 170. Chirurgica Majoris. Of the greens of salt, Libro 4, De Gradibus, Pag. 154. From the receipts we observe, 1. That these menstruums are the essences of salts, not tinging. 2. That the oils or essences of tinging salts, as vitriol, etc., may also be made by the same method, and do appertain not to this, but to another kind. 3. That these menstruums are by further digestion or cohobation made sweet and transmute into volatile arcanums, less circulatums, or simple vegetable menstruums of the 5th kind. 4. That these menstruums do dissolve metals into powder for its extraction of the crocus or sulfur, of metals and minerals, the way we will borrow from Ripley in the use of stinking menstruums. Let us, saith he, proceed. Pag. 145. Medul. Phil. Kim. To practice upon the calx of a metallic body duly calcined, the body, therefore, being prepared, pour upon it so much of this compounded water, in num. 70, as to cover it 1/2 inch, and will presently boil upon the calxes of the body without any external heat, dissolving the body and elevating it in a form of ice, together with the exsication of itself, which must be taken away by the hand of the operator, and the remaining calxes being well dried again by fire, put so much water to them as before, and proceed in all things as before, continuing the same way of operating till all the calxes be well dissolved, which substance being well dissolved, neatly separated and pulverized, must be put into a good quantity of the rectify, water of the fire of nature, spirit of philosophical wine, that in that vessel well stopped it may, by the administration of external heat, together with the excitation of internal heat, be dissolved into an oil, which will soon be done, etc. When the menstruum of Sericon in num. 63 is poured upon the aforesaid calxes of metals, it begins to boil up, and if the vessel be well stopped, it will not leave, working, though no external fire be administered to it, till it be dried into the calx. Wherefore you must not put a greater quantity of it than just to cover the calxes. In the same place, Pag. 171. For in this operation the less of the spirit and the more of the body is put, the better and sooner will be dissolution, which is made by the congelation of the water. You must have a care, therefore, as it is said in the Rosary, that the belly be not too moist, because then the matter would not receive dryness, and this way must be observed, till all the water be dried up. The same place, Pag. 161. 5. That all the sharpness of this metallic powder may be washed away with sweet water. That the menstruums of the adepts are permanent is manifest by the ways of making them, but more clearly by the use of them in the receipts of the following books. However, Paracelsus seeming to have appointed the contrary by the present ablution of the menstruum, lest therefore you should fall into the greatest and most dangerous error of all. Adeptical Chimi, we thought good to communicate to you an observation or two about the permanence of menstruums. First, that aqua ardens, the philosophical that is by digestion or circulation divided into phlegm, and oil swimming upon it, as you observed in making the essence or spirit of philosophical wine. You have taken also notice that the same aqua ardens, or same oil made of it, is further concentrated, and rejects the remaining phlegm, but that itself, as a mere oleosome, remains with the inanimated earths, so called, in the preparations as well of vegetable, as mineral sal harmoniacs. For it is impossible for the said phlegm, being the vehicle of the unctuous spirit, to abide with things dissolved, much less be fixed with them, they being so contrary to it, wherefore the permanence of menstruums, but rather the spirit of philosophical wine is easy to be understood, namely, as these menstruums are unctuous, mixed with dry things, not in the least diluted in their aquosities, which do all separate themselves as useless in fixation. Examples you will have in Lib. 2. De Astris and Arcanis, and often in Lib. 3. Of philosophical tinctures. 4th. Secondly, these menstruums do not presently, or at the first time abide with, their dissolutions, for sometimes, nay more than often, we are forced to pour on and cohobate before any part of it will continue with the dissolved body, whereas in the meantime the rest ascends unaltered. Thirdly, nor do the menstruums persist with all things promiscuously, but are united only to things homogeneous to them, which in reason they should remain with. Thus the simple vegetable menstruums do continue with essences, but not with their relinquished white bodies, whereas the compounded vegetable menstruums, being suitable to these bodies, do dissolve them wholly in the making of magisteries. Fourthly, yea, though every menstruum is either an essence or a magistery, and one essence prepares another easily, entering and mixing themselves radically one with another, yet so long as they are of different kinds or degrees, are they both separable again, nor do they continue, till one being newly extracted is raised to the same degree as the other. Then do they flow together at length into a mixture not to be separated by art or nature. Fifthly, as to these mineral menstruums, you have observed that the acidity of them admits of the same reason with the phlegm or aquosity of the vegetable menstruums, so far as it is moist and, therefore, to be separated in the fixations of things, but as it consists of the dry particles of mineral. Salts, they are dry things dissolved in acids, it will fall under two several considerations. In the first, the acidity of the menstruums being perhaps in greater plenty than is necessary, or sticking about the superficies of the thing dissolved, is easily washed away with common water. But in the second, the same acidity being more artificially mixed and absorbed by the aridity of the thing dissolved, is made the cause of venenosity, and now cannot be altered but by vegetable menstruums transmuting it. Paracelsus commands the washing not of the oil of salt, but the sharpness of the salt, which penetrates not into the substance of the metal and is easily washed away, but the unctuosity of the salt being thoroughly mixed with the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine, and now united to the unctuosity of the metal, common water cannot touch nor separate. But an acid received into the bowels of an arid, he corrects again with, the spirit of philosophical wine, that it may not become the cause of venenosity. Yet there is a place in Paracelsus where he seems to have established a particular decree against the permanence of menstruums. Many several ways, saith he, lib. 4. Archidoxes de Essentia, pag. 12.7. 5 are found, whereby the quintessence may be extracted, viz., by sublimation, calcination, by aqua fortises, by corrosives, by sweet, by sour, etc. It may be done which way you please, where this is withal to be observed, that everything added by way of mixture to the quintessence for the necessity of extraction must be again taken away, and so the quintessence remain, alone, not mixed or polluted with any other matters, for the quintessence cannot be extracted from metals, especially gold, which cannot be subdued by itself alone, but some fit corrosive must be made use of, which may afterwards be separated from it again. So salt, dissolved in water, is drawn again from the water left void of salt, whereas notwithstanding it must be considered that every corrosive is not fit for this purpose, because they cannot all be separated, for if vitriol or alum be mixed with water, neither can be separated from it again without detriment or corruption, but will leave some sharpness behind them, because they are both watery, and two likes concur together, which ought not to be in this place, wherefore it is to be advised not to put watery to watery, or oily to oily, not resiny to resiny, but a thing contrary must separate the quintessence, and extract it, as waters extract the quintessences of things oleaginous, and the oleaginous the quintessences of watery things, as we may learn by the quintessences of herbs. The corrosives, therefore, are to be separated. Again, after the separation and extraction of the quintessence, which may easily be done, for oil and water are separated with ease, but oil cannot be drawn from oil, nor water likewise from water without mixing, which being left would indeed infer very great detriment to the quintessence, for a quintessence ought to be clear and pure without any mixture, so as to have a uniform substance, by virtue whereof to penetrate the whole body, lest the essence should be defiled by things added for the necessity of extraction. He commands no watery matter to be extracted by a watery menstruum, an oily by an oily, a resiny by a resiny, but by some contrary. This rule, if understood according to the letter, is erroneous, for it takes away all the permanence of the menstruums established upon the maxim so often repeated by the adepts. The dissolution of the body is the coagulation of the spirit or menstruum, and on the contrary, it takes away, I say, all the natural homogeneity of the dissolvent and the dissolved, yea, is repugnant to the experience of Paracelsus himself, who had no menstruum but what remained in a radical mixtion with the things dissolved in it, as by the use of them we shall prove hereafter. Now, an essence is divers ways coinquinated by things added in the extraction of it. First, when a natural or seminal essence is extracted by the like natural essence of another species, for example, the essence of saffron is inquinated and confounded with the virtues of cinnamon in extracting it, with the specific essence of cinnamon, and therefore the essences of vegetables are not to be extracted with a natural but rather artificial essence, or with the spirit of philosophical wine, not yet specificated. Secondly, an essence is inquinated when a menstruum or essence is in greater than convenient quantity used in the extraction of another essence, by which quantity the quality of the said essence is washed, and as it were inquinated, wherefore the superfluity of the menstruum must always be taken away, that the essence may remain by itself alone without any mixture. Thirdly, an essence is inquinated by extracting it with acid or mineral menstruums according to some process of the ancients. For an acid, though it cannot be radically mixed with any essence, being no essence itself, yet is easily absorbed or hidden by the aridity of mineral essences, and so joined with the said essences by accident, and from a thing otherwise innocent, creates a very strong poison. This therefore to remove, the ancients first washed off that which stuck to the outside of the body, then transmuted that which was more deeply admitted by the digestion of vegetable menstruums. But in the making of essences with acid or mineral menstruums, according to the reform process otherwise called by Paracelsus the process of two colors, the said inquination of an essence hath no place. In the beginning of this process, the acid being absorbed by the arid becomes indeed the cause of venenosity, as in the process of the ancients. But when this process of Paracelsus is by industry and ingenuity raised to such perfection that no more aridity can remain to hide any acidity in it, but on the contrary, the whole body is converted into two oils or fats, from which all acidity may easily be washed away with common water, then is there no inclination to be feared from acids. The saying of Paracelsus, we supposed, is to be referred to this method, he having there treated of it on purpose, especially having said that the oleaginous essences of metals are to be extracted by watery, that is, acid or corrosive menstruums, but that the watery essences of herbs, that is, less oily in respect of metals, must be made by oleaginous, that is, vegetable menstruums, which things being not in common terms, but obscurely enough delivered, we do therefore leave them to be better explained by his disciples. But if they were to be understood according to the letter, it would certainly be an error, not indeed to be connived at in the Prince of Adepts, but according to the proverb, we are men, etc. For sometimes good Homer himself has nodded, and the pen of Paracelsus has wanted mending. The 15th kind, simple mineral menstruums made of the spirit of philosophical wine and acid, spirits, as aqua fortis, spirit of nitre, spirit of sulfur, salt, etc., distilled vinegar, etc. 73. Aqua fortis mixed with the spirit of wine of Paracelsus. In tinct, Paracelsica, Pag. 37. Orevel, germ. Take the best wine, the red or white of Lully, rectify till a linen cloth burneth. Being dipped therein and kindled, this spirit is called the essence of wine. Take of vitriol 2 pounds, of nitre 1 pound, fro which distill aqua fortis into the aforesaid essence of wine, then digest 10 days, that they be well united. Annotations. That the Adepts actuated the spirit of philosophical wine divers ways as well. With oily as dry things, we have given plenty enough of examples in the antecedent kinds of vegetable menstruums. It shall now be declared in the following menstruums, which ways this spirit is to be actuated by acids. In this 15th kind, we will join the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine with some acid spirits, that, by the help of their acidity, it may dissolve in perfect arids sooner and easier than before without. Paracelsus, in our receipts intending to assuage the excessive effervescence in dissolving the spirit of philosophical wine and aqua fortis, distilled the aqua fortis into the spirit of wine, that they might both by degrees be mixed together, which being thus mixed one with the other, he digested, moreover, the space of 10 days. The same menstruum is described by Trithemius. 74. Aqua fortis mixed with the spirit of wine of Trithemius. Pag. 46. Ore veleris germ. Take of the spirit of wine 3 pounds, of vitriol and nitre 1 pound, distill the spirits of the aqua fortis into the aforesaid aqua vitae, digest 8 days. This quantity of aqua fortis is insufficient to dissolve 3 pounds of the spirit of wine. Ounces perhaps are to be understood for so many pounds. No art is here required, provided the acid and oily be mixed together. In former times, the Adepts used distilled vinegar instead of aqua fortis for this menstruum. Thus, 75. Vinegar mixed with the spirit of wine of Basilius. Cap. Divine Essig. In Rept. Lapides. 76. Der Wein Essig. Vinegar wine, a single undeclinable word, is not the philosopher's vinegar, which is another liquor, viz., the matter itself of the stone, because the philosopher's stone is made of the philosopher's azote, but vinegar wine is made of common azote distilled, common vinegar, and spirit of wine, that is, philosophical, and elsewhere, Libro de Particularibus de Particul. Veneris. I spoke even now, saith he, parabolically of this preparation, in Libro Clevium, in Repetizione, Capite Venesig, where I said that common azote, vinegar, is not the matter of the stone, but our azote, or first matter extracted out of common azote in wine, which composition is called the expressed juice of unripe grapes, with which the body of Venus is to be dissolved and reduced into vitriol, then into our azote, the first matter of the stone, philosopher's mercury, spirit of mercury made of vitriol, etc., which you must very well observe, that you may be free from many troubles and dangers. The philosopher's mercury, saith he, Libro de Conclusionibus, sect. 2. De vitriolo philosophorum, or first matter of the stone, must be made by art. For our azote is not common vinegar, but extracted by virtue of common azote. Though therefore a philosophical menstruum may be made of common azote, or distilled vinegar, and the spirit of philosophical wine, as also sufficient and qualified for the dissolutions of some bodies, yet being less sharp, especially in the alchemical use of metals and minerals instead. Therefore vinegar, the Adepts took aqua fortis, the sooner to finish their operations. You must know, saith Azekis Hollandus, that our ancestors labored in the art divers ways, and yet came to, one and the same end, but their stone made not projection always alike, one making it deep, another a strong. Projection, as the works, menstruums, were sharp, or of a deep color, some sweat a long time with pains, before they produced a stone, others shortened the time by sharpness of wit, as it now done every day with sweat and pains. Some of our ancestors wrought 3 years, some 4, before they acquired the stone, for in those days aquafortis was unknown, and they used nothing but distilled vinegar. But now their successors have found out aquafortis, which hath much abbreviated the work. Cap. 6. Lib. 2. Oper. Min. Pag. 423. Volum. 3. Theatrum Chemicum. 77. Even at that time, bodies were to be opened slowly, namely by calcination, reverberation. Solution in our sharp vinegar, vinegar mixed with the spirit of philosophical wine, which their posterity observing and considering, quickened their wits, and found out aquafortis, which did much abbreviate the way to them. Cap. 77. Lib. 1. Oper. Min. Pag. 358. Of the same volume. To make the present kind of menstruums, the adepts dissolved this spirit of philosophical wine, not in vinegar and aquafortis only, but in any acid spirit not tinging, as of salt, sulfur, etc. It is thus prepared. 76. The spirit of salt of Basilius. Lib. Partic. In particle. Solis. Take of the spirit of salt accurately dephlegmed 1 part, of the best spirit of philosophical wine without any phlegm, or of the sulfur of wine 1/2 a part, the vessels being luted, distill with a strong fire, so as that nothing remains. If you add new spirit of wine to the distillation, and digest for some time, it becomes sweet. It is therefore requisite to dissolve the spirit of wine in the spirit of salt without digestion, lest the acidity or brackishness of the spirit be lost. Guido sometimes took his circulatum either minus or majus, instead of the spirit of philosophical wine, into which he distilled the spirit of salt. 77. The spirit of salt of Guido. Pag. 7. Thesauri Kim. Take of the less vegetable menstruum, in num. 36. Or the great, in num. 38. 1 pound, put it in a large receiver. Then take of common salt, or sal gemme, of the stone of Tripoli, of each 4 pounds. Distill in an earthen retort with an open fire, first gentle, till all the phlegm is drawn off. Then put the receiver with the circulatum to it, and distill the spirits, till not a drop of the oil of salt ascends, and you will have an actuated menstruum. To make these menstruums stronger, they sometimes separated or drew off the acid from the oleosum, that the spirit of philosophical wine might remain in the form of oil or ice. Thus, 78. Aquafortis mixed with the spirit of wine of Lully, in elucidat. Testum. Pag. 147. Artis. Orifer. Take of vitriol 1 part, of nitre 1 part, of alum a 4th part, mix them all well together, and distill with a gentle fire, till the liquor is gone over, then give a stronger, and lastly most strong, till the alembic rose. White, for then is the aquafortis prepared. Then take of the aforesaid water 1 pound, put it in a large cucurbit, and pour it upon 4 ounces of aqua vitae, aqua ardens, 4 times distilled, and put an alembic on with its receiver. Then will it make great noises, boiling exceeding violently, without fire, and therefore the waters ought to be mixed by little and little. Then put it into a less cucurbit, and put on an alembic with its receiver, and distill the water in balneo, that a matter may remain alone at the bottom of the vessel in the form of ice. Pour back the water, and distill again, and this. Repeat 9 times, then will an oil or matter like ice remain in the bottom. This menstruum of Lully is clear, and therefore requires not our explanation, but it is described by an anonymous in Renanus. Thus, 79. Aqua fortis, mixed with the spirit of wine of an anonymous author. Libro de Principiis Naturae in Arte Alchim. Pag. 28. Sintam. Harm. Jo. Renani. Take an equal quantity of nitre and alum, distill the phlegm, till the strong and dissolving spirits ascend, and set before them new and clean distilled water, and force the spirits into it with a most strong fire. Then take the spirit of wine being well purged, and artificially distilled. In balneo, take 4 ounces of them to 1 pound of aqua fortis, put them into a large cucurbit, apply an alembic to it, stop, and put it into cold water, and let them boil till they will boil no more, then put it in balneo, and distill the water, so that the spirits may remain yet moist. Then pour the water first drawn off to them again, and do as before, and that 7 times, continually distilling with a gentle fire, till nothing more will distill, but the matter remain like an oil in the bottom. From the receipts we observe these remarkable things. 1. that the spirit of philosophical wine dissolved in acid spirit is a mineral menstruum. Our aquafortis, our vinegar, distilled vinegar, vinegar mixed with the spirit of wine, our spirit of salt, sulfur, etc. 2. That the spirit of the same wine is with very great ebullition dissolved in an acid, and therefore you ought to be exceeding careful, lest you pour too much of the spirit of philosophical wine upon the aquafortis, and vice versa, for it would be more safe to distill the aquafortis upon the spirit of philosophical wine, as Paracelsus adviseth. 3. That aquafortis mixed with the spirit of wine may be taken instead of vinegar mixed with the spirit of wine, or spirit of salt mixed with the spirit of wine, etc., in chemical works especially. 4. That the more these menstruums are abstracted from the acid debilitated in dissolution, the stronger they are made. 5. That the adepts used also corrosive menstruums, or aquafortis. There are some, not only common ignorant operators, but adepts also, who, not knowing the preparation and use of these menstruums, have written against these corrosive menstruums. Fools, saith Bernhard, do out of the less minerals make and extract corrosive waters, into which they cast the species of metals and corrode them, for they think them to be dissolved by a natural solution, which solution doth indeed require permanence together, that is, of the dissolvent, and the dissolved, that from both, as the masculine and feminine seed, a new species may result. Verily, I tell you, no water dissolves a metallic species by a natural reduction, but that which continues, in matter and form, and which the metals themselves, being dissolved, are able to recongeal, which quality is not in aquafortises, but is rather injurious to the composition, that is, of the body dissolved, etc. Yet thus they think they dissolve, mistaking nature, but they dissolve not, because the aquafortises being abstracted, the body melts as before, nor will that water be permanent to it, nor is it to that body as radical moisture the bodies are. Indeed corroded, but not dissolved, and so much the more alienated from a metallic species. Wherefore such solutions as these are not the foundation of the transmutative art, but rather impostures of sophistical alchemists, who think this sacred art lies in these things, etc. Epist. Ad Tom. De Bononia. Pag. Artis. Orifer. So in the regeneration of metals, saith Sendivoius, vulgar chymists proceed amiss. They dissolve metallic bodies, either mercury, or gold, or Saturn, or Luna, and corrode them with aqua. Fortises and other heterogeneous things not requisite to true art, then they join and force them together, not knowing that man is not generated from the body of a man dissected, etc. Tract. Se. Pag. 488. Vol. 4. Theatrum Chemicum 78. Some do by art corroding waters make, in which metalline species they calcine, but then the liquor doth the earth forsake, nor by man's skill together they will combine. This way to fools we leave, for nothing fit, but for to waste one's thrift. Beware of it. Page 41. Of the second part of the marrow of alchemy. These and the like expressions they reflect against our mineral or acid menstruums, whereas they were written by the philosophers against common, not philosophical aquafortises. In that point, saith Lully, they ignorantly err, imagining the bodies of metals to be dissolved, and as I said before, reduced to their first matter or nature, with common aquafortises. But if they had read our books, they would certainly know that these liquors are repugnant to the intentions of the philosophers, etc. Compendium Anime Transmutationis. Pag. 194. Vol. 4. Theatrum Chemicum. 7. Paracenus, a faithful disciple of Lully, explains his meaning thus: those things that are objected by us against aquafortises, namely, that they are of no efficacy in the art, and nevertheless are taught by Lully, are to be otherwise understood, for he this way puts a difference between the vulgar and philosophical aquafortises, etc. And therefore Raymond, rejecting sharp waters, means the aquafortises of separation, but not those of the philosophers. Cap. 6. Lib. 1. Elucid. Pag. 206. Vol. 6. Theatrum Chemicum, but it would be merely superfluous for us, either by authorities or arguments to illustrate that which the menstruums themselves will demonstrate. The 16th kind. Simple mineral menstruums made of philosophical vinegar and volatile salts, as common sal armoniac, urine, etc. 80. The oil of sal armoniac of Guido. Pag. Jedinact. Thesauro chemiatrico. Take of the oil of salt, the menstruum described in Num. 71. Half a pound of common sal armoniac, 4 ounces. Dissolve the salt in the oil, cohobate the dissolution 3 times through an alembic. Annotations. In the antecedent kind, the spirit of philosophical wine was dissolved in acids, now to make these oily acid. Menstruums stronger, the adepts added to them salts, that is, arids dissolved in acids, and crystallized. In this present kind, they took volatile salts, as being of easier preparation, in the following fixed salts because of stronger virtue. In the receipt of Guido, there is nothing either difficult or dark, unless you will object against the ingredients, which cannot be both common, because Guido sublimes gold philosophically with this menstruum. Whatsoever also you read in the books of practical chimie, understand always according to the letter. We need not admonish you to accept the terms of art. If so, that which is promised in the preparation and use may be performed. If not, seek an analogical sense not in the method and use of preparation, but in the ingredients according to which rule either the oil of salt or sal ammoniac, or both ought to be philosophical, because gold cannot be philosophically sublimed with common menstruums. The oil of salt of Paracelsus, as also the spirit or oil of salt of Basilius, wherewith he extracts the sulfur of Sol, do prove the oil of salt to be a philosophical menstruum. Cap. 6. De rebus nat and supernat. Probable it is that Guido meant the same oil, for otherwise the name of oil had been improperly attributed by a philosopher to the thin and common spirit of salt. But if you think rather that Guido meant the common spirit of salt by the oil of salt, you must by sal ammoniac understand, not common, but vegetable sal harmoniac, the spirit of philosophical wine dried with some salt, and then sublimed, for so you might also make a menstruum of the same, if not of stronger virtue, a species of the following, 18th kind. But if both the oil of salt and sal ammoniac be philosophical, a menstruum will be from thence. Produced yet stronger than both the precedent, here you may deviate from the true and genuine sense of the receipt, but never from chemical truth, so long as you are guided by the spirit of philosophical wine. But here you must have a great care that you do not transmute, as sometimes through inadvertence you may, the false receipts of deceitful distillers into true ones, an impossible into a possible, a lie into truth, and a wicked man into a philosopher. Sometimes they impregnated common sal ammoniac with a tincture to make a menstruum higher, thus 81. The water of sal ammoniac of Isaacus. Cap. 47.2. Opermin. Pag. 460. Vol. 3. Theatrum chemicum. 80. Take sal ammoniac, sublime it with Roman vitriol, 1 pound of sal ammoniac to 2 pounds of vitriol, then grind upon a stone the feces and sublime again, then throw away the feces and sublime again with 2 pounds of new vitriol. Do as before, repeating 9 times. Pulverize the sal ammoniac and put the powder into a glass. Pour upon it distilled vinegar, philosophical, or some menstruum of the 15th kind, so as only to be dissolved, and no more than that the sal ammoniac may be turned only into water as yellow as Sol, because the sal ammoniac was sublimed by vitriol, and that produced the tincture, and this is that water of sal ammoniac, which I promised before to teach you how to make. From the receipts we observe, 1. That the oil or essence of salt becomes a stronger menstruum by the addition of volatile salts. 2nd. That this ought to be understood also of the menstruums of the 15th precedent kind. 3. That these menstruums are the same with the vegetable menstruums of the 4th kind, excepting only that they have an acid added over above. 4. That these menstruums are of most easy preparation, being made by 3 cohobations only. 5. That it is very difficult for a man to err, being experienced in the more secret chimie, for he that understands the practice of this art will easily explain the receipt of every adept, be it never so obscure, either by the use, or tittle, or way of preparing, for it is in a manner impossible not to draw some light from one or other of the said 3, or direction enough to find the same receipt, more clear in the writings either of the same or some other adept. And indeed, though we sometimes meet with receipts, which in title, way of preparation, and use, seem to be like the receipts of vulgar chemistry, yet a disciple of our art will easily determine either for the approbation or reprobation of these receipts, for there are infallible signs to distinguish a true from a false menstruum. This one following shall here suffice. The quality of a good menstruum is to dissolve bodies either gently or violently, and make them not only volatile but fat also, yea, reduce them into a true oil either swimming upon or sinking under watery liquors. This attribute of a menstruum is inconsistent to a common dissolvent, but proper to the philosophical, and to them alone, being made of the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine, which spirit alone doth by its permanence make the dry sulfur of a metal both thinner and fatter, that menstruum, therefore in the use of which are promised such things as cannot be performed by common menstruums, may be truly called philosophical, with a caution or two to be observed. 1. That the receipt must be of some known and not suspected author, not of every smoke seller promising great and many things without a foundation. Wherefore every receipt wanting its authority, though it may seem like a true one, yet we think ought to be rejected as suspicious. 2. That the receipt must not be alone, described not in one but divers places by the same author, or at least most clear in its ingredients, for the same names have one signification. With one, but another with another adept, so long therefore as it is not known by collateral. Places what an author means by his matters, such a man's receipts we declare uncertain. 3. That the receipt must import a competent rule in operating, that is, declare whether matters are to be volatilized, in part or in the whole, but whatsoever are more obscure and concise, we lay aside as imperfect. The 17th kind. Simple mineral menstruums made of philosophical vinegar, and fixed salts not tinging, as well vegetable as mineral. 82. The aqua comedans of Paracelsus, Lib. Disset, Arch, Pag. 37.8.1. By aqua comedans, eating or corroding water, we mean vinegar mixed with the spirit of philosophical wine, which must be drawn from common salt so often till it is dissolved, and comes over by distillation in the vinegar. Annotations. The philosophical vinegar, or vinegar mixed with the spirit of philosophical wine, which you actuated, with volatile salts in the precedent kind, is made stronger by the mixing of fixed salts so called. We have described several vegetable menstruums made with alkali salts in their 5th kind, which, if prepared with philosophical vinegar instead of the spirit of philosophical wine, will produce mineral menstruums of this kind, though prepared another way, with this only difference, that they are made more slowly, with the spirit of philosophical wine, but with philosophical vinegar much sooner, yea, immediately, if either common or philosophical vinegar be joined to the vegetable menstruums. Aqua comedans, or eating water, is the 3rd menstruum that we have observed to be made of common salt. The first is in the 5th kind of vegetable menstruums, where common salt being fused and resolved per deliquium is by virtue of the spirit of philosophical wine reduced into the oil or essence of salt, which by being sometimes cohobated with the same spirit becomes sweet and is transmuted into the arcanum of salt, or circulatum minus made of common salt. The second is in the 14th kind, where the aforesaid oil of salt is left in its acid, rather saline, essence. The third, which is taught in the present kind, agrees with the first, except only that it is prepared not with the spirit of philosophical wine, but philosophical vinegar, and so sooner than that, and in use is stronger, as a mineral menstruum. Dissolve the arcanum of salt, or salt circulated in any acid not tinging, for example, common vinegar distilled, spirit of nitre, sulfur, salt, etc., and it will produce the eating water by simple miction. On the contrary, if you weaken, or take away the acid of the eating water, either by precipitating it with common spirit wine, common water, etc., or digesting it by itself, you will have the arcanum of salt, or water of salt, circulated. That which has been said of common salt is also to be understood of nitre, alum, and all other salts not tinging. The receipt of the eating water is clear of itself, except that in the Latin translation, a salis nitri spiritu is read amiss. The German author's own writing having it a sale communi von geminen sals, the error it is requisite you should correct. Menstruums of this kind are made not only of mineral salts not tinging, but also of vegetable alkalis, thus. 83. The fixative water of Trithemius. Pag. 37. Are Veller. Germ. Take aqua fortis mixed with the spirit of wine, described above in num. 74. Whereto add of the oil of tartar per delicium 1/2 pound, distill the spirit, throw away the phlegm, and dissolve the remaining earth or salt in the spirit. Keep the solution for the fixing of things, but for volatilization the salt of tartar must be cohobated so oft, till it ascends as the common salt in the eating water. Hereto is referred the menstruum, called 84. The aqua mirabilis of Isaacus, cap. 29. 2. Oper, min. 82. Epag. 91. Manus fill. 83. Take old urine, distill with a weak fire, then a stronger, that whatsoever can may ascend, rectify. The distillation, taking away all the fatness or oil, till it leaves no feces behind it. The caput mortuum left in the bottom, calcine the space of 2 hours, but without. Fusion of the salt, draw all the saltness from the calcined matter, with common. Water, evaporate the liquor to a thin skin, that the salt may be crystallized. Repeat, sometimes, that the salt may be most pure, which dissolve in the distilled urine. Then take of this regenerated urine 6 pounds of distilled vinegar, and spirit of philosophical wine of each 3 measures, of common salt 2 pounds, of sal ammoniac and calcin tartar of each 1/2 pound, dissolve them all together into an aqua mirabilis. The like water almost hath Basilius, but that he distills his through an alembic, the description of which followeth. 85. The resuscitative water of Basilius. Pag. 81. Curus triumphalis antim. Tor. Take of the salt of man's urine clarified and sublimed, of sal ammoniac and salt of tartar of each 1 part, mix the salts. Pour strong, philosophical vinegar to them, lute with lutum sapientiae, digest the salts for a month in a continual heat, then distill the vinegar by ashes, till the salts remain dry, then mix them with 3 parts of Venetian earth, force them with a strong fire through the retort, and you will have a wonderful spirit for the making of running mercury out of antimony. The same water we find also, Pag, 39 of his manual operations. The adepts have sometimes used some crude oily matter instead of the spirit of philosophical wine in making these menstruums. Thus, Paracelsus volatilized 4 salts into a menstruum of this kind with wax dissolved in aquafortis. 86. The water of salabrum of Paracelsus. Libro de reductione metallorum in argentum vivum, folded Tractatu 4. Rosarii Novi Olympici Benedict Figula Pag. 24. Take notice, there is no shorter method of reducing metals into mercury known to us than that which we used. In our book De Putrefaction Quatuor Salium, which we there called salabrum, as thus each of those salts, as lower, must be converted into a pure water or oil per deliquium, which being mixed in equal weight, are called lac veterum, or milk of the ancients, which philosophical milk put into a strong receiver, and distill the spirits of calcined vitriol, calcined alum, and the best niter, Anna 85, 5 times upon it, and the mixture will be called flying eagle, carrying metals in its talons aloft, such a metal being, sublimed, grind to a powder from which draw the spirit of strong wine, being poured to it the height of a finger, 3 or 4 times gently in balneo, and you will have a quick or running metal as common mercury. Now the eagle is made volatile thus, to the philosopher's milk actuated with the said spirits, or eagle, pour wax, being very well, liquefied and purged, about the thickness of a finger, distill the phlegms together with the spirits by a cucurbit in balneo, which matter must be cohobated so often till they are all coagulated, or well mixed, and you will have the philosopher's borax, which we wrote of in our book De Virtute Vitrioli, wherein the volatile eagle absconded itself with its feathers, namely, spirits. Now, take the calyx of what metal you please, made of aquafortis, 1 part. Of the flying eagle, 1/2 part. Mix, putrefy 9 days, the longer, the better, then sublime the matter upon sand in a cucurbit well luted. And all the metal you took will ascend, wherewith proceed as before. Salabrum, described in the book mentioned, de putrefactione quatuor. Salium, take sal niter, sal gemme, common salt, pot ashes, an equal quantity of each, dissolve every one by itself, and purge it from all terrestrity. Out of all being mixed together, make a clear and transparent water, which again coagulate in a clean vessel, and you will find the salt of another color, namely yellow, penetrating and sweetening, dissolving and fixing, love and esteem this salt, because there are many secrets in it for it. Fixeth the volatile, and vivifieth the spirit being dead, and mollifieth the hard and friable, and freeth from any leprosy and poison, fixeth arsenic, and moreover is the promoter of many famous works to a happy and desired end. In the first place, let us admonish you to beware of this, and such like menstruums, for mystery lies in these receipts, which to observe is necessary, lest you begin to doubt the truth of them. After many most dangerous experiments tried in vain, for you beginners let this suffice, that it is impossible for wax, or any other oily matter, to supply the place of the spirit of philosophical wine. There would be no need of this spirit in the whole art, if crude, oily things could perform the same as this most pure and most unctuous liquor. No man but he that is expert in the method of preparing the spirit of philosophical wine can make these menstruums, whereas all the rest may be made by any idiot, if he hath but the spirit of this wine given him. The adepts do in these receipts both prepare and actuate the spirit of wine. No wonder, therefore, that they either wholly omitted the mystery, or not sufficiently expressed it in their compositions, for which reason also these menstruums do appertain to the preparation of the spirit of philosophical wine, rather than as all the rest to the use of this spirit, or compositions of these menstruums, nor should I have remembered them here, had they not been determined to many men, and that to my own knowledge. The name salabrum is given quasi salus lebrum, or salt cellar, not that salt is to be contained in this vessel, as candelabrum, or candlestick is so called, because candles are set in it, but rather because the essence or fire of some metals, or some chemical light is either to be reserved or made in this salabrum, as alum is by Azagis in man. Philosopher Pag. 28. 86, called lucerna, signifying a lanthorn. Concerning this salabrum, Thomas Aquinas in Lidio Benedicto Pag. 1085, vol 4, Theatrum Chemicum thus, ade labrum salus quanta sit sexta duorum congince poncu simul. In the same place, he calls this salabrum the medium of joining tinctures, the middle between 2 extremes, between hard and soft, between luna and the spirit, between the body and spirit, as the menstrual blood is the medium between the sperm of the male and female, so this our salt Pag, 1085. Salabrum, he calls thundering salt, illuminating stone, and fatness of the eagle, pag. 1087. Sal alumbrat, the stone boar, borax, and fatness of the eagle, pag. 1097. Tinkar, borax. This salabrum, or saline labrum, is by Paracelsus made of these salts, niter, salgem, common salt, and alkali. Guido used these four following in his reduction of metals into mercury: common salt, alkali, sal ammoniac, and salt of tard, pag. Trioctivende. These, Kim. Thomas Aquinas took the same salts as Guido for his labrum salis. The affinity which I observe between the salts of Paracelsus, gemi, and common, I perceive also between the salts of tartar and alkali of Guido, but the foundation of the receipt is not grounded upon these four salts. Paracelsus was sometimes satisfied with niter and common salt fused and resolved together per delicium. Nor does the mystery of the receipt lie in the wax, in the room of which, if you chose any oily thing else, you will not err. Instead of the same, he sometimes used linseed oil in the water of the sixth gradation, but of this hereafter. From the receipts we observe, 1. That these menstruums are simple vegetable menstruums of the fifth kind dissolved in acids. Dissolve any of them in common aqua fortis, and you will have a menstruum of this kind, but take away the acid, and it will be a vegetable menstruum again, as it was before. 2. That these menstruums are by reason of the acidity both sooner made, and do more powerfully operate than the said menstruums of the fifth kind. 3. That they are not always made of the spirit of philosophical wine, but also with any common oily matter, provided it be undertaken by an artist expert in the method of making the spirit of philosophical wine. 4. That these menstruums do by their own strength without any addition of common argent vive reduce metals and minerals into running mercury. 5. That metals dissolved in these menstruums, and sublimed, are properly enough called philosophical mercuries, because as common mercury sublimate, so these are most easily resuscitated into running argent vive. The 18th kind, simple mineral menstruums made of vegetable sal harmoniac and acids not tinging. 87. The aqua fortis of Azaicus hollandus, cap. 122. Oper, min. Pag. 397. Vol. 3. Theatrum chemicum. Make an aqua fortis with an equal quantity of sal harmoniac and sal niter. Dry the sal niter to a dry powder. Then mix the sal harmoniac discreetly among the powder of the sal niter so as to be well mixed together and incorporated one with the other, then distill, not luting the receiver. Close to the beak before it begins to distill, for if you lute the receiver. At first to the beak of the alembic, there are windy wild spirits in the matter, which would break the receiver, but having distilled a little while, lute the beak without fear, and distill the water according to art. Annotations. Besides the philosopher's vinegar, there is a sal harmoniac, under the name of which is comprehended the spirit of philosophical wine, the root of all menstruums, being concentrated, dried in an arid, and sublimed into an admirable salt. This present kind treats of this salt, not common sal armagnac, dissolved in common acids, not tinging. We have also made indeed philosophical menstruums before of common sal ammoniac, by the help of philosophical vinegar, or an acid mixed with the spirit of philosophical wine, being sublimated into a vegetable sulfur or mercury, is made better, as being actuated either with an alkali or some fixed, arid, and for this reason being dissolved in an acid, it yields also a more noble menstruum. Isaac, in our receipt, mixeth vegetable sal harmoniac with so much of sal niter for the vegetable, salt to be by subsequent distillation dissolved in the mineral acid of sal niter. But because this way of dissolving is by reason of the sudden ebullition of the oily, and acid too dangerous, he durst not therefore lute the receiver close to the beak, but the like effervescence appearing in the distillation of common sal harmoniac and sal niter, we must prove that by sal harmoniac, Isaacus meant not the common, but philosophical, which we prove first by the use of the menstruum, of which saith Isaac thus, dissolve your sol in the water made, and put it in balneo, with a glass alembic upon a kindle. The balneo no more than that you may endure your hand in it, and lute the receiver very firmly. To the beak, and a little hole being made above in the alembic, put a glass funnel. Therein, whereby other aquafortis may upon occasion be poured in, and keep the balneo in. That heat, aforesaid, a day and a night, and when you see your aquafortis brought to a small quantity, by distilling, as it was when you dissolve the sol in it, pour to it new. Aquafortis, and let it gradually distill a day and a night in balneo, and when it is thick. Again, pour aquafortis again to the matter, doing in all respects as before, repeat it 3 times, always pouring to it new aquafortis, but the 3rd time, distill it dry. To siccity, then let the body cool, and take the receiver from the beak, and stop it firmly with wax, remove the alembic from the pot, and then take a drachm or scruple of the matter out of the pot, and put it in a glass phial, pour common distilled water to it, and set it on a furnace of ashes, and let the water boil half an hour. Then let it cool of its own accord, and stand a day and a night, and a powder will settle in the bottom of the vessel. Pour off the top of the water gently, and the rest evaporate with a lukewarm heat. To dry your powder, being dry, take it out, and heating. A silver plate, put a little of your powder upon it, and look earnestly whether the powder fumes. Not if you perceive it fume, have a care of yourself, for the fume may kill you, etc. Pag 397 of the same volume. Then he goes on, cap 24, saying, then put your matter or powder in it, the subliming vessel, with a large and clean alembic upon it very well luted, so as to be certain that no spirits can pierce the luting, for they are subtle beyond description. And should they penetrate and you receive the fume, you would die. Lute also a large receiver to the beak of the alembic, and let the luting be in every place thoroughly dry, then put fire under the furnace, first a very small fire, and sometimes increase it by degrees, till your matter begins to sublime, which it will do with a little heat. And when you see the matter ascend, diligently observe to keep the fire in the same degree, that it may sublime very gently, which will be easily done, for the matter is sublimed, and ascends with a very little fire. Pag 402 of the same volume. Gold dissolved in this aqua fortis of Isaac, and once or twice cohobated, then washed with common water, becomes so volatile as to ascend with a very small heat into a most poisonous sublimate, if any man does the same by as easy a method. With common aqua regis made of sal armoniac and nitre, we declare he needs not menstruums of this kind, but that common. Sal armoniac is insufficient for such a purpose, even the novices of vulgar chemistry have long since experienced. Besides the use of this menstruum, the encomiums of sal harmoniac, which agree not in the least with the common of the same name, do prove the excellency of this menstruum. Now, saith he, we have a mind to teach you how and which way to join soul, body, and spirit together, so as to enter one into another, for a congregation of contraries cannot be so as to remain together without a medium, which before in cap 146 he called sal harmoniac or dry water. Take an example from the dyers that dye cloths, etc. Thus it is with our stone. Though we have rightly prepared the body, soul, and spirit, if they enter not into one another, they will neither now nor at any time ever remain together without the medium of our dry water. Now, beloved, where now shall we find this water? For Geber saith, our water is not rainwater. Aristotle saith, our water is dry water. Hermes saith, our water is gathered out of a filthy and stinking menstrual matter. Danthonus saith, our water is found in old stables, houses of office, and stinking sinks. And Morianus, our water springs in mountains and valleys, and fools understand not these words, but think it mercury. It is not mercury, it is a dry water, which causeth all mineral spirits, soul and body, to enter and mix together, and when it has joined them together, it departs from them, and lets them remain fixed. And this water is found in all things of the world. For if this water was not, in vain should we endeavor to make the stone. For how should we make one of our prepared matter enter into another? As the apothecaries gather their herbs together, so ought we to do, either in the vegetable, animal, or mineral kingdom, to make a perfect work or quintessence. We ought to have a dry water out of every distinct thing. A dry water, therefore, is in all things, to make themselves perfect. Therefore, saith Galen, all things have their own medicine to make the stone either in the mineral, animal, or vegetable kingdom, without the addition of any exotic things. Wherefore, when we would make the stone, or any fixation, we ought to make that, conjunction with our dry water, as was said of the dyer and apothecary. Therefore is it, my beloved, that so many fall into errors, because they do not understand nor follow nature. Therefore did I mention the dyer and apothecary, for you to understand nature by that rude way, that you may in your own mind perceive that no conjunction can be made without a medium. Wherefore all the works above cited are good, but those two things are not there named, the spirit, that is, and dry water, weights, and way of joining, wherein consists our whole art. Wherefore I conjure you never to reveal this secret, for all the art that is in the world is comprehended in it, to make the perfect work in a short time, and little pains. Cap 147,148,149, 2, Oper, Min, Pag 524,525, Vol 3, Theatrum Chemicum. Ripley hath described the same water thus. 88. The Aqua Regis of Ripley Pag. 349. Viatici. Make a corrosive water of saltpeter and harmoniac, and put not above 4 ounces in the distillatory, and draw water with a slow fire, wherein dissolve and make the oil of Sol, etc. This water Basil Valentine calls the king's bath, of which thus in the elucidation of the second key, take notice, friend, and seriously consider, because here lies the principal secret. Make a bath, have a care, that no strange thing enter into it, lest the noble seed of gold be radically destroyed. After the dissolution of it, exactly therefore, and with care, examine the things which the second key informs you of, that is, what minerals are to be taken for the king's bath, wherein the king ought to be dissolved, and his external form subverted, that his soul may appear without blemish. To this purpose will the dragon and eagle, that is nitre and sal ammoniac, serve, out of which being united is made an aqua fortis, as you will be informed in my manuals, where I shall treat of the particular of soul. 89. The king's bath of Basilius. Lib. Pardic. In particle. Solis 87. Take of saltpeter 1 part, of sal harmoniac 1 part, of flints pulverized half a part, mix and distill. Take notice that this water must be carefully and exactly distilled, for it cannot be distilled by the common. Method, he that is expert in the operations of the more secret chimie will know what is to be done. Observe, you must have a strong earthen retort well luted, in the upper part of which must be a pipe half a span long and 2 fingers broad. Put a great receiver to it, lute well, and increase the fire by degrees till the retort grows red hot. Then put in a spoonful of this matter through the pipe, and suddenly stop the pipe with a wet cloth, and the spirits will pass. Impetuously into the receiver, the spirits being assuaged, put in another spoonful of the said matter. Thus proceeding, till no matter remains, and you will have aqua gehenna, or hell water, dissolving the calx of gold in an instant into a thick solution, which we mentioned in the third part, as also, in the second key, not only dissolving gold, but reducing the same into volatility, etc. This king's bath is described also by Basilius in Revelation Manualium Operationum. Thus, 90. A philosophical water for the solution of gold, Basilius. Labor primo revelation. Man. Operette. Take of saltpeter and sal ammoniac of each 2 parts, of stones washed. 1 part, grind them together, and by a retort with a pipe, distill the water into a large receiver, putting in 2 or 3 ounces through the pipe. The receiver must be a big one, and lie in a vessel full of cold water, and covered with wet linen cloths, that the spirits may cool, for it will be very hot. Stop the joints of the retort very close, kindle a fire, and the retort, being hot, cast in 3 ounces of matter, the pipe being suddenly stopped. The spirits will pass through, and the receiver will grow white, and drops fall. When the spirits are settled, put in 3 ounces more, stopping. The pipe immediately proceed as before, changing very often with wet linen. Continue this operation till you have water enough, which stop very well that it may not evaporate. It is the true water and mineral bath for the king. That Basilius, as well as Azekis, used the sal harmoniac, not common sal ammoniac. For his bath, the use of the same doth also prove. Take of this water 3 parts, of calx of gold 1 part, mix them. In a cucurbit, put it with an alembic upon hot ashes to be dissolved. If it be not wholly dissolved, pour out the water, and pour on new, and that till all the calx is dissolved in the water, being cold, white feces, settle in the bottom, which separate, put all the water together, and digest for a day and a night in balneo, then removing the feces, digest the space of 9 days continually, distill the water, that the water may remain in the bottom like oil, etc. Distill so often till all the gold has passed through the alembic. In the same place, this unctuous bath reduceth gold and all other metals into oils, because it is made of the oily spirit of philosophical wine, concentrated and dried in some vegetable, alkali and spirit of nitra, whereas on the contrary sal ammoniac, or common aqua regis, cannot transmute metals beyond its saline nature, for that oleity which it hath not, it cannot give. Isaac, for want of a retort with a pipe, perhaps not being at that time known, sustained no small loss of spirits in distilling. This menstruum, which Basilius did, by help of the said retort endeavor to repair, though that also not without some difficulty. The later Adepts, Crino, Trismosinus, and Paracelsus observing the difficulty of distilling, and the loss of spirits made it better, who by a plain but better method dissolved the vegetable sal harmoniac in spirit of nitre or aqua fortis, without any loss, danger, or delay. 91. The most strong aqua fortis of Paracelsus. Lib. 3. Arch. De Separ. Elam. Pag. 7.8. 8. Take sal nitre, vitriol, and alum in equal parts, which distill. Into aqua fortis, this again pour to its feces, and repeat, distill in a glass, which aqua fortis clarify with silver, and dissolve sal ammoniac in it. That Paracelsus neither by sal ammoniac meant the common is also demonstrated by the use of the menstruum, which he thus describes. These things being done, take a metal reduced into plates, and there resolve it into water, in the same water, then separate by balneo, and pour on again, this repeating, till you find an oil in the bottom, of Sol or gold a purple, of Luna a lazarine, of Mars red, and very dark, of Mercury white, of Saturn livid and lead-colored, of Venus altogether green, of Jupiter yellow, in the same place. Whoever dissolved metals promiscuously with common aqua regis, both silver and gold, into an oil, either purple or lazarine, not to say anything of the reduction of all metals into two fats red and white, the essence thereof and the dead body. It is therefore clear from the effect that Paracelsus dissolved sal harmoniac in aqua fortis for his most strong aqua fortis. In making this menstruum, Guido adds the weight of the sal harmoniacs which Paracelsus omits. 92. The aqua regis of Guido. Pag. 22. Sari Kim. Take vitriol, common salt, and nitre, distill into aqua fortis, take 1 pound. Of this, 4 ounces of philosophical sal harmoniac, and distill yet once. Solomon Trismecinus sometimes dissolved metals in common aqua fortis, and to the solution added sal harmoniac. Thus he volatilized silver, being dissolved in aqua fortis with the aforesaid salt. Lib. 8. Tinct. Quinta. Pag. 81. Aure Valeris German. Take of pure luna 4 ounces, dissolve it in common aqua fortis, draw off the phlegm, to the remainder add 6 drachms of sal harmoniac, and pour on new aqua. Fortis, draw off again in ashes to an oleity, this repeat 4 times with new aqua fortis. Then urge it strongly, and the luna will ascend together with the aqua fortis. Sometimes he volatilized gold and silver together with this menstruum. In tinctura regis Julton. Pag. Cessnact. Aure Veller. Take of the filings of gold of sal harmoniac, each 2 ounces, to which put 4 ounces of the best silver dissolved in 8 ounces. Of aqua fortis, draw off to an oleity, pour on new aqua fortis, and the gold will ascend with the silver through the alembic. Lully made his aqua regis by dissolving vegetable sal harmoniac in the acid water of mercury sublimate. 93. The aqua regis of Lully in exp. 17.8. 9. Take mercury being twice sublimed with vitriol, and common salt prepared, each time with new materials, grind, and if there be 1 pound of sublimate, take the whites of 9 new laid eggs, which whites beat so long that it seems to be water then. Mix the white with that sublimate, and put it in a retort with a long neck, join a receiver to it very close, giving it a fire. Of ashes at the beginning, most gentle, till it distills by that degree, the distillation ceasing, increase the fire, and at last give a most violent fire, and by this means part of the mercury will turn into water, and part into running mercury, which running mercury being gone over sublime again, then grind and join it with the distilled water, and distill again as before, repeating the magistracy, till all the sublimate is gone over, and converted into water, wherefore you may the same way. Multiply it as often as you please, always putting a new sublimate to the water, and distilling till it be converted into water. Now take this water, put it in a small urinal, curb it, joining a head to it with a receiver, then distill by balneo, till the white seems to be gone over mixed. With it, which you will thus know, take an iron or copper plate, upon which let 1 drop of the distillation fall. If it boils and seems to dissolve, take away the receiver, joining another very well luted, and distill by ashes, and again by ashes repeat this magistracy 7 times, and thus you will have a mercurial water, which will serve you in many operations. Take now 1 ounce of the salt of the second experiment, volatile salt of tartar, declared in num. 17, and 4 ounces of this water, the acid water now distilled. From mercury sublimate, mix them together, and the mixture will presently be dissolved. Being dissolved, distill by ashes with a gentle fire, luting the joints well in the last. Place increase the fire, that all the salt may with the water pass through the alembic. Then again put 1 other ounce of the salt into the same water, and by distillation pass it all over as before, and thus repeat this work of distillation 4 times. In every distillation, adding an ounce of the said salt to that water, then will you have at length a mineral water, vegetated and actuated with the augmentation of virtue and power, proceeding from the said most precious vegetable salt, without which is nothing done. Our annotations upon the receipts are 1. That the menstruums of this kind are simple vegetable menstruums of the 6th kind, dissolved in acids. Take away the acidity, and it will be a menstruum again of the 6th kind. 2. That these menstruums are better made of aqua fortis, it being an acid stronger than the rest, yet that they may be also made of any other acid less strong, as distilled vinegar, spirit of salt, sulfur, etc. 3. That these are the best of all the simple mineral menstruums, both in facility of making and excellency of virtue. 4. That it is much at one, whether the metal be first dissolved in common aqua fortis, and then the vegetable sal harmoniac added, or the said salt first, and then the metal. 5. That these aqua regises differ from the common, in that they dissolve all metals promiscuously, silver, as well as gold, and reduce the same not into a calx, but oil, which cannot be said of common aqua regis. 6. That metals dissolved in these menstruums and sublimed become the greatest poisons belonging to this art. The 19th kind. Mineral menstruums compounded of the philosopher's spirit of wine and acid spirits tinging, spirit of vitriol, butter of antimony, etc. 94. Spirit of vitriol mixed with the spirit of wine of Loli. Epist. Accreditoria. Pag. 327. The spirit of vitriol is more dry and thick than the spirit of the quintessence of aqua ardens, and great affinity there is between the spirit of vitriol and the nature of gold, because they are both derived from the same principles. With minerals, the spirit, therefore, of vitriol being joined with the spirit of aqua ardens, inspissates it and makes it suddenly adhere to gold so as to be fixed with it. And believe me, this is a very excellent way of abbreviation. Annotations. This difference you may observe between the simple and compounded mineral menstruums, the simple dissolved only, but the compounded do both dissolve and tinge things dissolved, for they are in a wonderful manner exalted by things tinging, and made many degrees better, so as to have enough to serve themselves, and others also, and therefore may deservedly be called graduated as well as graduatory waters. Hitherto we have treated of the simple. In the 19th kind, we are to consider them as compounded of two spirits, oily and acid tinging, as in the prescribed. Receipt of the spirits of philosophical wine and vitriol mixed together, and intimately joined by 2 or 3 distillations. The preparation is most easy, in which notwithstanding it will not be impertinent to take notice of this one thing, that both spirits must be without phlegm, and exquisitely rectified according to the advice of the following anonymous. A burning oleity is made out of wine, therefore it participates with sulfur, and herein is indeed the greatest virtue of the metallic nature which it drew and conceived from the earth. And as this oleity, the spirits, that is, are more agile than the spirits of other things. Therefore their virtues are much more agile than the virtues of other things. But yet you must know that those spirits, as saith the text of alchemy, and as indeed the truth is, which comes out of vegetables and animals, conduce not to alchemy as they are in a vegetable nature, but it is requisite for them to attain to a metallic nature by many depurations and distillations, and then they are serviceable to it. Therefore is there one only stone and one foundation necessary to the art, namely the metallic virtue. Though sometimes vegetable and animal things are taken, yet they do not remain in a vegetable or animal nature, but are transmuted into a metallic and sulphurous nature, which contains a metallic virtue. Whereupon, said Ferrariensis, cap, dacet, suarum questionum, it is impossible to coagulate argent vive without sulphur, or something that hath a sulphurous nature, because sulphur is the coagulum of agent vive, and if there be sulphurides in wine, having a burning faculty, it argues there is a metallic nature in it, wherefore some do operate in wine. And gold or silver, to extract out of the wine its most subtle spirit, strengthening the virtue of gold. With it, that so the spirits may be fixed with it, by which consequently the tincture of the gold is dilated and multiplied, and of a certain there is a very great coherence or participation between the spirits of wine and the spirits of gold, they being both of a hot nature, and therefore the spirits of wine are inseparably fixed with gold. Yet it is to be noted that the spirits of middle metals, as vitriol, etc., are of larger fixation, and more nearly allied to gold, both springing as it were out of one fountain, namely out of the mines of metals, than the spirits of wine, which proceed from a vegetable nature, though the spirits of wine are more agile and subtle. Some therefore do compound the spirits of them, so as to join the spirits of vitriol with the spirits of wine, to inspissate one with the other, and to make them more easily united to gold. But he that intends to operate with these things must take the strongest spirits and the purest matters, so that the spirits must be exactly purified before they are fixed with gold or silver. Anonym, de principiis natur, and arte alchym. Pag. 30. Sintam. Hermann. Renani. Not only the rectified spirit of vitriol, but every acid spirit is here effectual, provided it be tinging, and mixed with the spirit of philosophical wine, thereby to be made a menstruum of the same kind. It is thus made. 95. The butter of antimony mixed with the spirit of wine of Basilius. Pag. 88. Curus triumphalis antim. Take of common mercury, most purely sublimed, of antimony, equal parts, grind, mix, and distill by a retort, which retains the spirits, 3 times, rectify this oil with the spirit of philosophical wine, and it is prepared, and of a blood color. In the beginning it was white, and thickens as ice or melted butter. This oil hath done many wonderful things, yet the virtue, faculty, and operations of it hath always appeared, making an ill thing good. This composition, though given by Basilius as a medicine, not as a menstruum, yet is by Paracelsus in Libro de Gradacibus described as such. 96. The water of the fourth gradation in Paracelsus. Libro de Gradacibus Pag 13191. Take of antimony 1 pound, of mercury sublimate ½ pound, distill both. Together with a violent fire through an alembic, and a redness will ascend like blood, thick, which tingeth and graduates any luna into sol, and brings this pale color to the highest degree of a permanent color. Though Paracelsus thought it not always necessary to admonish his disciples of the spirit of philosophical wine as an addition in his compositions, yet nevertheless ought I to declare to you the necessary addition of this spirit in this menstruum, that you may not err, for without it would be of no consequence, but rather a damage to you in the more secret chimie. The adepts made sometimes menstruums of this kind, not with the spirit of philosophical wine, but the matter of it, namely some vegetable oleosum, thus 97. The water of the sixth gradation of Paracelsus. Libro de Gradacinibus, Pag 13292. Take of sulphur vive 2 pounds, of linseed oil 4 pounds, boil them to a composition commonly called the liver of sulphur, which must be distilled into an oil by a peculiar and philosophical manual. Operation, appertaining to the making of the spirit of philosophical wine, to this must be added again the same quantity of sulphur vive, and boils before to a composition, and digested in horse dung. For a month, or if longer, better, then must be added of sal nitre, vitriol, alum, ingredients of aqua, fortis, flosaris, crocus of Mars, cinnabar, to increase the tincture of the sulphur of each half a verdo, einem halben Vierling, that is, a fourth part of ½ a pound, or 2 ounces, distill whatsoever, will ascend, and take away the liquors. The oils only being kept, not oil, but oils, because they are. 2, white and red, which must be put into a glass cucurbit, the species being added, as before, and the caput mortuum, pulverized, distill them again together as before, then pour the distillation back to the feces, and let it be putrefied. Again for a month, and distilled again, then the colors being evacuated or separated, the red from the white, keep the red, and rectify it as is requisite, in which let plates of luna be digested a due time, and then reduced by cupellation. Paracelsus sometimes made this oil or fire of sulphur by itself, without other tinging things, for the graduating of precious stones, as well as metals. It is come to that, saith he, Pag 200, lib. de Sulph 93, that the spirit of transmutation hath given his receipt of making a liver or lung out of linseed oil and sulphur. The distillation of this lung or liver is done many ways, but it is found by operating that this liver yields a milk nothing differing from common milk. Being thick and fat, it yielded also a red oil like blood, this milk. And that blood confounded not their color and essence by distillation, but remained distinct and separate one from the other, the white settling to the bottom and the red ascending to the top. Now art has been solicitous in making silver out of the white or milk and out of the red gold, but to me it is plain that never anything could be either by the ancient or modern philosophers done with the white or milk of sulphur. I do therefore affirm that milk to be dead, and nothing contained in it. But as to the red oil which yields the liver, observe, every crystal or beryl being first well polished or purified, etc. See the fourth book concerning the use of this oil in the gradations of precious stones. Exalts gems even to the highest degree, yea, higher than they can be exalted by nature. Here also note that all silver put into it at due time at length grows black and leaves a golden calx, yet not fixed before its exact time, but a volatile and immature thing. But if it hath its time, it performs all things feasible, whereof no more must be here declared. Thus therefore observe of sulphur, if it be taken into degrees, the more subtle, clearer, higher, and of quicker operation it is, the higher and better it is. This way are metals and stones made. He that is about to attempt it must not think but know himself able, for it is, as to operation, the most dangerous labor in all alchemy, and therefore requires notable experience and repeated practice, nor must he proceed by hearsay, but by much experience, etc. Yet, not being satisfied with the strength of this oil in this 12th gradation, he was willing to exalt it yet higher with other tinging things, as floris eris and crocus of Mars, by which Paracelsus meant not common but philosophical medicines. We perceive, saith he, lib. 4. Archidoxies de Sentius, Pag. 1694. Verdigris is accounted the quintessence of Venus, whereas it is not, but the crocus of Venus is a quintessence so to be understood. Flos eris is a common transmutation with a thick and subtle substance together, extracted out of the whole complexion of copper, wherefore it can be no quintessence, but the crocus of Venus, as we've taught, is a true quintessence, it being a potable thing without corrosion and admixtion, divided from the body, very subtle, yea, more than I am minded here to write, to avoid prolixity. So also the crocus of Mars, and the rust of it, has hitherto been esteemed a quintessence, it not being so, but the true crocus of Mars is the oil of Mars, which is sometimes in a dry form under the name of an essence, and called the philosophical crocus of Mars in the second book of medicines. From the receipts we observe, 1. That common spirit of vitriol, butter of antimony, arsenic, tin, etc., mixed with the spirit of philosophical wine, our philosophical spirit of vitriol, philosophical butter of antimony, etc. 2. That the menstruums of this kind are the same with the menstruums of the 15th kind, but with this difference, namely, in that philosophical vinegar not tinging is prepared, but in this, philosophical vinegar tinging, that is metals and minerals, but those of the acid spirits of things not tinging, that is vegetable salts, and some minerals, whose airy part was neither metal nor any colored body. 3. That these menstruums are not only dissolving waters, but also gradatory, because prepared with things tinging. 4. That these menstruums are the essences of things tinging, magisteries dissolved in an acid, and consequently medicines. 5. That these menstruums may be also made of crude oils, provided a man knows the way of preparing the spirit of philosophical wine. 6. That the same 2 oils of sulfur, whereof the red is an essence, after the way of Paracelsus, that is, the best, which Paracelsus elsewhere prepares with the most strong aqua fortis, described before in Num. 91. Are here made by the same author, of a crude oily matter. 7. That vegetables and animals as such and crude are not ingredients in philosophical works, but as they are made incombustible, and reduced into a metallic nature. The said separation, saith the author of Via Veritatis 95, pag. 253. You must well observe, for from hence the ancient Sophy took occasion to inquire into the 3 natures, 3 kingdoms, namely, the vegetable, animal, and mineral, and they so much learned from it that the separation of natures is nothing else, but a defect of coction in nature. Then they considered them somewhat further. How, for instance, those essences, which were most weakly cocted by nature, might be succored in a natural way with common fire, that the essences which are now combustible may by their liquors, which the ancients through envy called mercury, and are black, separated from the essence, be made perfect by art, so as that the essences may remain with the liquor safe and secure from burning, and the liquor, not being able to separate itself from the essence. This the ancients called our sulfur, for according to this preparation, the essence is no more vegetable nor animal, but now by coction made a mineral essence, and therefore called sulfur, and afterwards pag. 264. He thus proceeds, one nature is more cocted by its moisture with its elementary fire than another, whereof the vegetable nature is in coction the least, because the essence of it is easily burned, and the liquor also is most easily separated from the elementary fire by the help of common fire. The animal nature is in coction not much unlike the former vegetable nature, the essence of it being likewise easily burned, and therefore the mineral nature is in coction, the highest, because the metallic liquor will be more and better united by coction with the elementary fire than the other 2 aforesaid natures, wherefore also metals do resist common fire better than the other things comprehended under a vegetable and animal nature, as you may see by metals put into fire, which do not flame as wood, for the essence of it is not so cocted with liquor as the metallic moisture with its essence, and the conjunction of the liquor with the essence is not metallic, but simply vegetable, which is consumed in a black fume. But when the essence hath attained to coction by nature, then it remains not a vegetable, but is now made a metallic, and is now consumed in a white fume by common fire, no otherwise than as you see in perfect. Metals, when they are melted in fire, disperse a white fume from them. Now considereth, saith Tortolaseus, or the author of Arca Arcani Artificiosissimi, in his Cabala Chemica, pag. 369, vol. 6, Theatrum Chemicum, 96. By way of advice, how the aforesaid speeches of vegetables and animals are to be taken, neither of them must be rejected, for they differ one from the other no otherwise than that the vapor is purer and of greater quantity in one than the other, but you may make them more impure, like to the pure vapor, for they may by subtle management be so reduced that those 2, that is, the animal and vegetable in a watery body, may be taken together with the mineral spirit or vapor, and then the mineral spirit separated from the rest with great discretion, which though it shows itself in a small quantity is notwithstanding of the greatest virtue, and clearer than the light at noon. In this state will that spirit, if you please, bring the animal and vegetable spirit so as to be like itself. This is the foundation of the whole art, that is, for the vegetable or animal spirit to leave its combustibility, and become incorruptible and immortal. This is the key to open all gates. Here you have the true first matter of gems and metals. Yet if I consider this thing rightly, it is not the first matter, but a threefold extraction out of the first matter of gems, and therefore you ought to praise God eternally, and give him thanks in making you worthy of this matter, and vouchsafing you so much understanding, whereby to obtain to your use that which is the deepest in the earth. I proceed in this first matter, which if you make liquid, and open by the incombustible, vegetable spirit, not common, you will be able to dissolve gold, silver, all minerals, and gems in it, and make it melt like ice in warm water, destroy, mortify, and renew it again. By this means, I say, visibly obtain, see, touch, and perceive an astral spirit as a lanthorn, wherein the eternal fire and virtue of the highest star of eternal wisdom dwelleth. You will, I say, with your eyes behold an inconsumptible fire, shining night and day, sun, moon, stars, carbuncles, and a splendor exceeding all manner of fire, and observe the perfection of the whole firmament in it. O man, my creature! How great a divine gift, as that which is above all the heavens, most excellently clear, and is most deep in the earth, may you, in a few hours' time, obtain, whereas she hath been a vast time employed in it, and in subtlety is far inferior to you, etc. The same author of this first matter in his Rusticus, Pag. 308, of the said volume. Thus, this doctrine certainly is very worthy of observation. For many notable men do here an err, thinking they have the first matter, when they have obtained the philosopher's mercury, or salt of metals. For the first matter is made when the man and woman are joined together, witness Count Bernhard saying, then is the conjunction, called the first matter, and not before, that is, of the stone, and all metals concerning, which see turba, for before this is done, we do according to the foundation of nature, and with good reasons deservedly reject animals and vegetables as things extraneous, and contrary and ineffectual to our work, and our stone we place rightly among minerals. 8. That both spirits ought to be warily mixed, because of the danger of overmuch effervescence. 9. That these menstruums are by digestion made sweet, and called the sweet spirit of vitriol, sweet butter of antimony. 10. That the spirit of philosophical wine is sometimes not expressed in the receipts of menstruums, but it appears by collateral places, and necessity requires it to be understood. The 20th kind. Mineral menstruums compounded of the spirit of philosophical wine, and salts, and other tinging things, vitriol, cinnabar, antimony, lapis hematites, etc. 98. Oil of vitriol of bacillus. Cap. 6. Sect. 2. Libri de conclusionibus. 90th. Take Hungarian vitriol, dissolve it in distilled water, coagulate, crystallize, repeat 5 times, and so purge it from the salts alum and nitre. This vitriol thus purged, distill with the spirit of philosophical wine to a red oil, which ferment with spiritual gold, add to it its part of the mercury of stibium, and you have a tincture for man, and reducing luna into sol, visitando interiora terrae, rectificendoc, invenis occultum lapidem, viram medicinam. Annotations. The antecedent kind contained mineral menstruums, compounded of acid spirits containing a metallic tincture. In them, in this present, we use the bodies of these spirits to make the menstruums a degree better. For a tincture, for example, extracted out of the dry part, or body of vitriol distilled. With the spirit of philosophical wine is an essence, which being in the same distillation, dissolved in its own acid part, produced a menstruum of this kind, whereas in the precedent kind, that small quantity of copper, dissolved or contained in common spirit. Of vitriol, and elevated with a violent fire, is by the spirit of philosophical wine, reduced not into the essence, but magistry, little effectual as well through the smallness of its quantity as tincture. This present oil of vitriol is not the least esteemed among the secrets of Basilius, and therefore we will a little more exactly consider his most clear description, that by his more abundant light we may illustrate darker places. First, Basilius bids us purify Roman vitriol by divers solutions and coagulations, which purification is necessary to separate the vitriol from strange dust, dross, and other impertinent offals, yet this we think superfluous when the vitriol is purely crystallized, for the pterostride settling in the dissolution of vitriol is not feces, but copper, less dissolved than the rest, and left by the acid, being too much diluted with common water, the vitriol being purified. He enjoins to be distilled with the spirit of wine into a red oil. He reduced not only natural vitriol, but also artificial vitriols made of metals into such oils. The sugar or vitriol of Saturn he distills together with the spirit of wine into a red oil, curing melancholy, the French disease, etc., coagulating and fixing mercury, but, if fixed with the mercury of Mars, tinging 30 parts of mercury into gold. Libro de Conclu. Tract 2. Sect 1. Cap 1. De sulfure Saturni. In the same way, saith he, is a red sweet oil tinging Saturn into gold to be distilled out of sugar or vitriol of Jupiter in the following chapter, which he repeats in sect. 2. Cap 2. De vitriolis Saturni and Jovis. Argent 5 he dissolves in aquafortis, and being reduced into crystal or vitriol, distills with the spirit of wine rectified before with the salt of tartar, the menstruum described in Num. 18, into a sweet oil, curing the French pox, old ulcers, palsy, etc. To be joined to martial tinctures in the transmutation of metals. Sect. 2. Cap. 5. De vitriolo mercurii, 100 the more fixed metals, gold and silver he distills in balneo regis in Num. 89. Through an alembic, which, the menstruum being drawn off, he reduceth into volatile vitriols to be distilled with the spirit of wine into oils. Sect. 2. Cap. First, de vitriolo solis e luna. That and first, the more dry metals, iron and copper, he prescribes to be distilled into the same oils, but omits the way of distilling. Sect. 1 cap. 3102 de sulphuribus marti and veneris. De vitriolo martis. Cap. 4. De vitriolo veneris. But the following kind of menstruum will prove that they are to be distilled with. Philosophical vinegar. By these places compared together, we are better assured of divers things. First, that the oil of vitriol is not any common acid of vitriol, though drawn out of vitriol most exquisitely, purified, for the same oils may be made with the vitriols of all metals by the same spirit of wine. Secondly, that common spirit of wine is altogether useless to this work, but that the philosophical, or menstruum, rather described in Num, Osmnacht, is meant by Basilius, by the spirit of wine. Moreover, that the vitriols of Saturn and Jupiter do yield sweet oils because made of some weak acid, namely common vinegar, which is easily altered or transmuted by this philosophical menstruum. But that the oils of the other metals, being made with stronger acids, either philosophical vinegar or mineral menstruums, do remain acid, especially the present oil of vitriol, in the distillation, of which the spirit of philosophical wine or vegetable menstruum is dissolved by the natural acid, or common oil of vitriol, and with such a prevalent acidity ascends in the form of a red oil. Lastly, that this oil of vitriol is commended to us by Basilius as a menstruum to be fermented with gold, which we would. Have you take special notice of, for Basilius hath here and there in his books discovered many notable things concerning the menstruum of vitriol, but most rarely advised the distillation of it with the spirit of philosophical wine, yet without, which all processes and labors, all endeavors and experiments are vain, and of no importance in the more secret chimie. For the making of this oil of vitriol, the adepts sometimes dissolved it in the spirit of philosophical wine, which afterwards being crystallized, they called vitriol corrected or graduated. Of this correction or graduation of vitriol Paracelsus. Thus, the description of vitriol, saith he, is to be directed to medicine and alchemy. In medicine it is an excellent remedy. In alchemy it is good for many other things. But the art of medicine and alchemy consists in the preparation of vitriol, for the crude is not such, but like wood, out of which anything may be carved. Lib. De vitriolo pag. 200. At first he proceeds, the spirit of vitriol being obtained, the custom was to graduate it to the highest, wherewith, being exalted, they cured the epilepsy, whether new or old, in men and women, of what condition soever, etc. But let us return to the beginning, how the spirit of vitriol was found. First they distilled the moist spirit of vitriol by itself from the colcathar, then they extended its degrees by distilling, and circulating it alone to the highest, as the process teacheth. Thus the water began to be used for several diseases, as well internal as external, as also for the falling sickness. So a wonderful cure was performed, but those that came after were much more diligent in the extraction. For they took the spirit of vitriol, corrected as before, and distilled it with the colcathar 8 or 10 times with a most strong fire, so the dry spirits were mixed with the moist. They urged the work so long, continually and without intermission extracting, till the dry spirits were over. Then they graduated both spirits, the moist as well as the dry, in a phial together. Their own time, this medicine they found to be of much greater operation against diseases, that they confounded all the humorous in general. Yet is there some correction by artists added, by spirit of wine, for better penetration's sake, but of no higher degree, but I will communicate to you my process, which I commend to all physicians, especially for the epilepsy, which hath the only cure in vitriol, wherefore even the charity of our neighbor requires us to appoint the more diligent care in that disease. Now my process is for the spirit of philosophical wine to be imbibed by the vitriol, and then distilled, as I said, from the dry and moist spirits, etc. But you must further, that the aforesaid receipts of making the moist spirit of vitriol cannot be more clearly described, for an artist is required to understand it. Those sordid boilers do not in the least understand a thing of so great moment. You must expect sufficient information of all things, from artists, of the more secret chimie, alchemists, and operators, so also to be more instructed by the same in the way of correcting the spirit of wine. Basilius, in his Elucidat, Devact, Clavium, where he made the following menstruum, spoke of such a graduated vitriol, not common. 99. A menstruum of Basilius, made of Hungarian vitriol. In Elucid, Danact, Clavium. If you have obtained such a highly graduated and well-prepared mineral, called vitriol, most humbly, beseech God to give understanding and wisdom for the success of your intention. And when you have calcined it, put it into a retort well luted, distill it at first with a slow fire, then increase. It, and the white spirit of vitriol will appear in the form of a horrid fume or wind, and passeth into the receiver so long as any of the same matter is in it. And take notice, that in this wind are hidden all the three principles proceeding from one and the same habitation it is. Not necessary, therefore, to be always diving in precious things, because by this means a nearer way to the mysteries of nature lies open, and is obvious to all men apt to learn art and wisdom. Now, if you can well and purely separate and free this expelled spirit, by the way, of distillation from its terrene moisture, then will you find in the bottom of the glass treasure and the fundamentals of all the philosophers hitherto known to few, which is a red oil ponderous as lead, or any gold whatsoever, as thick as blood, of a burning and fiery quality, which is the true fluid gold of the philosophers, which nature compacted of the three principles, in which are found spirit, soul, and body, and it is philosophical gold, that spirit of philosophical wine accepted, with which the dissolution of it is performed, etc. Cinnabar, the adepts sometimes added to the vitriol thus. 100. The mineral menstruum of Isaacus, Pag. 59. Manus Philos. Take of the Roman vitriol calcined to redness, and cinnabar in equal quantity, mix and pulverize. Then pour aqua vitae to them, distill and cohobate upon the caput mortuum 3 or 4 times. The same menstruum hath Lully in Magia Naturali, but instead of the caput mortuum, he takes new species in every rectification. 101. The stinking menstruum of Lully, made of vitriol and cinnabar, Pag. 371. Magia Naturalis. After the 4th distillation of the water aforesaid, aqua vitae, or ardens, made of philosophical wine, distill 7 times with an equal weight of good cinnabar and vitriol, putting in new things every time constantly and drying. The matter of the stone, vitriol and cinnabar, well in every distillation, before you pour in the aqua vitae, etc. 102. The same stinking menstruum of Lully, Epist, Accuratoria, Pag. 327. The vegetable stone being distilled, the vegetable menstruum, or rather aqua ardens, or the spirit of philosophical wine, till the water is free from phlegm, and that commonly is in the 5th time, take an equal weight of vitriol. Very clear. And of the best cinnabar, mix and grind them well together. Dry the matter in the sun, till all the moisture is exhaled, and cast in your water, and distill first with a gentle fire, and strong in the end, as the custom is in preparing the philosopher's acute water, and then the spirits or quintessence of vitriol and cinnabar, which do principally make the mineral stone, mineral menstruum, do mix and join together with the spirit of the quintessence of aqua ardens, which spirit is the vegetable stone. And this continued 10 times, beginning after the 5th, 5 times after the 5th rectification, of the spirit of philosophical wine, and so continue the distillations 5 times with those bodies, vitriol and cinnabar, and you must remember to make the things thoroughly dry before you put them into the water, so that all the water, all the phlegm, must be dried up, evaporated, and the spirits remain, which must be joined together because of the strength of the aqua ardens, and every distillation you must put in new things. To vitriol and cinnabar he sometimes added niter, thus he made this called 103. The stinking menstruum of Lully, made of common vitriol, cinnabar, and niter. In Clavicula, Pag. 299, Vol 3, Theatrum Chemicum, take of Roman vitriol calcined to redness 3 pounds, of saltpeter 1 pound, of cinnabar 3 ounces, grind all together upon a marble, then put the matter in a thick and strong body. Cucurbit, and pour aqua vitae 7 times rectified upon it, and put it in horse dung 15 days, the vessel being well sealed. Then distill with a soft fire, till you have all the water in the receiver, then increase the fire till the head, alembic, be red, then strengthen. The fire till head, alembic, be white, then let the vessel cool, take away the receiver, seal it very well with wax, and keep it for occasion. Take notice that the menstruum ought to be 7 times rectified by distillation, every time casting away the feces before it be made use of. Besides the ingredients of aqua fortis and cinnabar, he sometimes adds also tartar calcine thus. 104. The stinking menstruum of Lully, made of vitriol, niter, alum, tartar, and cinnabar. In Experimento 26.103. Take aqua vitae so hot as to burn a linen cloth, then take vitriol free from all phlegm, so as to boil upon fire without liquefaction, vitriol calcined. The common way, the best salniter, roche alum deflambed and dried, 1 pound. Of all the aforesaid, of white tartar calcined, and cinnabar of each, 1/2 pound, grind and sift every one severally through a sieve, then mix, and put the matter into a retort, pouring the aforesaid aqua vitae upon it. Put a receiver to it, the joints being very close, and the luting first. Thoroughly dried, make a gentle fire at first, till the retort grows warm. Then continue the distillation in this degree, that you may pronounce 10 words, between each drop of the distilling water, and when it will distill, no more with that degree of fire, increase the fire so as to return the distillation. Again to the same 10 words as at first, and this degree continue, till the distillation increaseth again, and lastly increase the fire with wood, covering the retort round about with tiles above, that it may have a fire of reverberation. But this observe, the retort must first be strengthened on all sides with strong luting before this distillation is begun. It ought to be placed in a convenient furnace with an open neck, but it would be best and most commodious in this work if the receiver of this distilling water could be handsomely set in a basin full of cold water. But if that cannot be, you must at least lay linen cloths dipped in water upon the receiver again and again, oftentimes. Thus the receiver may not be broken by the violence of the spirits, all which particulars mark well. The distillation being ended, let the vessels cool, and keep the receiver with the water very close stopped. Then take the same mineral dried, and prepared as before, in the same order and measure, which you grind together, and put into a retort as before, and pour the water a little before distilled upon it. Fit a receiver to it, the joints being very well luted, as before, and having dried the luting, put fire under, the distillation being completed, take again new materials of the same weight, and put them again into a retort with their own water, and distill, as before, with the same degrees of fire, which being done, and the vessel cold, take away the receiver, and keep it carefully with its distilled water firmly stopped, for you will have a physical mineral water, or stinking menstruum with its form. This water hath a power of calcining, and at the same time dissolving all metals with the preservation of their vegetative form. Many experiments we have herewith both seen and done. Isaacus Hollandus, to augment the strength of these menstruums, did rather add some tinging minerals to the vitriol than the acidity of nitre and alum. Thus he prepared a menstruum called 105. The dissolving water for the red of the first description of Isaacus, cap. 103. Oper. Min. Take of Roman vitriol 6 parts, of lapis hematites, crocus martis, cinnabar, as ustum, mineral antimony, of each 1 part, being well dried, mix, and putting them into a retort, pour 4 pounds of rectified aqua vitae to them, distill and cohobate 3 times upon the caput mortuum pulverized. The following menstruum being like this, proves it to be of a sanguine color. 106. The dissolving water for the red of the second description of Isaacus. Cap. 45. 3. Oper. Minor. And 4. Take of mineral antimony, as ustum, crocus martis, cinnabar, of each 2 parts of vitriol, the weight of all, being all dried and mixed together, pour to them of aqua vitae, most purely rectified, the height of 2 hands, the vessel being close luted, digest in balneo, the space of 10 days, stirring the matter 3 or 4 times every day, that it may be the better incorporated with the aqua vitae, these 10 days being ended, and an alembic put on, distill with a gentle fire, but at last with a most strong fire 12 hours together, that all the tinged spirits may ascend with the aqua vitae. This process repeat, always distilling the water with new matters till it becomes red as blood. To these 2 we will add also a third menstruum of sort. 107. A dissolving water for the red of the third description of Isaacus. Cap. 61. 3. Oper. Min. 105. Take of Roman vitriol, cinnabar, of each 1 part, of crocus martis, lapis hematites, as ustum, verdigris, of each 1/2 a part, calcine the vitriol first. If you have a mind, you may extract the tincture out of mineral antimony with philosophical vinegar, and being separated from the vinegar, add it to the former species, as also as much aqua vitae, 12 times, rectified as sufficeth, the vessel being well luted, digest in balneo 7 or 8 times, then having put on an alembic and luted the joints well, distill with a gentle fire 2 days, then a stronger 2 days more, then the space of 3 days, that the glass may be hot, the glasses being cold. Take out the caput mortuum, which being well pulverized, digest with the distilled water for the space of 8 days, then distill the first day gently, the second more strongly, the third most strongly for the space of 24 hours, that the glass may be red hot, then let it cool, the distilled water digest with new matters and distill as before, and that to be 3 times repeated. And as these menstruums were for red tinctures, so also he made some for white tinctures, thus. 108. A dissolving water of Isaacus for the white. Cap. 76. 3. Oper. Min. Take of rochulum, lapis calaminaris, of the calx of eggs, an equal quantity, pour to them as much. Aqua vitae rectified from all phlegm as suffuseth, and distill as the dissolving water for the red. 109. Another dissolving water of Isaacus for the white. Cap. 48.3. Oper. Min. Take of rochulum, lapis calaminaris, calx of eggs, common arsenic, an equal quantity being all. Pulverized, mix, and to the powder pour as much aqua vitae well rectified as to the space of 3. Hands above the matter, distill with a gentle fire, then a stronger, lastly, for 24 hours, so as to be red hot. Cohobate the distillation yet 4 times upon the caput mortuum reduced into powder. Many such menstruums as these we meet with in several places of Isaacus, in the descriptions, of which, though the addition of philosophical aqua vitae or spirit of wine be not always expressed, yet that it is to be understood in all of them is evident by the former receipts of dissolving waters. The menstruums following may be examples. In the first place, that which is called 110, a red water shining day and night of the first description of Isaacus. Cap. 153. Lib. 2. Oper. Min. Pag. 528. Vol. 3. Theatrum chemicum. Take the crocus of Mars, antimony as it is dug out of the mines, red arsenic, of each 1 pound, of R pigment, 1 pound, of Roman vitriol 3 pounds, of sal niter as much as the weight of all the rest, grind all together into an impalpable powder, mix 1 pound of sal ammoniac with them, and being well mixed, put the matter in an earthen vessel, not glazed within, such as can well endure the fire, and having put on an alembic, with a receiver well luted, distill aqua fortis, as it should be, first with a small fire, then increasing the fire by degrees, and a white water will distill, which, being distilled, the alembic will begin to be red or yellow, then presently take away the receiver, and add another, soundly luted, and increase your fire till a white spirit goes over. It is the sal ammoniac which goes over last of all, and strengthen the fire so long till the alembic be altogether clear. When now the red spirit goes over, nothing of sal ammoniac goes with it, and so soon as it is gone over, the white water, the spirit, and dry water, or sal ammoniac, go over together. Then the alembic becomes white within, as if it was full of snow, and then increase the fire till the spirit and water are driven through the beak by exhalation. As a man casts forth his breath by force, so the spirit and dry water do breath through the pipe of the alembic into the receiver, and increase the fire, and the spirit and dry water being gone over, the alembic becomes clean, clear, white, and transparent. Then let it cool, and take it from the fire, put the water into a glass, and stop it close. Take the caput mortuum, grind it to a fine powder, put it in pure clear water for 2 hours, let it settle, pour off the clear, and pour it upon pure clear water again as before, and let it boil an hour as before. Then let it settle again, add it again to the former, cast away the feces, and that which you poured out, the solution evaporate, and a yellow powder will remain. Weigh it, add as much sal niter, and mix them together, put them into a glass, pour your distilled water or menstruum upon it, put on an alembic strongly luted all over, adding a receiver, and leave it 3 days upon the furnace to digest before you put fire under. Then kindle your fire, and distill first with a small fire, then sometimes a greater, till the white spirit is gone over, then cease, and you have a red water shining day and night, which dissolves fixed luna, as luna is commonly dissolved, and it will take a tincture as the purest sol that ever was seen, yea, it tingeth all white metals of the color of sol. 111. A red water, shining light by night of the second description of Isaacus. Cap. 44. Oper. Min. Pag. 458. Vol. 3. Theatrum chemicum. Take of Roman vitriol 3 pounds, of cinnabar, verdigris, ceruse, of each half a pound, of crocus martis, lapis, hematites of each 4 ounces, of sal niter as much, as the whole mass, 5 pounds, pulverize and mix them well together, divide the mass into 3 parts, and of 1 part make an aqua fortis, which pour upon the powder of another part, distill aqua fortis again, which being done, pulverize all the 3 caput mortuums. Take the water of sal ammoniac, which I shall teach you below to make, but we have already declared it in num. 81. Wherewith grind the aforesaid powder so fine as that a painter may paint with it, then dry it in your dry stove in glass dishes being dried, grind it dry upon a stone, and put it into an earthen pot, and pour the aqua fortis before distilled upon it. Distill first with a gentle fire the space of 24 hours, then increase the fire as yet 24 hours more, then increase till it begins to shine, then keep it in the same fiery. Brightness 6 hours more, then let it cool, take it away from the fire, and stop the receiver well. Then grind and pulverize the caput mortuum upon a stone with vinegar distilled, and extract the salt, or element of earth, out of the feces. Put the salt into a glass, pour your aqua fortis upon it, the alembic and receiver being very close. Put the glass and sand in a kettle with water, in balneo. Distill all that will distill. When no more distilleth, let the balneo boil a day and a night whether it drops or no, then let it cool. Remove it from the fire, put it in ashes. Use first a weak fire for 12 hours, then increase the fire yet 12 hours more, then let it be moderately hot, and let it be so for 6 hours. Then let it cool, take it from the fire, and cover it well, and having taken away the feces or salt, grind them very small with distilled vinegar, put it into a stone jug, and a good part of the distillation being poured to it, put it in balneo, doing as was taught before. See if it hath yet any feces, and make the salt clear, put it again in a glass, pour on the aqua fortis. Again, do every way as before, 3 or 4 times, and all your matter or earth will distill. With the aqua fortis, then take it from the fire, stop close, and keep it well, for you have a precious water, above all the waters that ever I heard of, and believe me, in good faith I have seen and done also myself wonderful things with this water. This water I have reduced to a red crystalline stone, which would give light by night, so as that my friends might see to eat and drink by it. Keep it well for use, and esteem it as the most secret water of all you have. The method of making such shining menstruums is better perceived by the following water. 112. A red and shining aqua fortis of the third description of Azakis. Cap. 72. 1. Oper. Min. Pag. 354. Vol. 3. Theatrum chemicum. Take of vitriol clarified and purified from its feces, of sal niter, an equal quantity. Distill an aqua fortis out of them according to art. Then take the caput mortuum out of the glass, and reduce it to a fine powder, then grind it upon a stone, then put it in common distilled water, and draw out all the salt, then filter it that you may have it clean. From feces, congeal again, and being congealed, make it an impalpable powder, and put the powder into a glass, and then pour that aqua fortis again upon the powder which you distilled from thence, and distill again all that will distill. Then take out the caput mortuum again, grind it to powder as before, and do in all things as before. And do in all things as before, this operation repeat, till you have distilled all the salt within the aqua fortis. Then have you an excellent red water shining by night like a clear fire. Then rectify that water in balneo, oftentimes distilling and pouring on again, so as at last to have all the distillation in balneo. Then is your precious water prepared, by which you may multiply and open your philosophical stone. These menstruums are a little different, yea, almost the same with the former of Isaacis, as to the ingredients as well as method of preparation, but the addition of the spirit of philosophical wine, which Isaacis prescribed in those dissolving waters, must of necessity be understood in these his aqua fortises, for without this spirit all these waters would be common, of no virtue and use. From the receipts we observe, 1. That all tinging bodies whatsoever being either naturally or artificially dissolved in an acid, and reduced into salt or vitriol by the help of the spirit of philosophical wine, do yield the present menstruum by these 2 methods, either by repeated cohobation or simple distillation. But in this latter way, it is necessary for the salts or vitriols of the said bodies to be first graduated, that is, by various dissolutions and coagulations joined with the spirit of philosophical wine, and then distilled, where caution must be had, lest in this gradation of the vitriol the acid be by operations less necessary than convenient debilitated. For so you will easily prepare menstruums unexpectedly of the 8th instead of this kind. 2. That these menstruums differ from menstruums of the 8th kind, these being acid, but those sweet. Dissolve a compounded vegetable menstruum of the 8th kind in distilled vinegar, spirit of sulfur, common aqua fortis, etc., and you will immediately have a menstruum of this kind. On the contrary, debilitate the acidity of these menstruums, and they will be transmuted into menstruums of the 8th kind. 3. That these menstruums are the essences of things tinging dissolved in an acid. 4. That Hungarian vitriol, copper naturally dissolved in an acid, though artificially purged from heterogeneous salts and feces, does nevertheless, as well as other things tinging, require the spirit of philosophical wine in order to be reduced into an oil so excellent in medicine as well as alchemy. 5. That it is even much at one by what acid copper or any other tinging body is reduced into vitriol, provided it be afterwards graduated, that is, mixed with the spirit of philosophical wine, wherefore you must once for always take notice that not only in the writings of Basilius and Paracelsus, but of other adepts also, as in Via Veritatis, etc., in several places of which you will meet with these phrases, things graduated, corrected, exalted, etc. You must understand not common menstruums, but prepared with the spirit of philosophical wine, and so made fit for the works of the more secret chimey. 6. That Roman vitriol is reduced into so noble an oil, not by the spirit of common, but philosophical wine. 7. That these menstruums do by continued cohobations become most red, shining by night, so that men at supper want no other light, permanent and multiplying the philosopher's stone, but of these in their proper places, namely the 3rd and 4th books, the 1 and 20th kind. Compounded mineral menstruums made of simple mineral menstruums and mercury, the rest of the metals, and other tinging things. 113. The spirit of Venus, or spirit of verdigris of Basilius. Liber. Partic. De particule. Veneris. Take of copper as much as you will, of which make vitriol the common way, or instead of it take common. Verdigris sold in shops, which will do the same thing, to which being pulverized, pour common distilled vinegar, put it in a heat. Decant the vinegar, being transparent and green, to the remainder. Pour new vinegar, and repeat the work, till the vinegar be tinged, and the matter remain in the bottom of the vessel black. Draw off the vinegar being tinged and gather together, either to dryness or to a thin skin, that the vitriol may be crystallized, and you will have the verdigris purified after the common way, to which being pulverized, pour the juice of unripe grapes, philosophical vinegar in num. 74. Put it in a gentle heat, and digesting, you will have a transparent smagradine tincture, with which is extracted the red tincture of Venus, an excellent color for painters. This tincture being extracted, mix all the extractions together, and draw off the phlegm gently, that the vitriol being very clear, graduated, may be crystallized in a cold place, whereof, if you have a sufficient quantity, you have also enough matter for the making of the philosophical stone, if perhaps you should doubt to perform such a mystery with every natural vitriol whatsoever. Concerning this preparation, we lately spoke parabolically in Libro Clavium, Capite Vinasig, where we said that common azoth is not the matter of our stone, but our azoth, or first matter extracted by common azoth and wine, which are the expressed juice of unripe grapes, whereby the body of Venus is to be dissolved and reduced into vitriol. This is to be well observed, for thus you will free yourselves from many difficulties. Now, out of this vitriol thus prepared, distill a spirit and red oil, etc. Annotations. In the 8th kind, common mercury and metals were either by the spirits of philosophical wine, or by some simple vegetable menstruums converted into compounded vegetable menstruums. In the 20th antecedent kind, tinging arids dissolved in acids are more easily distilled, together with the spirit of philosophical wine into compounded mineral menstruums. But the present kind volatilize the said bodies, not by the spirit of philosophical wine, but mineral menstruums, that the menstruums may be thereby made sooner, easier, and of a higher kind. In the last kind, we distilled natural vitriol, being macerated in the spirit of philosophical wine, or which is much more conducible, dissolved in the same spirit, and reduced into graduated vitriol into a mineral. Menstruum, for the natural acidity of Roman vitriol for the corrosion of copper, was in the composition of it able, and strong enough to dissolve the spirit of philosophical wine in the making of the said menstruum. But herein, artificial vitriols, the matter is otherwise, for the dry bodies of metals cooperating in their dissolutions do debilitate the acid, and therefore vitriols containing this debilitated acidity are scarce, fit either for the dissolution of the spirit of philosophical wine or the constitution of the present menstruum, wherefore the vitriols of Saturn and Jupiter being made with a common acid, do by virtue of the spirit of philosophical wine yield sweet oils or vegetable menstruums, not at all acid or mineral, for that weak acid remaining in the vitriolification of those soft metals, it wholly transmuted in the dissolution of the spirit of philosophical wine, as also in the very distillation of itself, so that vitriol being artificially made of copper and iron acids is distilled, not by the spirit of philosophical wine, but mineral menstruums, into a menstruum of the present kind, but gold and silver need. Not only these mineral or stronger menstruums, but to be likewise volatilized by the same, and reduced into volatile vitriols. Thus Basilius in Conclusionibus Sui, Sect. 2 de Vitriolis, Cap 1. De vitriolo solis and luna, reduced gold and silver into volatile vitriol. It is requisite, saith he, first to have our water made of the cold salt of the earth, nitre, and the eagle, vegetable sal. Harmoniac, wherewith gold and silver are made spiritual, and coagulated into crystal or metallic vitriol, by which, etc. In Labore Primo Libri Revelationis, and also in Elucidation 12 Clavium, this vitriol of soul is more exactly thus described. Take, saith he, of this water, the king's bath or menstruum, described above in num. 89. 3 parts of the calyx of gold, 1 part, mix, put it in a cucurbit with an alembic upon hot ashes. to be dissolved. If it be not all dissolved, pour off the water and pour on new, and that till all the calx is dissolved in the water. When it is cold, white feces settle in the bottom, which separate, join all the water together, and digest in balneo a day and a night. Then, having taken away the feces, digest the space of 9 days continually, distill away the water, that the matter may remain in the bottom like oil. The water distilled from it, pour on again, being heated, distill as before, pour on again, distill, and this repeat. Some certain times, thus will the menstruum be debilitated. Then pour new water to the matter, like oil. Digest a day and a night, distill in sand to an oil, pour on water again, being hot, distill, and that so, off till all the gold is come over. But this distillation ought to be done in a low cucurbit, with a flat bottom. Put the golden water which came over in a cold place, to crystallize, separate the water from them. Guido made the volatile vitriol of gold out of gold sublimed. The gold be sublimed thus: take of gold calcine 12 times with 3 parts of cinnabar, or of gold leaf 4 ounces, of the oil of salt, the menstruum described in num. 76, 12 ounces, dissolve in ashes. Draw off the oil of salt from it several times, putrefy for a month, then distill, and all the gold will be sublimed of a red color in the 10th or 12th sublimations. But if it will not be sublimed, join all together, and draw off the phlegm in balneo, to the remainder add of the oil of tartar per deliquium 4 ounces gradually, and force it with a stronger fire, and the gold will ascend red with the menstruum, and be precipitated in the bottom of it. Decant the water from the gold, upon which kindle rectified spirit of common wine 8 or 9 times, to take away all the acidity of the oil of salt. Pag, jedinact, thesaur, kim. With gold thus sublimed, he prepared the graduated vitriol of Sol by the following method. Take of gold sublimed 4 ounces and a half, pour to it radical vinegar, mixed with the spirit of wine, the height of 3 fingers, digest 3 days in balneo, decant the vinegar, and pour on new, till all be dissolved, which draw off in balneo, but beware of too much. Put it in a cold cellar, and the vitriol of gold will be crystallized, of a ruby or garnet color, more or less beautiful, according to the method of operating, from which decant the liquor again to be drawn off to a thin skin, till you have 5 ounces of the vitriol. Pag, devatinact, thesaur, kim. The same may also be prepared the graduated vitriol of Luna, Pag, 31. As also of Mars, Pag, 36. But Jupiter, Pag, 42. Venus, Pag, 45. And Saturn, Pag, 49. He calcined only, and reduced them with the aforesaid vinegar into graduated vitriols, out of all which vitriols may menstruums of this kind be distilled, as Basilius his spirit of Venus. Isaacus distilled the spirit of Saturn out of the graduated vitriol of lead, thus 114. The water of paradise of Isaacus, in Opera Saturni, 106. Take of Saturn 10 or 15 pounds, which no other metal is mixed with, beat it into thin plates, and have a bottle half full of vinegar, lute, put it in a warm balneo, and every 3 or 4 days scrape the Saturn, that is calcined, from the plates, gather about 5 or 6 pounds of it, grind this calcined Saturn, ceruse, with distilled philosophical vinegar upon a marble, so as with a pencil to serve for a picture. Then take a stone jug, and therein pour distilled vinegar to the calcined Saturn, leaving a third part of the jug empty, mix very well, stop it with a glass or stone stopple, set it in balneo, stir it 5 or 6 times a day with a wooden slice or spoon, stop it again, nor heat the balneo more than you may endure your hand. In it, let it thus stand 14 days and nights, then pour off the clear, and pour new vinegar to the calx not yet dissolved, mix, proceed as before, repeating, till all the calx of Saturn is dissolved. Put the Saturn being thus dissolved in balneo, evaporate the vinegar with a slow fire, the Saturn will be reduced into a mass, which move to and fro till it be dry. It will be of a honey color. Rub it on a marble with distilled vinegar, like soap. Put it again in the stone jug, being very well mixed, in a warm balneo the space of 5 or 6 days. Stir it every day with a wooden slice. Stop the glass, let it cool. Pour off what is dissolved into another large stone jug. Pour other vinegar to it, mix very well. Put it again in balneo. Pour off, and thus proceed till nothing more will be dissolved, which you may try by your tongue. For if the vinegar be sweet, it is not enough dissolved, or put a little in a glass cucurbit, and let it evaporate. If anything remains, all that will be gold is not dissolved. And that which remains in the jug, or feces, if they be sweet upon the tongue, and you find yet something in the cucurbit that is not enough dissolved, you may dissolve it by pouring new vinegar to it. These solutions coagulate as before, dissolve in distilled vinegar as before these coagulations, and solutions continue till no more feces remain in the bottom, But are all things dissolved into a clear and limpid water, then is Saturn free from all its leprosy, melancholy, feces, blackness, and superfluities, and is pure as now, being exempted from all filth, subtle as wax, and sweet as sugar, etc. Take half of the purged Saturn, put it in a stone jug, and pour to it 4 pounds of distilled vinegar. Put on an alembic and distill the vinegar in balneo, but the alembic must have a hole in the top, through which pour new vinegar, distill, as before, pour on new and draw off, and that till the vinegar be drawn off as strong as it is poured on. Then is it enough, because the matter hath imbibed as much of the spirits of the vinegar as it needs, and as much as it can retain. Take the jug from the fire, and the alembic being taken off, put the matter into a glass that can endure the fire. Put an alembic to it, put it in a cupel with ashes in a furnace. Make first a gentle fire, increase it by till your matter goes over the color of blood, and thickness of oil, sweetness of sugar, and of heavenly smell. If the heat diminisheth, keep it while the matter distills. Increase the fire till the glass begins to be fire hot. Keep it in this heat till nothing more distills. Let it cool by itself. Take away the receiver and stop it very well with wax. Beat the matter, caput mortuum, in an iron mortar with a steel pestle, and then grind it upon a marble with distilled vinegar. Mix with the spirit of philosophical wine, put it in a stone jug, 2 parts full. Distill by balneo. Pour on new vinegar. Distill as before. Repeat till the vinegar distills with the same strength. As it was poured on, let them cool. Distill the matter in a strong glass upon ashes as before. First, with a gentle fire, then a stronger, as you did before. A red oil will go over as before, etc. Beat the matter, and proceed again, till the matter will retain no more of the spirit of vinegar in the distillation. In balneo, then take the matter, distill what will distill in a glass cucurbit. Upon ashes, till you have distilled the matter into a red oil, which is the noble water of paradise, by which all fixed stones may be resolved, and the stone made perfect. This water of paradise the ancients called their sharp, clear, vinegar, etc. Metals sometimes are not reduced into graduated vitriols, but by repeated coabation made menstruums of this kind. Thus, 115. The mercurial vinegar of Trismosinus. Libro Moratosan folded octo tincturarum in secunda tinctura, pag. 79. Or, vel, germ. Take argent vive, purge the common way, put it in an alembic, whereto pour very sharp vinegar. Vinegar mixed with the spirit of philosophical wine, described before in num. 72. 3 ounces of vinegar to 1 ounce of mercury. Draw off 6 times in balneo, then force it to ascend into the receiver. Being distilled, rectify it, and it will be prepared. Sometimes instead of philosophical vinegar, he used the strongest aquafortis described in num. 73. 116. The mercurial water of Trismosinus. Liber. Octo tinctura in tinct quarta. Pag. 80. Ore vel. Germ. Take of Roman vitriol, sal niter, of each 1.5 pounds, of vegetable, sal armagnac 4 ounces, of tiles pulverized 1 pound, out of which distill aqua fortis by the rule of art. Take of Venetian mercury, sublimed, you must have a care of its venomous fume, 4 ounces, put it in a cucurbit, pour the said aqua fortis. To it draw off strongly, that the mercury may be well mixed with the aqua fortis, and it will be prepared. Albertus Magnus prepared the same mercurial water thus. 117. The mercurial water of Albertus Magnus. Libro Compositum de Compositis. Cap. 5. Pag. 937. Vol. 4. Theatrum Chemicum. Take of Roman vitriol 2 pounds, of sal niter 2 pounds, of alum calcined 1 pound, being well ground and mixed together, put the matter in a fit glass phial, and having luted the joints very close that the spirits may not evaporate, distill aquafortis. After the common way, first with a weak fire, secondly a stronger, thirdly with wood, that all the spirits may go over, and the alembic turn white, then put out the fire. Let the furnace cool, and keep the water carefully, because it is the dissolvative. Of Luna, keep it therefore for the finishing of the work, because that water dissolves. Luna separates gold from silver, calcines mercury, and the crocus of Mars, etc. This is the first philosophical water, common aqua fortis, and hath 1 degree of perfection in it. Take of the first water 1 pound, dissolve in it 2 ounces of vegetable, sal armagnac pure and clear, which being dissolved, the water is presently otherwise qualified, and otherwise colored, because the first was a green color, and the dissolvative of Luna, and not of Sol, and presently after the putting in of the sal armagnac, the color of it is turned to citrine, and dissolveth gold, mercury, and sulfur sublimed, and tingeth a man's skin of a most citrine color. Keep that water, philosophical aqua regis, apart. Take of the second water 1 pound, and of mercury sublimed with Roman. vitriol, and common salt 5 ounces and a half. Put it to the second water by little and little gradually. Seal the mouth of the glass well, that the virtue of the mercury put in may not suddenly exhale. Put the glass in ashes temporarily hot, and the water will presently begin to work upon mercury, dissolving it and incorporating, and let the glass stand thus in hot ashes and in the dissolution of the water, till the water appears no more, but has wholly dissolved the sublimed mercury. Now the water acts always upon mercury by the way of imbibition, till it dissolves it totally. But take notice, if the water cannot wholly dissolve the mercury put in, then lay aside the mercury that is dissolved by that water, and that which is not dissolved at the bottom dry with a gentle fire, grind, and dissolve it with new water as before, and thus repeat this order, till all the sublimed mercury is dissolved into water, and then join all the solutions of that third water into one in a clean glass, and stop the mouth of it with wax and keep it carefully. This is the third philosophical, thick, qualified water in the third degree of perfection, and is the mother of aqua vitae, which dissolves all bodies into their first matter. Take the third clarified mercurial water, qualified in the third degree of perfection, putrefy it in the belly of a horse, to be well digested in a clear glass with a long neck, well sealed. The space of 14 days, make it putrefy, and the feces settle at the bottom. Then will this water be transmuted from a citrine to a yellow color, which done, take out the glass, put it in ashes with a most gentle heat, put on an alembic with its receiver, and begin to distill. By little and little, a most clear, clean, ponderous aqua vitae, virgin's milk, most sharp, vinegar, drop by drop, continuing constantly a slow fire, till you have distilled all the aqua vitae gently. Then put out the fire, let the furnace cool, and keep it diligently apart. Behold, this is aqua vitae, the philosopher's vinegar, virgin's milk, by which bodies are resolved into their first matter, which is called infinite names. The signs of this water are these: if a drop be cast upon a copper plate red hot, it will presently penetrate and leave a white impression. It smokes upon fire, is coagulated in the air after the manner of ice, and when this water is dissolved, the drops of it do not enter continually, as other drops, but one is distilled one way, another way. This water acts not upon metallic bodies as another strong corrosive water, which dissolves bodies into water, but if bodies be put into this water, it reduceth and resolves them all into mercury, as you shall hear hereafter. Paracelsus made this water by the following method. 118. The mercurial water of Paracelsus. In Appendices Manualis de Lep. Phil. Pag. 139. Take of mercury 7 times sublimed with vitriol, sal nitre, and alum, 3 pounds of vegetable, sal armoniac sublimed, 3 times with salt, clear and white, 1 pound and a half, being ground together and alkalized, sublime them. In a sublimatory 9 hours in sand, being cold, draw off the sublimate with a feather, and with the rest sublime. As before, this operation repeat 4 times, till no more sublimes, and a black mass remains in the bottom flowing. Like wax, being cold take it out, and being ground again, imbibe it often in the water. Of sal armoniac prepared according to art, the menstruum described in Num. 91, in a glass dish, and being coagulated of itself, imbibe it again, and dry 9 or 10 times over, till it will scarce any more be coagulated, being ground finely upon a marble, dissolve it in a moist place to a clear oil, which you must rectify by distillation in ashes from all feces and sediment. This water keep diligently is the best of all. Lully made his mercurial water of mercury, and the stinking menstruum thus. 119. The stinking mercurial menstruum of Lully. Pag. 63. Testum. Novissimi. 107. Take of the stinking menstruum 4 pounds, and put in 1 pound of mercury vive, put the matter in balneo or horse dung. 6 days, and it will be all converted into water. Distill by balneo, and you will have a mercurial water, truly mineral. Ripley followeth his master in the way of making the mercurial water, as followeth. 120. The mercurial green lion of Ripley. Pag. 310. Pupillae alchimicae. Take mercury, sublimed with vitriol and common salt, to the quantity of 20 or 40 pounds. In my opinion, 2 or 4 ought to be read, that you may have enough. Grind it well into a powder, and put it in a glass vessel very large and strong. Pour to it so many pounds of the most strong water. The stinking menstruum is the strongest water in the world. Pag. 138. Medullae, as there are pounds of mercury, shake them soundly together, and the vessel will become so hot that you can scarce touch it. Stop it well, and let it stand 9 days in a cold place, shaking it strongly 3 or 4 times each day, which done, put the vessel in a furnace of ashes, and with a most gentle heat distill away all the aqua vitae. Menstruum, which keeps safe by itself, then immediately add another receiver well luted, kindle a most strong fire, and continue it till all the golden liquor is wholly distilled. The same way as the mercurial waters are made, may also be made menstruums of this kind out of the other metals. Thus, 121. The stinking lunar menstruum of Lully, in Experimento 29.108, take of the aforesaid mineral water, described in Num. 104. As you have in the former experiment, Num. 26. 6 or 8 ounces, dissolve in it 1 ounce of Luna, which dissolution put into a small retort to be distilled by ashes, which distillation ceasing, increase the fire as much as possible, and when no more moisture will, with this degree of fire distill, cool the vessel, receive the distilled water, wherein is the soul of Luna, and secure it from respiring. Thus also Lully prepares the water of Sol. 122. The stinking solar menstruum of Lully, in Experim 31.109. Take the aquafortis, or mineral water, described in Num. 104. As above, and in every pound thereof dissolve 3 ounces of the animal salt prepared and fixed, as you have it in its 6th experiment, which being dissolved, dissolve therein 2 ounces of gold cemented. As you know, after that putrefy 8 days, then distill by balneo. Now that which remains at the bottom will be like melted honey, upon which matter pour again some of its own water distilled by balneo, so as to swim 2 fingers. Above it, putrefy for a natural day, then taking away the antinatorium, put on an alembic with a receiver so close as not to. Respire, distill by ashes, till no more will distill, then increase the fire a little, that part of the air may pass into the water, and lastly increase the fire, that also the element of fire may pass through the alembic, and when nothing will distill. With this last degree of fire, cool the vessel, take away the receiver with its distilled water, and keep it well stopped. Isaacus Hollandus made a mercurial water sometimes with the mercury of Luna, thus. 123. Philosopher's vinegar made of the mercury of silver of Isaacus. Cap, 99.2% Oper, Min, Pag, 492. Vol. 3. Theatrum chemicum. Take of the calx of Luna 1 pound, of sal ammoniac, which must be clear and transparent as crystal, without moisture, a 4th part. Being ground, put them in a stone jug, then take philosophical vinegar distilled 5 or 6 times from its phlegm, so as to leave no feces, empty the vinegar into another stone jug, and having put on an alembic, place it in balneo, the jug which the ground calx is in, lute well to the beak of the alembic, and let the luting be thoroughly dried, then make fire under the balneo, and distill the vinegar leisurely. Upon the calx of Luna, and so many pounds as you have of the calx of Luna, so many 4 pounds of vinegar, distill upon it, and when all the vinegar is distilled, let it cool gently the space of 3 days before you remove the jug, for if you remove it sooner, the vinegar, Luna, and sal ammoniac will run over, and you will retain nothing, so vehement is that matter, for cold and hot do come together, and when you would remove it, have a glass stopple ready fitted to the mouth of the jug, or receiver, which you must presently lute to it, that the virtue may not evaporate. Then set the jug in balneo, let the fire be no hotter than your hand, can endure in the water up to the knuckles, or then may be drunk without burning, and thus keep it the space of 6 weeks, then let it be cold, break it, and presently lute an alembic to the jug very firmly, and put a receiver to the beak, distill in a temperate balneo, whatsoever will distill, and when no more distills, take it out, and put it in ashes, lute the receiver again to the beak, and first apply a gentle heat, then sometimes a stronger, till your mercury begins to sublime with the sal ammoniac, as white as snow, and hanging to the white matter with clear fibers, then keep it thus, till you see it sublime. Not in the same heat, to extract the mercury purely out of earth, then let it cool, take away the alembic, take out the mercury being sublimed, with the sal ammoniac, which are sublimed into a mass together, which way that you may know how much mercury you sublimed out of the calxes of Luna, for you knew how much sal ammoniac you put into the jug, then put the sublimate again into a glass, and again sublime, that you may see whether any feces remain, for you must repeat the sublimation till no feces remain. Keep this mercury till I teach you what to do with it. You must know that in that vessel, wherein you sublimated the mercury with the sal ammoniac, is the body, commonly called caput mortuum, or element of earth with its oil or fire. This take out and weigh that. So you may the better know how much mercury you sublimed also out of it, for you knew how much of the calx of Luna you had in the jug. So you may certainly know how much you have out of it. Then put your salt or earth into a glass, and pour distilled vinegar upon it, and dissolve it into a pure water. If it yields any feces, pour off the top gradually, and congeal again. Then have you your salt prepared with your earth clear as crystal. Now take your sublimed mercury and sal ammoniac, and your clear salt, and grind them together upon a marble dry. Being ground, put all the matter into a glass plate, set it on a tripos or a calcining furnace, and there let it stand 6 weeks, and apply such a heat as If you would keep lead melted without congealing, those 6 weeks being expired, let it cool, then put it in a cold cellar and cover it with a linen cloth that no dust may fall in, and in the space of 6 or 8 days it will be wholly dissolved into a clear water. Now you must know, this is the philosophers' clear vinegar, for when they write our vinegar, they mean this water, and when they say philosophers' mercury, they mean this water, and it is their vinegar which they write or so wonderfully speak of. From the receipts we observe, 1. That metals and minerals volatilize with simple mineral menstruums are menstruums of this kind. 2. That these menstruums are the same with the menstruums of the 8th kind dissolved in simple mineral menstruums, but differ from the antecedent kind in being made not with the spirit of philosophical wine, but philosophical vinegar. 3. That these menstruums are the essences or magisteries of things tinging dissolved in simple mineral menstruums. 4. That those menstruums, being mineral or acid, are in alchemical processes, better than the vegetable menstruums of the 8th kind, because stronger. 5. That the dissolutions of metals performed by these mercurial menstruums have been by the adepts sometimes called amalgamations. You must know, saith Isaacus, that this is the best solution that ever was found in the world, for herein is no error of proportion and weight. For nature errs not, for when mercury is dissolved, it dissolves other metals also, as is rightly taught in other places. Nor will it dissolve more than it is able, nor will it receive more of a body into it than its nature can bear. For whatsoever has no need of it, it cannot dissolve, and it is the best amalgamation that can be found. 2. Oper, Min, Cap, 103. Pag, 494, Vol. 3. Theatrum chemicum that Bernhard in Epistola ad Tomam treated not of a dry, but of this moist amalgamation, I shall prove elsewhere. 6. That the menstruum of Venus, Sol, Luna, etc., is of the same virtue as to the faculty of dissolving with the menstruum of common. Argent Vive, this mercurial menstruum has been indeed more in use than the other by some adepts, because of the more easy way of operating upon the open body of mercury, though it be less powerful than the rest in point of tinging. 7. That there are divers kinds of stinking menstruums. The 13th kind taught us how to distill the most stinking menstruum of all out of atrop, for there the oily matter of the spirit of philosophical wine being dissolved in. Vitriol is in its distillation purged from all its putrid feculencies, but the 20th kind treats of menstruums less stinking, being made of the spirit of philosophical wine, now purified and sweet. The present kind produceth from the same matter menstruums of the same name indeed, but not of the same stinking savor, color, etc. For philosophical vinegar is, by reason of the perfect dissolution of the spirit of philosophical wine, diaphanous, not of a milky color, but in the distillation of a menstruum it is made milky, because the acidity of a body dissolved cannot retain the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine so well as before, but in the precipitation, of which the distilled liquor becomes milky for this reason. The adepts sometimes added common vitriol and nitre to the azoquian vitriol, that the said spirit might the better be dissolved. In a word, the greater quantity of philosophical vinegar, or any other mineral menstruum, stronger than this, is made use of in the making of these menstruums, the less milky, and less stinking will the menstruums be, because made not of the embryonated stinking matter of the spirit of philosophical wine, but of the same purified by circulation and distillation. 8. That these, as all other menstruums, are by digestion made sweet and transmuted into dissolvents of the 8th kind. The 2 and 20th kind, mineral menstruums, compounded of the philosopher's vinegar, and other simple mineral menstruums and things tinging being first fixed. 124. The menstruum of Venus of Isaacus Hollandus. Cap, 82. 3. Oper, minor, 1 and 10. I will now, son, teach you how to make the stone, which God gives us freely. You must know it is made divers ways, but I will teach you the way which I learnt from my father. Take of the stone which God gives us freely, the vitriol of Venus, as much as sufficeth, which dissolve in philosophical distilled vinegar, let the feces settle. Decant the dissolution from the feces warily, and filter, draw off the vinegar, with a gentle fire, that the matter may remain dry, being dried dissolve it again. In distilled vinegar, decant, filter, and draw off, and that to be 4 times repeated, till no more feces settle in the solution, then distill away the vinegar, with a gentle fire, till the matter becomes so dry, as to fly away in the beating of it into powder, yet retains its spirits. Now it is prepared for calcination. You must know, son, that this matter is in its nature styptic and astringent, partly volatile, partly fixed, and so dissolved in distilled vinegar, that it may retain the subtle spirit of the vinegar, and be calcined together with the said spirit, made more subtle, be better opened and dissolved. for the spirit of vinegar dissolves well before all things. The vitriol being thus prepared, put it in a glass bottle or egg, lute hermetically, but the vessels must be filled, that there may be no space for the spirits to elevate themselves, set it on a tripos, and there let it remain in a temperate heat to subtiliate itself, then take out the matter and pulverize it, put it in a cucurbit, put on an alembic with a receiver to it, and so distill in balneo whatsoever will distill. It will be distilled in about 20 or 25 days. Then lay aside the distillation, take out the feces lying at the bottom of the cucurbit, grind them very fine upon a stone, put them in a dissolving vessel, pour all the distilled water to them, seal hermetically, and it will be all dissolved. In balneo without feces, distill the solution in a cucurbit through an alembic in balneo with a moderate heat, that all the water may separate itself, which keep very choicely. Continue the distillation in ashes that you may receive the element of air in the form of a very noble citrine oil, and this must be done with a strong fire. Lay aside the air by itself. Very well stop near the water, the feces being as red as blood. Take out of the cucurbit, grind them to an impalpable powder upon a stone, put them in a glass bottle or egg, seal, and set it 30 days and nights on a tripos to be subtiliated with a temperate heat. Then take out the matter, grind it to powder, put it in a dissolving vessel. Pour to it the element of water, above distilled, seal, and put it in balneo to be dissolved as before. Distill the solution. Through an alembic in ashes, the receiver must be put into cold water. Increase the fire by degrees till at length it be hot, so let it continue 5 or 6 days. And in the meantime will ascend the element of fire in the form of a red oil. Suffer it to be cooling 3 or 4 days, then take away the receiver. Keep it very well stopped, etc. Annotations. We have had divers graduated vitriols in the former receipts, which have yielded us divers menstruums. The vitriol in this kind is made better than all of them, for it is made of vitriol graduated in a close vessel, fixed according to art, and again dissolved in philosophical vinegar, that by distillation it may be made a better menstruum than those before. In the 9th kind of vegetable menstruums, the graduated vitriol of mercury, made of mercury sublimed and salt circulated, is in a close vessel, reverberated into a fixed powder, which crocus of mercury then volatilized, with the spirit of philosophical wine, makes a vegetable menstruum. If the same graduated vitriol of mercury be in a close vessel, reverberated into a fixed precipitate, and then dissolved, not in the spirit of philosophical wine, but philosophical vinegar, or some other mineral, menstruum, it will be thereby made a menstruum of this kind. That which is spoken of the vitriol of mercury must be also understood the present vitriol of Venus in our receipt, where Isaacus dissolves the said vitriol in philosophical vinegar, depurates and graduates, which then he calcines, that is, fixeth upon a tripos. Being fixed, it must be dissolved in new philosophical vinegar and volatilized before the distillation of it, as appears by the description of the same menstruum elsewhere given. 125. A menstruum of vitriol of Isaacus Hollandus. Cap. 62.2. Oper. Min. 210. Take a great quantity of Roman vitriol, 10 or 12 pounds, rather more than less, as much as you will, and dissolve the vitriol in common water. Let the feces settle, put the clear to solution in a stone vessel to be congealed, till a thin skin comes over it, then let it cool and stand 3 days, and you will have notable stones of a green color, clear as crystal. Take out these stones, and put them in small glass vessels in a clean balneo to dry. The balneo must have such a heat as is of the sun in the middle of summer, and your stones will be turned into a white powder, which powder dissolve in common distilled water, and let the feces settle, decant the clear into a clean vessel, as before, and let it be congealed, as before. This repeat, till you see no feces left. When you have thus washed and made your powder white, you may be assured your vitriol is rightly prepared. Now take the white powder of vitriol, put it in a glass vessel with a neck pretty long, and seal the neck with the seal of Hermes so that no air can either pass out or in, and then put it in a plate with sifted ashes upon a furnace. Put fire under, and put a burning lamp under the furnace, adding so much heat as the sun yields in the middle of March, and thus keep it till you see your matter grow yellow, and continue it in the same heat till it be perfectly ruddy. Then increase the fire a little, that is, put under 1 lamp more, and thus continue it 8 or 10 days, and then see whether your matter begins not to be red. If it begins to be red, increase your fire, and so continue it 8 or 10 days. But if you gain nothing in redness, increase your fire with yet 1 lamp, and so proceed gradually, always 1 lamp being kindled, till your matter be as deep a red as a rose, or a ruby. It being now so deeply red, suffer it even thus the space of 8 or 10 days in the same heat. When you see your matter remains in the same state, take it out of the plate with ashes, and empty it into another strong glass. Pour a good quantity of philosophical distilled vinegar upon it, and put it in balneo. Let it boil, and stir it with a wooden spatula 3 or 4 times every day, and thus continue it 4 days and nights. Then let it cool, and pour off the clear, and again pour on distilled vinegar, and that repeat 3 times then. Throw away the feces, and draw off the vinegar through an alembic in balneo, till your matter become altogether dry, pour on new vinegar, and do as before, and that so long till no more feces remain in the dissolution. Then congeal it into a dry powder, which put into a good, thick glass, and putting on an alembic with a large head, distill in order to obtain first saffron-colored spirits, then a red oil, lastly, white spirits. Then let it cool, take away the receiver, and keep that truly blessed oil which is in it. Take away the alembic, and in the pot you will find a matter white as snow and clear as crystal, etc. The way of making of this menstruum we will consider in its several branches. The first is concerning the choice of vitriol, which reason requires, as well as the antecedent receipt, to be graduated, that is, dissolved either in the spirit of philosophical wine or philosophical vinegar, and crystallized for the calcination of common vitriol, dissolved in common water and purified in a close vessel to a most red color, is altogether impossible, and of no efficacy neither, for nothing but the common acid or common spirit of vitriol is extracted out of common vitriol, be it never. So well purified and calcined, vitriol therefore well purged in common water, is to be chosen according to the present receipt, but after that, according to the antecedent well dissolved in philosophical vinegar, that it may be thereby made graduated vitriol, and the fit matter of this menstruum. The second branch treats of the calcination or fixation of this graduated vitriol into redness, concerning which the former process was too obscure, but the present or later clear enough. This calcination is the true and philosophical way of fixing this vitriol, and that chiefly because citrinity and redness follow blackness and whiteness, the true signs of volatilization as well as fixation, of which, though Isaacus said nothing in both the receipts, yet other adepts have mentioned these colors in the fixing of vitriol. Take that stone, saith Ripley. Cap. 7. Phil. Cupri stillicidium, the green lion of fools, or common vitriol graduated, and put it, being ground into a philosopher's egg, and proceed upon it by the way of putrefaction, as was declared in the process of rebus, and continue the stone upon the fire till after blackness and whiteness it is turned into a red powder, which many call vitriol rubificated. But here riseth some doubt, in that the red color of this calcined vitriol seems to be by Isaacus himself called volatile, not in the least fixed. This matter, saith he, will remain red forever, and not fixed, for if it should be fixed, it would be altogether corrupted, for it must be dissolved into water and distilled through an alembic. Cap. 65. To disperse this cloud, you must know, the meaning of Isaacus is that vitriol calcined, or by what way soever reduced into redness, remains red, but not also fixed, because it must be dissolved in philosophical vinegar, and distilled through an alembic. For we find the like, if not the same phrase, concerning the redness and fixity of the philosopher's stone, which will easily remove the aforesaid doubt. When the stone is perfect, saith he, it ought to remain in that state now and for evermore. After perfection, it cannot be changed for better nor for worse, but will remain a king for ever. Wherefore, if any man has prepared the true philosopher's stone, no multiplication follows after, wheresoever. Multiplication follows after perfection. There is not the philosopher's stone, nor is there a true stone. It may be a medicine or other stone, of which sort are many wherewith projection is made, but it is not the philosopher's stone, which we here discourse of. When the aforesaid stone is perfect and prepared, it ought to remain in that state forever. Cap. 127.1. Oper. Minor. Pag. 407. Vol. 3. Theatrum Chemicum. As to the permanence of the red color in the philosopher's stone, he declares the following notions. In multiplication, saith he, no blackness intervenes, nor do any colors of the world shew themselves, nor any whiteness, nor in sublimation does anything shew itself besides redness, nor in fixation does any color shew itself except its own, that is, an egregious redness, for it is one only substance, one single matter, and as the heaven invincible, you must also know, though it be sublimed, it would not be deprived of all its fixity, for when the stone is made and prepared in the utmost virtue of it, then can it not be changed out of its own essence into another, for if the stone could be changed or drawn out of its own essence into another essence or nature, it would not be the philosopher's stone, nor one single matter, nor a glorified body, no, understand my discourse rightly, etc. Cap. 72.1. Oper. Min. Pag. 355. Of the same volume. Isaacus being perhaps persuaded of an unalterable constancy of redness, observed in the multiplication of the stone of higher degree or kind, concludes the philosopher's stone to be altogether and absolutely immutable, which opinion to defend. In every part, he has sooner ventured to deny the volatilization itself of the stone, then give way to the altering of fixity. In multiplication you must know, saith he, if the stone were sublimed, yet would it not be deprived of its fixity. Yea, he has chosen rather to pervert his own senses, for he himself hath in the same place taught how to volatilize the philosopher's stone, with some shining menstruum, and the sense of the word fix, though upon this term depends one half of all the operations. In the more secret chimey, then relinquish this fallacy derived from a paralogism. The stone, saith he, may be so often opened as aforesaid, and after that sublimed, and again condensed so, as to unite its parts, which we call fixation. We term it indeed fixation, but it is not fixation, but only condensation, so as that all the subtle parts of it are again forced into an union jointly together, as they were at first, and the stone will again expect fire, and we may again make projection with it, as we did before. Cap. 76, read 73, 74, 75. Chapters of the same book. What we have against this opinion we will reserve for the third book in the mean time. It will be requisite for you to observe this one thing, that the matter of calcined vitriol, as also of the philosopher's stone, multiplied, remains forever red, but not fixed, because either of them may be volatilized with philosophical menstruums. But let them be how they will, the vitriol of Saturn, fixed the same way by the same author, will prove that the graduated vitriol of Venus, calcined to redness in a close vessel, is fixed. Take, saith he, a glass vial, put in it 1/2 of purged Saturn, sugar of Saturn, made not with common distilled vinegar, but philosophical, reserve the other part. By itself, till you have occasion, put a fit glass to the mouth of the vial, and put the glass in sifted ashes in a furnace of tripos arcanorum, or on a furnace, wherein you calcine spirits, give it a fire as hot as the sun is at midsummer, no more, except by chance a little hotter, or colder, provided it be not so great as to melt the lead, for so your matter would be liquid as oil, and should it stand so the space of 12 days, all the sulfur would fly away, and the matter be corrupted, for the sulfur of it is not yet fixed, and on the outside only, and therefore the matter is most easily melted. And though it be pure, yet it is not fixed, wherefore the fire must be so gentle as not to melt the matter. Let it stand so the space of 6 weeks, after which take a little, project it upon a hot iron. If it presently melts and fumes, it is not yet fixed. Then increase the fire till it attains to the color of rubies, increase till it is red hot, and then it is fixed, and prepare for infusion with the noble water of paradise, the menstruum described in Num 114. Besides this, there is indeed another way also of calcining philosophical vitriol, which is done in an open vessel. Thus graduated verdigris is calcined to redness before the distillation of it, in the preparation of the spirit of Venus of Basilius, as we have observed in the precedent kind. But this belongs not to this place, for the calx remains volatile, not fixed, which way of calcining was invented merely for the separation of the phlegm. The third branch consists in a new dissolution of this fixed vitriol in philosophical vinegar, for which reason this vitriol is volatilized again and made fit for distillation. In the former receipt, this solution is wholly omitted, but more exactly described in the latter process. The fourth branch is the single and frequent distillation in the several ways of making all these stinking menstruums, yet this accepted, that out of this graduated, fixed, and again volatilized vitriol, the spirit ascends not white, but of a saffron color, because more mature before the red oil. And lastly, the white spirit appears also, being extracted out of the salt or white body. Lastly, these words following do prove that the same menstruums may be also made of any other metals. But if you would extract an oil out of metals, as has been taught of vitriol, you must dissolve your metal in aqua fortis, and make it precipitate, and wash away the saltness of it with common water, and being dried, put into a glass with a long neck, and congealed, and put upon a furnace with sifted ashes, make a fire under it as for vitriol, till the metal be altogether red, until the inside of it is turned outward. Then dissolve it in distilled vinegar as the vitriol, and congeal till no more feces remain. Then distill, and the metal will wholly distill into a red oil, and it is the perfect oil of the philosophers. But the projection of it is not so high as of the oil which was first salt, and the oil every metal you must multiply with the oil of vitriol as aforesaid, and the oil is very easily made after the same manner out of Saturn, and the projection of it is very high. Give thanks to God, work and remember the poor, dispense the gifts of God to your own salvation. Cap. 80.2% Oper. Min. Pag. 478. Of the same volume, all metals, saith he. Cap. 67. Of the same work, even Jupiter and Luna will become red as blood, for the inside of all metals is red, one more red than another. When therefore they are brought to redness, they must be dissolved in philosophical vinegar, and again congealed till they be free from any feces, and yet contain their elements together perfectly, for when they are brought to that pitch, nothing remains, save only feces, for the earth, the caput mortuum, being made subtle and liquid, is likewise dissolved, when you have made. It's subtle by dissolving and coagulating so as that no more feces remain. Thus you may distill it through an alembic into a red oil. As you were here taught concerning vitriol, so must you also do with all metals, as also mercury, when it is dissolved in aqua fortis and precipitated, the saltness washed away, and dried, put it in a glass, as was said of vitriol, and that which is here declared of metal, you may also do with antimony and all other minerals. Open your ears and hearken, and open your mind. It was never heard that such a work should be done with so little pains. Here I would advise you to take notice of the difference between the oils of vitriol and other bodies. The like oil is produced from all metals as from vitriol, yet with this difference, that vitriol, in the distillation of its oil, leaves an earth or salt behind it, wherewith the spirit and oil of it are fixed into the philosopher's stone, but metals and the rest of the minerals not so, they totally ascending into spirit and oil, no earth, salt, or caput mortuum remaining, whereby to be fixed into the stone. Vitriol therefore is that alone which hath all things in it, relating to the perfection of itself, whereas the oils and spirits of the rest are forced to borrow fixed bodies elsewhere for their fixations. You must know, saith he, when you would reduce the salt of metals to an oil, the same as hath been said of vitriol, the elementary earth of metals will distill together, with the oil red as blood, but that the earth of vitriol does not. The oil separates itself from the earth. God hath vouchsafed such a blessing, that the philosopher's stone may be made of it alone without addition, translating all metals into true sol. Herein do all the philosophers agree. An oil, he goes on, is also made of mercury and of antimony, but their earth goes over together, and their whole body turns into oil, and remains in oil forever. And with this oil you may do wonderful things, which is written of antimony and the oil of it. You must know, my son, that the oil of mercury is much better in all works, wherein the oil of antimony is used. This is a secret. Cap 69 and 70% of the same work. And set an example, that metals wholly ascend into oil. He brings in the following chapter, namely the 70th, which we will name. 126. The Circulatum Majus of Isaacus. Cap 70.2. Oper, Min, Pag 474. Vol. 3. Theatrum Chemicum. Take this mercury, the metals sublimed in the philosophical menstruums aforegoing, dissolve it. In aqua fortis, with an equal quantity of vitriol and nitre being dissolved, put the solution. In a glass vessel, put on an alembic, set it in sifted ashes. Give first a gentle fire. Distill the aqua fortis from it, then the mercury will sublime upwards into the alembic. When it will sublime no more, take it away. Take the mercury out of the alembic, put it in a vessel with sifted ashes. Light your lamp under it, so leave it till it be perfectly red, as hath been taught of vitriol, dissolve, congeal, being clean, distill it into a red oil, as hath been said of vitriol, but all the mercury distills into oil, so as to leave no earth. The menstruum immediately antecedent in num. 125 is in all things clear, except the first branch of it, wherein is omitted the necessary dissolution of vitriol in philosophical vinegar before the calcination of it into redness or fixation. The first menstruum of this kind is imperfect, not indicated in this, but in another branch, insomuch as it is not therein declared that vitriol must, after the calcination of it, be again dissolved in philosophical vinegar. In this present third, though it be said that it ought to be made according to the rule of the precedent menstruums, there is no mention at all. Made of philosophical vinegar, yet without it, vitriol can neither be fixed into redness, nor when fixed, be again volatilized or distilled. The receipts, therefore, must be compared as often as the adepts have either through too much fear or envy left us them imperfect. It is enough if by comparing them together we can pick out their meaning or intention, being not fully enough expressed in every circumstance, the terms being either too obscure or altogether omitted. Bodies in this kind are defixed, and then volatilized by mineral menstruums, as mercury and antimony in the 9th kind are first fixed, and then distilled in the greater circulatums by vegetable menstruums. This light borrowed from the said 9th kind will dispel all the obscurities and doubts of this kind. Vitriol, therefore, purged with common water by solutions and coagulations, must first be graduated. That is several times dissolved in philosophical vinegar and coagulated according to the receipt in num. 125. As mercury is dissolved in the water of salt, circulated in the circulatum majus of mercury, this vitriol, being graduated in a close vessel, must be fixed into a most red powder, and being fixed, then dissolved and coagulated in philosophical vinegar, that it may again become volatile, as mercury, being fixed in its own circulatum, is again made volatile by virtue of the spirit of philosophical wine. At last, the vitriol is to be distilled into its spirits. Now, by knowing the method, it is manifest that the mystery of the receipts consists in the vinegar, but to remove all scruple from these, Most excellent menstruums we will prove by the very words of Isaacus himself, that he meant not common but philosophical menstruum. Have not I taught you, saith he, how to draw all metals through the alembic, so as to distill wholly into oil, leaving nothing, but that alone does the strong spirit of vinegar, and makes them, metals, to be perfectly separated, and rectified from their feces, within and without, as I taught you, and that the inside should be outward, and the outside should be inward. And then they are so resolved and subtle that the elements cannot be separated one from another. If you sought all the means in the world, you would not be able to separate these elements, by reason of their subtlety, cleanness, and resolution. And when they have the subtle penetrating vinegar with them, they pass all together through the alembic with the vinegar. But if you should put them to fire, and any spirit of vinegar in sufficient quantity was present, they, the metal and vinegar, would be forthwith fixed together. And because the vinegar is copiously in their clean, open, subtle body, they distill into an oil, and the spirits of the vinegar are fixed with the body. Now you must know that the spirit of vinegar is more subtle than all things in the world, yea, 1,000 times. More subtle than the quintessence of aqua vitae. It cannot be contained in any vessels, but it is easily half fixed, and therefore it easily fixeth the thing to which it is applied, as it is demonstrated in the vegetable work, where the discourse is of wine, and the nature of it, where you will be sufficiently instructed what vinegar is, and the spirit of it, how all things are dissolved and ascend. Cap. 77, 78.2. Oper. Minor. Pag. 477. Vol. 3. Theatrum chemicum. You must know, saith he elsewhere, this is the greatest secret in this art, for the middle parts of vinegar are of so great virtue as to be incredible by reason of their great subtlety, for everything they are mixed with becomes exceeding subtle and penetrable, wherefore they make the philosophers stone 1,000 times more subtle than it was before, and more penetrable, and the subtle parts mix themselves with the stone, for they are of one nature, and are both clean and subtle, and are mixed together as water with water, and is a medicine of that nature as to make everything fixed which it is mixed with, and of its own nature wherein it is. And thus are the subtle parts of philosophical vinegar fixed in the philosophical stone, and are made of one nature with the stone. And they make the stone as fusible as an artist can wish, as he oftentimes dissolves the stone in vinegar, and congeals it, for as many or few spirits remain in the stone, the more fusible is the medicine. Wherefore I have taught my son how to make his stone so fusible as thereby to bring Mercury to Sol and Luna. And it is a great secret, known to few. Peruse this lecture diligently, what virtue there is in vinegar, and what with a middle matter of vinegar may be made. Cap. 51.1. Oper. Min. Pag. 337. Vol. 3. Theatrum chemicum. That vinegar, which is 1,000 times more subtle than the quintessence of aqua vitae, or spirit of philosophical wine, the spirits of which makes the philosopher's stone 1,000 times more subtle, that is of one nature with it, and fixeth everything it is mixed with, you yourselves will say is no common menstruum, but another of more excellent quality. Isaacus, moreover, dissolves and coagulates a stone in this vinegar so oft, till it is converted into oil, which will be no more congealed. Cap. 51, 59, 107 of the same book. With the same vinegar also he made metals fat, and transmuted them into oils. Thus he dissolved and coagulated gold so often continually in new vinegar, till an oil was made thereof as red as blood, as Cap. 54% of the same book. Sometimes also he did with the same vinegar reduce gold to the consistence of an excellent white oil, out of which he then distilled a white spirit and a red oil apart, and not immixable together, so subtle as that he advised the artist to have a care lest these oils should condense again by too much rectification, for then, being forced with too strong a fire, the greatest part of them would by reason of their great subtlety penetrate the glass, and so be lost. Cap. 126, 128.1. Oper. Min. Pag. 406. Volt. 3. Theatrum chemicum. Who can expect such and so great things from common vinegar? The same vinegar that dissolved the fixed metal gold, and divided it into spirit and oil, the constitutives of the stone out of sol alone, the same also is required to dissolve fixed vitriol, and distill it into spirit and oil, the constitutives of the stone out of vitriol alone, of the making of which in the 3rd book of alchemical tinctures, that this oil of vitriol shows light by night, affirms Trismecinus, who hath described the said oil thus. 127. The oil of vitriol shining by night, of Trismecinus. Libro Gangeniveron. Folded novum tincturarum in tinctura prima. Take of the best Hungarian vitriol 12 pounds, grind and dissolve it in pure clean water, or rainwater distilled. Let the feces settle, decant the solution. Into a glass dish, placed in a brass basin full of sand, put the said basin in balneo, and draw off the water to a thin skin, let it cool, and stand 3 days in a cold place, and in the mean time you will find green stones, which take out, the remainder draw off again to a thin skin, and let it crystallize, and this 7 times repeat. Put the stones in a stove of the same heat as the sun in dog days, and in such a heat they will turn into a white powder. The vitriol being thus prepared, put it in a cucurbit with a long neck, well sealed in ashes, under which put a lamp, so as that the heat exceed not the sun in March. Thus leave it, till the vitriol begins to be yellow, the fire of the lamp increase 1 degree. And thus leave it 10 days and nights, or till it begins to be red. Then again increase the fire in the lamp another degree, and thus continue, till the matter be altogether red as a ruby. Then increase the fire yet 10 days, and the hidden part of the vitriol is now manifest, and prepared in its redness as a volatile matter, the redness thus remaining. Take the glass out of the ashes, and the matter out of the glass, and put it in a stronger glass, to which pour the best vinegar well rectified. Stop it well. Set it in balneo, so let it stand 4 days, yet stirring the matter with a spatula made of hazelwood, 3 or 4 times a day. Let it cool. Decant the vinegar into another glass. Pour new upon the matter. Digest in balneo, as before. This repeat with new vinegar 3 times. The decanted vinegar gently draw off, till the matter remains in the form of a salt at the bottom, to which pour new sharp vinegar. Put it 4 days in balneo, as before, to dissolve, and let that be repeated, till it be free from any sediment. Then coagulate the matter into a dry powder, and put it in a glass cucurbit, with a wide mouth and a large alembic. Lay the receiver in a vessel full of water, lute the joints firm, and distill with an open fire, but very gently, the space of 4 hours, after that strongly, and the spirits will ascend yellow, which are called air. Continue the fire in the same degree, till the alembic begins to be red, then slow the fire, that the alembic may be of a blood color. Then increase the fire still, that the glass may be burning hot as a red-hot iron, which keep in that heat, till the alembic be made of a snow color. Then strengthen the fire yet more, that the alembic may again be clear and transparent. Then let it cool. Remove the receiver and pour the oil into a pure glass, which stop well, and you will have the true oil of vitriol, shining night and day in dark places, which keep well for your occasion. But you must know there is a white and beautiful oil found in the bottom, which to its red oil, etc. This receipt of Trismosinus agrees almost in all things with Isaacus, his description of the menstruum made of vitriol, so that it seems to me to be borrowed of Isaacus. Of the volatile redness of calcined vitriol is retained, those things, therefore, which were observed before upon the menstruum of Isaacus, do also hereto relate. But we added this, because Trismosinus does more assure us that this oil shines in darkness, concerning which quality of his menstruum Isaacus was silent. Ripley made menstruums of this kind this way. 128. The Circulatum Majus of Ripley. Pag. 395. Accurtationum. The time of true putrefaction and alteration is completed in the space of 6 weeks, but it may be done in a shorter time by half, and that by the acquisition of our mercurial waters, that is, the white and red water, the milk and blood of the green lion in Num. 59, with common mercury sublimate, which thus do fix and calcine the mercury, sublimate, and dissolve it in our white or red mercury of the said menstruum, so as to be all one true water, which water, being thus actuated, hath the power of putrefying, and altering any calx of metals in the space of 3 weeks, and that because the 2 fires, namely of nature and against nature, are then joined together in that water, common mercury being dissolved in philosophical vinegar, or any mineral menstruum, and fixed either by sublimation, as the Circulatum Majus of Paracelsus, or calcination, as the vitriol of Isaacus calcined to redness, is then dissolved in a stinking menstruum, and distilled through an alembic. He reduced all other metals and minerals the same way as he did mercury into the greater circulatums. Thus, 129. The metallic acetum exceramum of Ripley. Pag. 266. Clavis aurea porte. Having therefore these 2 mercuries, the white and red of the stinking menstruum, practice with them either upon their own earth, or caput mortuum of the said menstruum, or upon the calx of metals prepared. For you need not trouble yourself about the earth, provided the substance of it be fixed. Take therefore any of them, being white, and ferment it. Thus, for the white work, take the calx of Luna, and the altered earth, a philosophical calx, made of the mineral menstruum of Luna in equal quantity. Grind them together, and temper them with the white mercury, which we call lac virginis, in the description of the green lion, and sublime them very well. Keep and gather that which is not fixed, that is, so much as ascends white, and sticking to the parts of the glass as mercury sublimate. For this is that our mercury made by sublimation out of the white altered earth, then grind it upon its own calxes, tempering, distilling, and subliming it with lac virginis, till it be wholly fixed, so as to be immovable by fire. This is the sublimed and fixed mercury. For which fools take that common mercury sublimed with common vitriol and salt, wherein they very much err, put it into a circulatory, and pour lac virginis upon it till it be covered, then let it be circulated and distilled through an alembic. An example of making the altered earth of metals, and the way of fixing the said earth he hath given in vitriol. Take vitriol calcined to ashes, common colcathar, grind it to a most fine powder, put it in an urinal, pour lac virginis, the white fume of the stinking menstruum, to it till it be covered with it, stop the urinal with a linen cloth, and let it stand 8 days. Then add the same quantity of the former milk, repeating it from 8 days to 8. But when it will drink up no more, let it stand in the cold well stopped, till a crystalline earth appears in the superficies of it, like eyes of fish. Separate this earth from the thicker parts resided in the bottom, and put it, this graduated vitriol made, not indeed of the spirit of philosophical wine, nor philosophical vinegar, but the sinking menstruum, in a philosophical egg, to digest, calcine discreetly, till it be perfectly fixed, then increase the fire, till it be perfectly citronated, and still increase it, that it may be rubified in the form and color of sanguis draconis. Lastly, for a conclusion, we will add the circulatum majus of Isaacus made of sulfurs, which being most clear in the graduation, fixation, and volatilization of it, will help to illustrate those things which have perhaps remained more obscure in the antecedent, and make the receipts in this kind more clear. 130. The circulatum majus of Isaacus, made of sulfur, cap. 88.3 oper. Min 113. Take Hungarian or Spanish sulfur, 10 or 12 pounds, prepare it upon a stone with philosophical vinegar distilled, as painters do their colors. Pour a good quantity of the aforesaid vinegar upon it, put it in balneo. Stir it well with a wooden spatula, decocting it in a close vessel in balneo, the space of 6 or 8 days, stirring it 3 or 4 times a day. Then let it cool and settle. Filter the tinged vinegar, pour on new, repeat this work, till no more vinegar will be tinged. Draw off all the tinged vinegar in balneo, that a powder a golden color may remain at the bottom. This powder prepare and extract with vinegar, as before. Filter the solution and draw it off, till at length it leaves no feces behind it. Then draw off the vinegar, that the rest of the matter may remain in the form of a powder. Take of this powder 1 part, of salt prepared 1 part, of Roman vitriol dried 6 parts. Mix them all well, and sublime by degrees, first with a weak fire, secondly stronger, lastly most strong for the space of 2 days. Sublime the sublimation, mix with its feces 3 times, then casting away the feces, sublime with new species, and repeat the work 3 times, then dissolve the sublimation in the dissolving water. For the red, of what description soever in the 20th kind, the water being drawn off, sublime, pour on new water and sublime, and that do 3 times. Then take 7 parts of this sublimation, 1 part of the calx of soul, and sublime, this sublimation being put into a philosophical egg made of gold, for one of glass wood. Be of little use for this purpose, because it would become soft as wax. Stop it well, and set it upon a tripos the space of 18 weeks to be fixed, but the first 6 weeks with a gentle fire, the next a stronger, the last most strong, these 18 weeks being ended. Take out the matter, being fixed, reduce it to a powder, to which being put in a dissolving vessel, pour an equal quantity of our red burning water, of the aforesaid dissolving water. For the red, seal or stop the vessel very well, let it dissolve and settle, then take it out, and distill it through an alembic in balneo with a very small fire. It is necessary for the receiver to be well luted, and the alembic must have a pipe in the upper part, for it must be 6 times distilled, always with new red water, and your matter will at length become thick as honey, which distill in sifted ashes by degrees, and an air will ascend like water, then changing the receiver. An oil of a golden color will distill, gilding the alembic, as also the receiver. Let it continue in the same heat till the alembic be of a blood color, then take away the receiver, stop it suddenly, put another 2, and increase the fire for the space of 24 hours, till the vessel grows red hot, in which heat let it continue 12 hours, and the matter will ascend red as blood, and at last also a red fume, these spirits no more appearing. Let the vessels cool, keep the distillation, but the feces reverberate, etc. Out of the receipts, these things we observe. 1. That these menstruums, made of the graduated vitriols of metals fixed in a close vessel, have the like place amongst mineral menstruums, as the greater circulatums of Paracelsus have amongst the vegetable menstruums. Dissolve the aforesaid circulatums in any acid spirit, and you will presently make menstruums of this kind. 2. That these menstruums are medicines, called volatile arcanums, dissolved in an acid. 3. That the graduated vitriol of Venus has some certain peculiar privileges above the rest. 1. Because in the distillations of these menstruums, it hath a fixed body, besides a soul and spirit, whereby the 2 aforesaid must be fixed into the stone, but all the other metals and minerals being reduced into graduated vitriols have no fixed bodies, and are divided into 2 parts only, spirit and soul, but because the adepts found it necessary to borrow some fixed body elsewhere for the fixing of these, they therefore, more than often, affirm the possibility of making the stone out of vitriol alone, without any addition. Thus have we heard Isaacus in the antecedent receipt saying, God hath vouchsafed such a blessing to vitriol that the philosopher's stone may be made of it alone, without addition, it translating all metals into true sol, but the oil of it must be fixed with its earth or body, but that is not so with metals, for their earth distills together through the alembic. But who observes not here these words without any addition to be meant of any foreign matter, and are so to be understood with some certain restriction? For this most red oil of vitriol, shining by night, and which must be fixed with its salt into the philosopher's stone, cannot in the least be produced from vitriol alone, and that crude being not graduated with philosophical menstruums. Moreover, as the like oil being distilled from gold, and fixed in the purified, but not volatilized part of it, is called by Isaacus the stone of soul alone, whereas notwithstanding, he used his philosophical vinegar to the making of it, so the stone may be said to be made out of vitriol alone without addition, though the same vinegar was used in the preparation of it. Lastly, it is manifest by the kinds of almost all menstruums, that no arid text reads acid, that is, dry and incombustible matter, can be reduced into oil without an oily menstruum, because it must receive this unctuosity from the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine. 2. Because it is of mean value, and so by the adepts called the stone, which God hath given us freely. This work, saith Isaacus, you cannot enter. Upon with little matter, you must have at least 4 or 5 pounds of matter, gold or silver, if otherwise the work will be insufficient. For it is not the work of poor men, except the stone given us by God freely, might happily be obtained. Then other charge is not necessary, more than vessels, coals, and food, till we have prepared the stone. And the 2 stones, which God hath given us freely for the white and red work, require but half the time, as the matter which is to be taken for preparation's sake. For before we come to sublimation, the stone given us freely is already almost brought to fixation. Cap. 17. 1. Oper. Mineral. Pag. 313. Vol. 3. Theatrum chemicum. The same thing is affirmed by Basilius, saying, there is no moisture in gold, unless it be reduced into graduated vitriol, which would be a work indeed of no profit, but much charge, because of the great quantity of vitriol required to the making of the philosopher's stone. And though there is in vitriol the desired spirit of gold, of a white quality, and a soul and salt of a glorious essence, but how many countries, estates, and riches have been thus consumed? I will not reckon, but this admonition I give my disciples, to follow the shorter way of nature, that they may not also fall into extreme and inextricable poverty. If you intend, therefore, he goes on, to make the philosopher's stone out of the vitriol soul, as many men indeed endeavor, consult with your purse and prepare 10 or 12 pounds of this vitriol, and then you will finish your work, whereas Hungarian or other vitriol would suffice. 3. Because it is our gold, full of the tincture of common gold, green vitriol. Saith Ripley, being Stillicidium veneris, or common vitriol, is by many philosophers called Roman gold, because of the abundance of its noble tincture, which ought to be fermented with common gold. Pag. 140 medulla philos. For vitriol, he goes on, is nothing else but Stillicidium cupri, or droppings of copper, in the mines, wherein copper is generated, as Bartholemius, an English monk and philosopher, saith, and, though it hath an admirable tincture of redness, yet is that tincture polluted with an unclean terrestriety, which is called its original blemish, which hinders gold and silver from being made of it. Therefore, saith Raymond, let not the terrestrial virtues overpower the celestial virtues of the sun and the rest of the stars, and you will have a good thing in vitriol. Pag. 303. Pupillae. Arnold, to show the golden nature in common vitriol to his disciple, resolved to prove it by an experiment in Speculo Alchemiae. Pag. 6 cent cinque. Vol. 4. Theatrum chemicum, where thus, by the way of dialogue, Disciple, I wonder, good master, that you commended brass so much. I know not whether there be so great a secret in it. I thought it to be a leprous body, because of that greenness which it hath in it. Wherefore I still admire what you said, that we ought to extract argent vive menstruum out of this body. Master, son, you must know that the philosophers' brass is their gold, and therefore saith Aristotle. In his book, our gold is not common gold, because that greenness which is in that body is the whole perfection of it, because that greenness is by our magistry suddenly turned into most true gold, as we know by experience, and if you have a mind to try, we will give you a rule. Take es ustum 114 well, and perfectly rubified common, to be sold in shops, and let it drink 7 times of the oil denech, spirit of philosophical wine, as much as it can drink, always assating, and reducing, cohobating, and calcining, then cause it to descend, melting this vitriol being impregnated with the aforesaid oil into a regulus, for pure gold settles as grains of currants, red and pure. And you must know that so great a redness descends with it as a tinge and quantity of silver of a most true color, etc. To allege all that the philosophers have said of the golden nature of vitriol would be too much. Peruse Basilius alone, especially the 4th and 5th chapter, De Rebus Naturalibus and Supernaturalibus, as also in the elucidation of the 12 keys, and you will find vitriol more esteemed by him than any gold, for his doctrine is that the tincture of the vitriol of Venus and Mars is far better than the sulfur of gold, not indeed in its kind, for it is one and the same in all, but that this tincture is in the natural as well as artificial vitriol of Venus, and Mars higher and more noble in color, more abundant in quantity, of easier separation from its body in preparation, and of less charge in the use than the tincture that is in gold. 4. Because it is gold opened, not yet fused, and so of easier preparation. You have labored, saith Isaacus, a long time, before this matter is made subtle and spiritual enough to be sublimed, but if you would procure the stone, which God hath given us freely, there would be no need to prepare it so, but you might presently take it, reduce it to an impalpable powder, and wash away the uncleanness of it with common water till the matter came clear from it, then dry it again, and it would be ready for sublimation, in which respect the work would be shorter. Cap. 22. Pag. 317. Vol. 3. Theatrum Chemicum. To speak more plainly, saith Ripley, I affirm, that the more subtle a body is, of the easier dissolution it is, and moreover you must know, that dissolution ought to be performed by our vegetable menstruum, or some other vegetable, and this vegetable mercury, vegetable menstruum, cannot penetrate a body so as to complete the dissolution of it, except the body be first made spongy, but no lead is so spongy, nor so subtle, as red lead, or minium, vitriol calcined, and therefore if we would not be frustrated of our expectation, it is necessary for us to take red lead, that is, antimony prepared, which is more spongy and subtle than any other lead. For the vegetable, water will suddenly penetrate into it and dissolve the most subtle parts of it. But now to declare further concerning the second body, which is Roman vitriol, you must know that it is an easier thing to make the separation of the elements in a thing complexioned, which was never before forced into a hard and compact substance by the violence of fire, than to perform the same in a substance forced into a hard mass, or in a metallic and stony substance, wherein the congelative virtue is extinguished, and therefore in respect to the other is made intractable, not being soft nor unctuous, and consequently less obedient to solution and separation, for vitriol is nothing else but, etc. Pag. 301. Pupillae. 4. That the adepts in the more secret chimie meant 4 things chiefly by the stone. 1. The matter of the menstruum or spirit of philosophical wine, of which God willing, in the 5th book. 2. All menstruums whatsoever, made with the spirit of philosophical wine. Examples enough you will find in the receipts of menstruums produced to you. 3. Every matter of the philosopher's stone, so gold and silver are, in many places called stones, but by the stones which God hath given. Us freely Isaacus meant vitriol for the red, and alum for the white. Cap. 39.3. Oper. Minor. Pag. 67. He hath besides these 2 other stones also made of arsenic and ora pigment, both graduated, of which see the 6 former chapters, Oper, and Cap. 112 and 113.2 Oper Minor, but of these in their proper places. 4. Every alchemical tincture, though not in the form of a stone, but oil. 5. That menstruums made of vitriol or Venus are indeed better than the rest in point of tinging, but not dissolving, the 3/20th kind. Mineral menstruums made of mineral menstruums compounded, and metallic bodies and other tinging things. 131. The oil of Mars and Venus of Basilius. Libro de Conclusión. Sect 1. Cap. 3. Take of verdigris some pounds, and with philosophical vinegar distilled make an extraction, which is crystallized into a noble vitriol, out of which by a retort is distilled a red oil, which dissolves Mars into vitriol, out of which is the red oil. Extracted again in a long time, and with a strong fire, and thus have. You, the sulfur of Mars and Venus together with this oil is Luna. Graduated, and a good part of Sol and Luna together, and putrefied in this oil 8 days and nights, is changed into good gold. Praise be God. Annotations. Though every mineral menstruum is able enough to dissolve any body whatsoever, yet the Adepts thought good to actuate them, yet more, by the addition of metallic bodies, that they might the better dissolve and tinge their dissolutions. In the present receipt, Basilius dissolves Mars in the spirit of Venus, described before in Num. 113, reduceth it into vitriol, and at last distills it into a compounded oil. Sect. 2. Cap. 4. This menstruum he calls oil of the salt of Mars. Now saith he, I have taught you how to extract the clear vitriol out of Venus, and to distill its red oil. This oil dissolves Mars into vitriol, and being yet once distilled strongly by a retort, you will have a noble tinging oil, or salt of Mars, which is a subject that pays tribute to the king and enricheth him. This oil dissolves the purple spiritual gold, and brings it over the helm, etc. The process of this oil of the salt of Mars, etc., being by its brevity too obscure, will be not a little illustrated by the following spirit of Mercury. 132. The spirit of universal Mercury made of vitriol of Basilius. Labor 2, Libri Revelat. Take common copper, make verdigris of it after the common way, grind it, pour to it a good quantity of distilled vinegar, philosophical or vinegar mixed with the spirit of philosophical wine, stir it well, and the verdigris will be dissolved, let the feces settle, and the solution will be very pure, clear, and green. Draw off the vinegar in a cucurbit to thickness, and in a cold place a weighty vitriol graduated to. The highest degree will be crystallized, which again dissolve in hot water, evaporate the water till it be thick. Put it again in a cold place, and the vitriol will again be coagulated, which solution and coagulation must be 3 times repeated, and the purification of the vitriol will be perfect. Let the phlegm evaporate from this vitriol in a calcining pot, and calcine it till it begins to be red. That is enough. Then take pure flints, calcine, and being red hot, quench them in distilled vinegar, repeat some certain times, till they be well calcined, then again calcine, and when they are a little cool, pour to them philosophical vinegar made hot, and let them be gradually dried. Of these little stones thus prepared, take 1 part. Of the vitriol now calcined, 2 parts, grind, and mix, put the matter in a earthen retort that will not suck up the spirits, or in a glass retort well luted. Put a large receiver to it, and the vessel being well luted, kindle a fire by degrees the space of 24 hours. Then give a stronger fire 24 hours more, and the green spirits will come over, white, and the fire being thus continued, red drops at last. Keep this violent fire till all the spirits and drops are gone over. Then put the distillation in a cucurbit, and the vessel being very close, rectify it in balneo with a most gentle fire, and the phlegm will ascend, but in the bottom of the cucurbit will remain the oil of vitriol red and ponderous. This work being finished, take pure fillings of iron, put them in a cucurbit, pour to them the said oil of vitriol so as to swim above them, add so much distilled rainwater till you see that the oil dissolves the iron, then draw off the phlegm by distillation, and let the remainder crystallize in a cold place into pure vitriol. And thus are Mars and Venus joined together, this vitriol calcine. It under a tile, and stir it with an iron hook into a fine reddish powder. This powder put into a glass retort well luted, and the vessels being very close. Distill by degrees of fire, as you distill the oil aforesaid, and first you will have a white spirit, which is the philosopher's mercury, then a red spirit, which is the philosopher's sulfur, an incombustible oil compounded of both the tinctures of Venus and Mars, never to be separated, and this is the blood of the green and red lion, with which the king their father ought to be nourished. Draw off the phlegms from this oil in balneo, and it is prepared for gold to be tinged with it. Take the caput mortuum, which is a beautiful crimson color, grind it to a most fine powder. Put it in a glass, pour philosophical vinegar distilled to it, digest 3 days, in a gentle heat, to extract the salt, wherein lie the treasures of the whole world. Without which salt, all labor would be in vain. Draw off the vinegar and ashes, and the salt will remain in the glass, to which pour the aforesaid oil of Venus and Mars in a glass retort, and the salt will be presently dissolved, and then distill with the same violence as before, and the oil will carry its own spirit of salt over with it, which rectify once in balneo, and it will be 10 times stronger than before, and you have the incombustible oil of mercury, sulfur, and salt issuing out of 1 root prepared. This oil is the true first matter of metals, and the true root from which gold is generated. This spirit of mercury, ye searchers of nature, has been to my knowledge detrimental to many unwary men, seeking after it either too inconsiderately, or arrogantly, which to prevent for the future, I will somewhat more clearly manifest the nature, qualities, and original of it. Common verdigris reduced into vitriol by vinegar, then distilled 3 times dissolved in common water, and coagulated must be calcined to redness in an open vessel, that the superfluous phlegm may be drawn away, and made fitter for the ensuing distillation. But whoever calcined verdigris purified in apothecary shops, called the flowers of verdigris to redness, without the diminution of its virtues, who, I say, has distilled a most red oil out of this calcined powder. Verdigris therefore must be dissolved not in common, but philosophical vinegar, in order to be not only purified, but reduced also into vitriol, graduated to the highest. In the 20th kind, Basilius distills the same red oil of Venus, ponderous, as lead or gold, thick as blood, and of a fiery quality, that is, of extreme acidity, out of Roman vitriol being highly graduated, that is, either macerated or thoroughly dissolved in the spirit of philosophical wine. In the 21st kind, we took notice that the same vitriol of copper or verdigris, being purified with common vinegar, was reduced into a graduated vitriol, not indeed by the spirit of philosophical wine alone, but with the juice of sour grapes, that is, mixed with common vinegar or some other stronger acid, and then distilled into the oil of Venus. If metals, minerals, and all other arids dissolved in acids and reduced into vitriols be so graduated with the spirit of philosophical wine or philosophical vinegar that the desired oils may be drawn from them, the reason why vitriols, alone made of copper, should be deprived of the said privilege cannot easily be apprehended. It matters not whether vitriol be graduated according to the prescription of the present receipt, for the same spirit and oil is produced either way. Now this oil of Venus being made and diluted in common water, iron is reduced into graduated vitriol, which must, like the vitriol of Venus, be also calcined into a red color, and then distilled into a white spirit and red oil. The method of this process is in libro particul. In particulare, Martis, thus, take off the red oil of vitriol 1 part, of spring water 2 parts, mix, wherein, dissolve the filings of steel, filter the solution warm, then evaporate it gently to the consumption of a 3rd part, and in a cold place you shall find crystals sweet as sugar, the true that is graduated. Vitriol of Mars, from which decant the solution, then draw it off a little, and in a cold place you will have new crystals, which gently calcine under a tile, stirring them continually with an iron spatula, into a powder of a purple color, to which pour philosophical distilled vinegar, extract the soul, tincture or essence of Mars, draw off the vinegar, and adulterate the soul. This is that soul of Mars, which, being dissolved in the spirit of Mercury, and united with the soul of Sol, tingeth Luna into Sol. But of these below, the vitriol of Mars being graduated and calcinated into a purple powder in our receipt is without the extraction of its soul, distilled into the philosopher's mercury and philosophical sulfur, the true oil of Mars and Venus, the menstruum next foregoing in num. 131. Out of which, to make the present spirit of mercury, the salt must be extracted out of the caput mortuum with philosophical vinegar, which salt being mixed with the oil of Mars and Venus and distilled together through an alembic is called the first matter of metals. Basilius sometimes used the salt and sulfur of Sol instead of the said salt extracted out of the caput mortuum. Thus, 133, the oil of Mars and Venus, actuated with the sulfur and salt of Sol of Basilius. In supplemento, take of the purple-colored gold, the crocus of Sol, des conings purpurmental, half an ounce of the philosopher's oil of Mercury, the oil of Mars and Venus, 1 ounce and half dissolved, to which add of the salt of Sol 2 drachms, all being resolved into an oil, rectified it by a retort, that it may be clear and pellucid. For the spirit of universal mercury, Basilius took copper dissolved in philosophical vinegar, and crystallized into graduated vitriol, and with gentle calcination reduced it into the true crocus, or red powder of Venus, but the iron he dissolved in the oil of Venus, distilled out of the said crocus of Venus, crystallized and calcined into the crocus of Mars. For the present menstruum he requireth gold dissolved in balneo regis, described in num. 89, and reduced into a volatile graduated vitriol, which then, being dissolved in distilled water, he precipitates with 3 times as much of argent vive out of the menstruum, but the amalgam from thence produced, he gently calcines under a tile into a purple powder or crocus, as to the making of which here only by the by, but in the following 2nd and 3rd books, we shall treat more fully of it. The way of making the salt of Sol, he has thus in libro particul, in particulari solis, described. Take the white body of Sol left in the extracting of its soul, the essence extracted out of the crocus of Sol, with the sweet spirit of salt described in num. 28. Reverberate it gently for half an hour, that it may be made corporal, then pour to it the corrosive water of honey well rectified, which in a gentle heat will extract the salt in the space of 10 days, all the salt being extracted. Draw off the menstruum from it in balneo, edulcorate, the salt by repeated cohobations in common distilled water, and lastly, clarify it with the spirit of philosophical wine, and you will have the salt of gold. Concerning this water of honey, Basilius incurra triumphali antimonii, pag. Thus, out of sweet honey may be made the strongest corrosive and poison, which is to most men a thing incredible. The same affirms Paracelsus, saying, the like is to be understood in honey, which, by its elevations, is made much sharper than any aquafortis and corrosive, and more penetrative than any sublimate. Such a property of sharpness it hath, not naturally, but by elevation, which changeth this honey into a corrosive. Libro 5, Archidoxes Pag, 18.1, 1.5, and elsewhere cap. Si Tarnact, De Morbis Tartar, Pag, 319. Honey of itself is innocent, but in the third elevation becomes mortal. The way of making this water is not indeed in the writings, which we have either of Basilius or Paracelsus. Yet, easily will a diligent disciple learn the same by the principles of his art, for either the colum mellifluum of Paracenis must be dissolved in distilled vinegar, or some stronger acid, or crude honey cohobated in philosophical vinegar, that is common, mixed with the spirit of philosophical wine, and the process will be shorter and better. But this salt of gold may be also made without the said water of honey, provided the menstruum be so corrosive as to dissolve the remaining body of the gold. Thus in labore tertio revelat, he reverberates the caput mortium of gold the space of 3 days, then calcines it with an equal weight of the salt of tartar, which he washeth off with distilled water, and extracts the salt. Out of the dried powder with vinegar, which drawing off the vinegar, he clarifies with the spirit of wine, that is, he dissolves, filters, draws off, and crystallizes it into the true salt of Sol. In another place, he extracts the salt of gold by the spirit of universal mercury, as in Elucidation 12, Clavium, where he affirms that the philosopher's stone cannot be coagulated or fixed without this salt, and that he hath taught the way of making it in the 4th key. By the philosopher's oil of mercury, he means the oil of Mars and Venus, not yet reduced into the spirit of universal mercury, or actuated with its own salt, and the more fixed part indeed of this menstruum, which he calls the philosopher's sulfur, not the more volatile part, which is called the philosopher's mercury. With this sulfur, he dissolves the soul or crocus of Sol and converts it into potable gold. Libro de Supernaturali Medicina. Yet sometimes he would have us take the same oil of mercury for the oil of Roman vitriol, the menstruum described in Num. 98. So, in Libro de Particular, in Particulari Solis, he reduceth the white body of the king, gold, left in the extraction, of the soul or crocus of Sol with philosophical sulfur, which is the second principle in order, and the spirit of mercury, a little before called the white spirit of vitriol, into pure and malleable gold, as it was before, not in the least defective in color and virtue. Sometimes he actuates the spirit of universal mercury with the sulfur and salt of other metals, thus 134. The spirit of universal mercury actuated with the sulfur and salt of Luna Basilius, Liber, Partic, in particle, Lunae. The sulfur of Luna being extracted and adulterated, dry the remainder of the calx of Luna, to which pour the same corrosive water of honey that you used for the salt of Sol. Digest gently the space of 4 or 5 days, that the salt of the Luna may be extracted, which you will know by the whiteness of the menstruum. All the salt being extracted, draw off the water of honey, adulterate the salt, distilling and clarifying it with the spirit of philosophical wine. The remainder left in extracting the salt of the Luna adulterate and dry, then pour the spirit of tartar to it, digest 15 days, and proceed as with the gold, and you will have the mercury of Luna, of which in the 2nd book, for here we use it not, the said salt of Luna, hath excellent virtues for the body of man, of which I shall treat in a place more convenient. In the meantime, the efficacy of the salt and sulfur of Luna you will learn by the process following. Take the lazarine sulfur of Luna, dissolved in the spirit of philosophical wine, rectified and coagulated, put it in a cucurbit, pour to it double the quantity of the spirit of mercury, made of the white spirit of vitriol. In like manner, take the salt of Luna extracted and clarified, which mix with 3 times the quantity of the spirit of mercury, lute both the glasses, and digest gently in balneo the space of 8 days and nights. Have a care that none of the sulfur and salt be lost, but let them be in the same quantity as they were separated from the silver. Putrefaction being ended, mix both dissolutions and distill, etc. He sometimes actuated the spirit without metallic salt, and sulfurs only thus. 135. The spirit of universal mercury actuated with the sulfur of Sol and Luna of Basilius. Libro Particle. In particle, Lunae. Take of the sulfur of Luna 1 part, of the sulfur of Sol half a part, of the spirit of mercury 6 parts, join them together, lute. Well, digest in a gentle heat, and a liquor will come over of a red color, distill through an alembic, so as nothing to remain. This spirit of mercury he fermented not only with the sulfurs of the perfect bodies, but sometimes added to them with all the sulfur of some imperfect metal, as Mars, thus. 136. The spirit of universal mercury, actuated with the sulfur of Sol and Mars of Basilius. Libro partic, in partic, solis. Take of the sulfur of Sol and of the sulfur of Mars, equal parts of each, of the spirit. Of mercury, the height of 2 fingers above them, that the matter may be well dissolved. Into a golden water of a ruby color, being mixed, distill through an alembic, that they may become one, as they were at first from one stem, keep it well, that nothing may evaporate. Besides the sulfur of Mars, he sometimes added also the sulfur of antimony, thus. 137. The spirit of universal mercury, actuated with the sulfurs of Sol, Mars, and antimony of Basilius. Libro partic. In particle, antimoniae. Take of the sulfur of antimony 2 parts, of the sulfur of Sol 1 part, mix. Take of the sulfur of Mars 3 parts, of the spirit of mercury 6 parts, being well luted digests, that, the sulfur of Mars may be wholly dissolved, then cast in a 4th part of the sulfur of antimony, and Sol lute again, and digest till they be all dissolved. Then add another 4th part of antimony and Sol, repeating the work, as before, till all be perfectly mixed, and the matter made like a thick red oil, distill the whole through an alembic. Sometimes he fermented the spirit after an unusual way, namely, without the sulfur of any perfect metal, but mere imperfect only, thus. 138. The spirit of universal mercury, actuated with the sulfur of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn of Basilius. Libro partic. In partic, mercurii vivi. Take of the soul of Mars 2 ounces, of the soul of Saturn 1 ounce, of the soul of Jupiter 1 ounce, dissolve them in 6 ounces of the spirit of mercury, being well dissolved, distill them through an alembic without any sediment into a golden water, like to the transparent dissolutions of gold. Though these menstruums of Basilius may well deserve the first place among the dissolvents of the adepts, yet some of the adepts made menstruums not much inferior to them. Isaacus Hollandus not only the better to dissolve bodies, but tinged them also deeper, made his menstruums of tinging. Menstruums and common mercury, but being satiated with the tinctures, sols, sulfurs, etc., of tinging things. Thus made he the menstruum called 139, a compounded mercurial water for the red work of Isaacus. Cap, 43.3 oper. Minor, 116. Take argent vive purged with salt and vinegar, which sublime with an equal quantity, of es ustum, crocus of Mars, crocus of Venus, and lapis hematites, of Roman, vitriol the weight of all, and a little salt, and repeat the sublimation 7 times, every time with new species, and the mercury will be sublimated for the red. Take of Isustum, cinnabar, crocus of Mars, Venus, lapis hematites, antimony, equal parts of each, of Roman vitriol the weight of all, mix and reduce to a fine powder, to which pour of aqua vitae, completely rectified, spirit, of philosophical wine, the height of 2 hands' breadth, digest in balneo 3 days, stirring the matter daily, then draw off the aqua vitae with a gentle fire, then increase the fire gradually, lastly, force with a most strong fire for the space of 12 hours, that all the spirits may ascend. This work must be 3 times repeated with new matters continually. Take of this water 1 pound, of argent vive sublimed for the red as much as sufficeth, or you can dissolve, distill, and reserve. Besides mercury, he sometimes added also sulfur and sal ammoniac, sublimed for the red, thus. 140. The philosopher's water made of 3 spirits of Isaacus. Cap 10. 3. Oper. Min. Thus centa dishasset. Take of Roman vitriol 6 parts, of lapis hematites, crocus of Mars, of Venus, cinnabar, isustum, mineral antimony. Of each 1 part, dry well and mix, put the matter in a retort, and pour to it of aqua vitae, rectified. Spirit of philosophical wine, 4 pounds, distill and cohobate 3 times, with the caput mortuum pulverized. Divide the water into 2 parts, whereof save 1, in the other dissolve 1 ounce of sal ammoniac. Sublime to redness, in balneo, which being dissolved, dissolve 1 ounce of sulfur prepared, lastly also put in. An ounce of mercury sublimed for the red work, these 3 being dissolved in a dissolving water made of aqua vitae, you have a water, which is deservedly called the philosopher's water, by reason of its admirable and secret virtues, the miracles of which must not be described, because not convenient for certain reasons, etc. The preparation of sulfur, take of sulfur vivum 12 pounds, to which being pulverized, pour distilled. Philosophical vinegar, let them boil gently in balneo, the vessel being very close the space of 3 days. Decant the vinegar, being now tinged warily, to the residue, pour new vinegar, digest and decant, and so often repeat, till no more vinegar will be tinged, the tinged matter distill gently in balneo, to the remainder of a 4th part, from the residue, you will in the space of 3 or 4 days in a cold cellar receive crystals, the graduated vitriol of sulfur, like niter, clear as amber, and of the color. Of gold, the remaining vinegar evaporate into a golden powder, then dissolve the crystals and powder in the aforesaid vinegar, and crystallize, and that so oft, till the sulfur leaves no feces behind it. This is a great alchemical secret for the purging of sulfur. The preparation of mercury, take of Roman vitriol, by which the adepts do more than often. Mean that which is graduated 6 or 8 pounds of common salt 2 pounds, mix them together with 3 pounds of mercury, purged with salt and vinegar, sublime the mercury, and that repeat 3 times always with new species, keep the mercury. The preparation of sal ammoniac, take of sal ammoniac 3 pounds, sublime it, thrice with Roman vitriol, and lapis hematites, with new matters every time. Though these menstruums of Isaacus are not so much esteemed as those before, of Basilius, as to the excellency of preparation, yet are they of no less, but the same virtue with those as to the quality of tinging. So they are made of the same sulfurs, crocuses, and essences of Mars, Venus, sulfur, etc., as the compounded mineral menstruums of Basilius were made of. Lully actuates the same menstruums with metallic essences, not indeed already made, but to be made in the preparation of the menstruum, thus with the stinking menstruum actuated with vegetable sal harmoniac. He makes the essence of Luna, which, being mixed with the said menstruum, becomes a menstruum of this kind and is called a 141, the compounded water of silver of Lully, cap, disset, practicae testamenti majoris. Pag, 161, vol. 4 Theatrum Chemicum, 118. In the power of a god, take 1 ounce of F, clear Luna, Pag, 171, well purged and refined, and that silver being well purged and refined, and that silver being well beaten, extended with a hammer into leaves, cut them into small pieces, short and slender then. Divide them into 2 equal parts, and take 2 dissolving glasses, the form and measure of which you will see in the chapter of vessels, and in one of these 2, put 1 ounce and a half of E, menstrual pag, 171, alleged by us before, in num, 67. I mean, the 8th part of the whole menstrual, then put in presently 1 part of F, and be careful immediately to stop the mouth of the vessel with its cover, and lute the joint well with the luting aforesaid in the preparations of the said menstrual, or with clear and pure wax, which done, put it in balneo Maria, hot for 3 days, that God may give you a happy day. Then take F, the dissolution of the silver, and strain, decant the water into another clean glass vessel, and incline the vessel well and warily, that the earth of F may not be strained with the water, nor the water troubled, and stop the said phial wherein you put the water of that F, and keep it apart. Then upon the dissolving vessel of that F, which ought to be dissolved, the other part of silver, to be distilled into a menstruum, put its alembic, which must be close and discreetly joined, with the luting aforesaid, then place it upon sifted ashes, and setting it on a furnace, kindle your fire and distill, put the liquor in a glass phial, and make a fire of sawdust, and when the liquor is in a manner all distilled, strengthen the fire a little with coals, according to that which is used for the exact calcining of an earth, but keep it from too much heat, for we have seen it done by the heat of the sun. Understand this well, unless you would be made a fool. Give this heat continually for 11 hours, then stop the furnace, and go to sleep, and in the morning take your calcinatory, which is so called because of the property of its operation, and put in the menstrual often mentioned, wherein G, our mercurial pag, 171, or vegetable sal ammoniac, was dissolved. See the menstruum below in num, 147, and you will see it operate, and the fume ascend, and the metal calcined with liquefaction. But stop it better than before with its own stopple, which goes in to the said calcinatory, and have a care of putting it into any other heat, till it hath operated by its own virtue, and when it hath wrought and it is quiet, lute the joint well with common wax, and being so luted, put it in a hot balneo Maria 3 natural days as you did elsewhere, because it is so expedient. Then distill the water, and calcine the earth, remaining in the bottom as aforesaid, and repeat so oft till all the earth is dissolved by this method, in the form of a liquor, and the dissolved limus, or oil by art dissolved, which is the substance of a body depurated by water, and carried by the water of the wind always keep apart, and when it is all dissolved and distilled, join them together, then putrefy 6 weeks to be circulated in a temperate heat, where the vessel must be very well luted with its cover, and so ought the figure of I to be done, the composition, or compounded water of Luna, Pag, 171, of the same volume. The same way sometimes he prepares the essence of gold with the stinking lunar menstruum, by addition of which he makes the same menstruum more acute, that is more noble. 142. The stinking lunar menstruum, actuated with the essence of soul of Lully. In Experimento 30. Take the aforesaid water, wherein you have the soul of Luna, described in num. 121, and dissolve in it 2 ounces or 1.5 of the fixed. Salt of urine, as you have it in its experiment, the 6th, but produced by us in num. 30, which being dissolved, dissolve 1 ounce of gold in that water, putrefy 8 days, then separate the water by balneo, and the body will remain in the vessel like melted honey, upon which matter pour back so much of the distilled water as to swim 2 fingers above it, cover the vessel with its antinatorium, and putrefy in balneo the space of 24 hours, then put on an alembic with a receiver, lute the joints well, distill in ashes, lastly, increase the fire extremely, and that which comes over keep very close, for it is the animated spirit, or soul of the gold. From the receipts we observe, 1. That the menstruums of this kind are more noble than those of the 20th and 21st kind, there the essences, or magisteries of metals were dissolved in simple mineral menstruums, but here in the same compounded. 2. That these menstruums differ not from the menstruums of the 10th kind, but in the addition of acidity dissolve a menstruum, of the said kind in what acid you will, and it will be forthwith transformed into a menstruum of this kind. 3. That these menstruums are by digestion made sweet again and vegetable as before. 4. That these menstruums are not satiated, but by their dissolutions augmented, as well in quantity as quality in infinitum. 5. That the spirit of universal mercury, or first matter of metals of Basilius, is by him also called mercury duplicated, wherein the king's mantle is to be dissolved. Sect 1. Cap. De sulfur mercurii sect. 2. De vitriolophil. And sect 2. Cap. 4. De vitriolo veneris. In another place, the sulfur of Mars and Venus duplicated. Sect 1. Cap. 3. De dupa. Martis and Veneris. In another place, the soul of Mars and Venus as in particle. Veneris. 6. That this duplicated mercury is made much better by adding the king's mantle, the crocus of Sol, Luna, and other metals. That the menstruums of almost all kinds are promiscuously called philosophers, mercuries, but of these more copiously and more exactly in the 3rd book. 7. That the spirit of universal mercury of Basilius is the same with the magisteries. Of Mars and Venus, made after the mineral way, dissolve the magisteries. Of Mars and Venus in the common spirit of vitriol, and, by the simple dissolution, you will make the same spirit of universal mercury. 8. That as Mars and Venus, so also Jupiter and Saturn and the rest of the metals, may be made into the said first matters, that is, of the same virtues with the first matter of Mars and Venus as to the faculty of dissolving, but Mars and Venus are preferred for the excellency and exuberance of their tinctures. The 4 and 20th kind. Mineral menstruums compounded of vegetable and mineral menstruums mixed together. 143. The vegetable fire dissolved in the calcinative water of Lully. Pag. 363. Magia naturalis. Take of the vegetable water actuated the metallic soul of Lully, described in num. 5. 1 ounce. Put it in a phial with a long neck, into which you poured 3 ounces of the calcinative water, the mineral menstruum, described in num. 68. And suddenly cover the phial with its cover, luted close with wax, then place it well in a balneo. The space of 2 natural days, and in that time the whole vegetable will be converted into clear water. Animadversions. The adepts actuated the spirit of philosophical wine divers ways and reduced it into several as well vegetable as mineral menstruums in the antecedent kinds. Now, in this 24th and last kind of menstruums, they mix not either common oily or arid, or acid matters, with the unctuous spirit of philosophical wine, as they did in the aforesaid compositions of menstruums, but join vegetable and mineral menstruums already perfected together in order to make menstruums of this kind. The like menstruum almost is made by Lully and called. 144. The vegetable heaven dissolved in a mineral menstruum of Lully. Pag. 59 testum. Novissimi. Take of the stinking menstruum, described in num. 99, 1 pound, or half a pound, which will be enough, of aqua vitae most perfectly rectified. Philosophical, described in num 30, and actuate with the sublime salt of tartar. In num 17, or wine. Hold the vessel in your hands and do not put it on the ground, or any other place, till the fury of the ebullition is over, and it is a mixture of a vegetable with a mineral, seal it with wax, and let it stand a day. Then put it 2 days in balneo and distill in ashes, and you will have a limpid, clarified, and ponderous water. Then put it in a circulating vessel very well sealed, the space of 16 days in balneo conveniently, till you return and see the water well united, and at the bottom of the vessel, in the form of a crystalline salt, keep it. The same menstruum, but of different weight he made elsewhere. He added half a part of the vegetable menstruum to one part of the stinking menstruum in the antecedent, but in the following menstruum, he takes more of the vegetable than mineral menstruum. 145. Ice compounded of vegetable and mineral menstruums of Lully. Pag. 68. Testum. Novus. Take of the mineral G, or stinking menstruum, 3 ounces, and of aqua. Vitae rectified and actuated with salt of tartar 4 ounces, put them together in a glass and distill 9 times in balneo, and in that time it will be all converted into one, as ice. Ripley mixed vegetable and mineral menstruums. Thus, 146, the aqua mirabilis of Ripley. Pag. 212 philorchi. Take the tartar calcined white as snow, grind it upon a marble, and insurate it with aqua. Vitae fortified with its species, as is premised, with the menstruum described in num. 8, till it be as thin paste, then put it in a circulating vessel, and circulate the water, till it is wholly dried up in. The tartar, repeat the same work, and so continue, till it hath drank off the water double its part and quantity in weight. Which done, grind the tartar and lay it upon a stone, or hang it in a linen bag, and put a glass under to receive the droppings of it, and this must be done in a place underground, till all the tartar is distilled into clear water out of, which after distillation and coagulation is made a wonderful salt of nature, which the philosophers call salt. Peter, an incombustible sulfur, properly the volatile salt of tartar, which fixeth any argent vive, but to have perfect aqua vitae, the requisite for this work, put philosophical wine in a circulatory for 100 days to be circulated with its species, and then extract aqua vitae out of it, the menstruum in num. 23. Because if you put to it as much sal harmoniac sublimed as tartar, 1 drop of it, after it is perfected, suddenly, kills a cancer in the flesh of man, and if it be dropped upon one's hand, penetrates it, and dissolves everybody. Without this water we profit little in this art, and he that has this water will not, in the least doubt of completing the art, but this water is made twice as strong, if an equal quantity of the mineral spirit, which is the philosopher's acute water, the green lion of Ripley in num. 59, be added to it and then circulated upon the tartar, and upon the sal harmoniac typicity, and then dissolved into water, which if done, this water will be of greater value than any gold, and one of the wonderful things of this world. Sometimes they mixed vegetable sal harmoniac instead of vegetable menstruum with mineral menstruums. Thus, 147, the stinking menstruum actuated with the sal harmoniac of Lully. Take of the vegetable G, vegetable mercury, or sal harmoniac, 1 ounce, put it in the phial, with a long neck, wherein you put 3 ounces of E before the stinking menstruum in num. 67, and presently stop it with its stopple, sealed with common wax, that nothing may respire. Then distill in a hot balneo the space of 3 natural days into a clear dissolved water. As they added sal harmoniac to simple mineral menstruums, so also to the same compounded. 148. The stinking lunar menstruum, actuated with vegetable sal harmoniac of Lully. Cap. Cetarnact. Practicae test. Major. Pag. 163. Vol. 4. Theatrum chemicum. In the power of A, God. Take 1 ounce of the compounded water of silver described in num. 141. Distilled through an alembic, and put to it 1 ounce of the vegetable G, mercury, or sal harmoniac, dissolve, etc. Basilius mixed these menstruums thus. 149. The spirit of mercury mixed with vitriol and the fiery spirit of wine of Basilius. Labor 3. Libri revelat. Take of this oil, the first matter of metals made out of Venus and Mars, or spirit of universal mercury described in num. 132. 8 ounces of the spirit of wine rectified to the highest, the menstruum, described in num. 19. 5 ounces distilled by a glass retort, and that 3 times, always with new spirit, so as that 15 ounces of the fiery spirit of wine may be joined to the 8 ounces of oil. Paracelsus made the following mixed menstruum for the Arcanum Lapidis, or antimony. 150. The mixed menstruum of Paracelsus. Cap. 6. Lib. Deset. Archidoxes Pag. 39. 119. Whoever desires to graduate his metallic heaven, antimony, to the highest, and reduce it to an action, must first extract the liquid primum, N-ens, celestial fire, quintessence of mercury, not of Sol, as it is ill read, in the Latin, and the metallic acetum axarimum, the circulation. Majors of Paracelsus described in num. 51. Out of its life, that is, the arcanum of salt, salt circulated. In num 27, and mix it with the stomach of Amphion, that is, the spirit of vitriol, the menstruum described in num 90. 8. And in it, the mixed menstruum, dissolve, digest, etc. The coagulated mercury of antimony, The regulus of antimony, from the receipts we observe. 1. That these menstruums are the mixtures of divers menstruums. 2. And that they may be made of all vegetable and mineral menstruums, being mixed together at the artist's pleasure. 3. Yet, that they are made the better, the more tinging the menstruums were. 4. That these menstruums do by digestion become sweet and pure vegetable menstruums. Epilogue. These are the things, my friends, which I promised you, the menstruums of Diana, hitherto by none but the Adepts described, declared, and rightly applied to use, and are now, by me, so manifestly explained and distributed into their kinds that they may be distinctly apprehended even by the meanest chimists. There are indeed many more menstruums remaining, for Diana has superfluity of menstruums, which I have not showed you, but I thought these sufficient as examples to you. You, if you please, may collect more, and appropriate them to their kinds. But if it be our duty to respect the common good, I could wish you could communicate them to me. Some of the more rare manuscripts or impressions of the Adepts, if you have any in your studies or libraries, that they may be of service, not only to you, but to all mankind, or at least signify their names to me, that I may either buy or by entreaty borrow them of you, or others, especially you, being already assured that, in practical books, all secrets depend upon the spirit of philosophical wine, but that, in the theoretic, they are all most obscure, being figurative, and not in the least to be understood according to the letter, which, if you keep longer in your libraries, will be daily exposed to the thousand dangers, and at length, as nothing worth, being moldy and rotten, become the aliment of time, the consumer of all things. In the meantime, despise not these receipts of menstruums offered to you, but rather read and peruse them, and where endeavor to find out the chemical truth, but those which you do not either understand or not esteem, cast away as trivial, for if one only kind, or any one receipt of a kind out of your 24, please you, it is sufficient, for we will easily prove that by that one all the secrets of the more secret chimie may be prepared. If also you are pleased to object against the authority, yea, honestly, and sincerity of this or that adept as Paracelsus, Lully, etc., you may leave him and reject his receipts, making choice of any other in whom you may have greater confidence, and we will prove all the rest by his receipt. Learn therefore the ways of making these menstruums, observe their orders, degrees, matters, methods of making, the virtues of dissolving, tinging, multiplying themselves, etc., and you will acknowledge them to be the best instruments of all the more secret chimie, as keys, without which nothing, and with which all the secrets of this art are opened and unlocked. To make these things which we have declared in the former discourse of the excellencies of the menstruums more easy, to you I will here contract into a breviary, and reduce them into 12 subsequent and infallible conclusions. First, that the descriptions of these menstruums are understood according to the sound of the letter, that the receipts of this book contain nothing occult but the spirit of philosophical wine, the use only of which we promise to define. You will easily vouchsafe us your assent. Nor yet is it too obscure, but that it may be properly called an unctuous spirit, proceeding from the white and red wine of Lully. The constitutives of the menstruum fetens, the rest, which seem more obscure, are terms of art, for the most part explained in the very descriptions of the receipts of things made and produced from this spirit, but the obscurity, which is shorter or longer, description of a receipt causeth, is by accident, to be easily overcome and removed by any diligent disciple of this art. Zweit, that no one of the aforesaid menstruums is prepared without the spirit of philosophical wine. Among all these menstruums of the Adepts imparted to you, there is not one which has not the spirit of philosophical wine for its basis. There are indeed menstruums, in the receipts of which we meet not with a name, of this spirit, yet there it is lurking under the name of this or that menstruum. Other receipts of menstruums there are, which do not take the spirit of philosophical wine free, but, as it were, fettered, that is, any common oil, but when in the making of these menstruums the spirit is unfettered, as also actuated, such menstruums cannot in the least be said to be made without it. There are lastly also menstruums, in the receipts of which neither the spirit of philosophical wine nor any oily matter is expressly mentioned, but these are more rare, on purpose alleged to show us either the envy or moroseness of the adepts, whereas notwithstanding it is by the use of the menstruums manifest that this spirit is added through necessity, for that which is promised could not otherwise be effected. Finally, there are some, which you will affirm may be made with common spirit, common vinegar, and aquafortis, or common sal armoniac, without the spirit of philosophical wine. Suppose it so. But when you proceed to practice, and try an experiment with such a menstruum, you will soon find it not only too weak, but also altogether ineffectual and destructive in the more secret chimie, for it is impossible to do that with a common menstruum, which the Adepts have prescribed by a philosophical menstruum. The secrets of the more secret chimie have this privilege, that they cannot, be made by any man but him that is possessed of philosophical wine. Third, that these menstruums are prepared from any sort of matter. We have demonstrated that the menstruums aforesaid are made of divers oleosities, aridities, and acidities of the three kingdoms. You have observed the simple vegetable menstruums to be made of things, neither tinging nor acid, compounded vegetable menstruums of things. Tinging, not acid, simple mineral menstruums made of things acid, and not tinging, the compounded of things both acid and tinging. Wherefore, being now better assured of your menstrual matter, hitherto so anxiously sought, for you may take crude mercury, or vitriol, niter, common salt, salt of tartar, or urine, rainwater, may do, the spirit of the world also by whatsoever, art obtained, or any other matter also which you have made choice of before the rest, for the true and universal matter of a menstruum, in which choice you will not err, for it is much at one, whether you make it of gold or mercury, whether of pearls or arsenic, vegetable or mineral salt, provided you proceed according to this or that kind of menstruum, with consideration also of what use you would have the menstruum, lest you prepare an essence instead of a magistery or a poison for an antidote. On the contrary, take pure honey, so applauded by Pyrenees, or the salt of tartar, commended by Ripley, or common salt, esteemed by Paracelsus as the matrix of metals, or vitriol abounding with the tincture of gold, extolled by Basilius, or argent vive magnified by most of the adepts as the open metal. Take, I say, which of them you please, but you must know it cannot in the least answer your expectation, except it be joined, that is, corrected, exalted, and graduated with the spirit of philosophical wine. Viert, that these menstruums are also prepared by any method. You have here had several methods of preparation, which, if not satisfactory, you may please to invent new ones. Herein is contained nothing secret, if your matter, and the spirit of philosophical wine be, without any possibility of being separated, mixed together, and distilled, either in part or whole through an alembic, for every matter, by what method soever, volatilized and distilled with the spirit of philosophical wine, is a menstruum. Fifth, that these menstruums are sufficient also for every use. You have now in this book observed the use of the spirit of philosophical wine, as also of most menstruums in these ways. Of making menstruums, hereafter, in the following books, you will perceive them to be sufficient for every purpose. By these means, you will make all the medicines of the adepts, reduce all metals into running, mercury, or if you had rather, into the philosopher's mercury, or first matter of metals. By these will you make as well universal as particular transmutatives of metals, the best of all in respect of deeper tincture, shortness of time, and conciseness of work. Hereby lastly, will you prepare whatsoever curiosity has been left us by the adepts and prescribed in their books, so that if they have any preparations without the spirit of philosophical wine, you may decline them without any damage, for these menstruums do volatilize all fixed bodies, and fix the volatile, and volatilize, dissolve the coagulated, and coagulate the dissolved, under which few notions are comprehended all the operations of the more secret chimie. Sexta, that these menstruums are many. You have observed divers kinds of menstruums, designed for several distinct uses. Simple vegetable menstruums do extract, rather than dissolve bodies, the compounded dissolve. Only, but not extract, that which vegetable menstruums do, the mineral cannot, and so on. The contrary, of vegetable menstruums are made medicines only, not poisons, but of mineral. Menstruums, poisons only, and not antidotes without the singular dexterity of an artist. And use different and contrary to itself admits no universal menstruum. The spirit of philosophical wine is indeed the universal matter of them all, but there is not one of all the menstruums sufficient for every use. Wherefore, unless you will for the same reason call every one universal, because they all proceed from the spirit of light, the universal basis of all things, we cannot but deny an universal menstruum. Seventh, that some menstruums are corrosive, that mineral menstruums are corrosive, and therefore dissolve bodies, with ebullition, is clearly manifest by the receipts aforesaid. I would not have you, being perhaps not sufficiently instructed in the sayings of the adepts, everywhere declaring against aqua fortices, and all corrosives either despise or think ill of them. These are those menstruums, by which the ancient adepts abbreviated their time and labor in preparing their tinctures, and Paracelsus justly entitled himself to the monarchy of arcanums, he having been the principal instrument in completing not only the abbreviations of alchemy, but moreover introducing these mineral menstruums to medicinal use, and that with so much dexterity that there seems to be now no hope left to his disciples of mending any imperfections of this art, as will be demonstrated in the following books. Besides, these menstruums differ from the vegetable menstruums, no otherwise than that an acidum is superadded to them, or to the spirit of philosophical wine, corroding the aridum and dividing it into atoms, making way for the oleosum to be sooner and better incorporated. and mixed together, which notwithstanding do by taking away the acidum, return into the same vegetable menstruums they were before. Eighth, that these menstruums are permanent, yea, fixed with things dissolved in them. It is by the former descriptions of menstruums manifest that as well the spirit of philosophical wine, as menstruums made of it, do stick to the things dissolved in them. There is indeed no better argument to confirm the excellency of menstruums than that they are homogeneous and permanent with things dissolved, and consequently dissolvents transmutable with the dissolved into a third substance different from both. These menstruums therefore are so far from being immutable that, according to the edict of the whole crowd of philosophers, to wit, the dissolution of the body is the coagulation of the spirit, and so on the contrary, no being in the more secret chyme can be more infallible. Now this permanence of menstruums you have observed not only in the volatilizations of menstruums, but also in the fixations of some. Thus you had the fixation of the spirit, of philosophical wine in the greater circulatums of the 9th and 2 and 20th kinds, but you will find more in the preparations of medicines, as well as tinctures. They were by an analogy of the ancients ill called menstruums, unless also they could be transformed into the substance of an embryo and yield proper nutriment and augmentation to the infant. The spirit of our wine is indeed an absolute oleosum, that is, combustible, but here being thoroughly mixed with aridums, it becomes incombustible, and despiseth the violence of fire. It is also moist, and so incapable of fixation, but the moister and thinner parts which it contains are separated in the work of fixation from the more oily particles being now concentrated. So you observe that, in the preparations of the sal harmoniacs, or sulfurs of nature, the spirit of philosophical wine, as also the vegetable, as well as mineral menstruums, are partly reduced into insipid water, and partly sticking to the matters left in the bottom, and fixed, but better examples you will have both in the 2nd and 3rd books. 9th, that menstruums are not satiated with dissolving, but become rather more avidous, and so are by dissolutions augmented as well in quantity as quality, though the spirit of our wine is the basis, root, and center of all menstruums, alchemical tinctures and precious stones, yet nevertheless doth it dissolve slowly, yea, only such bodies as are homogeneous to it, that is, partly oily, as itself is a pure oleosum, and associate the same to it, transmuting into its own nature, and so multiplies itself by this means. Now, so soon as the spirit is transmuted into an arido oleosum, it does under the name of a simple vegetable. Menstruum dissolve arido oleosums, that is, the sulfurs or tinctures of the mineral kingdom, the pure. Aridum being untouched, and left in the form of a white powder, with which essences the said menstruums, or essences may indeed melt together, but not in the least be satiated, because there is an addition and multiplication of like parts, but the same vegetable menstruums being now compounded of the simple, do no more. Extract the tinctures and essences of minerals, but dissolve and transmute the whole mass or substance of these bodies into an oil swimming above, which is called a magistry. Now this being digested together, with its menstruum at length falls in, is united, and so multiplies the compounded vegetable menstruum. For an example to young beginners, the spirit of philosophical wine being a menstruum of the 1st kind, and actuated with the oil of nutmegs, is hereby made a menstruum of the 2nd kind, or actuated with honey. If you would have a menstruum of the 3rd kind, distill either of those menstruums with common sal harmoniac, and you will have a menstruum of the 4th. But if you desire one of the 5th kind, cohobate either of them with the salt of tartar, and you will have the acetum exerumum of Ripley, or with common salt, and you will make the sal circulatum of Paracelsus. Cohobate mercury, or any other metal through an alembic with this vinegar or salt, and you will transmute the simple vegetable menstruums into the compounded vegetable menstruums of the 8th kind, from which you will further prepare menstruums of the 10th kind, by dissolving and volatilizing any other metal in them. The same rule you have as to our mineral menstruums, but the common menstruums cannot receive beyond their capacity. 10th, that these menstruums are also secrets of the 2nd book. You have in this book observed that among the vegetable menstruums there is none but what is either an essence or a magistry, and it will be more copiously demonstrated in the book of the preparation of medicines. You have also taken notice by the aforesaid receipts of them, especially being compared to the following descriptions of medicines, that mineral menstruums are the same medicines, but mixed and dissolved with acids. 11th, that these menstruums are likewise secrets of the 3rd book. It is now partly clear by the receipts of them, but will be more clear by secrets of the 3rd book, that the simple menstruums are the philosophers, stones not yet fermented, but the compounded are menstruums mixed with the masculine seed, and therefore volatile and fermented stones. 12th, that these menstruums are in like manner secrets of the 4th book, that these menstruums do give light by night, and consequently are perpetual. Lights yield also matters for pearls, precious stones, etc. The receipts themselves do shew, which will be confirmed by the 4th book. Ripley, Cap, Trinact, Philorshi. Without these waters we do little good in this art, but he that hath these waters will without all doubt complete the art. Axerimum. 42.